The enigmatic online game Apocalypse has descended upon Blue Star, heralding an extraordinary era. Faced with such extraordinary talents, Qin Chuan's choice is clear: shall become an assassin. With a single lethal strike and the ability to retreat 1,000 miles, who says assassins are limited to close combat? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Archery God, if we are to perish, let us perish together. Within the confines of a modest rental apartment, a strikingly handsome young man let out a furious roar. Abruptly opening his eyes, gasping for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, he resembled a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. But soon, Qin Chuan found himself in a state of shock. He had clearly perished alongside the archery god. How was it that he was still alive? As he surveyed his surroundings, dormant memories began to awaken. This was the place he had resided in right after graduation, a small dwelling in a city village in Jianghai. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. Long before the integration of Apocalypse with Blue Star, Jianghai had been overrun by a formidable boss and subsequently reduced to ruins in the ensuing battles. Instinctively, Qin Chuan retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen glaring back with the date, October 11th, 2033, the very day Apocalypse launched. I've been reborn, and not just reborn, but transported back 10 years to the day Apocalypse first opened its doors. In an instant, enlightenment washed over him. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him, but he swiftly quelled them. Having endured countless life-and-death battles, his mind had been tempered to remain unperturbed. Indeed, Apocalypse would merge with Blue Star. This game, boasting a 100 simulation of reality, had ignited global fervor upon its launch, attracting a multitude of players. Its marvel lay not only in its avant-garde technology, but also in the ability for players to extract powers from the game into reality, thus ushering in an era of the extraordinary. However, humanity's excitement was short-lived as the monstrous entities from Apocalypse began to manifest throughout Blue Star. As time progressed, even more potent bosses commenced their rampage. Ultimately, the gods descended. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had fought valiantly after the game's launch, relying on his exceptional gaming acumen to rank among the world's top 10 experts, assimilating all abilities into himself. The thought of the gods' overwhelming power left a bitter taste in his mouth. Could humanity truly prevail? Yet soon, Qin Chuan felt invigorated. Since he had been granted a second chance, he was determined to alter the original conclusion. Gathering his thoughts, he cast his gaze aside. Within the modest room, a futuristic gaming pod stood, the culmination of his life savings, acquired to enhance his gaming prowess. Indeed, Qin Chuan initially ventured into Apocalypse to earn money and improve his living conditions, but his innate gaming talent soon propelled him to fame. In this second life, I must strive to elevate myself at the swiftest pace possible. He resolved internally that in his past life, he had poured his heart into gaming, yet remained oblivious to the apocalyptic crisis lurking behind Apocalypse, missing numerous opportunities. But in this lifetime, he was resolute in his commitment to confront Apocalypse with unwavering determination. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that there were still over 6 hours until the launch, ample opportunity to procure some provisions and water for the journey ahead. Just then, his phone erupted with incessant notifications. It was from the work group, his supervisor fervently tagging him. Xiao Chuan, supervisor Lee has lost his temper. If you can't make it, he'll cover for you. He promptly opened the work group chat. Fatty, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you need changes, make them yourself. I hereby formally announce that I am resigning. With that, he exited the group. In the next moment, a private message from Li Fatty appeared. Qin Chuan promptly blocked him. Liu Daong sent a message, attempting to persuade him. Xiao Chuan, I know it can be excessive, but jobs are hard to come by these days. Just endure a little longer. Liu Daong was known for his amiable nature. He had introduced Qin Chuan to the business when he first joined the company. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chuan responded with another message. You might want to check out the newly released Apocalypse game. It's generating quite a buzz. I plan to develop my career there. Liu Daong replied. Are you referring to that game that claims to be a 100 reality simulation? Doesn't that seem a bit implausible? Qin Chuan understood Liu Daong's concern. She had dependents, mortgages, and car loans to consider, and given his age, suggesting he play games was a hard sell at home. Having said what he needed, he set his phone aside. Whether he could seize the opportunity was now up to Liu Daong. The pressing matter at hand was to prepare provisions and await the launch. After a refreshing wash, Qin Chuan settled into the gaming pod. Although the game wasn't accessible yet, he could begin preparations such as drawing talents and pre-selecting a class. In his previous life, he had drawn the Conqueror talent, allowing him to stack attacks in combat, perfectly complemented by his heavy-armored warrior class, an embodiment of both resilience and might. If all goes as expected, I should still acquire the Conqueror talent. As for the class, perhaps I should stick with warrior, given my familiarity. As he pondered, the gaming pod initiated a full body scan. Player data has been collected constructing game character. Beep, beep, beep alert. Divine consciousness fragment detected. Commencing clearance. In a hazy moment, a frantic roar echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. Mortal, you shall perish. A cold sweat broke out on his back. That voice was one he would never forget. It was the archery god. However, the subsequent turn of events was something Qin Chuan had not anticipated. The gaming pod had actually cleared the fragment of the archery god's consciousness. What kind of advanced technology was this? Ah, it's apocalypse then it's of no concern. Qin Chuan vaguely sensed that what humanity referred to as gods were not a singular entity, but rather a conglomeration of factions. Regardless, this unexpected occurrence ignited a sense of urgency within him. He must rapidly strengthen himself to alter his fate after the gods descended. Thus, amidst the disruption, Qin Chuan found himself at a standstill, patiently awaiting the outcome. Fortunately, results soon emerged, as the gaming pod emitted a calm electronic synthesized voice once more. Clearing complete commencing talent extraction. Ding. You have acquired the SS grade talent, Sniper God. Chapter 2. Excellent suggestions. I choose Assassin. The revelation of a Tier 10 talent left Qin Chuan somewhat astounded. From what he recalled of his previous life, the highest talent ever disclosed globally was only Tier 9. It was conceivable that there had been talents of a higher caliber, yet none had survived until the descent of the gods. The singular individual who possessed such a Tier 9 talent had, through its power, ascended to the pinnacle of global players. Among the top 10 experts worldwide, he alone could overpower the remaining 9. This exemplified the significance of innate talent. In his former life, Qin Chuan awakened the Tier 9 talent conqueror, and with his personal abilities and relentless effort, he had already established himself among the top 10 experts. Now, however, he had inexplicably awakened a Tier 10 talent. Not the conqueror this time? Qin Chuan's mind raced. It appeared that his reincarnation had ushered in some alterations. Whether these changes were fortuitous or not remained uncertain, but at least for now, they seemed advantageous. After all, this was a Tier 10 talent. If Tier 9 could forge the world's foremost player, one could only imagine the heights to which a Tier 10 talent might elevate him. The mere thought set his heart racing. Was it due to the fragment of the arrow god's will? Qin Chuan pondered in silence, simultaneously examining the attributes of this Tier 10 talent known as Sniper God. Sniper God 1, Tier 10. Effect 1. Range attacks are guaranteed to hit and deal true damage. Effect 2. For every meter of distance from the target, damage increases by 10. Even as a veteran player with a decade of experience and the advantage of rebirth, Qin Chuan could not help but find his breath quickening. In just a glance, he recognized the sheer terror of this talent. In the mid-game, as players' attributes were enhanced, launching attacks from thousands of meters away would become trivial. Should divine powers be unlocked, attacks could even be executed from over 1,000 kilometers. The damage amplification from the Sniper God talent would reach a staggering hundredfold at just 1,000 meters. Most critically, the guarantee of a hit and the nature of true damage meant that unless one activated invincibility, no amount of armor would be of consequence. Only health could withstand the onslaught. However, how much damage could even the most robust health pool endure? Invincibility, this talent was undeniably overpowering. And this was merely the first tier of the Sniper God. Should it continue to ascend, the damage would likely soar to unimaginable heights. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement and clarity within. The awakening of this talent was likely connected to the Arrow God. After all, the Arrow God had made a resounding entrance, boldly proclaiming himself unrivaled in archery. If he had indeed mastered the Sniper God talent, his boasts were far from mere bravado. Yet, a pang of apprehension struck Qin Chuan as he furrowed his brow. A pressing concern emerged in his thoughts. Typically, acquiring the Sniper God talent would necessitate the choice of an archer class. However, Qin Chuan had first-hand experience in defeating the Arrow God, although it was a one-for-one exchange. He had successfully vanquished him, thus gaining insight into the limitations of that class. The damage output was extraordinarily high, but its survivability was notably lacking. Qin Chuan's creed was that survival was paramount for output, which had led him to select the warrior class in his previous life. Yet in this new life, with a transformed talent, choosing a warrior seemed ill-suited. The archer class also bore its restrictions. Qin Chuan found himself ensnared in a dilemma. At that moment, the game pod emitted another sound. Esteemed player, it has been detected that you possess a remarkable talent level, prompting the recommendation of the most compatible profession, the archer. According to your talent level, all hidden subclasses of the archer have been unlocked. The appearance of this notification did not surprise Qin Chuan. Upon awakening their talents, players receive profession recommendations from the system based on their abilities. A sufficiently high talent level even unlocks hidden professions. In his past life, Qin Chuan attained the heavy armored warrior class, a hidden profession specializing in defense, which, when paired with the conqueror talent, rendered him both resilient and formidable in output. Now, the system provides recommendations based on Qin Chuan's talent, unlocking all associated hidden professions. This is the privilege conferred by advanced talents. However, Qin Chuan is resolute in not following the system's suggestion. He is acutely aware of the archer's shortcomings, knowing that even a hidden profession cannot fundamentally alter these flaws. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Chuan. He knew precisely which profession to select: the assassin. Indeed, the assassin, an archetype that navigates the shadows and survives on the edge of a blade. At first glance, the assassin as profession appears wholly unrelated to the sniper talent, even seemingly contradictory. After all, the sniper requires distance, while the assassin excels in close combat. Yet, what captivates Qin Chuan is the assassin's exceptional survival capability. The fundamental skill of stealth is merely the hallmark of an assassin. Additionally, skills such as shadow step, cloak of shadows, evasion, and sprint further emphasize the notion of retreating when overwhelmed. Naturally, these attributes alone do not suffice for Qin Chuan to abandon the most compatible archer profession for that of an assassin. What he values most is the assassin's passive ability: Disrupting Strike. Upon breaking stealth, the assassin's first attack inflicts additional damage. Most importantly, this damage benefits from talent and equipment enhancements. In other words, the damage from Disrupting Strike can receive the sniper's bonuses. He recalls the top-ranked assassin from his previous life, whose equipment and skills allowed for a damage multiplier exceeding tenfold with Disrupting Strike, rendering each strike potentially lethal. When combined with the sniper talent, even at a distance of 100 meters, the final damage could reach 100-fold. And this is without accounting for damage reduction, delivering true damage. Furthermore, this is merely at the first level of the sniper talent. With the acquisition of a talent stone for enhancement, the damage would increase even further. The more Qin Chuan contemplates this strategy, the more feasible it appears. Unlike typical online games, the distinctions between professions in this system are not so rigid. A simple example is that an assassin can wield a bow, albeit with fewer skills available than an archer and lacking their signature abilities. However, for Qin Chuan, an abundance of flashy skills is unnecessary. He merely requires the ability to conceal himself in the shadows and execute a disrupting strike from hundreds of meters away, which suffices. With damage multipliers of dozens or even hundreds, even a casual shot could be fatal. If remote skills are included, the damage would be even more astonishing. After delivering a lethal blow, he could stealthily retreat. Is there a safer method of combat? It is decided. He shall choose the assassin. Qin Chuan is not one to dither. Once he makes a decision, he will not waver. An excellent suggestion, yet I have chosen the assassin. Very well, I shall recommend the archer to you. In that fleeting moment, Qin Chuan felt as if the electronic synthesized voice had momentarily faltered. Fortunately, the gaming pod swiftly provided a new voice prompt. Based on your talent level, all hidden classes within the assassin category have been unlocked for you. Once a profession is selected, it cannot be altered. Please choose wisely, whether it was an illusion or not. Qin Chuan sensed that the tone of this prompt emphasized the need for careful selection. The assassin class boasts numerous hidden professions, and Qin Chuan immediately examined the top 5. Chapter 3. Unique Hidden Professions. Before finalizing a profession, one can preview the relevant information. With some time remaining before the server launch, there is ample opportunity for comparison. The 5 hidden professions each possess distinct abilities. One enhances frontal combat prowess, highlighting a reckless, brawler-style thief. Another excels in poison concoction, a stealthy assassin who strikes with lethal precision. A third specializes in evasion, capable of assuming secondary roles as a phantom walker. It must be said, hidden professions are indeed remarkable. Merely reading their descriptions invokes a sense of awe. Each of these 5 occupations would undoubtedly incite envy among other players. Yet for Qin Chuan, the choice seemed effortless. To maximize the potential of the sniper talent, both the brawler and the spellbreaker must be excluded, as these branches specialize in melee capabilities, leaving little room for ranged skills. Without skills, even possessing the sniper talent would render mere bow damage insufficient. Consequently, the Shadow Assassin appears to be the sole solution. Qin Chuan gazed at the description of the Shadow Assassin, lost in contemplation, setting aside the multiplier bonus of the critical strike. The enhancement of stealth alone sufficed to persuade him towards this choice. Why? One might wonder, would Qin Chuan opt for the assassin over the more compatible archer profession? The answer lies in the enhancement of survival capabilities. After all, when the gods descend, survival is of paramount importance. With a preliminary decision made, Qin Chuan once again focused on the Shadow Assassin, this time scrutinizing the profession's characteristics. Shadow Assassin, hidden profession of the assassin category. Characteristic 1. Stealth duration increased to permanent. Characteristic 2. Critical strike inflicts an additional 50 damage. Characteristic 3. Unique. Only one Shadow Assassin can exist at any given time. 3 professional characteristics. Among these is the critical strike bonus, which Qin Chuan valued most, along with the permanent stealth. In Qin Chuan's vision, the combination of the sniper talent with the assassin's critical strike would not only yield substantial damage, but also allow for immediate concealment, significantly reducing the probability of counteraction. Now, he possessed all that he desired. What more was there to ponder? As for the third characteristic, it left Qin Chuan somewhat astonished. To his knowledge, hidden professions in the game Apocalypse could exist in multiples. For instance, in his past life as a heavy armored warrior, although rare, he still encountered numerous skilled individuals. The distinction between professions was primarily reflected in their talents. However, the Shadow Assassin was unique, possessing a distinct singularity. Clearly, among hidden professions, the Shadow Assassin was of a higher caliber. With no further hesitation, it had to be the Shadow Assassin. I choose the Shadow Assassin, Qin Chuan declared, finalizing his selection. The game system promptly delivered an announcement. You have selected a profession. It cannot be altered. Please enter your character's name. Night Wanderer. The name is available and has been locked in. Countdown to server launch. 1 hour and 42 minutes. While waiting, Qin Chuan began to contemplate his objectives upon entering the game. First and foremost, he needed to acquire a bow, which was self-evident. After all, in the early stages, his damage output relied entirely on his sharpshooter abilities. A mere dagger would not suffice. Given the initial attributes of his character, a 30-meter range would likely be the maximum effective distance. Qin Chuan thought rapidly. At 30 meters, the damage bonus would be 300%, coupled with the additional damage from the skill piercing strike. Calculating from an initial attack power of 10, the damage would reach 45, which was already quite substantial. However, he realized he had overlooked a crucial factor. His calculations were accurate, yet he neglected the inherent damage of the piercing strike skill itself. As he recalled, the fixed damage for a level 1 stealth attack with piercing strike was 20 points. This meant the damage would be calculated as 10, 20, 30, 135. Moreover, this did not account for critical hits or weak point bonuses. Should his talents be upgraded, the damage multiplier would likely increase, resulting in exponential damage growth. As Qin Chuan made a rough estimation, he became increasingly convinced of the boundless potential of the sharpshooter talent. Furthermore, due to the existence of piercing strike, his damage could potentially surpass that of a traditional archer. While everything aligned with his expectations, Qin Chuan could not help but marvel at the wonders of the game. Who would dare believe that a rogue could deal more ranged damage than an archer? The key was that, unlike conventional archers, Qin Chuan would not only achieve 100% accuracy, but could also shoot and retreat with ease. It was almost too effortless. He felt invincible. This profession and talent combination was indeed formidable. Qin Chuan's anticipation for the server launch grew, and he could hardly wait to dive in and wreak havoc. However, there were still matters to prepare beforehand. He pondered the opportunities that awaited him in the novice village, setting aside other considerations. The world of the game was brimming with possibilities, and as the player's first stop, the novice village was laden with secrets. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had been preoccupied with gold farming and had not thoroughly explored the village's mysteries. Many things had only come to light later. His first course of action would be to seek out the hunter to activate a hidden quest. That particular item was unique, and he could not allow someone else to claim it first. A resolution formed in Qin Chuan's mind. In his past life, that item was discovered by an idle player only a month after the server opened, but now that he was aware of it, he would not turn a blind eye. Who knew if his rebirth might instigate a butterfly effect? If someone else acquired that item first, it would indeed be too late for lamentation. Once he secured the item, there would be subsequent tasks. However, the player from his previous life had lacked the strength to complete them, so he never learned what rewards awaited. Yet, the first quest had granted a unique item, and the subsequent rewards would undoubtedly be even more powerful. With a hidden profession and the sharpshooter talent at his disposal, he would have no trouble even in one-on-one confrontations. It merely required a bit more time to whittle down health, perhaps providing an opportunity to tackle the follow-up tasks. Ding! The apocalypse is about to commence, with a countdown of 10, 9, 8. Upon the conclusion of the countdown, the system prompts, "Would you like to log into the game?" Yes. Logging in. Should players experience dizziness, nausea, shock, or seizures, these symptoms are deemed normal reactions. There is no need for alarm. Brave adventurer, may you forge a new future within the apocalypse. Chapter 4. Is there a surprise? A flash of white light enveloped Qin Chuan, and he found himself in an entirely new environment. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Welcome to the apocalypse. You have been assigned to Novice Village number 9527. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Novice Village, Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, igniting his fighting spirit. First, he decided to examine his initial skills. Qin Chuan summoned his character panel. Nickname, Night Wanderer class, Shadow Assassin, unique, level, 101000, attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 8, Spirit 4, Attack, 10 Defense, 7, Health Points, 100 Mana Points, 50 Equipment, Novice Dagger, Attack Power 5, Novice Leather Armor, Defense 1. Novice Leggings, Defense 1. Skills, Shadow Stealth 1, enter Stealth Mode, dealing an additional Attack Power 120, damage on a critical strike, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. Shadow Throwing Knife 1. Utilize Shadow Energy to create a throwing knife, dealing Attack Power 110, damage, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Shadow Assault 1, a powerful melee attack, dealing Attack Power 110, damage, consuming 5 mana, cooldown 5 seconds. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, there was indeed a surprise. Initially, he had planned to sell all his starting equipment to purchase a longbow from the blacksmith and engage in ranged combat. With his skills, kite fighting would be a trivial matter. However, now, the initial skills of the Shadow Assassin perfectly compensated for this. With the Shadow Throwing Knife at his disposal, a longbow was rendered unnecessary. Moreover, the damage from the critical strike exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. In addition to the fixed damage of 20, it was also linked to his attack power. Combined with the Shadow Throwing Knife, defeating monsters of the same level in a single blow was an effortless feat. Truly, as a hidden class, it was indeed formidable. Qin Chuan's delight grew. He promptly closed the character panel, preparing to approach the hunter for a quest. However, he soon realized he was unable to move an inch, as players surrounded him from all sides. The promotional efforts for the apocalypse had been extravagant, coupled with the allure of a fully immersive experience, capturing the attention of countless players. Now, with the game finally launched, all the eagerly awaiting players had surged forth. Wow, this feels so real. The wind against my face is incredibly tangible, and I can even smell the earth. Even the dog waste appears so lifelike. Is there anyone looking for a partner? Everyone, hurry and accept quests. If you delay, you may miss out. My great sword is eager for action. Brothers of the Iron Blood Legion, gather around me. Let's seize the first kill. Players were initially overwhelmed by the unprecedented realism of the game, their excitement rendering them disoriented. However, it wasn't long before a cacophony of dissent echoed through the realm. What on earth? How does that creature maneuver so skillfully? I missed it with 2 fireballs, exclaimed one player in frustration. What a terrible game. I can't even defeat a rabbit. Another chimed in, wait, where are the quests? Why aren't there any exclamation marks above their heads? In exasperation, one player sought out the village chief for a task, only to be repelled by an unexpected attack from the old man. These reactions were entirely anticipated by Qin Chuan. The game, Apocalypse, boasted an extraordinary level of freedom, perhaps too much freedom. Without any novice hints or quest guidance, players were left to unearth everything by themselves. Furthermore, the creatures within were not the mindless targets found in other games. They evaded attacks, launched ambushes, and even fled to summon reinforcements when on the brink of defeat. Observing a newly resurrected player attempting to challenge a rabbit once more, Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. In this game, death in the virtual world meant death in reality. Only then would Apocalypse reveal its truly terrifying nature. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan quelled the tumult of emotions within him and carved a path through the crowd towards the hunter's abode within the village. Upon arriving, he found the entrance surrounded by players. Judging by their sullen expressions, it was clear they had failed to secure any quests. This was hardly surprising, as only players who reached level 3 were eligible to trigger hunting missions. Upon noticing Qin Chuan's approach, a well-meaning player called out, "Brother, don't bother. That cripple won't give you a quest." Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the hunter's dwelling, instantly vanquishing the outspoken player. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. What is this? Can players be attacked? One murmured, "Is this a novice village or a den of thieves?" Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. The entities within Apocalypse were not mere illusions. They possessed self-awareness and could potentially descend upon Blue Star after the game's integration. Though bound by the rules of Apocalypse, they could not reveal their true nature. However, should a player show disrespect, they had the authority to retaliate. The hunter, having sustained injuries in battle, now walked with a limp, should a player strike a nerve. They could expect a swift demise. The fallen player's corpse transformed into a wisp of white light, and moments later, they charged back in a fury, eager to confront the hunter once more. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten their status as a mere level 1 novice. Upon stepping into the hunter's yard, they were once again dispatched by a single arrow. The village's guard, passing by, paid the incident no heed. The remaining players trembled in fear, their voices hushed. Many began to reconsider their efforts. Having exhausted every method to secure a quest, they deemed it more prudent to venture out and slay a few rabbits. Contrary to the retreating tide, Qin Chuan pressed onward, making his way to the hunter's abode. Upon entering the modest dwelling, he encountered the composed hunter, who hung his bow upon the wall, seemingly oblivious to Qin Chuan's presence as he quenched his thirst with a ladle of well water. Without unnecessary preamble, Qin Chuan stated his intention. "I wish to purchase a beast skull." He then inquired, "Where did you hear about this?" As he spoke, the hunter ambled toward the wall. However, Qin Chuan remained entirely unfazed, calmly stating, "We could be resurrected. Even if you were to slay me now, it would be futile." Upon hearing these words, the hunter slowed his pace, a hint of derision crossing his face. "And what of it? I have no intention of selling. What can you do to me?" Qin Chuan smiled softly. "I cannot do anything to you, but do you not yearn for revenge against the Wolf King? If I assist you in slaying the Wolf King, would you then relinquish the skull of the beast to me?" Qin Chuan was well aware that the hunter's limp was a result of an encounter with the Wolf King. Although he found it perplexing how a hunter capable of obtaining the skull of a beast could be bested by the novice village's Wolf King, it was of little consequence. The task had been initiated. Qin Chuan's words clearly struck a nerve, as hesitation flickered across the hunter's features. After sizing up Qin Chuan for a moment, he scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can kill the Wolf King with your strength? 3 days. Within that time, I shall bring you the Wolf King's head. However, in exchange, you must provide me with the beast's skull now." Chapter 5. Lao Deng, hand over the task. Qin Chuan's proposition plunged the hunter into deep contemplation. He was torn. The skull of the beast was a hard-won trophy, acquired through a near-fatal struggle. He had intended to leverage it for greater achievements, only to find himself ambushed by the Wolf King, resulting in a loss of a leg, and rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. The thought ignited a fierce blaze of fury within him. He could no longer exact revenge on his own. He would have to rely on another's hand. Moreover, in his current state, possessing the beast's skull would avail him little. It would be far more satisfying to unleash his pent-up wrath. If he could not endure, neither should the Wolf King survive. As for Qin Chuan's request for the advance reward, the hunter had no qualms. He understood the rules of the game. After a moment of reflection, the hunter slowly replied, "I can indeed provide you with the skull of the beast, but do not forget your promise. Bring me the Wolf King's head within 3 days." Qin Chuan's expression brightened, and he quickly affirmed, "It is a pact. Ding. You have accepted the time-limited task to hunt the Wolf King. Task rewards, 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of hunter favorability. Task countdown, 3 days." As the system notification chimed, the hunter took new action. He approached the bedside, moved it aside, and retrieved a wooden box from beneath, solemnly presenting it to Qin Chuan. "Ding. You have acquired a special item, Beast Skull. Beast Skull, unique item. Effect 1, Beast Blessing. Gain an additional 5 free attribute points with each level up. Effect 2, Hunting Moment. Earn 1 evolution point for every 100 monsters slain, applicable only to equipment or skills. The points required for evolving the same target will increase. Current evolution points, 1. Note, the advanced task rewards are locked. They cannot be traded, destroyed, discarded, or dropped upon death until the task is completed. Impressive. Qin Chuan whistled. Truly, as a unique item, its attributes were indeed remarkable. It is known that in the Awakening, leveling up typically grants a minor attribute increase of 1 and a major attribute increase of 2, plus an additional 5 free attribute points, totaling 10 points. Now, with the Beast Blessing, an extra 5 points were granted, effectively allowing Qin Chuan to gain the equivalent of 1.5 levels compared to others. Even considering the enhanced attributes bestowed by Qin Chuan's hidden profession, the 5 points of free attributes remain a significant value not to be overlooked. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to a swift pace. Relying on Qin Chuan's memories, his early advantages will quickly snowball, ultimately elevating him to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, even in the later stages, the extraordinary beast skull will not lose its relevance. In fact, it could be argued that the true potential of this item is only realized in the later stages. The remarkable aspect of the extraordinary beast skull lies not in its primary effect, but rather in its secondary effect, gaining evolution points from slaying monsters. Although the applicability is confined to equipment and skills, the crux of the matter is that Qin Chuan does not require the evolution of anything else. A player's strength derives from three sources: talent, which is fixed upon entering the game and can only be enhanced, equipment, and skills. The core focus in the early stages lies primarily in skills, particularly Shadow Stealth and Shadow Dagger, both of which are exceptionally proficient abilities. Moreover, the extraordinary Beast Skull provides a bonus evolution point, an unexpected delight that Qin Chuan intends to utilize for his enhancement. Hunting the Wolf King will not be an easy feat. He must at least level up a few times and boost his attributes before attempting it. This also allows him to accumulate evolution points from the extraordinary Beast Skull. Qin Chuan's recent performance did not go unnoticed by the surrounding players, particularly his audacious act of taking the wooden box from the hunter, which left many players astounded. What is happening? How could this fellow accept a quest? Immediately, some players voiced their protests. How could he possibly take on a quest? He must be cheating. Not necessarily. I just observed that this lad spoke with considerable authority. Could it be that this limping one responds better to force than to persuasion? Whoosh. Thud. The player who boasted so confidently fell flat. Let me give it a try. One player bravely stepped forward, declaring with righteous indignation, "Old Deng, hand over your quest." Whoosh. Thud. More players surged forward, attempting to seize the item from the hunter. Others took a different approach, blocking Qin Chuan's path. Unwilling to engage in fruitless disputes and waste time, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth. As Qin Chuan's figure suddenly vanished, several players were left in shock. Where did he go? Has he disappeared? Is this a stealth skill? No. I'm also an assassin. Why can't I stealth? This fellow must have charged ahead. Quickly, reveal the payment portal. I want to make a transaction. There must be some underhanded dealings at play. Traversing through the shadows, Qin Chuan glanced at his skills. To his astonishment, Shadow Stealth had begun its cooldown. Another delightful discovery awaited him. In his previous life, as a warrior, he understood the characteristics of assassin skills. Namely, the cooldown for stealth skills only commences after breaking concealment. However, the Shadow Assassin shattered this limitation, initiating the cooldown while still in stealth mode. What does this imply? Qin Chuan understood all too well. He could wait in stealth for the skill to cool down, then execute the strike immediately upon breaking concealment. His safety would be maximized. The only drawback was that the cooldown for Shadow Stealth was rather lengthy, a full 20 seconds. It seems he must first evolve Shadow Stealth to reduce the cooldown duration. In the shadows, Qin Chuan contemplated as he navigated through the throngs of people, once again acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Shadow Assassin, perpetual stealth. Unlike conventional assassins, whose stealth is bound by temporal limitations, even with maximum skill enhancement, a cooldown period inevitably ensues upon revealing oneself, rendering them vulnerable during these intervals. Such moments, known as the downtime, represent the assassin's most precarious state. However, Qin Chuan was different. With sheer intent, he could achieve infinite stealth. Moreover, he possessed a unique ability that set him apart from ordinary assassins, leaving adversaries baffled as to his whereabouts, often appearing several meters away from their expectations. Utilizing his stealth, Qin Chuan swiftly approached the village entrance. The novice village buzzed with activity, yet the fervor outside was an order of magnitude greater. Countless players labored diligently to level up. After navigating the initial chaos, they discovered the most effective method for advancement was through teamwork. However, even with cooperation, their efficiency in monster slaying remained subpar. This inefficiency stemmed from the cunning nature of the creatures within the game. Observing from the shadows for a brief moment, Qin Chuan opted to press onward. The crowd was too dense, and he needed to seek a more advanced area for training. Chapter 6: The Assassin and the Sniper. Even the Divine cannot defend. Qin Chuan selected the Boar Plains as his training ground, where the creatures began at level 5. A quick scan allowed him to pinpoint his target. Wild Boar, level 5. Health, 500. Attack, 50. Defense, 30. Skill, Charge. Currently, with his attributes, employing the Shadow Dagger from a distance of 30 meters would only inflict 185 points of true damage, necessitating 3 strikes to fell the Wild Boar, a rather insufficient output. Qin Chuan mused that if other players were to hear of his predicament, they would undoubtedly scoff at him. Only 185 damage? Is that even a complaint worth making? They might say, when we stab a rabbit with a small knife, scoring 5 or 6 points is commendable. And here you are dealing nearly 200 to a level 5 wild boar with a defense of 30. Yet, endowed with exceptional talent and a hidden class, Qin Chuan aspired to reach greater heights. Thus, his gaze shifted to the beast skull, which inherently possessed evolutionary points. something not to be squandered. The source of his damage, aside from the sniper's enhancement, largely stemmed from his critical stealth strike. Regrettably, his talent did not apply to the beast skull's capabilities. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pursue its evolution. This inaugural opportunity for evolution could only be allocated to his shadow stealth. Grasping the beast skull, Qin Chuan initiated the usage. First evolution consumes 1 evolution point. Proceed to evolve shadow stealth? Affirmative. Ding. Shadow stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded to ordinary black iron. In the game of Apocalypse, both equipment and skills adhere to a singular grading system, ranked from low to high as follows: ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, and legendary, comprising a total of 8 tiers. In truth, had the circumstances permitted, Qin Chuan would have preferred to evolve the beast skull itself. However, this item is not an equipment, but rather a tool. Thus it does not fall within the scope of utility. True to its reputation for balance, the Apocalypse has effectively eliminated the possibility of players becoming stuck. Qin Chuan felt a tinge of regret. He then proceeded to examine the new attributes of Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth 1, Black Iron level, Enter Stealth State. A critical strike inflicts an additional attack power 12050, damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 18 seconds. What is a qualitative change? This is it. Merely ascending from ordinary to Black Iron level, the attributes of Shadow Stealth have escalated dramatically. The attack multiplier has increased by 20%. While this may not be evident in the early stages, it becomes significantly noteworthy in the later phases, when a player's attack power reaches 10,000 or even higher. Of course, that pertains to the mid to late game. In the early stages, the focus lies on fixed damage. This evolution has also resulted in a more than doubled fixed damage output, propelling Qin Chuan's damage potential to new heights. Furthermore, the cooldown has been reduced by 2 seconds. Perfect, simply perfect. Qin Chuan gazed at the somewhat dull beast skull in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. No wonder that player from his past life, despite entering the game a month later, managed to surpass others and ultimately ranked among the top 10 experts. The beast skull played an indispensable role. Frankly, had that player possessed slightly better talent and not been merely an ordinary class, perhaps their achievements would have been even greater. With a high-level talent and being the sole hidden class, coupled with the aid of the beast skull, surpassing his former self is no longer a daunting task. I shall reach even greater heights. Qin Chuan felt increasingly invigorated. He then cast his gaze towards the wild boar in the distance, without a hint of hesitation. He swiftly launched a shadow dagger. The dark energy coalesced in Qin Chuan's hand, transforming into a blade that shot forth with great speed. He could distinctly sense that, at the moment he released it, an invisible force corrected his stance, enabling him to throw it faster and more accurately. It appears to be the hidden effect of a sniper. Perhaps 30 meters is not my limit after all, Qin Chuan mused. Initially, he had set the 30-meter range based on his past experiences, considering the limited attributes of a level 1 player. However, it seems that the effects of the sniper extend beyond mere words, possessing additional benefits. Just as Qin Chuan was contemplating, the shadow dagger had already traversed the 30-meter distance, striking the wild boar's abdomen with precision. 329. The massive damage number floated up, causing a significant drop in the wild boar's health bar. Qin Chuan felt a bit regretful for not landing a critical hit. Otherwise, it would have been an instant kill. Perhaps next time, I can aim for a vital area like the eyes. With the sniper's correction, the probability of hitting would be considerably high, Qin Chuan silently calculated. Meanwhile, the distant wild boar, taken aback by the sudden attack, became enraged, quickly locking onto Qin Chuan, lowering its head in preparation to charge. However, in the next moment, the wild boar lost its target and was left bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't there a person just now? Where did they go? Did it misjudge? Is there really anyone there? The wild boar found it hard to comprehend, and soon lost interest in pondering further, resuming its grazing. In the distant shadows, Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before standing still to await the cooldown of his skill. After 10 seconds, the shadow-throwing knife was ready, and he expertly hurled a knife. This time, however, he deliberately aimed for the wild boar's eye. A critical hit of 494 damage was registered, indicating a successful strike on the creature's weak point. With a chime, he received notification of slaying a level 5 wild boar, earning 50 experience points, plus an additional 20 experience points for exceeding the level by 4. In total, he garnered 70 experience points, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he possessed extraordinary talent and, coupled with his formidable defense as a heavy-armored warrior, he could only manage to gain 1 or 2 levels from slaying monsters, and that was a slow process. This was considered commendable. Ordinary players typically needed to form a party to defeat monsters, resulting in diminished experience points that had to be shared among multiple players, rendering leveling up a painstaking endeavor. However, in light of the substantial experience points, Qin Chuan was more concerned with the hypothesis he had just validated. Emerging from the shadows, he fell into contemplation. Indeed, the sniper talent adjusted his actions to achieve pinpoint accuracy. While he would not claim to be a top-tier throwing knife expert at this moment, he could confidently assert that he had reached the level of a first-rate master. With this revelation, Qin Chuan promptly revised his leveling strategy. At a distance of 30 meters, a critical strike could not instantly annihilate a level 5 wild boar, lacking just a tad of damage. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue. From his previous 2 shadow throwing knife attempts, Qin Chuan made another discovery. The 30-meter distance was far from his limit. Although he could not enhance his attack power, he could easily step back 2 paces, extending the distance to 35 or even 50 meters. It was no exaggeration to say that he felt capable of accurately hitting a wild boar from over 100 meters away. This newfound confidence was a direct result of his sniper talent. At a 100-meter range, with a 10-fold damage increase, combined with the substantial base value of his critical strike, he could hardly fathom the damage he could unleash. With the combination of an assassin's skills and the sniper talent, even divine beings would find it hard to defend. Chapter 7. Level 1 against Level 2. Once the cooldown for Shadow Stealth concluded, Qin Chuan seamlessly entered a state of stealth while searching for his next target. Once again, it was a level 5 wild boar, but this time, Qin Chuan positioned himself 40 meters away. Although he had confidence in hitting a wild boar from 100 meters, it was unnecessary. If he lost equipment, he would have to return to retrieve it, which would be a hassle. Given that 40 meters combined with a critical strike was sufficient to instantly kill a level 5 wild boar, why complicate matters? As he contemplated, Qin Chuan completed his aim. With a flick of his wrist, the dark shadow throwing knife silently soared through the air. The wild boar, oblivious to the looming shadow of death as it grazed, met its demise. A strike of 657 damage was recorded, depleting the wild boar's health bar and yielding a generous 70 experience points. Qin Chuan cast a quick glance around. As expected, not a single bristle was dropped. He remained unfazed by this. After 10 years of grinding in the game Apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to its idiosyncrasies. The difficulty was high, and the drop rates were notoriously low. However, he did not anticipate valuable loot from these minor creatures. True equipment drops required far more effort. His primary objective was leveling up. With 70 experience points from a single wild boar, a mere dozen would suffice for a level up. Currently, he was defeating 1 boar every 18 seconds, making the endeavor a matter of just a few minutes. Upon reflection, Qin Chuan could not help but secretly click his tongue. The speed of advancement was astonishingly rapid. The first player to reach level 10 would receive additional rewards. A chance missed in his previous life, but this time he was determined to seize the opportunity. With a clear objective in mind, all that remained was to grind. Transforming into a relentless hunter of wild boars, Qin Chuan moved through the overgrown grass with stealth, each strike resulting in a swift kill, leaving no room for a second blow. Immersed in the thrill of his rapid eliminations, Qin Chuan soon received the notifications he desired. You have reached level 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have additionally acquired 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the aberrant beast is activated. You have received 5 more free attribute points. A continuous stream of notifications compelled Qin Chuan to pause. Even among hidden professions, there were distinctions in strength. He mused himself. In his previous life as a heavily armored warrior, each level up granted him a standard allocation of points alongside an additional 3 free attributes. Yet the Shadow Assassin received a direct allocation of 5 points. Truly, as a uniquely exceptional hidden profession, it was formidable. Coupled with the attribute points granted by the aberrant beast skull, Qin Chuan could accumulate a total of 20 attribute points per level, double that of ordinary players. It felt as though he were cheating, but then he realized he was the one benefiting from this advantage, which soothed his mind. While those who exploit cheats are universally condemned, when one is the beneficiary of such advantages, they merely crave for an even greater power. With the 15 free attribute points at his disposal, Qin Chuan planned to allocate them in a 2:1 ratio between agility and strength. Agility being the primary attribute of an assassin enhances attack speed, movement speed, and critical strike chance, providing exceptional value. However, relying solely on speed would be insufficient. Attack power must also be addressed. To further expedite his leveling, Qin Chuan resolved to hunt wild boars of a higher level. In the absence of superior equipment, he knew he needed to enhance his strength to boost his attack power. After careful contemplation, he finalized the distribution of his points. And his attribute panel was transformed anew. Nickname: Night Wanderer. Profession: Shadow Assassin. Level 2, 502,000. Attributes: Strength 11, Constitution 6, Agility 20. Spirit 5, Attack 16, Defense 8, Health points 160, Magic points 60. Although his health was quite frail, Qin Chuan was unfazed. As an assassin, his innate conditions were set. Maxing out Constitution held little significance. Moreover, he was a rare ranged assassin, striking and retreating, never foolishly exchanging blows with his enemies. Having allocated his points, Qin Chuan pressed onward, setting his sights on a wild boar in the distance. Wild boar level: 7 health points, 1050 attack, 105 defense, 70 skill. Charge: its attributes were significantly higher than those of the level 5 wild boar. This was one of the hidden settings of the apocalypse. The level of monsters was categorized in intervals of 5, with higher levels exhibiting a greater disparity in attributes. Additionally, there was the aspect of class advancement, commonly referred to as first and second transitions. The level 7 wild boar, despite its substantial health pool, was worth a try. With shadow daggers coalescing in his hands, Qin Chuan raised his arm and launched his attack. 782. Weak point attack. The damage has significantly increased. However, in the face of the wildly inflated health of the wild boar, a single strike does not suffice for a swift kill. The wounded boar emits a furious roar, lowering its head and charging forward. Qin Chuan furrows his brow and activates Shadow Stealth, vanishing from sight. The boar, undeterred, charges straight ahead. Yet, Qin Chuan had already begun to maneuver during his stealth, and by the time the boar reaches his previous position, he has already distanced himself by several meters. As the shadow throwing knife cools down, the severely weakened boar collapses. Ding! You have slain a level 7 wild boar and gained 70 experience points. An additional 35 experience points are awarded for defeating an opponent 5 levels higher. In total, 105 experience points are accrued, visibly advancing the experience bar a notch. However, Qin Chuan is not satisfied with this outcome. Compared to dispatching a level 7 boar with 2 strikes, he would prefer to eliminate a level 5 boar with a single blow. The latter offers a higher overall efficiency due to its base experience and additional bonuses. Qin Chuan ponders this matter deeply. After careful calculation, he concludes that this method holds little significance. Possessing a sharpshooter's talent, even with diminished damage from using a bow, he can still inflict respectable harm. However, without the ability to secure a one-hit kill, he must rely on evasive maneuvers. It is not that Qin Chuan lacks the skill. Rather, his low level makes him an easy target for the surrounding boars. With insufficient agility, an ordinary player cannot outrun a boar equipped with a charge skill. Should he be caught, given his fragile constitution, it would undoubtedly result in instant demise. Rather than aimlessly fleeing, it would be wiser to maintain a greater distance. If he cannot secure a one-hit kill on a level 7 boar from 40 meters away, he would simply step back further. Qin Chuan is resolute in his belief that, beyond 80 meters, with damage doubled, he will still be able to fell the boar. A thought arises. Can the shadow throwing knife reach such distances? To validate his hypothesis, Qin Chuan decisively targets a wild boar 80 meters away. At this range, the boar appears merely as a small dot. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan observes it clearly, feeling confident that he will strike true. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Chuan furrows his brow momentarily before relaxing. He has pinpointed the root of the issue: his own attributes. His current stats are insufficient to support the projection of his skills over distances of several dozen or even hundreds of meters. Presently, at a distance of 50 meters, without a critical hit, accounting for weak point damage, the shadow throwing knife can inflict 976 points of true damage, which is inadequate for a level 7 boar. Unless he achieves a guaranteed critical hit, which his current attributes cannot support. Qin Chuan's gaze shifts to a nearby level 6 boar. Health points, 900. Excellent. You shall be my target. Chapter 8, The Team. 976. Weak point attack. The level 6 boar, leisurely grazing, falls dead on the spot. Ding. You have slain a level 6 wild boar and gained 60 experience points. An additional 24 experience points are awarded for defeating an opponent 4 levels higher. Qin Chuan nods in satisfaction. A single strike for a kill yields satisfactory experience points. Calculating the efficiency of leveling up, it remains favorable, as he can still achieve a level up after dispatching merely a dozen wild boars. Perhaps after my upgrade, I should allocate more attribute points to strength? While awaiting the cooldown of Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan continued to ponder. His current limitation lay in his attack power. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this thought. Not only that, but he was also prepared to revise his previous plan, opting to invest all available attribute points into agility. The damage increase from enhancing strength was limited. Currently, a significant portion of his output derived from the critical damage of Shadow Stealth. Among this, the fixed damage from the critical strike was of utmost importance. Therefore, he resolved to forego any increase in strength and instead focus entirely on agility. Rather than adding a few points to strength, it would be more advantageous to slay additional monsters to accumulate evolution points. With the foundational values of Shadow Stealth at the Black Iron level already so high, should he manage to evolve it to the Bronze level, he could at least double its effectiveness. However, the points required for the second evolution would be at least 2 or more, and with Shadow Dagger also needing evolution, it seemed he would have to continue striving. Qin Chuan decisively immersed himself in the pursuit of leveling up. Given his current rate of experience acquisition, he could level up within 10 minutes at most, which was not slow. As Qin Chuan continued to swiftly eliminate wild boars, a team was making its way toward the wild boar plain. The members chatted as they walked. "Boss Longting, can we defeat the wild boars at our level? They are all at least level 5. Are you instructing me on what to do?" "Absolutely not. Rest assured, the boss is a hidden class heavy armored warrior with defense over 3 times that of an average player. Xiao Xue is a divine fire priestess, capable of imbuing our attacks with holy damage, sufficient to breach the wild boar's defenses." That seems to be the case. I was worrying unnecessarily. One can only say that Apocalypse is exceedingly popular. The low-level areas are completely packed with players, and monsters are hard to come by. The rabbits spawn and die within mere seconds, slaughtered by a flurry of blades. If we remain in the low-level zone, leveling will be slower. It is better to try our luck here. Indeed, with our configuration, we can definitely tackle monsters of a higher level, coupled with the additional experience bonus. It will be faster than struggling to claim monsters in the lower zones. The boss is wise. As they chatted idly, they soon made a new discovery. A player wielding a longbow pointed at a distant wild boar carcass in astonishment, exclaiming, "Someone has arrived here even earlier than us." The leading heavy armored warrior surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of confusion. "Why don't I see any other teams?" "Exactly, to hunt wild boars. At least a small squad is required. Furthermore, ordinary players venturing here are merely fodder. The opposing team is likely hidden classes, just like us." Indeed, Apocalypse is truly a gathering of hidden talents. Such a small novice village harbors so many hidden classes. Not seeing any figures. Could they have been sent to the revival point by the wild boars? It's possible. Those wild boars, starting from level 6, have significantly boosted attributes and should not be underestimated. The leading heavy armored warrior raised his hand to interrupt the discussion, stating solemnly, "Everyone, be vigilant, and try to find level 5 wild boars." Before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed a level 6 wild boar collapse with a thud. Moreover, a sphere of light fell nearby. Judging by the icon, it was an equipment drop. The archer in the team immediately grew excited, exclaiming, "That wild boar just committed suicide." As he prepared to step forward and retrieve his equipment, he was abruptly halted by the captain. The man's expression turned grave as he uttered, "There's someone." The archer lifted his gaze and saw a shadow gradually materializing. After casting a fleeting glance in their direction, it vanished once more. The briefness of the encounter left the archer questioning his own perception. Turning to his comrades, he noticed they too wore expressions of doubt, as if pondering the existence of the elusive figure. Was there truly someone there, or was it merely an illusion? The heavy armored warrior glanced towards the assassin in their midst and remarked, "That must be the assassin's stealth ability." The assassin nodded, then shook his head, elucidating, "The ability indeed pertains to stealth, but the issue lies in the fact that one cannot utilize stealth immediately after becoming visible. A cooldown is required." The heavy armored warrior pressed further. Could it be a powerful invisibility? The assassin dismissed the notion with a vigorous shake. Impossible. Regardless of the game, powerful invisibility is a high-level skill that players of this caliber cannot possibly acquire. The warrior was well aware of this. He was an experienced player himself. A thought struck him, and he called out to the area where the shadow had disappeared, "I am Longting Tianxia, and I wish to make your acquaintance." At this moment, Longting Tianxia realized that there had indeed been another player present. The level 6 wild boar's demise was not a mere accident. It had been swiftly dispatched in one blow. Coupled with the immediate stealth that followed, it was evident that their opponent was undoubtedly an assassin-type hidden class. This revelation invigorated Longting Tianxia's ambitions. He was determined to establish the foremost guild in the world, and such a skilled player was not to be overlooked. Meanwhile, the stealthy Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. It was him. In a previous life, Qin Chuan had frequently interacted with Longting Tianxia, as both were heavy armored warriors vying for supremacy on the warrior leaderboard. Ultimately, Qin Chuan had triumphed, securing the top position through a more compatible talent. Now, encountering Longteng Tianxia and observing his heavy armor, Qin Chuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Naturally, he would not acquiesce to an invitation from Longteng Tianxia, as he could never submit to another. However, he recognized the value of forging a connection with such a noteworthy individual. With this in mind, Qin Chuan emerged from his stealth, presenting himself with poise. "Ah, it is Longteng Tianxia. I have long admired your reputation." Without hesitation, Longteng Tianxia sent a friend request. "Player Longteng Tianxia has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Qin Chuan chose to accept, observing the newly added name in his friend list. Longteng Tianxia clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is Yushin. I am honored to make your acquaintance." Behind them, the archer muttered under his breath, "Yushin? I don't recall any renowned expert by that name." Chapter 9. I want to report. Longteng Tianxia was quite discerning. Although he could not recall any expert named Yushin, it did not hinder him from recognizing Qin Chuan's potential. Just the ability to swiftly eliminate a level 6 wild boar was sufficient evidence of his prowess. It was known that the level 6 wild boar possessed a substantial 900 health points, even without any defensive capabilities. An average player would require considerable time to vanquish it. Yet, under Yushin's command, the creature had shown no resistance and was dispatched in an instant. Longteng Tianxia questioned his own abilities, feeling that he was incapable of achieving such feats. Not only him, but even their 5-member team collectively could not eliminate a level 6 wild boar in a single strike. His own team, comprised mostly of hidden professions and boasting commendable talents, still paled in comparison. The astonishing damage inflicted by the Night Wanderer must surely derive from an extraordinary talent, perhaps of high caliber. Longteng Tianxia pondered further. After all, he too possessed a talent of significant level, albeit one focused on defense. Yet, even when converted to offensive capabilities, it fell short of delivering a single lethal blow to a level 6 wild boar. Could it be that the Night Wanderer possessed a talent of unparalleled grade? Longteng Tianxia was taken aback by his own speculation, feeling a mix of astonishment and a hint of envy. Though a touch of jealousy lingered, it was not overwhelming. Suppressing his thoughts, he extended an invitation. "Brother Night Wanderer, would you care to join our team for some leveling?" In Longteng Tianxia's estimation, the Night Wanderer's impressive talent was likely the reason behind his ability to vanquish wild boars, but such high damage could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, during the intervals of the Night Wanderer's cooldown periods, their team could assist him in leveling up. Longteng Tianxia did not expect to win the Night Wanderer over with this invitation, but hoped to foster some goodwill. His loyal teammates, being old allies, immediately grasped their leader's intent and chimed in. "Great Night Wanderer, let us team up. It guarantees efficiency. Indeed, with our formidable tank at the forefront, you can focus solely on dealing damage. Let us level up before other players arrive." However, Qin Chuan politely declined their warm invitation. "Thank you all for your kindness, but I prefer the path of a lone wolf." Longteng Tianxia felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, one of the archers in the team muttered in defiance. Such arrogance may lead to a swift demise at the hands of a wild boar. Though his voice was not loud, it was sufficient for Qin Chuan to overhear. Yet, he dismissed it entirely. There was little reason to engage with a random passerby. Longteng Tianxia furrowed his brow, reprimanding, "Apologize to Brother Night Wanderer." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such formality, President Longteng. I'll be off to level up." With that, he activated stealth and retrieved the equipment he had previously dropped. Glancing at the item, he noted, "Wild Boar Leather Armor, Common Level Constitution 2, Defense 20. Equipment requirement, Level 6. The attributes were decent, yet he could not equip it at the moment, so he decided to set it aside for later. Meanwhile, the archer in Longteng Tianxia's team complained in the chat. "That Night Wanderer is so full of himself. He just managed to take down a level 6 boar. He must have utilized some talent or item. If it's a talent, such high burst damage surely comes with a lengthy cooldown. If it's an item, how many more uses could he have left?" Although the others in the team remained silent, they shared similar sentiments. Even Longteng Tianxia felt a slight discomfort. Having built his reputation through countless games, being rebuffed after extending an invitation was a blow to his pride. Yet, he chose not to display his emotions outwardly, instead gazing into the distance, awaiting Qin Chuan's next move. In accordance with Longteng Tianxia's thoughts, Yushin aspired to replicate his previous high burst damage. Yet he would require a cooldown of at least half an hour. However, before this notion could fully register, Longteng Tianxia observed a level 6 wild boar collapse in the distance. Simultaneously, Yushin's silhouette emerged. Could he strike again so swiftly? Longteng Tianxia's brow furrowed. It had barely been half a minute since the last encounter, yet Yushin managed to annihilate another creature. He must truly possess extraordinary talent. Yet in the next moment, Longting Tianxia discerned an anomaly. Was Yushin's position not rather too distant? A typical assassin would initiate their attack from behind the monster, wouldn't they? The Group S priest, Shenhua, also noticed this peculiarity and remarked, "How can Yushin kill from such a distance? Is he perhaps an archer?" That seemed implausible. The nearby archer asserted emphatically, "What kind of archer can slay creatures of a higher level? Furthermore, I have observed that the slain wild boar bore no arrow wounds. I can guarantee that Yushin cannot possibly be an archer." A new enigma unfolded before Longting's team. How could an assassin eliminate a creature from 50 meters away? Was he truly an assassin, or rather marksman? Absurd. Just as Longting Tianxia and his companions pondered this perplexity, Qin Chuan once again entered a stealth mode. Moments later, yet another carefree, grazing wild boar fell lifelessly to the ground. The archer, observing intently, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What the hell? Is he hacking?" Then, cursing vehemently, he continued, "Tianxi claims to be absolutely free of hacks. Yet this is sheer boastfulness without a shred of evidence." Longting Tianxia was privy to certain insider information. It was rumored that Tianxi was a collaborative development among nations worldwide. The technological sophistication was so high that hacks would surely be implausible. Nonetheless, the scene before him genuinely stirred doubts. A kill every 20 seconds was inexplicable without the aid of cheats. Just as Longting Tianxia questioned his existence, yet another wild boar succumbed. Before the archer could speak, another assassin could no longer contain himself. In comparison to Qin Chuan, this assassin felt woefully inadequate. Was the disparity between assassins truly so vast? He muttered to himself, bewilderment evident in his eyes. The archer, placing a comforting hand on his fellow assassin's shoulder, spoke with a tone of dejection. "I understand your feelings. I must ask, how can an assassin eliminate a wild boar from 50 meters away, leaving me, an archer, in dismay? Is this game still enjoyable?" The two exchanged glances, contemplating the unpredictability of life. Longting Tianxia, however, gripped his shield tightly and spoke gravely, "Be cautious. A monster approaches." During their conversation, a wild boar had locked its gaze upon them and charged forward, lowering its head. Thud! Longting Tianxia was knocked back 3 steps, his health plummeting alarmingly. Fortunately, the team's priest was quick-witted, casting a preemptive healing spell that restored Longting Tianxia's health to full. Following this, he swiftly applied the divine fire mark to his comrades, executing his actions with remarkable fluidity. The assassins and the archer resumed their focus, drawing their weapons to engage in combat. 5. The fixed damage from the divine fire mark continued to manifest. Before the formidable health bar of the wild boar, they appeared so insignificant. As for their own output, it barely managed to breach the defenses. What damage could they possibly inflict? However, the silver lining was that they could at least deal some damage. As long as Longting Tiantang could withstand the onslaught, bringing down this wild boar would be effortless. After a chaotic battle, the Longting squad finally vanquished the level 5 wild boar, claiming a decisive victory. Indeed, they were quite powerful. Longting Tianang offered words of encouragement, yet the response was tepid. His teammates seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. Annoyed, Longting Tiantang felt slighted by their lack of respect. The priestess pointed into the distance, stating, "Boss, I suspect someone is cheating." While they struggled to collectively slay the level 5 wild boar, the Night Wanderer had effortlessly dispatched 3 level 6 boars. "Damn it," Longting Tiantang cursed. "I report in earnest. There are hackers here." Chapter 10. I stand even with the Night Wanderer. If possible, Longting Tiantang wished to inquire where the Night Wanderer procured his hacks, hoping to acquire one for himself. The speed at which he eliminated monsters was utterly outrageous. Longting Tianang thought to himself, adjusting his mindset. Anyone witnessing their entire team laboring tirelessly to defeat monsters, only to see another effortlessly accomplish the same, would feel a sense of defeat. Observing the morale of his team wavering, Longting Tiantang quickly declared, "Everyone, do not be disheartened. Setting the Night Wanderer aside, we are still immensely powerful. At this moment, can other players tackle level 5 boars? They cannot." This statement garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Indeed, they were formidable players, as long as they refrained from comparison with the Night Wanderer. The assassin in the team chimed in. "I suspect the Night Wanderer's talents may be more suited to range combat. In other words, his melee capabilities must surely be lacking." The assassin seemed to find newfound purpose, proudly asserting, "My talent boosts melee damage by 20%, with boundless potential in the later stages. I am certainly not inferior to the Night Wanderer. In this light, it seemed they were evenly matched. While he could not rival the range prowess, the Night Wanderer could not surpass his melee skills either. The archer beside them felt a pang of frustration. You can compare melee with the Night Wanderer, but as an archer, I can only compare range skills. However, the archer soon discovered his own strengths, exclaiming, "The Night Wanderer's ranged attacks are likely tied to his class skills. He surely cannot shoot. When it comes to archery, I surpass the Night Wanderer. The boss knows I'm a professional marksman in real life. Can you both not aspire to something greater?" Yet, upon reflection, Lonting Tiantang felt a surge of confidence. In terms of defense, he was indeed superior to the Night Wanderer. The Lonting squad rallied. Their spirits lifted as they confidently sought their next target. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Chuan was still focused on leveling up. After several attempts, he had become adept at striking from a distance of 50 meters, merely awaiting a boost to his attributes to further distance himself, ultimately achieving the ability to slay enemies from afar. Should the god of archery descend once more in this life, he would surely learn what it meant to be a true marksman. Qin Chuan mused, effortlessly dispatching a distant wild boar with a flying knife. You have leveled up to level 3. You have been awarded 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the aberrant beast has activated, bestowing upon you yet another 5 free attribute points. This time, Qin Chuan refrained from allocating his attribute points to strength. Unless he were to invest entirely, such a decision would bear little significance. In comparison to strength, an assassin's primary need lies in agility. With a total of 15 points dedicated to agility, Qin Chuan's agility attribute soared to an astonishing 37. It is noteworthy that even a typical assassin player, fully investing in agility, would require at least 6 or 7 levels to achieve such a height. By that time, Qin Chuan's attributes would have already advanced further. The gap between him and ordinary players would only continue to widen. Securing the aberrant beast's skull at the earliest opportunity proved to be a wise choice. Qin Chuan mused contentedly. If he were to slay around 60 wild boars, he would acquire 1 evolution point. However, achieving further evolution of shadow stealth might not suffice unless he encountered another. How could I have overlooked this? Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization. There exists a mechanic in the game where, after players repetitively slay a particular type of monster, a corresponding event will trigger. In fact, this is one of the most accessible methods for novice players in the starter village. Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the vicinity of the starter village. If all went according to plan, the wild rabbits should soon be activated for respawn after the player's relentless slaughter. He immediately understood its respawn. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan headed towards the starter village. At this juncture, his 37 agility began to manifest its effects. Not only did he swiftly catch up to the Dragon Rising team, but he also easily surpassed them. Meanwhile, outside the starter village, countless players surged forward with fervor. Step aside, this one is mine. Just because you claim it, does that make it yours? Did you write your name on it? This area is reserved by our Jura Hall. Those who wish to avoid death should scram. What nonsense guild are you running? You think you can claim this? I'll give you a taste of my blade. However, the fervor of the players remained undeterred. This was the first wild rabbit in the starter village. It was certain to drop valuable loot. With the current fervor surrounding the game, any equipment that dropped could fetch a high price. The dream of riches was tantalizingly close, prompting players to rush forward. If anyone obstructed their path, the more irritable players would not hesitate to strike. Yet, it didn't take long for some players to notice something amiss. The respawn was indeed a positive development, but why were they unable to inflict any damage? Upon closer inspection, the rabbit's defense was an astounding 250 points. One player immediately roared in outrage. Get the designer out here. Is this something new players can even touch? Refund us, Geneva. Damn, who the hell is groping me? Seeking death? Excuse me, square lady, please don't block the way. Only brawlers can handle this. It requires our mages to intervene. Sisters, let them witness the might of our 5 fireball sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 fireballs soared forth simultaneously, accurately striking the rampant wild rabbit. However, in the next moment, the mage's excitement came to an abrupt halt. Resistance. The total damage from the 5 fireballs amounted to 0. The rabbit shook itself, completely unscathed, and continued to pursue players as if they were mere carrots to chew on. However, among the players, there exist hidden classes that, leveraging their inherent advantages, are capable of inflicting a considerable amount of damage. As these minor contributions accumulate, they manage to strip away a layer of health from the wild rabbit. Witnessing such remarkable achievements, the players become increasingly exhilarated. Even those who are unbreakable do not entertain thoughts of retreat. Rather, they zealously pursue the attack. Their invulnerability matters little, for others are equally incapable of breaching defenses. In the game mechanics, there is a stipulation that during wilderness battles, if no player or team inflicts more than 50% of the decisive damage, the ownership of the dropped items will be randomly assigned among all participating players. In other words, everyone has a chance to acquire the coveted divine equipment. What could be more thrilling than this? Nothing. Furthermore, since this occurs just outside the novice village, players can easily resurrect after death, allowing them to act without hesitation. As the health of the rabbit has diminished by 5%, the leaders of several guilds grow increasingly anxious. They are determined to secure the first kill upon the server's launch, but if they cannot accumulate sufficient damage, their efforts will be in vain. Fortunately, their competitors are equally stymied, providing them with a modicum of reassurance. While the players engage in various calculations, a colossal damage number appears above the rabbit's head. 976. Weak point attack. Chapter 11. What the? Is there a cheat? The marksman truly lives up to their talent, able to even correct predictive attacks. Qin Chuan mused. The attributes are impressive, encompassing not only specific values such as attack, defense, and health, but also speed. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan aimed for the rabbit's eye and threw a knife, yet he harbored little hope. After all, this rabbit hops faster than the average one, its head moving so swiftly that it seems to leave after images. Hitting it is already a challenge, let alone landing a weak point attack. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan succeeded, further proving the might of the marksman's talent. After executing the Shadow Blade, Qin Chuan swiftly entered Shadow Stealth, casting a glance at the remaining health. Giant Wild Rabbit, Black Iron Level 5. Health, 652, 250, 000. Attack, 350. Defense, 250. Skill Leap. Description: born from the vengeful fury of the rabbit clan, it possesses power that surpasses that of ordinary rabbits. This wild rabbit has been spawning for several minutes and has been besieged by hundreds of players, yet it has only lost 5% of its health, equating to approximately 500 to 600 points. Now, with a single throw of his knife, Qin Chuan inflicts nearly 1,000 points of damage. Such damage can be replicated every 20 seconds, allowing him to surpass the cumulative damage of other players within a minute. However, Qin Chuan remains vigilant. Although their single instance damage may be modest, the total accumulation is still significant. According to the game rules, if he cannot inflict more than half of the decisive damage, Qin Chuan cannot guarantee himself the spoils of victory. He quickly calculates, with my ability to deliver 3 critical strikes in a minute, I can inflict nearly 3,000 damage. To achieve more than half of the decisive damage, I will need 8 minutes. However, as the number of players increases, 8 minutes could bring about numerous variables. If one were to forego the cooldown of Shadow Stealth and supplement it with Shadow Dagger, given that the latter has a swift cooldown, it may prove unwise. The risks are too substantial. This is merely the novice village, and should I inflict significant damage, I would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. Once revealed, it would be inevitable that I face a barrage of assaults, and my meager health cannot withstand many hits. Even with the penalties of a red name, it would not deter those fervent players. In that moment, Qin Chuan found himself in a quandary. Such a rare opportunity. Must I let it slip away? As Qin Chuan pondered how to secure the rights to the spoils, the other players were already in an uproar. What is happening? After a prolonged struggle, they had finally whittled down a layer of health, and everyone had a fair chance to touch the equipment. An ideal scenario for all. How could a dramatically exaggerated damage value suddenly appear? Goodness, is there a cheat? Did I not just see over 900 damage? No decimal point, right? A staggering 976 points of damage, and that was with a weak point attack. What manner of player is engaging in this game? I haven't even broken defense. My total output remains 0. Can this continue? The players of the Rorschach Hall expressed their strong dissent. Brother, where can one purchase such cheats? Are they reliable? Regardless of whether it is a cheat or not, we must identify that individual and prevent them from continuing their onslaught. Otherwise, the rights to the spoils will no longer pertain to us. Indeed, that is the rationale. Brothers, keep your eyes peeled for suspicious figures and attack them directly. We must eliminate him. The players engaged in fervent discussion, undeterred even as they were targeted by the wild rabbits, resolute in their quest to uncover the identity of the mysterious player. Some even aimed their skills at Qin Chuan's previous position, attempting to eliminate him while he remained in stealth. From his shadowy concealment, Qin Chuan felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, he could seamlessly blend into the shadows. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by this frenzied mob of players. This only reaffirmed Qin Chuan's belief in the wisdom of his choice. Had he followed the recommendation of the Apocalypse and opted for the Archer class, he might have dealt greater ranged damage. Yet he would have certainly forfeited the rights to the spoils. For as soon as he approached, countless players would rush to attack him. In such a scenario, unless he could inflict over half of their health with a single arrow, it would all be in vain. As for dispersing the other players, the feasibility of that was close to zero. Although his attributes were high, he had not established a decisive advantage over the others. He lamented having started so early. If only he had delayed a little longer to accumulate evolution points for enhancement, he would not feel so at a disadvantage. Perhaps it is best to patiently await the cooldown of Shadow Stealth. Qin Chuan mused. The assassin in the team remarked, "It is the Night Wanderer." Long Tong Tian Xiam mused. "No wonder they do not wish to team with us. It seems we are the ones holding them back." The group exchanged glances of realization. A key question was posed by the archer in the team. "Captain, with the Night Wanderer now engaged, should we still contest this?" The remaining teammates immediately grasped the implication. Alas, the novice village was randomly assigned. Otherwise, our Dragon Dynasty team could have easily monopolized this opportunity. In this regard, other teams are similarly situated. Without the Night Wanderer, everyone can only rely on chance. The crux of the matter lies with the Night Wanderer. I have previously observed that his attack frequency is approximately every 20 seconds. And within a maximum of 8 minutes, he can inflict decisive damage. In that span of 8 minutes, even if all the players from the novice village were to join forces, their combined damage would likely pale in comparison to that of the Night Wanderer. Longting Tianxia was momentarily taken aback. The initial thrill of discovery gradually faded, replaced by contemplation as he weighed the pros and cons. While Longting Tianxia was deep in thought, a group of 20 to 30 players rushed in, shouting, "President, we have arrived." The character names above these players were notably uniform. Longting Guapi, Longting Yishi Guafu Man, Longtang Wobuchi Niuru, Longtang. Seeing his subordinates come to his aid filled Longting Tianxia with satisfaction. However, the prior dilemma still lingered. Just as he was pondering, Qin Chuan struck once more. 976. Weak point attack. A significant amount of damage appeared, and the wild hare's health visibly diminished. The surrounding players widened their eyes, attempting to identify the suspicious target, but they failed. At the moment of his attack, Qin Chuan slipped back into stealth, lying in wait for another opportunity. His renewed assault solidified Longting Tianxia's resolve. He summoned his subordinates and issued a few commands, leading them away from the wild hare. Other guilds were left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Was the Longting dynasty truly abandoning the prime opportunity for a first kill, a chance for fame and glory? This was not characteristic of Longting Tianxia. As several guild leaders contemplated probing further, they heard Longting Tianxia declare, "Night Wanderer. We of the Longting dynasty concede this." The name Night Wanderer caused several guild leaders to pause in surprise. They had not previously heard of such a formidable player. From the format of the name, it seemed he was not affiliated with any guild. So from whence had he emerged? Upon hearing Longting Tianxia's words, other players erupted in excitement. "Ah, so it's called Night Wanderer. You better not let me catch you." One player remarked, "I just saw someone attacking from afar and then instantly vanish. Could it be that so-called Night Wanderer? If he can stealth, he must be an assassin class. Speaking of which, I am also an assassin, yet I cannot stealth. Must I be treated differently in this game? It's quite exhausting. I have a hidden profession within the assassin class. While I possess stealth, I must wait for the skill cooldown after being revealed. That Night Wanderer can seamlessly enter stealth. What is the principle behind that? No need to ponder too much. He must be cheating. By the way, brother, is it stable?" Is Longting Tianxia's decision to concede a gesture of goodwill towards the Night Wanderer? How spineless. It's merely Night Wanderer. I could easily eliminate him. Brother, can you withstand an attack of over 900 damage? The words of the other players did not concern Qin Chuan, but Longting Tianxia's remarks brought a knowing smile to his face. Indeed, he was still the Longting Tianxia of his memories. As for the revelation of his name by Dragon Rising, Qin Chuan remained indifferent. After all, once he secured the first kill, he would not hide his identity. Other players would inevitably become aware of it. It was merely a matter of time. Dragon Rising's declaration signified his and the entire Dragon Rising Guild's reluctance to be adversaries with him. As he pondered, Qin Chuan once again unleashed his shadow flying dagger. 976. Critical hit. The players who had been lying in wait at his previous attack location felt a tinge of futility upon discovering that Qin Chuan had appeared much farther away. What were they even doing there? He was an assassin capable of stealth. Many players began to reconsider their approach. They were unable to break through his defenses, and their presence here was motivated by a mere gamble on probability. However, now that Night Wanderer had effectively claimed the spoils, they were simply wasting their time. It would be more prudent to level up instead. Nevertheless, some guild members were unwilling to concede. The man sporting the title, Demon Slasher, scoffed, relying on stealth. He seems unaware of his own limitations. Bring him out. Whoosh! An arrow soared into the air, exploding into a brilliant sphere of light. Qin Chuan instantly recognized the skill, the signature ability of archers, the flare. It was a natural nemesis for assassins. It appeared that other players were not to be underestimated either, Qin Chuan mused, though he felt no trace of panic. While it was true that the flare countered assassins, there was a prerequisite, the determination of skill priority. In cases of equal rank, the skill with a higher level would prevail. For instance, a level 1 flare would be incapable of revealing a level 2 stealth. When levels were equivalent, it would then come down to luck. Additionally, the comparison will be made based on skill grade. Qin Chuan's Shadow Stealth had evolved to Black Iron level, while the ordinary flare, unless upgraded beyond level 4, would have no effect on him whatsoever. Thus, this flare would serve only to dazzle the other players, rendering it utterly ineffective. The smile of Demon Slasher froze on his face. What about Night Wanderer? He inquired, glancing at the player beside him, who appeared equally bewildered and exclaimed, My flare is at level 3. How could it fail to reveal an assassin? He must be cheating. Qin Chuan couldn't help but glance at the hunter player. This individual had some skill. Within such a short time since launch, he had managed to elevate his skill to level 3. Many players took days to upgrade their primary damage-dealing abilities, yet this person had accomplished it in under half an hour. It seemed he must have acquired something exceptional, or perhaps possessed a talent enhancement. However, Qin Chuan did not allow this to distract him. What mattered most was seizing the critical opportunity that lay ahead, such as the Beast Skull. No matter how high the skill level, if it did not enhance its grade, it ultimately fell short. Nevertheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for Qin Chuan. While he certainly enjoyed an advantage in initiative, he could not afford to rest on his laurels. Only by forging ahead boldly could he hope to alter his fate. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards Demon Slasher, ultimately deciding against engaging him. It was unnecessary to squander a precious opportunity for damage on such an opponent. He would be better off hunting rabbits instead. 50% of the decisive damage has yet to be accumulated. Thus, one must not squander output. The onlooking players, having waited in vain for the elusive Night Wanderer, began to mock unabashedly. Was this Rakshasa Hall? Quite the bravado, yet lacking in skill. They urged each other to keep their eyes peeled and to refrain from joining such a feeble guild in the future. If you lack ability, practice more. The hunter felt a tinge of frustration. What did this have to do with him? It was evident that the opponents possessed far more formidable cards. This pitiful guild truly lacked any intrigue. Not far away, Longtung Tiantian observed Rakshasa Daisen and the hunter, his eyes gleaming with insight. He could no longer restrain his urge to undermine them. Could it be that his stealth skill had also reached levels of 3 or even 4? Or perhaps it was not merely a matter of level, but of quality. In a fleeting moment, Longtung Tiantian processed a wealth of information, increasingly believing that Night Wanderer was an enigma beyond comprehension. Such a master, even if he could not be recruited into his guild, must certainly not be antagonized. Behind Longtung Tiantian, his team members also came to respect him. Initially, they felt somewhat stifled, especially since this was the first encounter in the novice village, and their guild leader had opted to withdraw. However, upon witnessing the predicament of Rakshasa Daisen, they suddenly perceived their leader's foresight. With Night Wanderer present, they truly had no chance. Their hunter lacked a level 3 flare, and even if he had one, what good would it do? Longtung Tiantian called out to Rakshasa Daisen, Be cautious on your night travels. Do not let Night Wanderer take you down. Rakshasa Daisen, his face flushed with anger, felt a twinge of anxiety within. Night Wanderer dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Should he aim at him, it would likely be a swift demise. Considering this, Rakshasa Daisen quietly instructed, Keep your eyes wide open. Do not let anyone approach. You, fire another flare. Whoosh! A sphere of light reappeared. Rakshasa Daisen's emotions were complex. The fact that Night Wanderer did not eliminate him was a blessing. However, the other's actions undoubtedly indicated that he was of no concern to Night Wanderer. Being disregarded was a more profound insult than being swiftly vanquished. Chapter 13. Collective Surrender. Qin Chuan remained unconcerned with Rakshasa Daisen's thoughts or how the other players would respond. His sole focus was on continuously dealing damage to secure the rights to the spoils. Given the current situation, the prospects appeared favorable. Yet their own output was insufficient. Even if they persisted, they would not secure the rights to the loot. While it was possible to prevent Night Wanderer from claiming ownership, what significance did that hold? If Night Wanderer could not claim the loot, he would simply wait for the next opportunity. They had antagonized a top-tier assassin, elusive and lethal. With such an entity fixated upon them, tranquility was a distant dream. Shuiyang Guild surrendered. Traveler's Home surrendered. Underworld Palace surrendered. The abandonment declarations from several guilds surprised the independent players, simultaneously instilling a sense of vindication in many. In previous games, these guilds were notorious for their tyrannical behavior. Every wild area was monopolized by them, rendering it impossible for independent players to approach. Many had suffered losses, ultimately resigning to their fate. How can one stand against a guild solely with personal strength? Yet now, the Night Wanderer demonstrates through action that an individual can indeed rival a guild, even pressuring it back. Of course, not all guilds have relinquished their ambitions. They have realized that the Night Wanderer's attacks are not limitless. A guild leader proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, do not be deceived. Although the Night Wanderer can seamlessly stealth, he must still await skill cooldowns. Let us unite. The rights to this loot are not yet firmly established." Another player echoed, "Indeed, if the Night Wanderer desires the spoils, he cannot afford to divert his attention towards us. Let us engage him and see how he can counter us." Many players felt invigorated. It seemed plausible. Charge forth and seize the first kill. The scene erupted into chaos once more. Nearby, within the observing Dragon Dynasty team, the priest Snow spoke up, "Leader, what shall we do?" Snow added, "Of course, I do not mean to suggest we snatch the kill. Our Dragon Dynasty is known for its integrity. We cannot afford to go back on our word. What I propose is that we assist the Night Wanderer, offering him a semblance of face." The archer concurred. "I believe that is a sound idea. Our Dragon Dynasty holds considerable weight in the minds of casual players. If our leader intervenes to request they cease hostilities, a portion of them should comply." However, the assassin hesitated, expressing, "While the reasoning is valid, might it not appear that we are lowering ourselves? We are a renowned guild. It would not reflect well to curry favor with a casual player." The discussions among the team reached the ears of Long Tong Tianxia, who shared similar contemplations. Ultimately, he decided to remain passive. The rationale was simple. He believed that even without his assistance, the Night Wanderer would secure the rights to the loot. He possessed that capability. The output potential of the other players was simply not on par with that of the Night Wanderer, especially after several other guilds had also retreated. The decline in health points was markedly slower. Without those elite players, the casuals could hardly muster even a third of the damage output. The unfolding events aligned closely with Long Tong Tianxia's predictions. Although the Night Wanderer did not strike frequently, each blow was sufficiently potent, dealing nearly 1,000 damage each time, accumulating to a significant total. As he observed, Long Tong Tianxia noticed another startling detail. The Night Wanderer consistently targeted critical points. The tone of the archer shifted as he remarked, "This fellow is undoubtedly a top-tier knife thrower in reality. I cannot achieve his level of precision even with my custom bow." Each strike was a critical hit, expertly executed with finesse. It was rare for anyone to achieve such accuracy, especially against rapidly moving targets. Even a stationary target would be a challenge for most. The archer recognized his limitations. Even as a professional marksman, he could not replicate such feats. Who exactly is this Night Wanderer? Under normal circumstances, it would require the combined efforts of novice village players to vanquish him. However, with the emergence of Qin Chuan, this stalemate has been abruptly shattered. More than 4 minutes have elapsed since he commenced his assault, unleashing 12 shadow blades that have collectively wrought damage exceeding 10,000. Such an extraordinary output has left many players in a state of despondency. Are we truly participating in the same game? Meanwhile, the guilds resolutely vying for the first kill find themselves in a precarious situation. The total damage dealt by their members barely compares to the tail light of the Night Wanderer. Although a significant portion of health remains, the claim to the spoils is effectively settled. Continuing the fight seems to hold little purpose. Reflecting upon their earlier bravado, it now appears to be mere folly. The Night Wanderer's ability to engage them simultaneously is inconsequential. His initial strike has already pushed them to their limits. Soon, 2 additional guilds opted to withdraw, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events from a distance. While they may not secure the kill, they can still hope for some drops. Surely, it cannot be that the Night Wanderer can utilize everything that falls. What he cannot employ, they may have the opportunity to claim, and at that moment, they could showcase their financial prowess. This prospect crossed the minds of several guild leaders, who swiftly instructed their subordinates to amass gold. In an instant, the area outside the novice village transformed into a bustling marketplace. High prices for game currency. Priority for bulk purchases. After each strike, he would shift stealthily, never lingering in one spot. 5 minutes later, Qin Chuan's cumulative damage reached an astonishing 26,352, achieving a decisive threshold. This signifies that the claim to the loot has unequivocally fallen to him. Witnessing this scene, the remaining players resolved to abandon their efforts, retreating in droves. As the number of players dwindled, the wild hare gradually lost its targets, swiftly locking its ire on a Qin Chuan. However, it lacked the capacity for counter-stealth, thus could only leap at the moment Qin Chuan attacked, attempting to eliminate this detestable foe. Not far off, the blade of the Azura encouraged him. Rise up and vanquish that night wanderer. The wild hare was remarkably swift, leaping several meters with a single bound, capable of reaching the night wanderer's location in the blink of an eye. With no target to draw its fire, one might assume the night wanderer could not endure for long. Yet, the aspirations of the blade of the Azura were destined for disappointment. Qin Chuan's assault persisted unabated. This indicated that he had not been struck by the wild hare's attack. Some players began to sense something amiss. Why was the night wanderer moving with such speed? How high could his agility truly be? Chapter 14. First kill. Ordinary players failed to inflict sufficient damage to attract the wild hare's ire, allowing their retreat to proceed without hindrance. As more players withdrew, the grassy expanse outside the village grew increasingly vacant. This only served to astonish many players further. The wild hare's speed was undeniable, each leap leaving behind a phantom image, covering distances of 10 to 20 meters in an instant. Players had calculated that even if they initiated an attack from 40 meters away, they could not retreat to safety before being approached. Stealth proved futile, as they would still be caught in the impact wave upon landing. Yet, the night wanderer had accomplished what seemed impossible. The wild hare's counterattacks inflicted no harm upon him. The night wanderer's agility attribute was presumably above 20. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the landing shockwave. Not only that, I have calculated that 20 agility points would indeed allow one to withstand a slight reduction in health from shockwave. Even though the night wanderer's stealth is quite unique and would not be easily disrupted, the relentless depletion of health is unsustainable. Could it be that the night wanderer's agility exceeds 30? What level must one attain to achieve such prowess? Have you not seen their damage output nearing 1,000 with a single strike? They effortlessly slay monsters well above their level. Yet, the game has only been live for a short time. It is inconceivable to reach levels 7 or 8 so swiftly. Let us not forget that the Night Wanderer is a hidden class, benefiting from additional attribute points. I surmise they have allocated all points to agility. This is outrageous. Why should the Night Wanderer monopolize all the advantages? Players are stirred with indignation. Their own lack of skill matters little, as they are all in a similar boat. However, should an exceptionally talented player emerge, they cannot blame others for uniting in their assault. Amidst the discussion, Longteng Tiantan interjects. By what right? Simply by virtue of the Night Wanderer's innate talent. Everyone who entered the game has drawn for talents, right? Players who have achieved hidden classes can attest that even the least among them possess talents of at least level 1. Longteng Tiantian's words leave several players contemplative. I caught a distant glance earlier. The Night Wanderer is currently at level 3. Even if all free attribute points were assigned to agility, it is improbable to exceed 30 points. Is it possible that the Night Wanderer's hidden class is superior, granting more attributes? This is a possibility, yet we cannot dismiss the likelihood of the Night Wanderer possessing exceptional equipment. Speaking of which, previously at the Hunter's location, a player obtained an item from their hands. Could it have been the Night Wanderer? Your words remind me. That player did indeed stealth at the time, and now it seems highly probable that it was the Night Wanderer. Wazti had stated that there would be no internal testing for the game. How did the Night Wanderer know that the hunter had valuable items? I harbor serious suspicions that the Night Wanderer is merely a plant for the game company. Qin Chuan, waiting in the shadows for his skill cooldown, is left astounded. The imagination of the players is indeed boundless. It is evident that the player base is filled with talent. One must not be complacent. Qin Chuan reflects quietly, then swiftly strikes a wild rabbit in the eye. 976. Critical hit. Immediately after Qin Chuan's attack, the rabbit retaliates, leaping back to its previous position, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, Qin Chuan was already prepared. He began moving as he activated stealth. With an impressive agility score of 37, he effortlessly evades the shockwave, sustaining no damage whatsoever. My current attributes are still insufficient. After defeating this foe, I shall continue to level up, aiming to reach level 5 or above as swiftly as possible. I will refrain from using this evolution point for now, choosing to accumulate more to further enhance my shadow stealth. My performance today should have raised alarms among various guilds. They will undoubtedly invest significant effort in training archers, as black iron level stealth alone is not sufficiently reliable. Maintaining a contemplative mindset is a habit of Qin Chuan's, as it aids in making wiser decisions. Of course, primarily, the wild rabbit poses no threat to him. Since he has time to spare, he might as well ponder further. 976. Critical hit. After enduring a barrage of flying knives, the wild rabbit finally succumbs, exploding into several luminous orbs. The surrounding players gazed enviously, but alas, the spoils of victory belonged solely to Night Wanderer. Even if they approached, they would glean not a fragment of the bounty. Nevertheless, a number of players gathered, whispering amongst themselves, preparing to strike him down the moment he collected the loot. As an assassin with a complete agility build, his health was surely limited. A focused assault would undoubtedly bring him down. If they could not defeat him, how could they not vanquish Night Wanderer? Qin Chuan, however, observed their movements with indifference. Upon his victory, a multitude of notifications flooded in. He had slain a black iron-level foe, earning 3,000 experience points. As the first to achieve this kill on the server, he received an additional reward of 20 free attribute points, 1 skill point, and 10 prestige points. You have reached level 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, granting you 5 more free attribute points. The hunting moment has triggered, and you receive 1 evolution point, a total of 35 free attribute points. Qin Chuan allocated all of them to agility. He cast a glance at his attributes. Attributes: Strength 13, Constitution 8, Agility 74, Spirit 7. A staggering 74 points in agility. Such a remarkable figure would be more fitting for a level 10 player, yet Qin Chuan achieved this at level 4. To encapsulate Qin Chuan's current state in a single phrase, light as a feather. The speed enhancement afforded by his high agility was palpably evident. As for the evolution points, Qin Chuan had initially intended to enhance shadow, throwing knives, as 1 point sufficed. However, after witnessing the illuminating projectiles, he resolved to further evolve shadow stealth. After all, his goal in evolving shadow, throwing knives, was to increase damage. Enhancing shadow stealth would serve the same purpose while simultaneously bolstering his survivability. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lost in thought, the system notification chimed once more. The first kill announcement was about to be broadcasted server-wide. Should he conceal his nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of a black iron-level giant rabbit. May other players strive to follow suit. Thus, the initial skirmish in the novice village drew to a close. Qin Chuan gazed at the giant rabbit. Around its carcass were 5 luminous orbs, 4 pieces of equipment, and a skill book. This was undeniably a substantial haul. The drop of the skill book left Qin Chuan momentarily astounded. Just as he marveled at his newfound fortune, a private message from Longting Tiantian arrived. Night Wanderer, could you part with any equipment you cannot use? Rest assured, the price will be satisfactory. Chapter 15, Establishing Authority. Qin Chuan was not surprised by Longting Tiantian's request. He was well acquainted with him. In reality, he was the heir of a multinational corporation, a top-tier rich second generation, determined to establish the premier guild of Apocalypse. And he had expended considerable effort towards this goal. Before Qin Chuan's rebirth, while the Longting dynasty did not ascend to the top guild, it remained among the elite. Given that Qin Chuan's first kill yielded numerous items, it was impossible for Longting Tiantian not to be intrigued. Qin Chuan distinctly remembered that after the integration of Apocalypse with Blue Star in his previous life, it caused a significant upheaval in the real world, with Longting Tiantian investing both funds and effort. Perhaps there may be an intention to win hearts, yet it is undoubtedly a vast improvement compared to those who remain idle. Should there be equipment of little use, offering it to him would indeed be a commendable choice. A few teammates were equally invigorated. The giant wild hare is of black iron grade, and the equipment it drops is at least of the same caliber, with level requirements that are not excessively demanding, rendering it a veritable artifact in the novice village. Should their team manage to acquire 1 or 2 pieces, their prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The assassin in the group remarked, I observed for quite some time, the Night Wanderer's talent is undoubtedly in the realm of ranged attacks. Yet he contrarily chose the path of an assassin. How intriguing. Longting Tianxiao responded, such an illogical combination yields unexpectedly favorable results. Had the Night Wanderer opted for a marksman, even with a hidden profession, he would hardly have a chance at claiming ownership. The marksman concurred. Indeed, had the Night Wanderer been a marksman, he would have been besieged by other players long ago. What does it matter if his output is high if he cannot even approach the target? the Divine Fire Priest. Xiaoxue added, after this battle, even if other guilds harbor reservations about the Night Wanderer, they must now weigh their options. Can they withstand a surprise attack from dozens of meters away? The group exchanged glances. Initially, they questioned the Night Wanderer's choice, but it now appeared that they were on the first level while he resided at least on the fifth. A ranged attacking assassin is quite preposterous. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Night Wanderer's range damage is explosively high. Who could withstand that? This realization dawned upon the guild leaders present, and thus none entertained any further thoughts. Instead, they began to express their desire to purchase the equipment the Night Wanderer had no use for, offering handsome prices. At that moment, a player noticed the glowing orbs surrounding the wild hare gradually fading. This indicated the presence of the Night Wanderer. Immediately, a relentless player shouted, "Quick! Use area skills to cover the attack." With the Night Wanderer's agility hovering around 30, a flurry of skills could certainly force him out. Even if they did not secure all the spoils, acquiring one or two pieces would be a windfall. In an instant, several skills were unleashed, and players swung their crude blades, striking at the air with fervor. Stealth merely rendered him unseen. It did not render him untouchable. If this were the Qin Chuan of yore, he might have struggled to evade such a barrage of skills, even if his awareness kept pace. His attributes would constrain his capabilities. But now, with an agility of 74, Qin Chuan was already sprinting several meters the instant he scooped up the dropped items. By the time the players began their chaotic assault, he had already fled 40 to 50 meters away. Clearly, I have been too accommodating, Qin Chuan mused. With a casual flick of a shadowy dagger, he swiftly eliminated the player who had led the raucous call. Thud! The suddenly lifeless player crumpled to the ground, startling those nearby. Is the Night Wanderer? He has made his move. Had he not just been gathering equipment? How did he manage to distance himself so quickly? Who claimed that the Night Wanderer's agility was merely in the low 30s? I calculated it. Such speed is unattainable without at least 50 agility points. It must be the reward for the first kill that bolstered his attributes. What a miscalculation. The individual who was hastily eliminated earlier is someone I recognize. He is an elite member of the Rakshasa Hall. It appears that Rakshasa Yudaesan is undeterred in his pursuit of vengeance against the Night Wanderer. He truly shows no fear of being targeted. The murmurs of the surrounding players drained the color from Rakshasa Yudaesan's face as he hastily exclaimed, "I do not know this person. He is not a member of our guild." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Rakshasa Yudaesan believed himself to be safe. But mere seconds later, a flying dagger materialized silently and swiftly ended his life. Concurrently, Qin Chuan's voice resonated through the void, in the wilderness. Should I encounter any members of the Rakshasa Hall, I shall eliminate them without exception. For Qin Chuan, it mattered little who incited the players. The identity of the instigator was of no consequence. Even if it was not Rakshasa Yudaesan's directive, it remained irrelevant. What truly mattered to Qin Chuan was establishing his authority. Additionally, he bore no moral qualms about the demise of Rakshasa Yudaesan, recognizing the latter's lack of character. Even if the apocalypse and the blue star were to merge, casting the shadow of death into reality, you would not regret having slain Rakshasa Yudaesan. The death of Rakshasa Yudaesan also illuminated a significant truth to the surrounding players. The Night Wanderer's lethal prowess was simply unpreventable. This realization further solidified the judgment of Longting Tianxia. The Night Wanderer must be befriended, for enmity was not an option. Qin Chuan lurked in the shadows, awaiting the cool down of his skills, before striking down several more members of the Rakshasa Hall, unequivocally declaring his stance. He proved himself true to his word. Consequently, the remaining players were left utterly demoralized. Qin Chuan then took the opportunity to examine his spoils, particularly the skill book that piqued his interest the most. Tear, Black Iron level passive skill that inflicts damage while tearing the wound, causing attack power 2020 damage per second for 3 seconds, limited to physical classes. Since the gigantic wild hare is of Black Iron level, its drops are guaranteed to be of the same caliber. This saved him some evolution points, marking an additional gain. For physical classes, Tear is considered an essential skill, requiring no extra maneuvering. It triggers simply by dealing damage, thus providing a nearly uninterrupted output in combat, significantly enhancing sustained damage. The only drawback is that Tear cannot stack. Even with an attack speed fast enough to strike 10 times a second, it still only inflicts a single layer of Tear damage. However, this is not a major issue. What Qin Chuan is particularly concerned about is whether this sustained damage can benefit from the sniper's enhancement. With his current attack power combined with the fixed damage from Tear, he is looking at approximately 24 points per second, totaling 72 points over 3 seconds. If this can indeed receive the sniper's boost, at a distance of 50 meters, the damage could quintuple, reaching 360 points. Even though Qin Chuan can currently deal nearly 1,000 damage with a single flying dagger, an additional 300 to 400 points is still substantial. Of course, this is contingent upon whether tier can benefit from the sniper's enhancement. Qin Chuan is eager to test his hypothesis. However, there are still a few more drops to examine, and he is not in a rush. It would be prudent to sort through his equipment first. Nevertheless, in his heart, Qin Chuan is increasingly convinced that tier does indeed benefit from the sniper's enhancement. Chapter 16. Bountiful Rewards. With a casual gesture, the skill book transformed into a stream of light and flowed into Qin Chuan's being. Ding! You have acquired the skill, Tier I, Black Iron level. Upon mastering this skill, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards the equipment in his backpack. First, he beheld a dagger resembling a rabbit's fang. Rabbit Fang Dagger. Black Iron level, attack power 50, agility 5, equipment requirement, level 5. A remarkable find. Most significantly, the attack power, once multiplied by the sniper's bonus, would become exceedingly formidable. The only minor drawback was the level requirement of 5, which Qin Chuan could not yet fulfill. However, this posed little concern. With the tier skill enhancing his damage, he was now capable of challenging higher-level wild boars, ensuring his leveling pace would remain unimpeded. Perhaps even accelerated. Next, he examined another item. Rabbit Skin Armor. Black Iron level, defense 20, health 200, equipment requirement, level 5. This piece of equipment would significantly bolster Qin Chuan's defenses, as he had not allocated points to vitality. Even upon reaching level 5, his base health would only amount to 190. This armor would directly augment his health by 200, making it indispensable. Though he possessed infinite stealth, caution was still warranted. The first 3 drops had proven quite useful. Indeed, his luck had improved. Qin Chuan mused that in his previous life, fortune had seldom favored him thus. Things were looking up indeed. With satisfaction, he turned his attention to the next piece of equipment. Rabbit Tendon Longbow. Black Iron level, attack power 50, agility 5. Level requirement, 5. Essentially, this was the range counterpart to the Rabbit Fang Dagger. While players in the mid to late stages of the apocalypse were proficient in various skills, the real world lacked such rigid constraints on equipment usage. Qin Chuan had witnessed a paladin clad in full plate armor wielding a hammer with more ferocity than a berserker, all while proclaiming the virtues of righteousness. If possible, Qin Chuan would have preferred to equip both the Rabbit Fang Dagger and the Rabbit Tendon Longbow simultaneously, resulting in an astonishingly high attack power and explosive damage. Alas, such a combination was not feasible at the moment, and he was obliged to forego it. Of course, he could sell the dagger to keep the longbow, but that seemed of little significance. He was not yet at a stage where kiting was necessary. Wouldn't it be more delightful to hide and throw daggers? Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan turned to the final piece of equipment. Rabbit Bone Shield, Black Iron level, defense 50, health 100, strength 5, level requirement 5. He promptly shared the attributes of the Rabbit Bone Shield with Longting Tianxia. In the next moment, the esteemed player offered a price, stating, "Just name it, and I shall meet it." "Great one, please speak." "Brother, you are my brother. This piece of equipment must be reserved for me." Qin Chuan chuckled inwardly. The apocalypse allowed for binding bank cards, facilitating cash transactions without the fear of scrutiny regarding the flow of funds, ensuring maximum security. Yet at this juncture, Qin Chuan required not an abundance of cash, but rather gold coins, as a particular quest necessitated a certain amount of currency to commence. Longting Tianxiao interjected, "I only seek results." "Understood, boss." Little Shui quickly reported, "We have offered a price of 5 Ingwo coins for 1 copper coin, having received 15 gold coins in return, costing over 750,000 Ingwo coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins." Dragon Soars Across the World nodded slightly and remarked, "Increase the acquisition efforts." Before he could finish his sentence, another message popped up in the chat box. It was a screenshot of the Rabbit Tendon Longbow's attributes sent by Night Wanderer. Dragon Soars Across the World promptly forwarded it to the archer in his team. The archer, overwhelmed with excitement, gazed at Dragon Soars Across the World with eager eyes. He chuckled, "Look at you, so anxious. I've secured it all." Since Night Wanderer is willing to share the equipment attributes with me, it indicates his intention to prioritize us for the gear. Therefore, we must not be stingy. We must offer a high price. Xiaoxue, feel free to collect without restraint. Do not worry about funding. I still possess some savings. Xiaoxue thought to herself, "Boss, you are far too modest. That is not merely a bit of savings." She then gathered her team to collect game currency in the novice village. Meanwhile, Dragon Soars Across the World quickly established rapport with Night Wanderer. He was undoubtedly a valuable ally that must be embraced tightly. Dragon soars across the world inquired, esteemed one. What is your asking price? I currently have 15 gold on hand, but other guilds are also in motion. I estimate we can collect a maximum of 40 gold. Qin Chuan calculated that, based on the current market, 1 gold coin was worth 50,000 yen country coins. 40 gold coins amounted to nearly 200,000, if not more. Without a moment's hesitation, Dragon Soars across the world agreed. He did not mind spending money. If this investment of over 100,000 could enhance his team's strength and forge a bond with Night Wanderer, it was undeniably a bargain. There was no doubt that Night Wanderer would pursue a solo playstyle in the future, and he certainly had the capability to do so. His collection of high-level equipment would continue to grow. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Night Wanderer, it would be tantamount to acquiring more equipment for himself. With Night Wanderer's assistance, the Dragon Soars dynasty would inevitably become the premier guild of the apocalypse. Dragon Soars across the world was filled with ambition. However, this situation left the other guild leaders restless. They had sent friend requests to Night Wanderer, but they went unanswered, leaving them unable to ascertain what equipment he possessed. Yet, from Dragon Soars across the world's reaction, it was evident that surplus equipment was in play. Knowing that exceptional gear was available yet out of reach was immensely frustrating. Some guild leaders attempted to probe for information, but Dragon Soars across the world was astute enough not to reveal any clues, feigning a distressed expression as he said, "Alas, I cannot contact Night Wanderer either. What should I do?" He then turned and raised the price for acquiring game currency, clearly determined to secure the deal. In the shadows, Qin Chuan nearly burst into laughter. This fellow was truly a master of theatrics. Chapter 17, Skill Upgrades, Damage Enhancement. Qin Chuan was not one to dawdle. Had he chosen to auction off the 2 pieces of equipment publicly, they could indeed fetch a higher price, easily surpassing 40 gold, and potentially even exceeding 100 if the bidding was fierce. However, such measures were unnecessary. 30 gold was sufficient to initiate the quest. Moreover, selling at a high price would require waiting for various guilds to gather funds, which would take time, unless he opted for cash. With that time, Qin Chuan would rather hunt a few wild boars to level up. After all, he possessed 2 level 5 pieces of equipment. When the equipment is exchanged, upgrades will occur at a faster pace. As long as one swiftly reaches level 10 to unlock the main city's teleportation array, greater opportunities await. In comparison, selling for an additional 10 or 20 gold coins is utterly trivial. Once the apocalypse merges with reality, the formidable beings within it will possess everything. What exists now is merely an appetizer. During the waiting period, Qin Chuan remained industrious. Having recently secured a first kill, he acquired a skill point to utilize. Without hesitation, he opted to enhance his Shadow Stealth level. Ding! Shadow Stealth level has risen to 12. Shadow Stealth 2, Black Iron Grade, enters Stealth state. The first strike from Stealth inflicts an additional attack power 120100 damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 18 seconds. Unlike enhancing the grade, leveling up does not augment the damage multiplier, but rather increases the fixed damage value of the skill. Nevertheless, it is still an improvement, especially under the sniper's enhancement. Even the slightest increase is significant. At a distance of 50 meters, a weak point attack can inflict 1590 damage, which is quite impressive. The efficiency of Longting Tianxia is remarkable. Within minutes, a message arrived. "Boss, the gold has been gathered." Qin Chuan did not delay, initiating the trade and securing 30 gold coins. The long-desired equipment was finally in hand. Longting Tianxia messaged again. "Boss, contact me for good items in the future. I assure you, the prices will satisfy you." After that, without lingering, he departed from the novice village towards the wilderness. However, this time, Qin Chuan did not intend to venture to the wild boar plain. The reason was simple. His damage output had exceeded limits. If the Terror could benefit from the sniper's enhancement, his total damage would approach 2,000. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Excessive damage posed its own challenges, complicating skill testing. While reducing distance to decrease damage was indeed a feasible method, it seemed unnecessary. He knew of a prime location, teeming with elite monsters, all at level 10, offering substantial experience rewards. The Longting team, equipped with 2 freshly acquired items, set forth on their leveling journey once more. They planned to return to the wild boar plain, hoping to encounter the Night Wanderer. Engaging in casual conversation would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. However, upon the Longting team's eager arrival at the wild boar plain, they found not a single wild boar carcass. In other words, the Night Wanderer was not present. Longting Tianxia remarked, "Is the Night Wanderer not training here?" The priest Xiaoxua expressed her confusion. "The monsters here are of considerable level, and there are hardly any players. making it an excellent leveling spot. After much discussion, they could reach no conclusion and had to suppress their curiosity. At that moment, the assassin in the team said, "Boss, the brothers from the Rakshasa Hall have sent word. Rakshasa One Blade is searching for the Night Wanderer. Should we inform him?" Longting Tianxiao waved his hand dismissively. With the Night Wanderer's strength, even 10 Rakshasa One Blades could not stir up a storm. Our priority is to level up quickly. We cannot allow the Night Wanderer to obtain good equipment that we cannot wear, which would make us seem lacking in power. If the Night Wanderer looks down upon us, we would suffer a great loss. The team members nodded in agreement. The destination for Qin Chuan was the Granite Hills, located north of the novice village. Before him lay a precipice, unfathomably deep, surrounded by an abundance of elite monsters, rendering it a place seldom visited by ordinary players. Yet, for Qin Chuan, it was the perfect opportunity. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the ground. After advancing several hundred meters and traversing a hill, a familiar sight greeted his eyes. Granite Giant Elite. Level 10. Health, 3,500. Attack, 150. Defense, 400. Skills, Rock Throw Earthquake. In contrast, a level 10 Wild Boar boasts a mere 1,500 health, while the Granite Giant's vitality exceeds that by a considerable margin. However, the true challenge lies not in its health, but in its formidable defense. With a staggering defense of 400, it surpasses even that of a black iron-level giant rabbit. In terms of meatiness and attack, engaging it proves to be a laborious endeavor. For the common player, confronting a level 10 Wild Boar would be far more manageable. This is precisely why the Granite Hills were discovered only 2 months post-launch. Indeed, there exists a high-grade reward here, a silver-level item. However, the conditions for its acquisition are particularly stringent, requiring the defeat of 100 elite Granite Giants, and it must be done solo. While this task is insurmountable for most players, it is a trivial pursuit for Qin Chuan. First, he intended to test the tearing damage. Qin Chuan mused to himself, then aimed at the distant Granite Giant and launched a throwing knife. 1,590. Weak point attack. Despite the Granite Giant's rocky exterior, seemingly devoid of weaknesses, it indeed harbored a critical point atop its head. As he inflicted damage, Qin Chuan entered a state of stealth. The aggrieved Granite Giant, unable to locate its assailant, let out an enraged roar, raising its arms to slam the ground and hurling nearby stones into the distance. Its companions looked on in confusion, questioning the sanity of their ally. Oh, they lack brains, so it was no concern. From the shadows, Qin Chuan observed as the tearing damage began to take effect. 120. As the damage notification appeared, Qin Chuan felt a sense of reassurance. The tearing damage could indeed benefit from the sniper's enhancement. While he was nearly certain of this, verification was necessary. 120. 120. In a mere 3 seconds, the Granite Giant lost another 360 health points, and combined with the previous Shadow Knife damage, its health dropped below half. In other words, with just 2 throwing knives, Qin Chuan could vanquish a Granite Giant. Once the skill's cooldown expired, he launched another Shadow Knife. 1,590. Weak point attack. With a thunderous crash, the health bar of the Granite Giant emptied, its form shattering into countless fragments, melding back into the hill. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Granite Giant, earning 150 experience points. As it was a 6-level difference, an additional 90 experience points were granted. The experience rewards were indeed substantial. Chapter 18, Equipment Update. Truly, as an elite monster, the experience gain was plentiful. Qin Chuan wore a joyful expression. Although it may seem inefficient to defeat a Granite Giant with 2 throwing knives, it pales in comparison to the efficiency of a level 10 Wild Boar. Yet, considering the activation requirements for the silver tier, such losses are deemed acceptable. By the time he reaches level 10, he'll be able to don silver equipment and venture into the main city, which is indeed a delightful prospect. Of course, Qin Chuan has not forgotten the hidden quest he bears. Before departing from the novice village, he intends to slay the Wolf King. He recalls that the Wolf King is of bronze rank, lesser than the Granite Giant, yet formidable nonetheless. With determination, he aims to secure the first kill for both bronze and silver tiers. Qin Chuan's spirit is ablaze with ambition as he immerses himself in leveling up. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Granite Giant and received 150 experience points. As you have defeated an opponent 6 levels above you, you gain an additional 90 experience points. You have reached level 5. You have acquired 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the anomalous beast has been activated, bestowing yet another 5 free attribute points, with all 15 points allocated to agility. and having equipped the 2 items from his inventory, Qin Chuan's attributes were revitalized. Nickname: Night Wanderer class, Shadow Assassin level 5, 905,000. Attributes: Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 9, 15. Spirit 8, Attack, 64 Defense, 30 Health Points, 390 Magic Points, 90 Equipment. Rabbit Tooth Dagger, Attack Power 50, Agility 5. Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Defense 20, Health Points 200. Novice Leggings, Defense 1. Skills: Shadow Stealth 2, Black Iron Tier, Enter Stealth State. The first strike inflicts an additional Attack Power 120100. Damage, cost 5 Magic Points. Cooldown 18 seconds. Shadow Knife 1. Utilizes Shadow Energy to create an Energy Knife. Inflicting, Attack Power 110. Damage, cost 5 Magic Points. Cooldown 10 seconds. Shadow Strike 1. Delivers a powerful melee attack. Inflicting, Attack Power 110. Damage, cost 5 Magic Points. Cooldown 5 seconds. Tear 1. Black Iron Tier, Passive Skill. Inflicts damage while tearing wounds, causing Attack Power 2020. Damage per second for 3 seconds. His agility has reached 96 points. To be frank, had Qin Chuan not allocated 5 points to strength initially, his agility would have surpassed 100 by now. Nevertheless, it is not a significant concern. The enhancement of his attributes, coupled with his equipment, has propelled Qin Chuan's strength to unprecedented heights, with his attack power soaring dramatically. After a brief contemplation, he calculated his maximum damage output at a distance of 50 meters. Shadow Knife, coupled with the first strike and weak point attack, yields a direct damage of 2,781. The 3 seconds of tier totals 492 damage. In total, he inflicts 3,273 points of damage. Regrettably, it remains impossible to eliminate the granite giant with a single throwing knife. Qin Chuan smacked his lips, wearing an expression of regret. If other players were to hear such words, they would undoubtedly report him. You, at level 5, can deal over 3,000 damage. What more could you possibly desire? When we were at level 5, we were still outsmarting wild boars. Although he still relied on dual throwing knives to slay the granite giant, Qin Chuan remained unhurried. He had not forgotten his trump card, the skull of the exotic beast. The evolution points he had amassed from defeating the colossal wild hare had been saved for just this moment. Anticipating the opportunity to vanquish a sufficient number of monsters to unlock the secondary evolution of Shadow Stealth. The bronze-level Shadow Stealth would significantly enhance both damage multiplier and fixed damage. At that point, dispatching the granite giant would be a mere formality. He might not even need to wait for the tearing effect to take hold. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. For defeating an enemy 5 levels above you, an additional 75 experience points have been awarded. Another granite giant fell. Qin Chuan was drawing ever closer to leveling up again. At this rate, once he activated the granite giant lord, he would be nearing level 10 as well. The total time spent might not even exceed half a day. How swift! Qin Chuan marveled at the pace of his progress. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, he had only reached level 10 on the 3rd day after the server launch. Even that was considered rapid. The reasons were manifold. An overwhelming number of players made monster hunting a challenge, and the slow pace of killing meant that without defeating enemies of a higher level, the basic experience gained was minimal. Engaging lower-level foes would incur a significant experience penalty. Overall, leveling up in the world of Apocalypse was undoubtedly a torturous endeavor, except for Qin Chuan. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. For defeating an enemy 5 levels above you, an additional 75 experience points have been awarded. You have reached level 6. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the has activated. You have gained yet another 5 free attribute points. Another level gained. Casually allocating his attribute points to agility, Qin Chuan felt no stirrings of excitement within. His leveling process was entirely monotonous. Stealth, throwing knives, stealth. Throwing knives, there was little complexity involved, rendering it quite dull. Fortunately, amidst the tedium, there was a glimmer of hope. Soon, he would accumulate enough monster kills to evolve his Shadow Stealth. To possess a bronze-level skill in the novice village would surely be met with disbelief from others. A sense of pride welled up within Qin Chuan. In this life, his growth rate was far swifter than in his previous existence. Yet, despite his progress, Qin Chuan did not allow himself to become complacent. As he ruthlessly dispatched the granite giants in the hilly terrain, their numbers dwindled. With each granite giant that shattered into fragments, their remnants swiftly merged into the ground under the influence of some unknown force. Qin Chuan understood that this was a precursor to activating the Granite Giant Lord. The increasingly prominent sigils on the ground served as evidence. According to the lore unearthed by players, this entity had been sealed here. However, as time passed, the sealing array gradually weakened, its energy dissipating and reacting with the granite, resulting in the creation of countless, mindless granite giants. For other players, this was merely a tale of amusement. Yet, Qin Chuan harbored a bold hypothesis. This phenomenon might very well stem from other worlds assimilated by Apocalypse. Moreover, intuitively, his conjecture is likely to materialize. If in the end, the blue star cannot withstand the deities, could it not also merge into the Apocalypse, becoming a part of the game, descending into another realm? This notion surged through Qin Chuan's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The secrets behind the Apocalypse are far too numerous and profound. In this lifetime, I am determined to alter my fate. Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, the shadow energy coalescing in his hand into a flying dagger, striking the head of a distant granite giant with precision. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you have slain a foe 4 levels above you, you receive an additional 60 experience points. You have leveled up to level 7. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging, and you have received an extra 5 free attribute points. The blessing of beasts has activated, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment has activated, and you have gained 1 evolution point. Chapter 19, Evolution Again. Bronze Level Shadow Stealth. Qin Chuan has awaited this moment. With the evolution points he has accumulated, he possesses sufficient resources to complete the second evolution of Shadow Stealth. This evolution consumes 2 evolution points. Do you wish to evolve Shadow Stealth? Yes. Ding. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality improved to Black Iron Bronze. Shadow Stealth 2, Bronze Level. Enter Stealth State. Deals an additional attack power 140400. Damage on a critical strike, consuming 5 mana, with a cooldown of 16 seconds. Damage has soared. In a certain sense, the Apocalypse adheres to a moral compass, as it does not reset the existing levels simply due to an enhancement in skill quality. The quality and level of skills are 2 interconnected systems that do not interfere with one another. The base fixed damage of Bronze Level Shadow Stealth is 200, and since I have previously leveled up, the fixed damage now stands at 400. Qin Chuan mused. Now, let me test the damage. Qin Chuan focused his gaze on the swaying granite giant in the distance. The granite giant trembled slightly, perplexed by the inexplicable sensations, standing dumbfounded, gazing skyward, lost in contemplation. If not for external disturbances, perhaps after several millennia, it might evolve into a being of initial wisdom. Yet for now, it serves merely as a stepping stone for Qin Chuan's advancement. 6,356. Weak point attack. Previously, Qin Chuan's flying dagger would inflict nearly 2,800 points of direct damage, combined with close to 500 points of tearing damage, totaling 3,003, which was already quite extraordinary. However, now, after the evolution of Shadow Stealth to the bronze level, the direct damage has surpassed 6,003. The granite giant can be eliminated without the need for tearing damage. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, deep in thought. This was hasty. You should have sold the tearing skill book to Dragon Soar Across the Sky for 5 million Flame Country coins without a doubt. However, he merely pondered this. Qin Chuan was well aware that his current damage was high due to the elevated fixed damage of Shadow Stealth as critical strike. Yet, fixed damage has its drawbacks. Even if his character's panel attack power exceeds 10,000 in the later stages, the fixed value remains unchanged. In future battles, the damage from tearing cannot be underestimated. Ascending to the next level should suffice for activation, and Qin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. Even in his previous life, the player who unearthed the Granite Lord ultimately triumphed only through the fortuitous acquisition of talent. The battle was exceedingly fierce, with players relying on infinite corpse runs to wear down the foe. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan believed he could manage alone. Meanwhile, Long Tongue Tianxia sat upon a stone, striking a pose reminiscent of the thinker. If only there were cigarettes in the game, he would surely light one. He was perplexed. The divine fire priest, Xiao Shui, inquired with concern, "Boss, are you all right?" Long Tongue Tianxia waved dismissively, gazing up at the sky, and remarked nonchalantly, "Tell me, where does the Night Wanderer level up? How has he already reached level 7 in the blink of an eye?" His teammates were left bewildered, a silence enveloping the group as no one could respond. Their elite team, composed of hidden professions, had been toiling away against wild boars and had only collectively gained 2 levels, still a distance from the third. They had previously thought their leveling pace was commendable, only to learn from their captain that the Night Wanderer had achieved level 7. The assassin in the party grumbled. I have a feeling that perhaps before we even equipped those 2 items, the Night Wanderer soloed and acquired even more formidable gear. The archer chimed in excitedly. Let us hope for a longbow drop. He reiterated his earlier assertion. I told you, the Night Wanderer surely lacks archery skills. Otherwise, he would have kept the rabbit sinew longbow. Therefore, I still stand at a 50-50 chance against him. Long Tongue Tianxia found himself too exasperated to retort. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shui suggested, is it possible that the Night Wanderer previously obtained a dagger and, constrained by game rules, couldn't carry a longbow, which is why he resorted to melee? We cannot conclude whether he possesses archery skills just yet. The archer's expression fell, though he was reluctant to admit it. That seemed plausible, yet he stubbornly insisted, archery isn't so easily mastered. The Night Wanderer certainly cannot shoot arrows. Yes, it must be so. Long Tongue Tianxia collected himself, dusted off his trousers, and declared loudly, onward. 6,356. Weakness attack. 6,356. Weakness attack. With each strike of the shadow flying knife, a granite giant fell. Such level 10 elite monsters posed no challenge to Qin Chuan. This left him with an odd sensation. Was he truly playing Apocalypse? It felt far too effortless. If there was a slight drawback, it was that the shadow flying knife dealt single target damage, no matter how swiftly he dispatched foes. It could not compare to the scale of the monsters. It seemed he would need to seek out an opportunity to acquire some universal range skill books. Ideally, he would like to procure them. If not, he could ask Long Tongue Tianxia to keep an eye out, which should pose no significant issue. Qin Chuan mused. The reason he had yet to evolve the shadow flying knife was not only due to the higher priority of shadow stealth, but also because the shadow flying knife was a single target skill, ill-suited for large-scale battles in the later stages. Apocalypse, as a virtual reality MMORPG with exceptional freedom, offered skill books in addition to learning skills from profession mentors. Among them were universal skill books that allowed for flexible combinations of skill sets. In other words, as long as players are willing, it is entirely feasible to realize alternative classes, such as healing warriors or dual-wielding priests. However, the effectiveness may be considerably low, which generally deters ordinary players from pursuing such paths. At the same time, while Qin Chuan diligently practices, spurred by the competitive atmosphere of Dragon rising the world, Luo Sha Yi Daozhan has endured countless trials and tribulations, finally receiving news about the location of the treacherous Night Wanderer. Are you saying the Night Wanderer is training in the granite hills to the north of the novice village? Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's tone drips with skepticism. To his knowledge, that area is teeming with level 10 elite monsters, renowned for their high defenses. Any ordinary player venturing there would be courting disaster. However, upon further reflection, Luo Sha Yi Daozhan deemed the information credible. While others might hesitate to level up in such a perilous zone, the Night Wanderer would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. After all, even the black iron-gray giant hares posed no threat to him, let alone those elite monsters. Night Wanderer, the humiliation I endured shall be repaid 100-fold. Flames of fury danced in Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's eyes. As the president of the Luo Sha Hall, with thousands of members under his command, he had been publicly annihilated by the Night Wanderer, losing face in front of many. How could he establish himself if he didn't eliminate the Night Wanderer? Do you think that hiding behind black, iron-level stealth will ensure your safety? A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's lips as he tightly clutched the precious scroll in his arms. This exquisite item, acquired through immense effort, was designed specifically to counter assassins and would certainly leave the Night Wanderer in a precarious position. Chapter 20. Not yet 200 million. Naturally, Qin Chuan was oblivious to Luo Sha Yi Daozhan's mounting determination to seek him out as he continued to effortlessly eliminate granite giants. However, with his rising level, the additional experience gained was diminishing, coupled with the increasing requirements for leveling up, resulting in an inevitable slowdown in his progression. Nonetheless, even in this deceleration, his speed of advancement remained several times, if not a dozen times, greater than that of ordinary players. 6,356. Weak point attack. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you have defeated an opponent 2 levels above you, you gain an additional 30 experience points. You have reached level 8. You have received 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The Beast Blessing is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Allocating all attribute points to agility, Qin Chuan glanced at his attributes. Strength 17, Constitution 12, Agility 1405, Spirit 11. A smile crept upon Qin Chuan's face. With such agility, even the notoriously swift Wolf King would struggle to evade his pursuit. The reason Qin Chuan had not rushed to hunt the Wolf King for the quest was due to the creature's infamous speed. With a rapid attack rate, it could escape even faster. Unlike others, the Wolf King exhibited a lesser territorial instinct. When its health was low, it would flee in a frenzy. If a player's agility was insufficient, they would find it impossible to catch up. Yet for the current Qin Chuan, this was no longer a concern. He devised a plan. At this moment, after Qin Chuan's relentless slaughter, the traces of the magical array on the ground became increasingly pronounced, occasionally accompanied by tremors from beneath the earth. This indicated that the Granite Lord was beginning to awaken. After calculating the number of slain granite giants, it became apparent that the complete activation was imminent, requiring merely a few minutes. However, before Qin Chuan could take further action, he received a message from Longting Tianxia. Night Wanderer, are you in the Granite Hills? Rasha Yudaizhen is heading there with his crew. Qin Chuan was not surprised. As for how Rasha Yudaizhen knew of his whereabouts in the Granite Hills, the answer was simple. The Rasha Palace was a large guild with numerous members. Even if they were randomly assigned from various novice villages, they could muster 100 or so players. With some effort, they could certainly track down Qin Chuan. The simplest method was to locate the corpses of the monsters. While ordinary players were busy hunting rabbits and elite teams were battling wild boars, only Qin Chuan was leveling up in other high-level areas. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What intrigued Qin Chuan was to ascertain Rasha Yudaizhen's trump card. Despite his seemingly petty demeanor, Rasha Yudaizhen was far from foolish. On the contrary, he was quite cunning. His bold approach in bringing his team indicated he possessed a certain level of confidence. In the midst of his contemplation, Longting Tianxia sent another message. A young brother reported that Rasha Yudaizhen found a scroll, but is unsure of its purpose. A scroll? Qin Chuan suddenly realized what it was. This revelation made everything fall into place. With such an item in hand, it was indeed challenging for an assassin to evade detection. The members of Longting Tianxia were taken aback. How could Night Wanderer be aware of this? Had he previously crossed paths with Rasha Yudaizhen? Yet if they had engaged before, there was no reason for Rasha Yudaizhen to confront Night Wanderer so boldly. While somewhat reckless, Rasha Yudaizhen was certainly not foolish. After a moment's thought, Longting Tianxia messaged, "Shall I gather a team to assist? Just say the word, and the Longting dynasty will undoubtedly stand by your side." After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan replied, "You can gather some funds. There might be equipment available for you shortly, and this time I want Yangguo coins." Once the Granite Lord was activated, even if it did not yield a grand bounty, there would certainly be several spoils, not all of which would be useful. If silver-grade equipment were to be exchanged for gold coins, it would not suffice even if they emptied the novice village. Qin Chuan intended to acquire some Yangguo coins to enhance his living conditions. His current rented accommodation was rather mediocre, and it was time to find a better place. Longting Tianxia was momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting, excitedly asking, "Have you cleared it?" He then shouted to the team, "Quick, stop hunting wild boars and hurry to the spectacle." The teammates, familiar with each other, immediately grasped Longting Tianxia's meaning. The assassin remarked, "Is Night Wanderer about to confront the Rasha Palace head-on?" The archer calmly analyzed. The boss must have informed Night Wanderer of Rasha Yudaizhen's movements. And yet he still wants us to watch? Night Wanderer seems quite confident. It appears he has grown stronger. Longting Tianxia affirmed, "Absolutely, in such a short span. How'd he level up to 8? The team exchanged glances, vaguely recalling that not long ago, Longting Tianxia was marveling at Night Wanderer reaching level 7, noting his rapid leveling pace. How could it be that so little time had passed, and he had leveled up again? Wasn't it said that the later levels of awakening became increasingly difficult to achieve? This was truly astonishing. Before their departure, Longting Tianxia addressed the fire priestess Xiaoxue, inquiring about the amount of cash they had on hand. With a dismissive wave, Longting Tianxia replied, "It's nothing significant. It's merely that the Night Wanderer mentioned he might have some equipment for me, and he prefers cash." The assassin and archer gasped in astonishment. Silver grade? A giant black iron rabbit had players wailing, so one can only imagine the ferocity of a silver grade creature. It could likely knock a group of children aside with a single blow. Seemingly struck by a thought, the assassin remarked, "Do you think the Night Wanderer is deliberately lying in wait in the Granite Hills for the Rosadas blade? Perhaps he intends to use them as a means to eliminate them." Longting Tianxia nodded in agreement. "That is quite plausible. The Night Wanderer possesses formidable damage output. Yet his attack intervals are lengthy. Annihilating all members of the Rosehead Palace would be excessively laborious. At this juncture, Xiao Xue interjected, "Boss, we could ask the brothers from other novice villages to keep an eye out for general range area skill books. The Night Wanderer will undoubtedly require them." Longting Tianxia's eyes lit up, showering her with praise, "Truly deserving of being my chief strategist. Your foresight is remarkable. Xiao Xue, you handle this matter. Secure any suitable skill book, regardless of the cost." Chapter 21. Night Wanderer, come forth. The players of Novice Village 9527 were brimming with excitement. The Rosehad S-Blade was preparing to engage in battle with the Night Wanderer. Previously, when confronting the giant rabbit, the players had chosen to retreat. Yet many had stifled a sense of indignation. Had it not been for the Night Wanderer's interference, they might have legitimately claimed the spoils of war. However, now, it was of no concern to them. Following the confrontation, the Night Wanderer had swiftly dispatched several members of the Rosehad Palace, including their leader, leading many players to realize their inability to stand against him. Just when they thought the matter had subsided and prepared to continue hunting rabbits, the Rosehad S-Blade had rallied, proclaiming their intent to avenge the Night Wanderer's treachery on behalf of all players. Embracing the principle of reveling in the spectacle, an increasing number of players joined the fray, quickly amassing into the hundreds. After all, they were unable to claim the rabbits, so they opted to witness the unfolding drama. This grand display of solidarity only served to bolster the Rosehad S-Blade in their confidence. This is the will of the people. Night Wanderer, your tyranny shall inevitably lead to your downfall. Curious guild leaders acquainted with the Rosehad S-Blade inquired about their intentions, expressing concern upon learning they were to confront the Night Wanderer. After all, the Night Wanderer could stealth indefinitely and was impervious to illumination flares. How could one contend with such an adversary? However, the Rosehad S-Blade merely smiled mysteriously, claiming to possess a trump card, yet revealing not a word more. Such confidence stirred the interest of several guild leaders. They had not entirely relinquished their hopes previously. They had merely been unable to confront the Night Wanderer, opting instead for patience. Now, with the Rosehad S-Blade preparing to act, they felt compelled to observe. However, they were cautious, refraining from overtly joining the Rosehad S-Blade, instead trailing at a distance. Should the Rosehad S-Blade falter, they could easily feign their presence as mere spectators, thus avoiding the ire of the Night Wanderer. A multitude of players, predominantly of lower rank, had gathered, inevitably drawing the attention of the wild beasts, which soon descended upon them, leading to their demise under a flurry of blades. However, as they ventured deeper, the monsters' levels escalated, and upon entering the 5th level zone, player casualties began to mount. Ordinary players were utterly incapable of withstanding the assaults of these formidable foes. At this critical juncture, the formidable figure of Luo Sha Yidao Zhan emerged, standing resolutely at the forefront alongside members of the Luo Sha Hall. This act garnered considerable admiration from many independent players. Long Tong Tianxia observed from a distance and remarked, "Luo Sha Yidao Zhan is indeed a talent. He even seeks to expand his influence at this moment." The assassin scoffed dismissively, retorting, "I believe he is courting death, daring to match wits with Yi Yushan. His judgment seems rather lacking." The archer, in solemn agreement, stated, "Luo Sha Yidao Zhan overestimates his capabilities, foolishly attempting to challenge my nemesis. He is treading a path to ruin." Long Tung Tianxia, puzzled, inquired, "You have a rival? Who might that be?" Xiao Xue quietly replied, "Yi Yushan." Enlightenment dawned upon Long Tung Tianxia, who scrutinized the archer with a mix of disbelief and pity, shaking his head and clicking his tongue in disapproval. The archer, incensed, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that look? Am I not worthy to be Yi Yushan's rival?" Yet the assassin bore no such burden, bursting into laughter. "Old Zhang, have you looked in a mirror? How can you compare yourself to Yi Yushan? Can you even solo a wild rabbit?" The archer was nearly driven to madness by their teasing. These two jesters, always undermining him, were utterly insufferable. After a brief exchange of levity, Long Tung Tianxia announced, "Ahead lies the granite hills. By the way, have you felt the tremors?" The archer, previously consumed by anger, now took a moment to attune himself, observing, "Indeed, there is a tremor, and its intensity is increasing." After testing the ground with his foot, he speculated what Yi Yushan mentioned must be taking place underground. As the group continued their advance, they were met with a cacophony of furious shouts ahead. "Damn! What kind of monster spawn is this? What attributes does it possess? Tenemi Wun Ti withstand a single blow. Yi Yushan is leveling up in this hellish place? I reckon Luo Sha, Dao Zhan has bitten off more than he can chew. What's so impressive about Yu Shun? He merely relies on his endless stealth and high damage. I could do the same. Enough chatter. The granite giant is upon us. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. The long-tongued team found a secure spot and gazed from afar, nearly bursting into laughter. The once vibrant Luo Sha Dao Zhan was now being relentlessly pursued by a granite giant. Upon examining the attributes of the granite giant, Long-tongued Tian Xia's amusement faded. Such attributes were beyond their capacity to handle unless they equipped themselves with new gear at level 5. Yet, as far as the eye could see, amidst the chaos of fleeing players lay dozens of granite giant corpses. Moreover, given the scene of the giant fragments merging into the ground, it was evident that many more giants had vanished without a trace. Long-tongued Tian Xia silently calculated for a moment, his tone tinged with astonishment. Considering Yi Yushun's recent leveling speed, he could likely dispatch a granite giant in just 2 strikes, with damage estimates around 2,000. I recall when the Night Wanderer faced the colossal wild hare, dealing a mere 1,000 points of damage. How could the numbers have doubled so swiftly? The archer wore a nonchalant expression, exclaiming, "Truly, my sworn rival." Little Snow added, "The Night Wanderer dropped a dagger. Equipping it will significantly enhance his attack power." While this reasoning seemed sound, Long-tongued Tian Xia felt a lingering sense of unease. As they conversed in the distance, the fearsome Rasha Dao Zhan, after arduous efforts, finally vanquished the granite giant just before succumbing to its might. This display garnered Long-tongued Tian Xia's respect. It was impressive that he had not been crushed by a single blow. However, considering the dozen or so priests continuously healing Rasha Dao Zhan, it was hardly surprising. Fortunately, only one granite giant had respawned, sparing the players from total annihilation. Rasha Dao Zhan steadied himself and shouted into the air, "Night Wanderer, come forth." Having resolved to confront the Night Wanderer head-on, Rasha Dao Zhan had no intention of holding back. Other players widened their eyes, eager to witness how the Night Wanderer would respond. They anticipated yet another swift, fatal strike, akin to the last encounter. Rasha Dao Zhan was prepared, having enlisted a hidden class ally capable of transferring damage to teammates. He brought along dozens of companions. Even if the Night Wanderer could eliminate them in an instant, it would require considerable time. Thus, the Night Wanderer was faced with a choice: either engage them in a fierce battle or retreat. This was the perpetual motion strategy of Rasha Dao Zhan. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond this skirmish. He awaited the moment to strike, ready to act as soon as he confirmed the Night Wanderer's presence. "Come, slay me swiftly," Rasha Dao Zhan silently yearned. However, instead of the anticipated lethal dagger, a granite giant suddenly fell lifeless in the distance, accompanied by a fleeting shadow. It was the Night Wanderer. Rasha Dao Zhan was elated. Just as he prepared to draw a scroll, the ground trembled violently beneath him, and fine cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the hard, rocky surface. A terrifying roar echoed from the depths below. "Insects, how dare you disturb the slumber of Lord Amos? I shall obliterate you." Chapter 22, Activation. With that thunderous roar, a colossal, formidable figure erupted from the precipice. Its size was so immense that it dimmed the surrounding light. After tumbling about, the players finally regained their footing and gazed in awe at the giant, collectively exclaiming, "Goodness, how enormous!" What now stood at the cliff's edge was a towering behemoth, exceeding 20 meters in height, entirely composed of black rock. Notably, this 20-meter height represented only its upper body. Much of its form remained concealed beneath the cliff. It was unfathomable to envision the true height and might of this giant if it stood upon level ground. In the presence of such a titanic entity, ordinary players truly resembled mere ants. Yet, after the initial shock, their expressions transformed, ignited by excitement and exhilaration. Moreover, it was a creature of silver rank. "Charge forth. Let us annihilate and claim the loot." I have heard that the colossal wild rabbit previously had Dragon Rising acquire 2 pieces of equipment from Night Wanderer, totaling a staggering 30 gold coins, which amounts to over 1 million. And that was merely of black iron grade. This is silver grade, likely starting at millions. The prospect of wealth seems tantalizingly close. Players have no time to scrutinize the attributes, simply charging ahead with their weapons. Dragon Rising had already received information from Qin Chuan and had been keeping a safe distance. Now, with a moment to assess the attributes, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is it reasonable for such a creature to appear in a novice village? Amos, Lord of Obsidian, silver grade. Level 10. Health points, 400,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 3000. Skills: Rock Smite, Boulder Toss, Hardened Skin, Heavy Fist Crush. Description: the sealed giant lord, having endured a prolonged confinement, has lost much of its original power. Yet even so, its emergence will unleash boundless wrath and destruction. Hiss. Dragon, rising, gritted his teeth, feeling a bit of a headache. Such a creature, he feared, could easily overpower his entire set of level 10 equipment. The attributes were simply outrageous. The other members of the team shared similar sentiments. The archer glanced at the rabbit sinew longbow in his bag, then at his defense, ultimately concluding that he would likely be unable to break through its defenses. The priest, Little Snow, had a unique perspective. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Boss, this should drop defensive equipment." Dragon Rising quickly responded, "Let us hope Night Wanderer can solo this beast, and then we can acquire new gear." The assassin voiced his concerns. This is different from the colossal wild rabbit. It is highly likely to possess ranged skills. Can Night Wanderer evade area attacks? Dragon Rising waved his hand dismissively. "Let us observe first." They could see the visible statistics, but the nature of the skills remained unclear for now. However, it mattered not. The Rakshasa Hall would assist them in navigating the dangers ahead. Activating it before the Rakshasa Hall's arrival was part of Qin Chuan's plan. His current situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was infinite stealth and overwhelming damage, capable of annihilating ordinary players in an instant. Yet, the drawback was equally apparent. His attack frequency was alarmingly low. The Shadow Dagger had a slightly faster cooldown, but it was of little consequence. He had to wait for the Shadow Stealth cooldown to launch an attack, or else the interruption in stealth could be perilous. This time, the Rakshasa brought dozens of subordinates with him. Even if he took down one with each strike, it would still take him nearly half an hour. If the Rakshasa Hall resorted to a corpse-running strategy, it could drag on indefinitely. Given Amos skill damage, a few strikes would clear the field. Lurking in the shadows, Qin Chuan raised his hand to unleash a Shadow Dagger. Unlike the granite giant, Amos' weakness lay in its abdomen, obscured by rock debris, only briefly exposed during its movements. Naturally, given Qin Chuan's damage output, even without targeting the weak point, he could solo Amos. It was merely a matter of time. To avoid any prolonged uncertainties, Qin Chuan resolved to strike at the weak point. He certainly had that capability. 356. Weak point attack. Despite Amos possessing a formidable health pool of 400,000, the damage exceeding 6,000 remains formidable. In the next moment, the tearing effect commenced. 164. 164. 164. Within 3 seconds, the cumulative total damage approached 7,000. At a rate of 3 attacks per minute, it would take merely 20 minutes for Qin Chuan to vanquish Amos single-handedly. Truly, as a silver-tier entity, its health bar is impressively extensive, Qin Chuan mused. Meanwhile, not far away, the Longting team stood in stunned silence. They were too distant to discern the damage numbers overhead. Yet the reduction in health allowed them to gauge the Night Wanderer's prowess. Longting Tianxia could not help but exclaim, "Damn, did I miscalculate? Did Night Wanderer just deal over 6,000 damage in a single strike?" Xiao Xue instinctively adjusted her glasses and added, "To be precise, it was 6,356 points of damage, and there were also 3 subsequent damage values exceeding 100, undoubtedly dealt by Night Wanderer. No other player possesses such capability." The marksman remained nonchalant, smiling. "Night Wanderer is my rival. Such strength is hardly surprising." Beside him, an assassin covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. This was dire. His friend seemed to have lost his sanity from the shock. Yet, truth be told, he too felt a tumult within. Were they truly playing the same game? The disparity was rather outrageous. In contrast to the audience-like mentality of the Longting team, Luo Shiadezen was far from pleased. Positioned closer, he could clearly see the damage numbers overhead. It was precisely because of this that he recognized the widening chasm between himself and Night Wanderer. With no foreseeable prospect of closing the gap, perhaps opposing Night Wanderer was the gravest error I could have made, Luo Shiadezen thought uneasily. However, having already issued his bold declaration, it was too late for regrets. Night Wanderer was not one to be easily dealt with. Just then, Luo Shiadezen sensed a sudden dimming of light before him. Looking up, he saw a massive boulder, several meters in diameter, hurtling toward his position. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Yet Luo Shiadezen stood defiantly in place. The good news was that through damage transfer, he had avoided being eliminated instantly. The bad news was that his teammates had been obliterated by the falling stone, leaving him without anyone to share the burden of damage. Should Night Wanderer choose to attack him, he would be utterly defenseless. Resolutely, Luo Shaoyudaizhen tore open a scroll. It had originally been intended for dealing with Night Wanderer. However, an unexpected turn of events had led to its premature use. He had already stationed a dozen guild members skilled in various abilities at the resurrection point, continuously assaulting it. Night Wanderer, once you fall, be prepared to face deletion. A cold smile graced Luo Shaoyudaizhen's face as he unhesitatingly tore open the scroll. A peculiar energy enveloped the entire granite hills, and all players received a notification. The gaze of the God of Light is upon this place. All darkness shall be laid bare. Chapter 23. The gaze of the God of Light. Yet, he remained unfazed. He could not believe that beneath this scroll, Night Wanderer could still maintain stealth. Qin Chuan also received the system notification, showing no sign of surprise. Long before Longting Tianxia contacted him to inform that Luo Shaoyudaizhen had acquired a scroll, Qin Chuan had already discerned the nature of the item. Gaze of the God of Light, Black Iron Grade, otherwise known as the Revealing Scroll. From its name, this scroll undoubtedly exudes an air of sophistication and elegance. Being associated with the God of Light, how could it be anything less than impressive? However, Qin Chuan felt compelled to tell Luo Shaoyudaizhen that he had fallen prey to a counterfeit. A Black Iron Grade scroll attempting to engage with the God of Light? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. This item is merely a ploy devised by some unscrupulous individual to deceive novice players. That said, it would be remiss to assert that the scroll lacks utility. On the contrary, it possesses significant value, capable of dispelling all stealth effects of Bronze Grade and below. It is crucial to note that it affects only those beneath the Bronze Grade, excluding the Bronze Grade itself. During their encounter with the giant wild hare, Luo Shaoyudaizhen surmised that the Night Wanderer possessed a Black Iron Grade stealth skill. Thus, employing the scroll as a trump card is certainly not without merit. The issue, however, lies in the fact that Qin Chuan, having evolved his shadow stealth through the use of an exotic beast skull, has attained the Bronze Grade. Consequently, the Black Iron Grade Revealing Scroll's ability to expose a Bronze Grade stealth is, without a doubt, a fanciful miscalculation. Should this be Luo Shaoyudaizhen's ace in the hole? Qin Chuan could only express his disappointment, as he had anticipated something far more valuable. Calmly concealed within the shadows, Qin Chuan observed the distant Longting Tianxia, who appeared increasingly anxious. Should the Night Wanderer's stealth be compromised, he would certainly be unable to face the challenge alone, and might even meet an untimely demise. He had received word that the Luo Cha Hall had encircled the resurrection point, preparing for an indiscriminate assault. Naturally, when that moment arrived, he would undoubtedly rally the brothers of the Longting dynasty to dismantle the blockade of the Luo Cha Hall and rescue the Night Wanderer. Longting Tianxia conveyed all pertinent information to Qin Chuan, advising Night Wanderer, while the situation remained stable, it would be prudent to vacate this area. After all, you can return once the scroll's effect has dissipated. While sending this message, Longting Tianxia also scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Night Wanderer. However, to his astonishment, despite straining his eyes, he could not locate him. He inquired of his teammates, "Have any of you seen the Night Wanderer?" "No, we have not." Longting Tianxia's heart sank. It seemed that the Night Wanderer had indeed maintained his composure and departed from the area. This was precisely the prudent course of action. Preserving the green hills ensures an abundance of firewood. At that moment, Xiaoxue ventured a hypothesis. "Boss, could it be possible that the Night Wanderer's stealth has reached the Bronze Grade?" Instinctively, Longting Tianxia was inclined to dismiss the idea, yet the words faltered on his lips. This revealing scroll could dispel Black Iron Grade stealth, yet the Night Wanderer had yet to reveal himself. Either he possessed a stealth skill of Bronze Grade, or he had stealthily exited the premises. Longting Tianxia personally preferred the latter. The damage of over 6,000 was particularly conspicuous. It was indeed the Night Wanderer. He had not departed. Thus, the conclusion was evident. The Night Wanderer's stealth skill had truly ascended to the Bronze Grade, rendering him impervious to this Black Iron Grade revealing scroll. Longting Tianxia found himself at a loss for words. As a concealed profession and the leader of the Dragon Dynasty, he now finds himself devoid of even a Black Iron level skill, while the Night Wanderer has ascended to the Bronze level. After a prolonged silence, Longting Tiantian sighed deeply. The 2 million spent on the Blade of Rakshasa feels like a bitter injustice. In stark contrast to the astonishment of his companions, the archer remains remarkably composed. Truly, his rival possesses formidable prowess. The onslaught from the Obsidian Giant Lord, Amos, continues unabated, fueled by its mounting fury. A mere insect persistently launches sneak attacks from shadows, and yet it seems powerless to retaliate. Cursed be it, for wasn't he the power of shadows purified by the God of Light? Why has it resurfaced? Amos's rage escalates as it seizes stones from its vicinity to hurl at the vexatious foe. Even an unfortunate granite giant is grasped and flung through the air for dozens of meters, crashing down and leaving a trail of bewildered players in its wake. The damage inflicted upon the players amounts uniformly to 0, utterly failing to breach their defenses. Occasionally, a player might inflict a meager amount of damage, only to be swiftly reduced to a pulp by a single swipe. The arrival of the blade of Rakshasa, grand and imposing, draws hundreds of players, yet proves utterly ineffectual against Amos. Nevertheless, this does not perturb Qin Chuan in the slightest. What appears simple is, in truth, fraught with peril. As a silver-level entity, Amos possesses keen perceptual acuity, and the moment Qin Chuan makes his move, Amos retaliates. The boulders, weighing several tons, are wielded as if they were mere toys, flung with such speed that they create sonic booms. Frankly, had Qin Chuan's agility not reached 145, he would have been unable to evade such ferocious assaults. The velocity of the boulders is so tremendous that they materialize before one's eyes in an instant. To be slow on the uptake is to meet one's demise. Were it not for Qin Chuan's stealth, Longting Tian would witness a figure leaping about, undoubtedly shattering his grandiose image of the Night Wanderer. After a protracted session of attack, Amos senses that the pesky insect still lives, having not been vanquished, which astonishes him. Such a diminutive creature, yet it persists against all odds. After enduring a few more thrown daggers, Amos's demeanor begins to shift. Insect, you shall perish. Amos seethes with impotent rage. To vent his frustration, he turns his ire upon the remaining players. Following a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the spectators are annihilated. He had just witnessed players fleeing nearly 200 meters, only to be crushed by a stone hurled by Amos. The precision rivals that of a guided missile. As the entire granite hillside teeters on the brink of being reduced to a basin, Longting Tian receives a message from the Night Wanderer. How much have you prepared? Longting Tian feels a mix of emotions. On one hand, there is joy, from the tone of Night Wanderer. It is evident that any equipment he cannot utilize will undoubtedly be passed on to him. This will facilitate his rapid ascent, thereby propelling the Dragon's Soaring Dynasty to contend for the title of the foremost guild in the apocalypse. On another note, Dragon Soaring World is astonished by Night Wanderer's composure. It is important to recognize that Apocalypse is a virtual reality online game, and in pursuit of authenticity, the perspective is fixed in first-person view. In such circumstances, facing a giant towering 20 meters high, the visual impact would be utterly overwhelming. Dragon's Soaring World, upon reflection, realizes that he would likely be unable to maintain such calmness. Confronted by a creature of such immense stature, human instinct would inevitably evoke a sense of dread, particularly when faced with the despair of an approaching boulder from which there is no escape, a thought that quickens the heart. Upon hearing this, Dragon Soaring World became anxious, hastily assuring, "Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall diligently level up and will not falter. Should you require equipment in the future, do not hesitate to seek me. I will accept it all." In the shadows, observing the impotent fury of Amos, Qin Chuan felt a sense of superiority. No matter how high the attack power, it must still land a hit. No matter how thick the defense, all beings are equal in the face of true damage. As the singular ranged assassin, Qin Chuan surmised that Amos must be utterly bewildered. However, had he chosen the archer class, it would have been a dire predicament for him. Truly splendid. The shadow assassin is indeed commendable. Qin Chuan's satisfaction with his choice grew ever deeper, as he secretly anticipated the future. If the arrow god were to descend once more, following a strike from his flying dagger, he wondered what expression would grace the deity's countenance. Yet, contemplating this feels rather distant, as Qin Chuan is yet to step out of the novice village. To be candid, had it not been for Qin Chuan's prior experience with relevant quest lines in his previous life, he would never have fathomed that the Wolf King could be linked to Amos. Such a statement lacks precision. Between the Wolf King and Amos lies a crucial intermediary role. Once Amos is vanquished and the hidden dungeon beneath the cliff is activated, the Wolf King can be summoned. The first step involves accepting the quest to hunt the Wolf King from the hunter. This quest has both a public version and a hidden one. The hidden version, which Qin Chuan undertakes, yields the skull of a mythical beast. The public version, accessible to all players, allows anyone who reaches level 3 to receive a hunting quest from the hunter. Upon fulfilling the requirement to slay a specified number of wild boars, bison, and wolves, the final task of hunting the Wolf King will be unlocked. Naturally, the standard quest rewards do not include the mythical beast skull, as that item is unique. Regardless of which version of the Wolf King quest one undertakes, it ultimately triggers hidden follow-ups. This involves not hastily slaying the Wolf King, but rather allowing it to escape to the cliff's edge and leap into the dungeon's entrance. It is quite remarkable how the quest chain is structured in this manner. Once the Wolf King jumps into the dungeon, it will reveal the hidden bloodsucker Baron resurrected in the novice village. Qin Chuan cast his gaze toward the novice village, his eyes clouded with a hint of gloom. Who would have imagined that the village chief had been cursed and infected by the bloodsuckers? Becoming a pawn of the bloodsucker Baron? If Apocalypse were an ordinary game, I would commend the planners for their creativity in embedding such numerous Easter eggs. Alas, it is not. The hidden side quests of the novice village signify the resurgence of the vampire clan, following their arrival alongside the Apocalypse. The vampires have regarded the Blue Star as a buffet. Reminiscing about the past, the anguished wails of Qin seem to echo in his ears, and the lingering scent of blood clings to his nostrils. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan casts aside his distractions. Even though he foresees the future trajectory of events, he finds himself powerless in the face of his own inadequacy. Elevating his strength must be his foremost priority. Amos, you shall serve as the stepping stone to my empowerment. Qin Chuan directed his gaze at Amos and swiftly launched a throwing knife. Infuriated, Amos struck the ground after being hit, yet his efforts were in vain. Qin Chuan was well beyond his reach. However, Qin Chuan's safety did not extend to other players who were not as fortunate. Upon learning that this area had respawned, and at the silver level no less, the players from the novice village immediately sprang into action. You say it's impenetrable? What does that matter? I'm determined to go. Will I be eliminated instantly? What's there to fear? It's just a game. What? You say the Night Wanderer is also present? They understood that as long as the Night Wanderer intervened, it would no longer concern them. Yet, some players, resolute in their belief that they alone control their fate, rushed forth. A portion perished on the way, trampled by wild boars, while others were dispatched by the newly respawned granite giants. Even if they fortuitously reached the vicinity, they would scarcely have time to strike a blow before being swatted into oblivion. Nevertheless, such obstacles could not dampen the fervor of the players. Qin Chuan observed discreetly, unfazed. Other players were free to come and go. After all, they would not claim the spoils. Except for those from the Rakshasa Hall. Any of them that appeared would be met with swift elimination. 10 minutes later, Amos's health bar had dwindled to below half, with 99% of the damage inflicted by Qin Chuan. In other words, he had effectively secured ownership of the drops. From a distance, Long Tongue Tian Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. The equipment is nearly within grasp. Judging by these attributes, it was certain that some defensive gear would drop. It mattered not that he could not equip it at present. Diligent leveling was all that was required. Once he reached level 10, merely donning one or two pieces of silver equipment would result in a significant boost to his attributes. Could the leaders of other guilds achieve this? Certainly not. With a proud demeanor, Long Tongue Tian Xia declared, had it not been for my determination to grind levels in the wild boar plains, how would we have encountered the Night Wanderer? And where would the opportunity for such exceptional equipment come from? He looked skyward, wearing an expression that seemed to invite praise. The assassin and archer, well aware of Long Tongue Tian Xia's nature, chose to ignore him. However, Xiao Shueg graciously remarked, "Boss, you are truly wise." The assassin and archer exchanged glances and echoed in unison. Our leader is indeed wise. Chapter 25, Overlevel Drops. The black rock body lost its luster, swiftly becoming riddled with cracks before crumbling into scattered debris, crashing to the ground. Amidst the dust, glimmers of silver light were faintly discernible, along with a hidden flash of gold. Qin Chuan felt a surge of exhilaration within. A tremendous bounty, an extraordinary windfall. They had dropped a golden level loot despite being overleveled. In the realm of the apocalypse, the quality of the loot is fundamentally aligned with the level of the adversary vanquished, with only a diminutive probability of obtaining items of a higher tier. To illustrate the rarity of such occurrences, let us consider that in his previous life, Qin Chuan spent a decade within the apocalypse, and the instances of acquiring superior loot through sheer chance were exceedingly few. Even on a global scale, the likelihood remains tragically low. Nonetheless, there exist genuine lucky players who encounter such fortuitous drops far more frequently. However, the price for such fortune is steep. These fortunate individuals often meet an untimely demise, vanishing shortly after the fusion of the apocalypse with the Blue Planet. Amidst his contemplations, a system notification echoed in his ears. You have slain a silver tier enemy, earning 20,000 experience points. This kill is the first in the entire server, granting you an additional reward of 50 free attribute points, 5 skill points, and 50 prestige points. You have leveled up to level 9. You have received 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, bestowing upon you yet another 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment has commenced, awarding you 1 evolution point. You have leveled up to level 10. You have received 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is still gathering, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated once more, bestowing upon you an additional 5 free attribute points. This first kill will soon be announced across the server. Would you like to hide your nickname? No, Player Knight Wanderer has slain the Silver Tier Obsidian Lord Amos. We encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. You're the first player to reach level 10. This will soon be announced across the server. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer is the first to reach level 10, unlocking the level leaderboard. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. You have attained level 10. Please proceed to your class mentor to complete your initial class advancement. Please note that prior to completing your class advancement, your experience cap will be locked, and any excess experience will automatically enter the experience pool. A continuous series of notifications chimed incessantly. As a silver tier adversary, the rewards for slaying Amos were undeniably bountiful, particularly the substantial experience points, which enabled Qin Chuan to ascend 2 levels in rapid succession. This also implies that any equipment dropped by Amos, provided it is suitable for him, can be equipped immediately. Silver tier gear at level 10 boasts attributes far superior to those of level 5 black iron equipment. Furthermore, the ample free attribute points available are a significant boon. Additionally, the 5 skill points should not be overlooked, as they would allow Qin Chuan to elevate all remaining skills by 2 levels or to enhance shadow stealth individually by 2 levels, both of which represent considerable improvements. As for the evolution points, they are of the utmost importance. However, evolving shadow stealth requires 4 evolution points, which he currently lacks. Qin Chuan has yet to determine whether to evolve any other skills, but he is in no rush. He possesses ample time to plan his strategy. Allocating all 80 free attribute points to agility, he took a moment to glance at his current attributes. Strength 19, Constitution 14, Agility 2245, Spirit 13. Over 200 agility. What an astonishing concept. If translated into the real world, it would position him as the world's foremost runner, capable of shattering human limits. A man like the wind serves as his most fitting description, though he exhibits a certain specialization. Qin Chuan mused quietly, hoping for equipment that would enhance his physical prowess. He opened his backpack and began to examine his spoils of war. The first item of interest was that coveted golden-grade loot, which held Qin Chuan's utmost concern. Substitute Scarecrow, golden-grade item absorbs fatal damage on behalf of the owner and teleports the owner to a designated safe area. Activation is at the owner's discretion. Usage count, 11. Qin Chuan was taken aback. It was indeed this remarkable item. The general mindset among players was to retrieve their corpses upon death, merely a matter of time. However, Qin Chuan understood that the apocalypse would manifest into reality, and at that juncture, death would be irrevocable. The value of the substitute Scarecrow would only escalate from that moment forward. An extra life, who wouldn't desire such a boon? As a stealthy, ranged assassin, Qin Chuan's safety was already assured, yet the sight of the substitute Scarecrow still filled him with delight. Such a treasure, he would never part with it for any price. This singular item was enough for Qin Chuan to etch Amos's name into his memory. He was indeed a good man. With a sense of joy, Qin Chuan carefully stored the substitute Scarecrow and turned his attention to the next item. Obsidian plate armor, silver grade, defense 300, health 1000, strength 10, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 50. Apocalypse gear generally lacked class restrictions, only imposing attribute limitations. As Qin Chuan had invested entirely in agility, this plate armor was destined to remain beyond his grasp. He casually passed the attributes along to Long Tong Tianxia, and as expected, a flurry of camaraderie ensued, with enthusiasm sufficient to melt a millennium of frozen ice. Turning to the third item, he encountered yet another disappointment. Obsidian necklace, silver grade, health 100, mana 300, spirit 20. Equipment requirement, level 10, spirit 50. It was a pity for Amos to have perished. What a peculiar assortment of items had dropped. The obsidian plate armor could be understood, as it was merely a lump of stone. But this necklace was excessive, with such prominent features. Would one expect it to yield magical equipment? One ought to feel a sense of shame. Fortunately, Amos had dropped enough items, and Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the fourth item, which was indeed usable for him. Heart of the Mountains ring. Silver grade. Health 200. Mana 200. Equipment requirement. Level 10. Equipment effect. Creates a shield that absorbs 3,000 damage, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The attributes were not particularly remarkable, merely enhancing health and mana without any additional bonuses. Yet, the equipment effect was precisely what Qin Chuan required. A shield capable of absorbing 3,000 damage could equate to several of his health points. He scrutinized it further to confirm there were no attribute restrictions before finally relaxing. Truth be told, if another item with attribute requirements were to appear, he was prepared to diversify his attribute allocation. With 2 additional drops remaining, he hoped they would also be of use. Qin Chuan murmured to himself, turning to the 5th item, his expression one of astonishment. What in the world is this? Chapter 26, Guild Token. Before Qin Chuan's eyes appeared yet another item. Guild Token, a silver grade item, usable at the city administrator to establish a guild with a maximum membership of 1,000 in a realm of apocalypse. The formation of a guild necessitates the possession of a guild token. The capacity for members varies according to the token S grade. Lower-tier guilds may utilize higher-grade tokens to expand their membership without the need to dissolve and reconstitute the guild. For players, establishing a guild not only fosters a sense of belonging, but also offers tangible advantages, particularly in organizing groups. Apart from the forthcoming team dungeons, regular outdoor battles and minor dungeons limit players to forming teams of no more than 6. However, upon the establishment of a guild, the guild leader and vice leader can assemble teams of up to 1,000 members, contingent upon the guild S level. This proves immensely advantageous during outdoor skirmishes. The rules of Apocalypse dictate that a player or team must inflict over 50% of cumulative damage in the wild to claim loot rights. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Qin Chuan, who can single-handedly deliver sufficient damage. Most players prefer to band together, underscoring the significance of guilds. Truthfully, the inability to form a group would prevent major guilds from easily relinquishing opportunities, such as the colossal wild rabbits in the novice village. Thus, Qin Chuan is acutely aware that despite players congregating in the novice village at this juncture, brandishing a guild token will undoubtedly prompt the leaders of various guilds to take action. It is not an exaggeration to assert that this guild token could fetch a price exceeding 100 million. He vaguely recalls that the first guild token in his previous life was valued at over 300 million, or perhaps 400 million. At that time, focused solely on amassing wealth, he dreamt of acquiring one, envisioning a life of leisure thereafter. Regrettably, he never managed to obtain one, even when he and the arrow god met their demise together. Reflecting on the past, Qin Chuan felt a pang of nostalgia as he contemplated how to handle this item. Without a doubt, this is the first guild token in the entire server. The first guild to be established will be announced server-wide. Which prominent guild would forsake such an opportunity for fame and recognition? To illustrate, if Longting Tianxiao were to learn of this, they would not hesitate to part with their gold. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan found himself pondering a different dilemma, whether to establish a guild himself. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was no immediate necessity. His rate of advancement was far too swift for ordinary players to match. Finding suitable teammates who resonate with his pace would be a challenge, likely yielding few, if any, across the server. When circumstances arise, forming a team suffices. There is no need to create a guild. Moreover, he does not possess the aptitude for management. The thought of dealing with trivial guild matters daily would be utterly exhausting. With this realization, Qin Chuan felt a sense of clarity and viewed the guild token with newfound calmness. "Let serve to enhance my life," he murmured. However, now was not the opportune moment to part with the guild token. He awaited a chance to cleverly outmaneuver Luo Sha with a single strike. Safeguarding the guild token, Qin Chuan then turned his attention to the final item that had dropped. Stone of Might, a silver-grade item, permanently increases strength by 20 upon use. There is little to say. Let us proceed directly. Once all the spoils have been dealt with, Qin Chuan finally finds the time to peruse his private messages. As he scrolls through the chat history, he observes the emotional journey of Long Tung Tianxia, who transitioned from initial excitement to subsequent anxiety, ultimately reaching a state of despondency. Qin Chuan feels a tinge of embarrassment and sends a message. "I was preoccupied with other matters just now." In the distance, Long Tung Tianxia, assuming the pose of a thinker, suddenly leaps up, throwing his head back in exuberant exclamation. "Ah, splendid. I've struck gold." The assassin, with a swift kick, retorts, "Have you lost your mind?" He then shares the attributes of the obsidian plate armor and the obsidian necklace in the team chat. The assassin and the archer both let out a sigh of disappointment. Neither of them can make use of the items. However, they are aware that any equipment suitable for them would also be usable by Yi Yushun. Thus, the likelihood of receiving such items is exceedingly low, unless it pertains to ranged weapons like bows and crossbows. Other gear is simply out of the question. Long Tong Tian Xia remarks, Yi Yushun hasn't provided me with a quote yet. Xiao Shui, could you analyze and suggest a fair price? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Shui replies, 5 million. What? Long Tong Tian Xia is taken aback, not because he believes it to be excessive, but rather because it seems far too low. Previously, he had spent over 1 million on 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment. How could these 2 silver-grade items only be worth 5 million? Before long, Tong Tian Xia can voice his thoughts. Xiao Shui continues. While I haven't directly conversed with Yi Yushun, judging by previous interactions, for some reason, he seems to harbor considerable goodwill towards you. Long Tong Tian Xia frowns, expressing his discontent. So you intend to exploit this goodwill to negotiate a lower price? That is not in accordance with my principles. Xiao Shui responds, Boss, please allow me to finish. What I propose is, in addition to the 5 million, offering Long Tong Dynasty a 20% stake. For the sake of efficient management. Long Tong Tian Xia had long registered Long Tong Dynasty as a club. After years of hard work, it boasts a plethora of elite players spanning various domains, transcending the mere definition of a gaming guild. To call it a conglomerate would not be an exaggeration. A 20% stake is no trivial matter. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's suggestion, both the assassin and the archer are taken aback. As senior members of Long Tong Dynasty, their combined shares amount to merely 15%. Yet Xiao Shui is proposing to grant Yi Yushun 20%. Even though they acknowledge Yi Yushun's prowess, a sense of inequity stirs within them. Why should he wield such power? Although it seems he truly can. The two fall into deep contemplation. Long Tong Tian Xia, also reflecting on the proposition, states, indeed, this is a commendable idea. However, the final decision rests with Yi Yushun. Should he wish to avoid any real-world entanglements with us, he is unlikely to accept equity. So we must prepare a secondary proposal. Xiao Shui nods in agreement. The alternative proposal remains at 5 million, supplemented by 2 universal range skill books of no less than black iron grade. Long Tong Tian Xia praises, Xiao Shui, your suggestion resonates with me deeply. He then opens his friend's list and sends the first proposal. In his heart, Long Tong Tian Xia fervently hopes that Yi Yushun will accept the equity offer. This signifies that the Night Wanderer has officially joined the Dragon Empire, and together they can undoubtedly establish the foremost guild of the apocalypse. Xiao Shui feels somewhat helpless. Her boss was not originally like this. However, considering the potential exhibited by the Night Wanderer, it is indeed worthy of such attention. Your chief strategist has provided 2 proposals. I shall choose the second one. Chapter 27. The blade of the Rakshasa that provoked public fury. Longting Tianxia is astonished. He and the Night Wanderer were certainly not acquainted before, yet the latter's performance suggests an uncanny familiarity with him. Longting Tianxia even suspects that the Night Wanderer is merely an old account of someone he knows. Otherwise, how could the chief strategist be aware of the 2 proposals and unhesitatingly select the second one? The archer, having known Longting Tianxia for many years, noticed his expression and inquired, is there an issue? After a moment of contemplation, Longting Tianxia organized his thoughts and replied, I feel that the Night Wanderer knows me quite well, yet among my acquaintances, I cannot pinpoint anyone who corresponds to him. The archer, too, wore a pensive look. Longting Tianxia's intuition is remarkably keen. His assertion indicates a high level of certainty. Thus, the question arises, who is the Night Wanderer? And how does he possess such knowledge of Longting Tianxia? Yet, no matter how the archer reflects, he cannot find a reasonable explanation. Longting Tianxia waved his hand dismissively and said, never mind. This question does not warrant excessive concern. Perhaps the Night Wanderer has gathered information about my character through other channels. After all, his establishment of the Dragon Empire can be deemed one of the top gaming guilds in the country, having been featured in numerous media interviews. It is possible that the Night Wanderer has come across a few articles and deemed me a decent person, thus exhibiting goodwill. Xiao Shui nodded in agreement, stating, at present, it appears that the Night Wanderer is an ally rather than an adversary. There is no need to be overly cautious, lest it affects our collaboration. The group exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. With this understanding, Longting Tianxia ceased to dwell on the matter and quickly sent a message. Our offer remains at 5 million Yenguo coins, along with 2 range skill books of no less than black iron grade. This is the proposal that Qin Chuan desires. The initial proposal sent by Longting Tianxia would not be entertained by Qin Chuan. Though he had dealt with Longting Tianxia extensively in his past life and found him suitable for camaraderie, it did not imply that Qin Chuan would place his trust in him, especially regarding his true identity. He distinctly recalls that in his previous life, many top gaming experts did not fall to alien forces but were instead betrayed by those closest to them. The absence of individuals with extraordinary talents among the top 10 experts on Earth is a matter that needs no further explanation. While the 20% stake in the Dragon Empire is undoubtedly valuable, potentially allowing Qin Chuan to retire comfortably, he understands that when despair strikes, possessing wealth without strength renders one merely a target. In such times, even wealth may be a fleeting notion. As the apocalypse commences its convergence, the economic system of the real world will collapse in a remarkably short span. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan sent a series of characters to Longting Tianxia. Longting Tianxia exuded a grand aura, without even inquiring when the equipment would be acquired, directly instructing Xiaoxue to transfer the funds. Esteemed player, your virtual account has received 5 million yen Guo coins, which can be withdrawn to your personal bank card at any time. Qin Chuan was at ease accepting cash precisely because binding a bank card in Tianxi would simultaneously create a virtual account. That 5 million cash could be withdrawn in installments. If Longting Tianxia intended to trace the cash flow, it would be utterly futile. Upon completion of the transfer, Qin Chuan initiated a trade with Longting Tianxia, exchanging 2 pieces of equipment. Longting Tianxia was deeply moved. Unable to locate Qin Chuan, he could only address the heir, saying, "Rest assured, Night Wanderer, I will mobilize the entire guild to collect those 2 skill books and deliver them to you at the earliest opportunity." There is no need for further pleasantries. Longting Tianxia was a shrewd individual who would not resort to deceit regarding the 2 skill books. Even if, hypothetically, Longting Tianxia were to whimsically consider defaulting, Qin Chuan had ample means to teach him a lesson he would not soon forget. A chill unexpectedly ran down Longting Tianxia's spine. He dismissed the thought and, gazing at the equipment in his bag, excitedly exclaimed, "Let us go, let us level up. Oh, and Xiaoxue, please keep an eye on the skill books." "Certainly, boss." At the resurrection point of a novice village, the ambush tactics employed by the Luosha Hall ignited the ire of numerous players. What has happened to the martial ethics? Luosha Judaism, may you be blessed with sons. What a pathetic guild, unable to contend with Night Wanderer and taking their frustrations out on ordinary players. Brothers, let us stand against these fools. You think you're Luosha Judaism? Do you know who I am? I am a neighbor's Uncle S-Dog sent by the vice president of the Underworld Palace. The resurrection point was in chaos, and the expression of Luosha Judaism grew increasingly grim. How could a mere low-level assassin hope to defy the gaze of the God of Light, Black, Iron level? The moment Night Wanderer revealed himself, he would undoubtedly be struck down. At that point, Night Wanderer would either beg for mercy or delete his account. However, what Luosha Judaism did not anticipate was that, after waiting at the resurrection point for an eternity and unleashing skills, he had only managed to harm the innocent without achieving any significant effect. Among the resurrected players, there was not a trace of Night Wanderer. Moreover, subsequent news further bewildered Luosha Judaism. Was that silver-level player still losing health? And each time, the damage exceeded 6,000? Undoubtedly, only Night Wanderer could accomplish such feats. Thus, the question arose, how had he overcome the effects of the God of Light's gaze, Black, Iron level? Luosha Judaism found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, the current situation left no room for contemplation. Due to Luosha Hall indiscriminately unleashing skills at the resurrection point, many players, upon reviving, met their demise almost instantaneously. Under the leadership of several hot-tempered individuals, the wronged players swiftly formed an anti-Luosha alliance, engaging in fierce combat with the members of Luosha Hall. Just as Luosha Judaism revived, darkness enveloped him once more, inciting an eruption of curses and vows of revenge. However, what awaited him was yet another round of skills. After enduring several trials, the demon slayer succumbed and with a wave of his hand, logged off. Curse Night Wanderer, I shall contend with you once I awaken. Chapter 28, The Crimson Tomb. Qin Chuan learned about the resurrection point from Longting Tiantian. Aside from marveling at the prowess of the demon slayer, Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. Such a character as the demon slayer was hardly worthy of his concern. After defeating Amos, Qin Chuan did not hasten to depart. Instead, he approached the edge of the cliff. Amos's corpse had shattered and slowly merged into the earth, soon leaving a gap in its place. Following the gap, downward led to the entrance of a hidden dungeon. Qin Chuan was well acquainted with the route, and with a few leaps, He reached a platform beneath the cliff. Here, a cave was shrouded by a translucent light screen, and with the overgrowth, the view beyond was obscured. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan knew this was the location. The moment he reached out to touch the light screen, he received a system notification. Ding! You are the first to discover the hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your username? No. Player Night Wanderer has discovered the hidden dungeon Crimson Tomb beneath the cliff. We encourage all players to explore. Please note, the difficulty of this dungeon is considerable. Choose an appropriate level for your strategy. Upon the announcement, all players fell into a stupor. Ah, it's Night Wanderer again. They were accustomed to it. Wait, what did the announcement say? A hidden dungeon? At the mention of the word dungeon, a glimmer of desire ignited in the player's eyes. Dungeon farming. Equipment drops. Striking it rich. In an instant, all players ceased their current activities and began discussing the location of the dungeon. The announcement specified a hidden dungeon beneath the cliff, in a novice village. The cliff's terrain was only found in the granite hills to the north. Moreover, given the swift timing of the announcement, even Night Wanderer could not have reached another location that quickly. Longting Tiantian speculated that Night Wanderer must have discovered the dungeon entrance while collecting loot after defeating Amos. His inquiry was likely due to concern that this dungeon might be a one-time opportunity. He did not wish to compete with Night Wanderer. No matter how enticing the dungeon, it could not surpass his camaraderie with Night Wanderer. With the prospect of level 10 silver equipment and a hidden dungeon awaiting exploration, Longting Tiantian's eagerness to level up blazed fervently, and he immediately led his team towards the wild boar plains. On the way back, Longting Tiantian noticed numerous players hurrying to join the fray. It was evident they aimed to tackle the dungeon. In the team chat, the assassin inquired, "Boss, aren't we going to challenge the dungeon? What if someone else claims the first kill?" The archer added, "Indeed, we may not outpace Night Wanderer in the wild, but dungeons are different. Each party operates independently, and we need not worry excessively." However, Longting Tiantian shook his head, stating, "Night Wanderer cannot be unaware of the Dragon Dynasty's capability to conquer dungeons. Yet he still advised me to reach level 10 before attempting it, indicating the dungeon's high difficulty. Besides, with Night Wanderer present, the record for the first completion will likely not fall to anyone else. Even if Ahua and the others were allocated to the same novice village as us, they could not possibly compete with the Night Wanderer. Given this, why should we rush? It will be far wiser to focus on leveling up. The Night Wanderer can already solo 10-level silver monsters. If we don't level up soon, we will only be left drooling over the equipment." After a few words, the assassin and archer concurred with Longting Tianxia's decision, although they were left speechless. Not long ago, they were regulars at first kills in various online games. Yet, here emerged a Night Wanderer who single-handedly left them utterly defenseless. Where could they possibly voice their grievances? In contrast to Longting Tianxia's calm demeanor, most players were not contemplating as deeply. The dungeon lay before them, simply waiting to be conquered. At worst, they could run back after dying. What was there to fear? "Brothers, let us charge." Players formed small teams, braving the onslaught of granite giants, leaving a trail of corpses until they finally reached the platform beneath the cliff, where they beheld the long-desired dungeon entrance. Please select dungeon difficulty: normal, warrior, king, nightmare. A few players conferred and decided that caution was paramount. They would first tackle the normal difficulty to accumulate equipment before considering the subsequent challenges. However, they were swiftly obliterated by the first wave of minions. Standing at the resurrection point, the team exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? As more players appeared at the resurrection point, everyone began to realize a common issue, and outrage erupted. What kind of pathetic dungeon is this? Normal mode is this difficult? What kind of dogged planning is this? Have you no regard for players? Meanwhile, Longting Tianxia, who was diligently leveling up, received messages from guild members. Just as the Night Wanderer had indicated, the difficulty of that dungeon was indeed formidable. To date, elite teams, organized by various guilds, had not even glimpsed what lay within, all perishing at the hands of the first wave of minions. Although their equipment was somewhat lacking and their attributes below par, it was unfathomable that they could not conquer even the normal difficulty. Was this not a form of bullying against the honest players? Upon receiving this news, Longting Tianxia smiled serenely. "You people simply lack patience. You can't rush to eat hot tofu, understand?" Night Wanderer had been considerate enough to advise him to reach level 10 before attempting the dungeon. Otherwise, he would likely be among those cursing the planners right now. Reflecting on this, Longting Tianxia felt a surge of pride. "My camaraderie with the Night Wanderer is beyond what you outsiders can comprehend. It's merely a hidden dungeon. Isn't it within Night Wanderer's grasp?" Unbeknownst to Longting Tianxia, Qin Chuan, upon discovering the hidden dungeon, did not rush into grind, but instead departed directly to Wolf Slope. To be honest, had he not known about the hidden quest chain, he would have already begun grinding the dungeon. However, at this moment, he was in no hurry. Qin Chuan understood that, given the current player's levels and equipment, even achieving normal difficulty would be a stretch, with the subsequent 3 difficulties becoming increasingly grotesque. Of course, compared to the special mode activated by the Wolf King upon entering the dungeon, even nightmare difficulty seemed trivial. The special mode was not particularly notable. Its overall difficulty was comparable to nightmare difficulty. The only exception was the final hidden aspect, where the resurrected Blood Baron posed a formidable challenge, making the battle exceedingly arduous. Chapter 29, Beast, Whom Do You Bite? As Qin Chuan journeyed towards Wolf Hill, he pondered how he might confront the novice village chief with an air of righteousness after acquiring the heart of the Bloodline Baron, compelling the chief to weep in regret for his past transgressions. Yet, this remained merely a fanciful thought. In reality, once the players unveiled the chief's true nature, he would not repent. Instead, he would entice the players to join the ranks of the Blood Clan. Should they choose to ally with him, they would, whether willingly or reluctantly, one day submit to the encroaching bloodline, ultimately becoming mere pawns, reveling in the slaughter of their own kind. Qin Chuan was uncertain how many players could withstand the allure of additional attributes, falling prey to the chief's fallacious rhetoric. While others might be uncertain, Qin Chuan was well aware that the player known as Demon Blade had succumbed to the temptation. Not only had he faltered, but he had also led the entire Demon Hall into the pit. When the apocalypse began to merge and the mark of death was cast upon reality, Demon Blade would meet his reckoning, Qin Chuan mused. Though not one to harbor a grudge, the actions of Demon Blade had led Qin Chuan to believe that embracing the role of a righteous enforcer was not beyond his reach. Thanks to his significantly high agility, Qin Chuan's movement speed far surpassed that of ordinary players, allowing him to swiftly arrive at his destination, Wolf Hill. Even before approaching, the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the wild grass. Coupled with the pungent scent in the air, it was enough to leave players parched and sweating, perpetually anxious about the possibility of a wolf leaping from the shadows. However, no matter how cunning the ambush, it could not surpass Qin Chuan's stealth. On his path to seek the Wolf King, he effortlessly dispatched any wolves within sight with a thrown dagger. The experience cap may have been locked, but that was of no consequence. Upon completing his class advancement, the experience would be promptly awarded. Moreover, he needed to continue accumulating evolution points, and thus he would not squander the opportunity to eliminate every wild creature he encountered. He had future battles in special modes to prepare for, and thus decided to utilize his skill points without delay. Previously, upon vanquishing Amos, he had earned 5 skill points that he had yet to use. Now, he had resolved how to allocate them. All would go into enhancing Shadow Stealth. 5 skill points were precisely sufficient to elevate Shadow Stealth by 2 levels. Ding! Consumed 2 skill points. Shadow Stealth level increased to 3. Shadow Stealth 3, Bronze level. Enter Stealth state. Critical Strike deals an additional attack power 140600. Damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds. Ding! Consumed 3 skill points. Shadow Stealth level increased to 4. Shadow Stealth 4, Bronze level. Enter Stealth state. Critical Strike deals an additional attack power 140800. Damage. Consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds. While the enhancement of skill levels only increased fixed values and did not amplify attack multipliers, Qin Chuan remained unconcerned. After all, what was his current attack power? Even if the multiplier doubled, it could not compare to the increase in fixed values. An augmentation of 400 fixed points, combined with the bonuses from critical strikes, weak point attacks, and the sharpshooter's multiple enhancements, would yield a significant impact. It would be sufficient to propel the damage of his Shadow Dagger beyond the threshold of 10,000. The pivotal advancement from a 4-digit to a 5-digit realm has been achieved. However, if one were to express a slight dissatisfaction, it would be the elusive enhancement of innate talent, which remains enigmatic. The Sniper God currently stands at level 1, with considerable room for growth. The dilemma lies in the arduous nature of elevating talent levels. In fact, for the majority of players, their talents lack the potential for upgrade, forever fixed from the moment of acquisition. As a distinguished talent, the Sniper God still possesses the capacity for growth, illustrating its inherent potential. Qin Chuan even harbors suspicions that the true level of the Sniper God far exceeds its current state. It is temporarily fixed at level 1, possibly due to its latent capabilities. Considering the Sniper God's awakening bears a connection to the Arrow God, Qin Chuan boldly theorizes that the essence of the sniper god's talent is divine in nature, a necessary path for mortals to tread in their ascent to divinity. Upon completing the special mode and dispatching the village chief, one may venture to the main city. Qin Chuan secretly anticipates this moment. The novice village is merely the initial station of the awakening, while the main city and subsequent expansions represent the vast and true world. Howl! The Wolf King's roar reverberates across Wolf Ridge. In stark contrast to its former imposing demeanor, the Wolf King now behaves like a frightened stray, tucking its tail and fleeing in panic. With a sudden thud, an elite wild wolf accompanying it collapses silently. The adversary this time is exceedingly formidable. After enduring just a few ambushes, it seems to have sensed the call of its ancestors. If further assaults occur, it fears that Wolf Ridge may soon change hands. Ack! The Wolf King emits a strained howl, only to receive a thrown dagger that reduces its health dramatically, silencing it instantly. The Wolf King, now terrified, dares not utter a sound, focusing solely on its escape. Deep within the Wolf King's psyche lies an obsession. It must reach that place. Should it reach there, even at the cost of its own demise, it would ensure that the detested enemy pays with its life. As Qin Chuan observes the Wolf King retreating northward, a satisfied smile graces his face. This creature exhibits a remarkable instinct, recognizing the necessity of leading a formidable foe towards its sworn enemy. Indeed, the Wolf King and the Blood Baron are arch-nemeses. More precisely, it is the enmity between werewolves and vampires, though still a wolf. The deep-seated genetic aversion towards vampires is irremediable. Following Qin Chuan's activation of the hidden dungeon, the Wolf King, guided by an unseen force, becomes aware of enemies to the north. Yet, its power is insufficient to confront them. Nevertheless, this is of no concern. Encountering an insurmountable adversary means its potential demise is imminent. Thus, it resolves to lead this formidable enemy towards its unknown adversaries, allowing them to engage in a battle to the death. Its own demise is inconsequential, as long as the enemy does not escape unscathed. Many players preparing to conquer the hidden dungeon, the Crimson Tomb, witnessed an unforgettable scene. The master of Wolf Ridge, the bronze-tier Cyclopean Wolf King, had inexplicably ventured into the Granite Hills. However, it appeared the Wolf King was in a dire state, already severely weakened. Excitement surged among the players, as this opportunity was a gift delivered to their doorstep. They promptly prepared to strike. Yet, before they could attack, the Wolf King dispatched them with a casual swipe. With disdain in its eyes, the Wolf King thought, "Frail humans, if I cannot defeat that shadowy foe, surely I can vanquish you." The Wolf King, already seething with rage, could no longer contain himself and began to unleash a frenzied assault upon the surrounding players. This incited considerable displeasure in Qin Chuan, who lurked in the shadows. "What are you doing? Hurry and leap into the dungeon," Qin Chuan exclaimed, launching a flying dagger. The damage registered at 4,600. To prevent the Wolf King from meeting a swift demise, he reduced the distance to 30 meters and deliberately avoided targeting any vital areas. Nevertheless, the significant damage inflicted brought clarity back to the Wolf King's gaze. The palpable tension in the air alerted the Wolf King that its arch-nemesis was not far off. Without a moment's hesitation, the Wolf King leapt from the precipice, soaring directly towards the dungeon entrance. In the next instant, a terrifying, ominous voice echoed throughout the Granite Hills, tinged with a hint of rage. "Damn it, beast! What are you biting at?" Chapter 30. The onslaught begins. Nightmare difficulty. With the fury of the Blood Baron. The entrance to the Crimson Tomb dungeon transitioned from a translucent state to one imbued with a deep crimson hue, as if stained by blood, emanating an aura of foreboding. Simultaneously, all teams engaged in the dungeon raid received a game notification. The slumbering Blood Baron had been roused, and his wrath enveloped the entirety of the Crimson Tomb. Ding! Monster attack power increased by 20, attack speed increased by 20. Beneath the health bars of all monsters, an additional buff status appeared, Baron's Fury. The already arduous efforts of the raiding parties were met with overwhelming disaster. In an instant, the revival points were filled with exclamations of frustration, as players vented their grievances towards the game's developers. They were thoroughly exasperated. The difficulty of this wretched game was simply outrageous. Moreover, the monsters within the dungeon had also become stronger. Was this truly necessary? Although Baron's Fury did not augment the monster's health or defense, the enhancement in attack power and speed was devastating. Many teams struggled to maintain their progress, relying heavily on healers to keep the main damage dealers afloat. Now, With the monster's attack power soaring, the main damage dealers became as fragile as paper, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Without tanks to draw the monster's aggro, the remaining team members were left as mere lambs to the slaughter. They were resolute, believing that once they reached level 10, they would surely prevail. Meanwhile, the player known as Longting Tian, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, decided to halt the raids of several elite teams and focus on leveling up instead. The first clear of the Crimson Tomb was now a distant prospect. As for the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty, Longtung Tian speculated that it was likely the doing of the Night Wanderer. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of anticipation. He was eager to discover how long it would take the Night Wanderer to conquer this dungeon, and what difficulty he would choose. If all went as expected, it would undoubtedly be the highest nightmare difficulty. Longtung Tian mused, his eyes gleaming with determination. The arrival of the Night Wanderer had rekindled the long-dormant passion within his soul as a gaming enthusiast. He was determined to carve out a name for himself in the world of Apocalypse, eager for the Night Wanderer to take notice. Meanwhile, the original instigator, Qin Chuan, was in the process of selecting the dungeon difficulty. Apocalypse featured a notably user-friendly setting, allowing players to directly choose different difficulty levels without having to clear each one sequentially. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, it was a matter of time efficiency. Erasing the initial 3 levels of difficulty may indeed yield the reward for first completion, along with an array of equipment, yet it holds little significance. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan opted for the Nightmare difficulty. A chime echoed, indicating his selection. You have chosen Nightmare difficulty. Please be aware, this difficulty has undergone unknown alterations. Proceed with caution. Do you confirm Nightmare difficulty? Confirmed. As he affirmed his choice, the entrance of the dungeon shimmered with twinkling starlight. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and stepped inside. Upon entering the dungeon, the howls of wolves echoed from the depths, but unlike before, these howls carried a hoarse timbre. Qin Chuan understood that this change signified the transformation of the Wolf King into a skeletal wolf, its body decayed, thus altering its voice. Accompanying this were the low, sinister chuckles of a Blood Clan Baron. I smell the aroma of fresh flesh, truly delectable. Intruder, I shall drain your last drop of blood. Go forth, my minions. Bring the intruder to me. I desire a hearty feast. With the Baron's command, the entire Crimson Tomb resonated with the excited howls of the Blood Clan's thralls. The sound of hurried footsteps surged from all directions, and in the dim light, grotesque creatures scuttled swiftly along the walls, converging towards the dungeon's exit. Qin Chuan cast a quick glance, and the attributes of the monsters materialized before him. Awakened Blood Clan Thrall, level 10 health, 10, 000 attack, 480 defense, 280 skills, bite, disease infection, bloody tracking description. Adventurers who trespassed here years ago were transformed into thralls by the Blood Clan Baron. Faithfully guarding this tomb, though a level 10 monster, its health was an impressive 10,000, with formidable attack and defense capabilities. In the wild, it would be considered a minor threat, but within this context, it was merely an ordinary foe. Such is the nature of Nightmare difficulty. Even with a cap of level 10, this dungeon should not be underestimated. A dozen Blood Clan thralls charged forward, only to halt abruptly. Where was the enemy? They could sense the presence of a living being in the air, yet could not discern its whereabouts. It was a stealthy adversary. The Blood Clan thralls quickly deduced their predicament and huddled together. They had encountered stealthy foes before and were aware of their weaknesses, limited attack range. To strike, they too would enter the attack range of their enemy. Once the opponent emerged from stealth, the remaining thralls would pounce, tearing the intruder to shreds for the Baron. The thralls had devised a meticulous plan, but they were met with Qin Chuan, a singularly exceptional ranged assassin. 503. Weakness attack. A throwing knife struck the head of one thrall, instantly depleting its health, causing it to collapse. Ding! You have slain a level 10 Blood Clan thrall, earning 200 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool. With the experience gained, Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth. The remaining Blood Clan thralls were bewildered. They could distinctly sense the presence of an enemy, yet the foe vanished without a trace. This is a common ruse employed by the stealthy enemies, and they have encountered it numerous times. However, this time they must concede that they have encountered something unprecedented. The scent of the adversary emanated from several dozen meters away. Was he not a stealthy assailant? How could he possibly launch an attack from such a distance? Could he be an archer? Yet that does not seem plausible, for archers do not conceal themselves in shadows. The Bloodkin thralls felt an acute deficiency in their intellect, as their usual tactics appeared inexplicably ineffective. According to their established narrative, After an enemy dispatches a hapless victim, they are at their most vulnerable before the next stealth maneuver, utterly unable to withstand their onslaught. Why then was this encounter different? What had gone awry? Before the bloodkin thralls could conjure an answer from their pitiably small minds, one of their own collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As before, the thralls distinctly sensed the fleeting presence of a living being, still appearing from several dozen meters away. Roar! Roar! One of the thralls, unable to suppress its insatiable thirst for blood, charged towards the source of the scent, its claws flailing wildly in the air in an attempt to uncover the hidden enemy. Yet, its efforts were destined to be in vain. Mere seconds later, the thrall's body stiffened, its vitality completely drained, and it fell, bewildered, to the ground. Chapter 31. The Bloodsucking Bat. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had never ventured into the Crimson Tomb, as this dungeon was discovered only a month after the server's inception. Additionally, there was a level cap. Nevertheless, he took the initiative to research the dungeon's mechanics and strategies, primarily to familiarize himself with the skills involved, thus preparing himself for similar encounters in the future. As for the minor adversaries, there was little to discuss. Even the nightmare-level minions fell before his flying daggers in an instant, posing no challenge whatsoever. Qin Chuan promptly resolved to engage swiftly and decisively, slicing his way through. Confronted with the relentless onslaught of flying daggers, the bloodkin thralls exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet they were unable to locate the enemy hidden in the shadows. Instead, they succumbed to impotent rage, their claws flailing aimlessly before falling silently to the ground, merely contributing to the experience points. Without any extraordinary kills, the experience gained was minimal. Qin Chuan could not help but voice his discontent. He was accustomed to slaying foes of a higher level, and this unexpected necessity to contend with adversaries of equal rank left him feeling somewhat unsettled. At that moment, had there been another player familiar with dungeon strategies nearby, they might have delivered a scathing retort. Was this even reasonable? They were being mercilessly battered by minor adversaries of ordinary difficulty, while he, effortlessly dispatching nightmare-level foes, still dared to complain about the paltry experience? An outcry, a grave outcry. A few minutes later, the first wave of bloodkin thralls had all met their demise beneath Qin Chuan's blades. In addition to a substantial amount of experience points, he also acquired 2 pieces of ordinary equipment of level 10. Though they would not fetch a high price, they could certainly enhance his provisions, even in nightmare-level dungeons. Regardless of the minions' attributes, without an elevation in quality, they would only yield ordinary-grade equipment. Thus, relying on high-difficulty dungeon minions to obtain superior equipment was an unfeasible endeavor. This was a sentiment Qin Chuan had expressed more than once in his previous life. In his previous life, he was a heavily armored warrior, endowed with the formidable talent of a conqueror. After enhancing his equipment to a higher level, he could effortlessly vanquish minor foes. However, the meager value of ordinary gear significantly dampened Qin Chuan's enthusiasm for gold farming. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain optimistic, as he had never truly expected the lesser creatures to yield anything of worth. With renewed determination, Qin Chuan pressed on, although constrained by the dungeon's level. The specifications of the Crimson Tomb were not particularly high. Nevertheless, it was classified as a nightmare difficulty, with most adversaries being of silver rank, while the hidden blood count reached a terrifying golden rank. Furthermore, upon activating special mode, the transformed Wolf King surpassed its original limits, attaining silver rank as well. In other words, the final battle would necessitate confronting both a golden and a silver rank foe simultaneously, a daunting challenge for ordinary players. Even elite teams from various guilds might find it overwhelming. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, as he methodically cleared the area, dispatching foes with ease. He soon encountered his first opponent, a colossal bat, suspended from the ceiling of the tomb. Vampire Bat, silver rank, level 10. Health, 350,000. Attack, 1, 500, 300. Defense, 800. Skills, Sonic Whale, Rapid Dive, Summon Bat Swarm, Life Drain. Description, the pet of the blood count. It relishes feasting on human brains. While its attributes paled in comparison to Amos, this was hardly surprising, given that Amos's origins were far superior to that of this wretched bat. After countless years of confinement, it still managed to retain its silver rank. The strength of Amos at his peak is beyond measure. Observing the seemingly tranquil vampire bat, Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, launching his throwing knife while simultaneously entering stealth and sprinting away. With a thunderous crash, a dark shadow plummeted into the spot he had just vacated, shattering the hard stone floor beneath. Amidst the swirling dust, the vampire bat shook its head, emitting a disgruntled screech. Its speed was formidable, yet it had failed to catch its elusive foe. This battle promised to be anything but simple. Qin Chuan understood that while he was cloaked in stealth, he was not invulnerable. Enemy attacks could still inflict damage. The defining characteristic of the vampire bat was its swiftness. Had he not fled at the first opportunity, he would have been crushed like the ground beneath him. However, evading the dive did not equate to safety. Upon failing to land its attack, the vampire bat swiftly altered its strategy, its abdomen swelling before it unleashed a piercing cry. An invisible shockwave fanned out, obliterating the stones before it into dust. One could only imagine the devastation of enduring such a blow head-on. Even a heavily armored tank would struggle, let alone Qin Chuan, with his slight frame. Emerging from the shadows, Qin Chuan's expression turned grave. Truly, this was the essence of nightmare difficulty. The series of counterattacks were meticulous, and an ordinary assassin would likely not survive the first onslaught. Unfortunately for the vampire bat, it had encountered him. With a faint smile, Qin Chuan awaited the cool down of his stealth before striking once more, then sprinting ahead. Boom! The vampire bat swooped down to the ground, followed by a piercing shriek that shattered several massive stones into fragments, while Qin Chuan remained utterly unscathed, patiently awaiting the cool down of his abilities in a distant corner. Even at the silver tier, without the ability to shatter sound, one could not pinpoint Qin Chuan's location. This was, of course, also attributable to Qin Chuan's evolution of shadow stealth to the bronze tier. Had it remained at the initial ordinary level, the vampire bat, with its acute perception, could have roughly located him and prepared for his advance. However, now, all Qin Chuan could utter was an apologetic farewell, bidding the creature to await its demise. After enduring a few more throwing knives, the vampire bat's health plummeted below half. In a fit of rage, it emitted a shriek, and countless bats surged forth from the surrounding crypt, spiraling incessantly within the chamber. Of its 4 skills, 3 proved ineffective against him, and the final ability, Life Drain, was no exception. Unable to even lock on a Qin Chuan, how could it unleash its powers? Thus, its demise was inevitable. With a thunderous crash, the vampire bat's health bar emptied, and it plummeted from the ceiling. Ding! You have slain a level 10 silver vampire bat, earning 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Any excess will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has been activated, granting you 1 evolution point. Current points, 2. The summoned bats immediately scattered in flight. Qin Chuan stepped forward to collect the fallen equipment. Blood-sucking blade, silver tier, attack power 300, agility 15, equipment requirement, level 10. He promptly equipped it, causing his attack power to soar to an impressive 300, significantly amplifying his damage output. Now, he felt emboldened to confront the vampire baron with newfound confidence. Chapter 32. A momentum like a breaking bamboo. After donning the blood-sucking blade, Qin Chuan's displayed attack power surged to 339, multiplying several times over. This enhancement differed from the previous upgrade of Shadow Stealth. It not only elevated the damage of his hidden strike, but also substantially increased the damage of Shadow, throwing knives, and rending. It is no exaggeration to say that should Qin Chuan face the vampire bats once more, the time consumed would be greatly reduced. To his astonishment, the first bat had dropped the most coveted weapon. He hoped the subsequent 2 would yield more valuable treasures. Qin Chuan found himself filled with anticipation. In the absence of activating a special mode, there were 3 Crimson Crypts. Even if each yielded only 1 piece of equipment, Qin Chuan could still acquire 2 additional silver tier items. Eager to test his newly acquired gear, Qin Chuan wasted no time when a Blood Clan servant approached. Offering itself to his blade, a throwing knife was immediately dispatched. 18,535. Weak point attack. Before the rending could take effect, the Blood Clan servant had already reverted to a lifeless corpse, rolling upon the ground and coming to a halt in a corner. Nearly 20,000 in damage was simply insurmountable for such lowly adversaries. After a series of swift eliminations spanning a mere 10 minutes, Qin Chuan arrived at the second challenge. In the vast chamber stood 2 imposing, grotesque stone statues. Though they appeared deceptively safe, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that any player foolish enough to approach would fall prey to a surprise attack from these gargoyles. The simultaneous assault of 2 silver-tier gargoyles would be enough to send any player to their doom. In Qin Chuan's mind, a strategy was firmly established, ensuring he would not stumble into trivial errors. With precision aimed at the stone statue, he unleashed a flying dagger. 9,268. Weak point attack. 9,268. Weak point attack. 2 damage figures ascended simultaneously from the heads of the 2 stone statues. At that moment, the statue's eyes abruptly opened, and their wings began to flap rapidly, launching an assault on Qin Chuan from both sides. A familiar scene unfolded. The attack from the two gargoyle statues, while shattering the ground beneath, inflicted no harm upon Qin Chuan. Stone Gargoyle Twins Silver Grade. Level 10. Health points 250,000. Attack 1,200. Defense 2,000. Skills: Gale Surge, Charge Counterattack, Physical Damage Reduction. Shared Life. Description: the gatekeeper guards of a vampire baron. They possess a telepathic bond that compels them to eliminate all intruders, though their health appears modest. The issue lies in the fact that these two gargoyles share a life pool. Any damage inflicted upon them results in half being transferred away. In other words, their total health effectively reaches an astounding 500,000. Moreover, the Stone Gargoyle Twins are adept at countering physical attacks, with their already formidable defense bolstered by an additional 70% physical damage reduction. They instill despair in any assassin or archer player. However, should a party of magic-based players approach, they may find themselves ensnared, for the third possesses a magical immunity shield, necessitating physical classes to deal damage. Given that level 10 players inherently lack robust attributes, the latter two present a particularly targeted challenge, leaving solo players to endure considerable hardship. As for rotating players in a tag team fashion, apologies, but the apocalypse does not permit such loopholes. While players may engage freely in the wild, within the confines of a dungeon, team members cannot be replaced during a strategy run. Yet, before Qin Chuan, the Stone Gargoyle Twins, which typically instill despair in ordinary physical classes, proved to be no different from any other adversary. Their physical damage reduction paled in comparison to the reality of true damage. As Qin Chuan evaded their attacks, the rending skill began to manifest its potency. 220. Damage figures simultaneously appeared above the heads of the Stone Gargoyle Twins, jumping 3 times in succession, accumulating over 1,000 in total damage. Bolstered by the sniper talent, the damage from rending disregarded their defenses, inflicting full damage. While not exorbitant, it was certainly better than nothing. The Stone Gargoyle Twins, sensing their companion's astonishment, felt a disquieting realization. Their once proud defenses seemed non-existent before their foe. With a single round of attacks depleting nearly 20,000 of their health points, it would take merely a score of additional strikes to fully drain their vitality. The Stone Gargoyle Twins soared into the air, their wings creating a whirlwind as they unleashed havoc along a curved trajectory within the chamber. This was the Gale Surge skill, conjuring a tornado that dealt continuous damage. Furthermore, due to their twin nature, 2 cyclones would emerge each time, demanding precise positioning from players. However, Qin Chuan harbored no such concerns. His speed was extraordinary. Whether faced with 2 tornadoes or 10 or even 20, they posed little threat. As for the Gemini's charge counterattack skill, it is primarily aimed at melee classes, rendering it irrelevant to a ranged assassin like him. Ding! Upon slaying the level 10 silver grade Gargoyle Gemini, you have earned 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Any surplus will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has been activated, granting you 1 evolution point. Current points 3. The hunting moment has been activated again, granting you another evolution point. Current points 4. Although the Gargoyle Gemini is challenging to defeat, their unique duality yields a bountiful harvest of evolution points. 1 is equivalent to 2. Qin Chuan stepped forward to collect the equipment. Gargoyle Arm Guards, Silver Grade, Defense 100, Health 800, Strength 20, Equipment Requirement. Level 10, Strength 60. Damn! Qin Chuan felt a twinge of frustration. He had previously utilized a Strength Stone, enhancing his strength by 20, yet he still fell short of the requirement to equip these arm guards. Unless he allocated his next level-up attribute points to strength or found an alternative piece of equipment without a strength requirement, he would remain at a disadvantage. Never mind. I shall hold on to it for now, he mused. He had no intention of passing this equipment to Long Tong Tianxia. He planned to keep it for himself, not for immediate use, but as a stepping stone for future strategies. After securing the equipment, Qin Chuan pressed onward. Once he defeated the third foe, he would encounter the hidden Blood Baron. However, the Baron seemed even more impatient, letting out a shrill cry to summon his bloodthirsty servants to their demise. Simultaneously, the Baron's voice echoed throughout the tomb. Excellent. Intruder, your strength intrigues me. Come forth, and I shall grant you eternal life. Qin Chuan recognized that this was the trigger for a side quest. Normally, the Blood Baron harbored absolute hostility towards players who disturb his slumber. Yet, exceptions existed for formidable warriors like Qin Chuan. The Baron would offer choice, luring players into the ranks of the Bloodsuckers with the promise of immortality. Not only could they acquire a hidden blood-related class, but they would also gain an extraordinarily long life. In terms of conditions, this was far superior to what the village chief offered. After all, why did the chief only provide attribute points, while the Baron could offer hidden class transfers and longevity? I cannot abide by the treachery of that unscrupulous middleman, Qin Chuan declared indignantly, resolved to expose the village chief's true nature. After dispatching the minor monsters along the way and acquiring several ordinary items, Qin Chuan arrived at the innermost depths of the Crimson Tomb, a chamber adorned with exquisite murals. This chamber was vast, exceeding 100 meters in both length and width, creating a truly eerie sense of emptiness. In the corners, treasures lay dust-laden and shrouded in cobwebs, clearly untouched for ages. At the very center of the tomb, dozens of chains extended from the corners of the ceiling, suspending a massive bronze coffin in midair. Boom! The moment Qin Chuan set foot in the chamber, a heavy stone door crashed down behind him, sealing off his escape. Simultaneously, the bronze coffin began to tremble, ominous scratching sounds emanating from within, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 33, Moros. With a jarring screech of metal grinding against metal, the lid of the bronze coffin was thrust open, and a putrid odor permeated the chamber. Within the confines of the coffin, a figure clad in an exquisite garment slowly rose. The resurrected Moros, Silver Tier. Level 10. Health points, 600, 0, 0, 0. Attack, 1, 603, 200. Defense, 1, 600. Skills, Frenzied Blade, Arcane Shield, Shadow Shift, Dinner Time. Description: you have awakened the master of this tomb. Are you prepared to face his wrath? Such a beguiling description. Qin Chuan smirked. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware that this Moros was merely the steward of a vampire baron. The reason he could slumber within the bronze coffin was a clever ruse to disguise the baron's presence. Otherwise, given Moros's standing, he could hardly afford such an opulent vampire sarcophagus. As he pondered, Moros fully awakened, leaping from the coffin and landing firmly on the ground, his malevolent gaze sweeping across the tomb. His awakening signified the arrival of intruders. Yet there were no foes in sight. It was a stealthy approach. Qin Chuan remained concealed in the shadows, biding his time before striking. Unlike the previous adversaries, Moros possessed acute senses. Furthermore, with the ability to shadow shift, he could instantaneously appear in another location, seamlessly unleashing Frenzied Blade to inflict widespread damage. To vanquish such an opponent required a measure of finesse. Fortunately, Qin Chuan was well versed in the necessary tactics. The answer lay within the surrounding pillars. A player attempting to solo Moros would need to strategically utilize the circle of columns, attacking while retreating behind them. Thus, even if Moros utilized Shadow Shift to launch an attack, the pillars would obstruct him, affording the player a brief respite. Of course, while this sounded straightforward, execution proved far more challenging. The primary concern was Moros's speed. If a player's agility fell below 150, evading his lethal double strike was nearly impossible. However, Qin Chuan harbored no such worries. His agility exceeded 200, making it a trivial matter to evade his assaults. Creeping beside a pillar, Qin Chuan raised his hand and threw a flying dagger. 18, 535. Weak spot attack, 440, 440, 440. Even as a transformed undead, Moros retained a vulnerability. This weakness, however, resided not in his head, but within the blood core nestled in his chest, an inherent frailty of all vampires. To defeat a vampire, one must obliterate the blood core, otherwise, complete annihilation remains elusive. Unfazed by the assault, Moros swiftly activated a skill, rushing to Qin Chuan's position with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, brandishing two bone daggers that had mysteriously appeared in his hands, striking with wild ferocity. In an instant, debris flew as a 1-meter diameter pillar suffered a significant gash, and with two more strikes, it would surely shatter. This was one of the challenges in soloing Moros. The tomb housed 12 pillars, each capable of withstanding 3 strikes of Frenzied Blade. Once all pillars were destroyed, the player would be utterly exposed to Moros's blades. Given the attributes of a level 10 player, even clad in the finest gear, enduring more than a few hits was implausible. For fragile classes, a mere touch could spell their demise. Fortunately, Moros's Shadow Step and Frenzied Blades combination possesses a built-in cooldown of approximately several seconds, preventing its infinite use. Players merely need to seize the opportunity and maintain a safe distance to unleash their ranged attacks. However, for Qin Chuan, The question of whether he needs to kite and deal damage is unnecessary. His objective is to move to another stone pillar and await the cooldown of Shadow Stealth. 16 seconds later, Qin Chuan strikes once more. Moros, too, executes the combo again, shattering the stone pillar into a flurry of debris. After stealthing to a new pillar, Qin Chuan gazes enviously at the two daggers in Moros' hands. This is a dual dagger set, not only boasting high base stats, but also possessing set attributes that could rival even golden tier equipment in overall evaluation. Unfortunately, the drop rate is exceedingly low. Qin Chuan recalls that in his previous life, a marksman player had farmed Moros for a month without managing to collect both weapons, highlighting just how difficult they are to obtain. If only he could acquire them in a single drop, he mused. Once players complete their initial class advancement, they are granted a degree of freedom from class restrictions. Taking assassins as an example, after reaching level 10, they can wield dual weapons. Although the offhand weapon only provides a 70% attribute bonus, it is still significant. Furthermore, upon learning dual wielding, it is not limited to daggers. Any one-handed weapon, such as a single-handed sword or axe, is permissible. In other words, Qin Chuan can indeed utilize Moros' dual daggers. He is determined to obtain them. Growing increasingly excited, Qin Chuan raises his hand and hurls another flying dagger. Moros' shadow step followed by frenzy blades proves ineffective. Rather than hastily attacking, he contemplates, then speaks. Intruder, your prowess has caught my attention. How about experiencing this move? Come forth, my brothers and sisters. It is time for dinner. Accompanied by Moros' call, several figures gradually materialize beside him. Maid Captain Serena, bronze tier. Gardener Bob, bronze tier. Butcher, bronze tier. Stable Master Haynes, bronze tier. The sole piece of good news is that Moros summons only bronze tier allies rather than the same silver tier ones. If 5 silver tier foes were summoned, unless the player donned a full set of level 10 golden equipment, there would be no hope of clearing this dungeon. Yet, this raises a question. Where could one possibly acquire such an abundance of golden gear at level 10? The answer lies in conquering the special mode of the Crimson Crypt on Nightmare difficulty and defeating the hidden Bloodline Baron, ensuring a stable drop of golden tier equipment. But how does one encounter the Bloodline Baron? By first defeating Moros. And how to defeat Moros? By wearing golden tier equipment. Thus, an inescapable loop emerges. Qin Chuan vaguely remembers numerous jokes circulating around the Crimson Crypt in his previous life, such as players attempting to clear it, only to find themselves in a perpetual cycle of needing to graduate from the dungeon. There were plenty of amusing anecdotes. As he reflects, the cooldown for Shadow Stealth concludes, and Qin Chuan aims another flying dagger at Moros. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. By eliminating Moros, the remaining 4 minions will vanish without a trace, thus sparing us the exertion of dealing with them. After all, these fellows do not drop any equipment, rendering any special handling unnecessary. Of course, a conventional team would prioritize clearing the minions before tackling Moros, lest the main tank falter under pressure. However, for Qin Chuan, such precautions are entirely unwarranted. 18,535. Critical hit. As the damage figure soared, Moros charged forward. Accompanying him were his 4 subordinates, each unleashing various skills that thoroughly enveloped the space Qin Chuan had just occupied. The stone pillars, as a consequence, sustained further damage, withstanding only 2 more assaults before succumbing to ruin. Chapter 34. First kill of the dungeon. As the culmination of the Crimson Tomb, Moros' combat prowess is indeed formidable. His combination of Shadow Shift and Frenzy Blade is sufficient to obliterate any unsuspecting ranged attackers. Yet, this does not imply that melee fighters are safe. In the absence of distant targets, Moros freely employs Frenzy Blade, leaving scant time for melee combatants to react. A moment's inattention could lead to immediate demise. The magical shield effectively counters spell-casting professions, compounded by the summons of his minions during dinner time, which exerted significant pressure on the main tank, a true rogue at heart. Nevertheless, before Qin Chuan, such overwhelming strength was rendered utterly powerless. Such was the effectiveness of Qin Chuan's tactics: strike and then vanish into stealth, leaving Moros in a fit of rage. Powerless against his elusive foe, this was the first time he had encountered such a tenacious adversary. As time drifted by, Moros' health steadily declined. Yet the pillars within the crypt crumbled one by one under the relentless assault of Moros and his minions. Fortunately, Qin Chuan calculated that he could eliminate Moros before all the pillars collapsed. "My master, I have failed," Moros lamented, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. The 4 summoned minions froze in place, their forms becoming ethereal before swiftly vanishing completely. "Ding! You have slain the level 10 silver tier resurrected Moros," earning 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Any excess will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has commenced. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 5. Regrettably, Moros's summoned minions do not count as independent entities. Otherwise, this encounter would yield a bounty of evolution points. Though slightly disappointing, it was not a significant issue. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan's gaze was drawn to 2 shimmering orbs of loot on the ground. The drop of 2 pieces of equipment was already an extraordinary feat. Even more astonishing was the fact that both items were weapon icons. Could it be a weapon set from the very first kill? Qin Chuan found it hard to believe, for the odds were exceedingly slim. In the midst of his contemplation, another game notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully completed the Nightmare level dungeon, Crimson Tomb. This completion marks the first kill across the entire server, awarding an additional 10,000 experience points, 20 attribute points, and 10 prestige points. An announcement will soon be made. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer achieves the first clear of Nightmare difficulty in Crimson Tomb. May all players strive for further accomplishments. As the announcement echoed throughout the server, the Dragon Rising team had just vanquished a wild boar. After arduous leveling, they had successfully reached level 3, with level 4 tantalizingly close. Dragon Rising proclaimed encouragingly, "Let us push ourselves. Once we reach level 5, we can don new equipment, and our monster hunting will be significantly swifter. Upon reaching level 10, silver grade gear awaits us." These words ignited a spark of enthusiasm among his comrades. What is the essence of gaming? Beyond mere investment, it is the process of continuous accumulation and achievement that brings unparalleled satisfaction. However, before the group could seek out another wild boar, the server-wide announcement resounded again. Dragon Rising wore an expression of certainty and remarked, "I knew it. Night Wanderer would undoubtedly challenge the Nightmare difficulty." The archer concurred, stating, "As my rival, it is entirely expected for Night Wanderer to make such a choice." The priest, Snow, pondered for a moment and suggested, "Boss, shouldn't you inquire if Night Wanderer has any new equipment for sale?" Dragon Rising waved his hand dismissively. No need for such a formality. If Night Wanderer had that intention, he would certainly reach out to me. Since he hasn't mentioned anything, it's either due to time constraints or other considerations. After a brief pause, he continued, "We are seasoned players. We cannot always rely on Night Wanderer, understand?" The others nodded in agreement, albeit with a subtle inner critique. Who is truly reliant on Night Wanderer? Simultaneously, various novice villages buzzed with discussions about Night Wanderer. Such is the power of his name. It resonates profoundly. First, he secured the first kill on Black Iron level, then swiftly dispatched a Silver level foe. He uncovered hidden dungeons and was the first to reach level 10, unlocking the leaderboard. Coupled with his recent triumph in the Nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Tomb, each accomplishment could stand alone as noteworthy, yet they were all achieved by a single individual, remarkably formidable. Moreover, the intervals between these significant events were astonishingly brief. While they were still hunting wild rabbits, Night Wanderer had already completed the dungeon. Is the disparity in skill truly so vast? In contrast to the despondency of ordinary players, those with exceptional talents felt a sense of indignation. Particularly, several players boasting extraordinary talents were fiercely determined to dethrone Night Wanderer. With their superior skills and classes, they resented the fact that all the limelight was captured by Night Wanderer. This cannot stand. The game, Apocalypse, launched simultaneously worldwide, encompassing players from the Flame Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Stick Nation. Prior to the National War version, everyone was engrossed in their own pursuits, remaining undisturbed by others. However, this did not hinder the server-wide notifications. Apocalypse was considered enough to disseminate announcements in various languages. At that moment, in a novice village of the Beautiful Nation, a trio of players, after enduring numerous trials, had finally reduced Moros to a sliver of health. "Hold steady, it's about to fall," one of the players remarked. Without Richardson's exceptional talent, we wouldn't have made it this far. No matter how powerful that Night Wanderer from the Flame Nation is, he remains but an individual. Our team, with 1 level 10 and 2 level 9s, along with our high-priced equipment, will surely conquer this Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Hearing the praise from his teammates, Richardson, cloaked in robes and wielding a staff, bore a self-satisfied expression. He possesses the extraordinary talent known as the Heart of Winter, complemented by the concealed class of Frost Mage, effectively balancing damage and control. Even before him, adversaries find themselves immobilized, and he harbors confidence in claiming the title of the strongest in the Apocalypse. However, before he could unleash his full potential, Various first kills were snatched away by a player named Night Wanderer from the Flame Nation. This left Richardson quite displeased. By what right do they claim such achievements? The Flame Nation has thrived in recent years, and their confidence has surged. Yet I shall make them aware of who truly reigns supreme in this world. A cold smile crept across Richardson's lips as he raised his staff, preparing to vanquish Moros. Yet, before he could complete his incantation, a server-wide announcement echoed. Player Night Wanderer has achieved the first clear of Nightmare Difficulty Crimson Tomb. We encourage all players to strive for further successes. This was inconceivable. Richardson's mind was thrown into turmoil, causing him to miscast his skill. The uncontrollable Moros erupted forth, swiftly eliminating 2 of his teammates. Had it not been for Richardson's quick reflexes, he too would have met a similar fate. Congratulations on clearing Nightmare Difficulty Crimson Tomb. Richardson paid no heed to the game notifications. Even the golden tier loot dropped from a higher level could not stir his interest. His singular thought consumed him. Simultaneously, not only players from the beautiful nation, but also elite players from various regions shared the same sentiment. One day, they would trample Night Wanderer beneath their feet. Chapter 35, Bone-Cutting Twin Blades. Qin Chuan stepped forward with anticipation, claiming the 2 pieces of loot. Bone-Cutting Dagger, main hand silver tier, attack power 300, agility 15. Equipment requirement, level 10, set bonus, 12. Bloodletting Dagger, offhand silver tier, attack power 300, agility 15, equipment requirement, level 10, set bonus, 12. The standard panel attributes were entirely consistent with the blood-sucking blade Qin Chuan had been wielding. This was to be expected, as they were all level 10 silver tier equipment. The sole distinction lay in the set bonus. This was precisely what made the bone-cutting twin blades exceptionally formidable, the very essence that allowed them to rival golden tier equipment. Set bonus 22, attack power 200. Activates Frenzied Dash, allowing rapid movement toward the target while generating a blade storm that inflicts attack power 200 damage on enemies in its path, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Not only does it further augment attack power, but it also activates a special effect. Ross's signature move, the Shadow Shift Frenzy Blades. This is the active equipment effect unlocked upon assembling the bone-cutting twin blades, and it serves as a core element that makes this set irreplaceable in the early game. What Qin Chuan coveted was the effect of Shadow Shift. Although he could seamlessly stealth, should his opponent be wary and unleash area of effect skills in the direction he reveals himself. With sufficient skills and a broad coverage area, they could easily overwhelm him while in stealth. In truth, this plan had not initially been part of Qin Chuan's strategy. The randomness of equipment drops posed a significant challenge. If memory served him right, Moros's drop list contained over 20 pieces of equipment. Even if each drop were unique, sheer bad luck could require him to attempt it over 20 times to gather the twin blades. Qin Chuan deemed it unworthy of his time, far too time-consuming. To put it plainly, the effect of the dual blades dash is merely a temporary substitute. Ultimately, one must rely on proper displacement skills. However, such skills are not accessible to novice players. Thus, the path of continuous advancement remains the true course. Long before the battle commenced, Qin Chuan had prepared himself mentally. It would be wonderful to obtain the dual blade, but if it eludes him or does not manifest in pairs, he would not force the issue. To halt his progress in pursuit of the dual blade would be unwise. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan carefully stored the bone-cutting dual blade. At present, he could not wield it in both hands, and equipping the main hand bone-cutting dagger alone served little purpose. As he pondered, the voice of the Blood Baron echoed through the crypt. You have indeed defeated Moros. Your strength astonishes me. Come, join me, and let us revel in eternal life. A notification from the game appeared. Ding! You have activated the hidden side quest. A difficult choice. Option 1. Eliminate the Blood Baron. Reward, none. Option 2. Accept the Baron's proposal. Reward. Unlock the special profession of Crimson Assassin based on your attributes, with an additional 300 years of lifespan. The second option was evidently far superior to the first. It was precisely for this reason that some oblivious players might choose to ally with the Blood Baron. Yet, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that the enticing reward concealed a treacherous pitfall. Before the apocalypse fused with reality, players would be unable to discern the difference. Instead, they would gain enhanced combat prowess due to the profession's uniqueness. However, once the fusion commenced and the Blood Clan descended upon Blue Star, everything would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Even if the Blood Baron were to perish by then, those players would have already been transformed, irrevocably reduced to pawns of the Blood Clan, instigating countless slaughters. Qin Chuan understood this yet felt powerless to prevent it. Even if he claimed the second option was fraught with peril, What reason would other players have to believe him? It was merely a game. Why should outsiders meddle? Saving even one soul would be a victory. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan scoffed, Baron, prepare to meet your end. Ding. You have made a choice. The Blood Baron will become your relentless adversary. The game notification flashed by, but Qin Chuan paid it no mind. He strode directly to a corner of the crypt, kicking aside the scattered treasures to reveal the underlying floor tiles. A gentle step activated a mechanism, and a sound echoed from behind the stone wall. With a clatter, the chain suspending the bronze coffin began to loosen, and the entire coffin plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. The floor was shattered, leaving a gaping abyss. From the depths arose wails, curses, and the sound of flowing liquid, accompanied by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. Beneath lay the Blood Baron's lair, a pool of blood. The voices from earlier were the anguished souls of the sacrificed. Gazing into the dark maw of the pit, Qin Chuan quickly identified a protrusion and leapt forward, descending rapidly. After plummeting several dozen meters, he landed on solid ground, with only one passage ahead leading to a dimly glowing crimson cave. The Baron's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Intruder, this shall be your grave. Let your blood replenish this soon-to-dry blood pool. After making a branch decision in the Qin Chuan, the Baron prepared for battle. Qin Chuan stealthily approached the cave entrance, positioning himself behind a stone wall to observe within. Overall, this chamber resembled a tomb, albeit one imbued with a more sinister aura. The obsidian floor was devoid of any dust. At the center lay a pool of water, rippling with a deep crimson liquid. Seated at the edge of the pool was the Bloodline Baron, wearing an expression of indulgence. Beside him was the Wolf King, now transformed into a skeletal wolf. Reborn Gunnar, Gold Tier. Level 15. Health 15, 000,000. Attack 6,000. Defense 4,000. Skills: Crimson Pact, Life Transference, Pool of Blood, Blood Tide, Poison Blood Plague. Description: Awakened from slumber, the Bloodline Baron's power has inevitably diminished after a prolonged sleep, yet he remains unparalleled. It is still not too late to submit to him. Resurrected Wolf King, Silver Tier. Level 10. Health 350,000. Attack 1, 500. Defense 1, 200. Skills: Rabies, Lethal Bite, Wild Call. Description: The Wolf King, who intruded upon the Baron's south resting place, was resurrected by bloodline magic as a puppet, loyally guarding his former adversary. Two formidable foes. The Baron's health alone soared to an astonishing 150 million. To be frank, were it not for Qin Chuan's sniper talents, even a prolonged assault on the Baron would yield minimal results. Consequently, after being discovered by players, it took a considerable duration before the Baron was ultimately vanquished. His health was alarmingly high, and his level had surpassed the limits of the novice village, reaching 15. This was still in a state of diminished power due to his prolonged slumber. Qin Chuan calculated that the strength of the Bloodline Baron before him was roughly a dozen times weaker than that of a true Bloodline Baron. Chapter 36. One never looks at the master when beating the dog, leaving aside the true prowess of the Bloodline Baron. The mere presence of this one already instilled a profound sense of pressure within Qin Chuan. In contrast, whether it be the three silver-tier foes within the dungeon or Amos lurking beneath the granite hills, none were worthy to even carry the Baroness' shoes. With exceptionally high attack and defense attributes, coupled with extensive area skills, he could easily lead any elite team to defeat. Not to mention, in the special mode, a silver-tier Wolf King lurked nearby, watching with keen interest. Qin Chuan quickly deliberated and resolved to eliminate the Wolf King first. The resurrected Wolf King was not a mere summon. Even if the Baron were to fall, it would not perish. Furthermore, it was incredibly swift, under the Baroness' command. If it were to ambush Qin Chuan, he would find himself in dire straits. Fortunately, the Wolf King's health was not extensive, and it could be dispatched in a matter of minutes. With this in mind, Qin Chuan raised his hand and threw a flying knife. A howl of fury erupted from the Wolf King, and Baron Gunnar's face darkened, yet he made no further move, not even rising from the blood pool. This was anticipated by Qin Chuan. This awakening was unforeseen by the Baron. He had originally intended to continue his slumber for another century before awakening. The unexpected interruption by the Wolf King was a jarring disruption. If a direct kill could be achieved, it would be most desirable. The question remained, who would strike faster? He or Baron Gunnar? The Wolf King's health continued to dwindle, while the Baron's countenance darkened, resembling charcoal. His eyes emanating a crimson glow as he fixated intensely on Qin Chuan. An ancient proverb from a bygone era states that one must regard the owner when dealing with a dog. The Wolf King had been resurrected by him, and now, being effortlessly overwhelmed by an outsider, the Baron found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. The Baron had resolved to personally eliminate this intruder, intending to skin him for a carpet and fashion his skull into a goblet. He sought to make this human atone for his actions today. Qin Chuan, however, was unconcerned by the Baron's fearsome expression. His sole focus was to vanquish the Wolf King, followed by the Baron. As the Wolf King's health dipped below 50%, the Baron let out a furious roar. Enough. With that, he raised his arm and struck the blood pool. Countless droplets of blood soared into the air, scattering like bullets in all directions. The cave walls were instantly shattered, debris flying about. The moment the Baron lifted his hand, Qin Chuan had already stealthily sprinted towards the cave entrance, using the walls as cover to evade the onslaught. Regaining a moment of respite, the Wolf King approached the Baron, lowering its head with a low growl. The Baron pointed a finger, and a scarlet orb of light penetrated the Wolf King's body. A mournful howl erupted from the Wolf King. Qin Chuan inwardly cursed the unfairness of it all, yet could only watch. This was the Baron's skill, life transference. All he could do was continue his assault. The Baron's abilities were not limitless. As long as his damage output remained sufficiently high, he could forcibly overwhelm the resurrected Wolf King. Upon resurrection, the Wolf King had lost its self-awareness, yet the familiar flying knives stirred a restless fury within it. This damned sense of déjà vu left it unable to find peace even in death. Yet, such struggles were futile. The unfortunate news was that Baron Gunner's physique had regained its robust fullness. He was preparing to emerge from the blood pool. With a thunderous boom, the blood pool erupted with a powerful surge, and the Baron transformed into a scarlet phantom, leaping from the pool and hovering mid-air, surveying the surroundings with a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "It is my turn now." Blood tide centered around the Baron. A dozen crimson torrents surged outward, effortlessly cleaving through walls and the obsidian floor as if they were mere butter meeting a hot knife. Although damage numbers were obscured from view, Qin Chuan knew that the damage dealt by this skill would not be less than 10,000. Thus, Qin Chuan could only tactically evade the onslaught, taking refuge outside the tomb, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Once his shadow stealth was off cooldown, he darted back in, launching a flying knife at once, then immediately employing shadow stealth to retreat. The Wolf King emitted a dying howl, while the Baron shifted his gaze, sneering. "I've got you now." As he spoke, the Baron raised his hand to unleash a blood arrow, crashing to the ground with a plume of white smoke, corroding the obsidian surface into a deep pit. If it struck him, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. Even activating the shield from the heart of the mountain ring would prove futile. Such an attack at Golden Tier was ruthlessly disproportionate. A hit on a fragile target meant instant death. With an impressive agility, Qin Chuan evaded the strike, prompting a frown to form on the Baron's brow. He managed to dodge it. The Baron was momentarily taken aback, uttering a random compliment. "You are formidable, brimming with potential. You shall undoubtedly become a significant threat to my clan in the future. Alas, you must perish here today." The ominous battle of darkness commenced. An inky energy seeped from beneath the Baron's cloak, swiftly enveloping the entire underground tomb and extending outward. A game notification appeared. Ding. Baron Gunner has activated the special skill Dark Duel, sealing all avenues of retreat. Only the death of one party can terminate this skill. Please be advised, should you die during the Dark Duel, your character will be forcibly deleted. This warning sent a chill down Qin Chuan's spine. Such a tactic existed. In his previous life, he had never heard of Baron Gunner possessing the skill of Dark Duel. The ability to compel a player's account deletion was utterly absurd. What could be amiss? Qin Chuan's mind raced. Was this a consequence of the butterfly effect from his rebirth? Or perhaps it was a hidden rule of the apocalypse? Or was it that his sharpshooter talent had drawn the attention of the gods to this world prematurely? Quickly, Qin Chuan cast aside these distracting thoughts. The Dark Duel had already been unleashed and was rapidly encroaching upon him. Retreat was no longer an option. The only path to survival lay in vanquishing the Baron. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Chuan attained an unprecedented calm. He had once slain deities. What was a mere bloodsucker Baron in comparison? The situation appeared unfavorable for Qin Chuan, yet he discerned a glimmer of opportunity for victory. The truth was, Baron Gunner could not break his stealth. Otherwise, the Baron would not have resorted to such a special skill to confine him here. It was clear that he feared Qin Chuan might slip away unnoticed. In the shadows, a confident smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. "Your stats may be high, but my strategy is insurmountable." Chapter 37. Regret for the choices made. Baron Gunner's special skill had caught Qin Chuan off guard, yet upon regaining his composure, he realized that his circumstances had not drastically changed. His intention remained to eliminate the Baron without taking damage. Therefore, Whether the dark duel had commenced or not was of little consequence. Most importantly, Qin Chuan possessed a decoy scarecrow. No matter how powerful the Baron's dark duel might be, it merely sealed the means of retreat, not the possibility of resurrection. With that in mind, what did Qin Chuan have to fear? Having an escape route was indeed liberating. His spirits lifted. Qin Chuan aimed a throwing knife at the Wolf King. The battle plan remained unchanged. First eliminate the Wolf King, then slay Baron Gunnar. Observing that the shadowy intruder not only showed no signs of fear or surrender, but instead attacked his pet, an indescribable fury welled up within Baron Gunnar. If he had to articulate it, he would say it nearly drove him to madness. He had never encountered such audacity. The Wolf King felt wronged as well. Why was it being targeted? With confusion, the Wolf King endured a few more throwing knives before its health was entirely depleted, collapsing to the ground as several silver-white orbs scattered across the floor. Ding! You have slain a level 10 silver-grade resurrected Wolf King, earning 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been locked, and any excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has commenced, granting you 1 evolution point. Current points, 6. However, Qin Chuan had no time to collect the spoils, as the Baron's blood arrow was upon him once more. The Baron's perception was astute. Even if Qin Chuan did not strike, he would still unleash blood arrows in the general direction of his presence. It had been merely a few minutes since the Baron had departed from the blood pool, yet the once smooth and polished obsidian floor had already become pitted and uneven. The acrid stench causing Qin Chuan to feel a sense of suffocation. He promptly deactivated his olfactory perception, issuing a command within the game. The foul odor was muted, restoring some of his mental clarity. After dispatching the Wolf King, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward Baron Gunnar, focusing intently on his fingers. He recalled that the Baron's loot list included a storage ring, which could significantly alleviate the burden of a cramped inventory. He hoped it would drop. No, it must drop. Previously, he had obtained the bone-slicing twin blades in one go, and he felt his luck was quite reliable. Surely, acquiring a ring would pose no challenge. Though Baron Gunnar could not see Qin Chuan, he sensed the scrutiny upon him. Raising his right hand, he sneered, "Greedy fool, if you covet my heirloom, be prepared to pay with your life." Blood tide. A surge of energy erupted as the blood arrow ravaged the surroundings, causing numerous stones to rain down from above. Qin Chuan glanced up at the ceiling. If the Baron continued to bombard the area, the underground tomb would surely collapse. With resolute determination, he launched a throwing knife, dealing nearly 20,000 damage to the Baron. The expression of Baron Gunnar was one of evident shock as he exclaimed, "Mortal, how could you possibly possess such power?" The Baron was not referring to the marksman talent, but rather the raw damage. Even among the various races, few could wield such strength. In terms of the vampire clan, it would likely require one to be at least an earl to attain such capability. This realization left Baron Gunnar increasingly convinced that he must eliminate this intruder. Otherwise, the vampire clan's conquest plans would undoubtedly face significant hindrance. Fortunately, there was the dark death match. Otherwise, this intruder would likely escape. The Baron's expression turned sinister as he contemplated how to track down this invader. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Shadow power. After a brief moment of astonishment, excitement surged within him. He had not anticipated an additional surprise. If he could slay this intruder and consume all of his flesh and blood, he would undoubtedly gain shadow power, and he would ascend as the new ruler of the vampire clan. 18,535. Weak point attack. The substantial damage shattered the Baron's fantasies. He suddenly realized a crucial issue. He had perhaps underestimated the complexity of this battle. Would an invader who possessed both real damage and shadow power truly perish at his hands? The Baron began to waver in confidence, and his skill execution became hesitant. Although Qin Chuan was unaware of the Baron's inner turmoil, the decrease in attack frequency could only be seen as a favorable development. As the Baron's health dwindled to 75, he remained aloof, dismissing the situation as trivial. Upon reaching 30, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Yet he still believed he could maintain control. However, when his health plummeted to 10, his composure faltered. His gaze darted around, desperately seeking an escape route. Unfortunately for him, the dark duel he had initiated bore no definitive outcome, further constraining his retreat. It was a grave miscalculation. Regretting his earlier decisions, the Baron finally spoke. "Intruder, your prowess has earned my respect, and I am willing to share the secret of immortality with you." Ding! You have activated the hidden side quest, Cornered Beast. Choice 1. Slay the Bloodsucker Baron. Reward, none. Choice 2. Accept the Baron's proposal. Reward. Receive the Baron's title. Gain the Crimson Knight title. and an additional 500 years of life. Lacking novelty, Qin Chuan resolutely adhered to his decision, interrupting the Baroness' fantasies with a swift dagger throw. Was he still hoping for mercy at this juncture? It was too late. Enraged by the second rejection, the Baron shrieked, "Just wait. My kin will obliterate your world." With 2 more dagger throws, the Baron would find his health depleted, becoming a mere stepping stone for Qin Chuan. This arduous and protracted dungeon exploration was finally nearing its conclusion. "I truly wish to live for another 500 years." Baron Gunnar gasped out his last words, falling to the ground, filled with resentment and confusion. As the Baron perished, a trove of gleaming loot erupted forth, dazzling Qin Chuan's eyes. A massive drop. Wealth. This was loot of golden quality, with all items starting at that caliber. Whether items or equipment, they could fetch astronomical prices. The only downside was the high-level requirement of 15. However, that was of little concern. Leveling up was not a daunting task for Qin Chuan. Once he reached the main city, the wilderness was rife with high-level monsters, and the experience from defeating them would be quite substantial. Before that, he decided to collect the loot and see what treasures awaited him. Chapter 38, Global Shock. At the moment of Baron Gunnar's demise, game notifications rang out incessantly. You have slain a level 15 golden tier enemy, earning 50,000 experience points. Experience cap has been locked. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 7. This kill is the first in the entire server, granting an additional 100 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 50 prestige points. A server-wide announcement will follow. Would you like to hide your nickname? No, player Night Wanderer has achieved the first kill of Golden Tier Baron Gunnar. We encourage all players to strive for further success. Ding! Your prestige has reached 100, unlocking the prestige leaderboard. Would you like to hide the announcement nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to reach 100 prestige points, unlocking the leaderboard. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. As the announcement resonated, players across the globe halted their activities in disbelief. What? They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? Golden tier? And slain by Night Wanderer? This guy must be hacking. Protests must be lodged. Regarding the prestige leaderboard, it is merely a list, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Upon the issuance of 2 announcements, even Longting Tianxia, who held great confidence in Qin Chuan, found themselves shaken. They had initially believed that Qin Chuan's achievement of the first clear in the nightmarish dungeon rendered him invincible. Yet they were astounded to discover he could ascend even higher. This was a golden tier, after all. The previously daunting silver tier Amos had already left them trembling. And now a new golden tier had emerged. Where could one find reason in this? While deep in thought, another announcement resonated. Player Richardson has achieved the first kill of the bronze tier Gale Wolf King, encouraging all players to strive further. This marked the first time Longting Tianxia had witnessed such news on the server-wide announcement, prompting them to take a closer look. Judging by the name, this player was not from their Yin nation. Indeed, casting a glance across the globe, one could see a multitude of skilled players. Complacency was not an option. Longting Tianxia reminded. The members of the team nodded in agreement. As expected, as an epic-defining MMORPG launched simultaneously worldwide, the competition would inevitably be exponentially fiercer than in previous games. This was evident from Richardson's first kill of the bronze tier. While their Yin nation had the Night Wanderer, other regions should not be underestimated. In the novice village of 9527, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan, upon relogging, came across these announcements and felt a pang of frustration. He never anticipated that during his brief withdrawal, that insufferable Night Wanderer had grown stronger still. Not only had he achieved the first clear of a nightmarish dungeon, but he could now also solo a golden tier. Absurd. However, with the news of Richardson's first kill, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan's expression brightened, and he proclaimed to his subordinates, "In my opinion, the Night Wanderer must have hit a wall in clearing the golden tier. His decline is evident, nothing more." As for Richardson's impressive feat of slaying the bronze tier, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable player in the future. His subordinates echoed in agreement. A passing casual player scoffed, "I've long heard that the Luo Sha Hall is comprised of spineless individuals, and today's encounter proves just that." Others chimed in, "Indeed, an army reflects its commander. If the leader is of such character, what future does this guild hold?" Previously, they had thought Luo Sha Yidao Zhan to be formidable, only to realize he was just as spineless. While the Night Wanderer soloed, where was Richardson? Does he deserve such exaltation? I suspect Richardson's defeat of the bronze tier was aided by others, unlike the Night Wanderer, who relied solely on his own strength. I support the Night Wanderer. He is truly the best. Count me in as well. As this news spread, many players began to view the Luo Sha Hall, and particularly Luo Sha Yidaozhan, in a poor light. Soon, players began to dredge up past grievances, recalling the Luo Sha Hall's notorious camping at resurrection points, which resonated with many, leading to a gathering aimed at confronting Luo Sha Yidaozhan. Outside the novice village, hundreds of players engaged in a fervent battle. Luo Sha Yidaozhan, infuriated, logged off in anger. Damn it, I'll just go back to sleep. At this moment, Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. He had already allocated his acquired attribute points to agility, elevating his agility attribute to a remarkable 350. Attributes: Strength 39, Constitution 14, Agility 34-45, Spirit 13. To be honest, Qin Chuan feels he is rather specialized. Yet upon reflection, augmenting other attributes seems rather futile. Increasing strength would bolster his attack power. But does he truly lack damage? Not in the slightest. Once he completes his class advancement and unlocks dual wielding, equipping the bone-cleaving twin blades will significantly enhance his attack power by several hundred points, far more effective than merely increasing strength. Of course, enhancing strength has its advantages, such as the ability to don heavier armor with greater defensive capabilities. However, as previously stated, it is unnecessary. What good is heavy armor to an assassin if it cannot withstand damage? As for Constitution, it is even less relevant. Qin Chuan faces high-level opponents, and a single hit is often lethal. Adding a few hundred or thousand health points bears little significance. Spirit is essential for magic-based professions, which is entirely unrelated to his role as an assassin. Ultimately, agility proves to be the most practical attribute. Take, for instance, his recent solo venture into the Crimson Tomb. Without the substantial speed boost afforded by high agility, he would have been swept away by enemy skills long before reaching this point. He decided to reserve 10 skill points for now. His Shadow Stealth attribute is already sufficiently high, and there is no urgency to enhance it further. Better to save them for emergencies. Qin Chuan swiftly devised a plan. Following his class advancement, he would acquire new skills. If any suitable ones emerged, he would be poised to elevate them with his skill points. Regarding the report of Richardson's first kill at the bronze level, Qin Chuan had caught wind of it. However, once the apocalypse began merging with reality, Richardson's whereabouts became a mystery. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was highly probable he had been slain offline. The likelihood of Richardson achieving the first kill at the bronze level suggests he may have awakened a tiered talent. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed. After all, disparities exist even among tiers. His sniper talent undoubtedly eclipsed any talent of the same rank. With unwavering confidence, Qin Chuan approached the Wolf King's corpse, gathering the spoils of battle. Subsequently, he severed the wolf's head, holding it before him in contemplation, pondering whether this somewhat deformed head would earn the hunter's approval. Failure to complete the task would lead to considerable trouble. He believed it should not pose much of a problem. Equally important was the blood core of Baron Gunnar. This was a necessary item for revealing the true nature of the village chief. Once these tasks were completed, the blood pool had already dried up, revealing a magic circle at the bottom. If he could exchange for a couple of pieces of equipment to bolster his health, it would be even more secure. After all, having finally defeated the Baron, he certainly could not afford to be undone by the village chief. Alas, the Baron was level 15, and the equipment he dropped was beyond his current capabilities. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decisively turned his gaze to the spoils from the Wolf King. The first item was a gray cloak. Wolf King Cloak, silver level, defense 50, health 800, agility 20, equipment requirement, level 10. Chapter 39, it dropped. It feels as though it did not. The attributes of the Wolf King Cloak emphasize agility, which serves as an embellishment for Qin Chuan. Yet, it is certainly better than nothing, and he donned it immediately. The gray cloak draped over Qin Chuan's shoulders, providing exceptional warmth. This is also the hidden effect of the Wolf King's cloak. It significantly enhances comfort while battling in snowy environments. After inspecting the cloak, Qin Chuan proceeded to examine his spoils. Wolfskin leggings, silver gray, defense 100, health 1000, agility 10, equipment requirement, level 10. Ah, what splendid fortune! Qin Chuan whistled, his face alight with joy. Upon donning the new gear, his health surged dramatically, and his agility was further augmented. Replacing his nearly worn-out novice shorts, he hopped in delight, thoroughly satisfied. The wolfskin leggings fit him perfectly, unlike the novice shorts, which were rather constricting, limiting his brother's range of motion. The third piece of equipment was a greatsword. Armor-piercing greatsword, silver grade, two-handed weapon, attack power 600, strength 15, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 120. The fourth item was not equipment, but a consumable. Wolf King S-Horn. Silver grade item. Summons a level 10 giant wolf to fight for you for 20 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. This item was somewhat superfluous for Qin Chuan, although the giant wolf boasted attributes superior to that of similarly leveled wild creatures. They were still limited in capability, making it impractical for solo endeavors. However, it served as a fine option for leveling up, especially for those struggling in their progression. Amassing a collection of summoning items could greatly enhance efficiency. In short, it could be sold for a handsome price. He would deal with that later. The Wolf King had dropped 5 items, the last of which was also a consumable. Wolf King S Blood, silver grade, permanently increases agility by 15 upon use. Qin Chuan had a particular fondness for attribute-enhancing items and promptly clapped his hands together to utilize it. It must be noted that after Baron Gunnar's elevation to silver grade, the quality of the loot had significantly improved. Had it remained at its original bronze grade, such exquisite treasures would not have been dropped. Of course, high rewards came with high risks. Without a certain level of strength, one could never hope to slay the silver grade Wolf King. After surveying the Wolf King's spoils, Qin Chuan turned his gaze to several gleaming items in his backpack. The preceding treasures were merely an appetizer. The real feast lay in the Baron S drops. The first item caused Qin Chuan to widen his eyes in astonishment. Could his luck truly be this extraordinary? Gunnar Family Crest, gold grade ring. Increases storage space by 100 slots. Level requirement: none. Special effect: items in storage will not drop. Remarkably, he had indeed acquired a storage ring. While it did not enhance attributes, the increase in bag capacity was a coveted trait among many players, especially after the apocalypse formally descended upon Blue Star. This ring transformed into a 100 cubic storage space, proving immensely practical. Moreover, the assurance that items placed within would not be lost meant that even in the event of a corpse camp, one need not fear the loss of precious items. Though, as the game progressed, numerous storage-type equipment would emerge. The Baron S ring essentially stood as the only option during the mid-game phase, and even later, it would be difficult to replace. Who would wish for their hard-earned possessions to be lost to another? The mere act of acquiring such an item, without further ado, signifies an extraordinary stroke of luck. Qin Chuan, brimming with satisfaction, adorned it upon his hand, examining it from various angles with increasing delight. Baron Gunnar truly is a benevolent soul, generously offering even his heirloom. Indeed, it is often said that only the deceased bloodlines harbor commendable qualities. Filled with excitement, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the second trophy, an exquisite piece of equipment. Crimson Robe, gold grade, defense 100, health 1500, magic 2000, spirit 50, level requirement 15, spirit 150, special effect, casting speed increased by 15. A prime treasure for magic users. Not only does it provide a substantial boost to spirit, but it also accelerates casting, an item that would incite fierce competition among all magic professions in the outside world. The only lamentation lies in its high level requirement. Achieving level 15 is no trivial feat. Even top-tier players would require approximately a week to attain it. As the attributes of monsters increase post-level 10, the experience needed for leveling up also escalates, rendering the process rather arduous. Qin Chuan calculated that he had single-handedly conquered a nightmarish dungeon, reaping all the experience for himself. Yet, even this accomplishment would not allow for immediate leveling post-profession advancement. This clearly illustrates the considerable challenge that lies ahead in further progression. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. What concern is it to him that others level up slowly? Once he departs from the novice village, he could easily engage in battles beyond his level, significantly enhancing his leveling efficiency. Stowing the crimson robe within his storage ring, Qin Chuan then turned his attention to the next prize, a skill book. Tide of Blood gold grade active skill, after a brief charge, unleashes a volley of blood arrows in all directions, dealing magic damage 180800, consuming 10 maximum health points, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Learning requirement, Spirit 300. The fortunate news is that a skill book has emerged, and a gold grade one at that. The unfortunate news is that it is not a universal skill book, but rather restricted to magic professions. Only those of the magic class can achieve the requisite 300 points of spirit. Of course, Qin Chuan could forcibly allocate points to meet the requirement, but such an endeavor would bear little significance. The Tide of Blood inflicts area damage centered on the caster, with a limited range, rendering it incompatible with the sniper talent. In Qin Chuan's assessment, it pales in comparison to ranged attacks. However, his disdain does not imply a lack of value to others. On the contrary, should this skill find its way into the outside world, affluent mages would undoubtedly rush to offer Qin Chuan a handsome sum. Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. The earlier equipment, combined with the tide of blood, undoubtedly constitutes a significant windfall, with its value rivaling that of platinum-grade gear. After all, equipment will eventually be rendered obsolete. But a skill, especially one that begins at the gold level, can serve well into the later stages of the game. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that it is of no use to Qin Chuan himself. It feels as though, in vanquishing the Baron, he has inadvertently bestowed fortune upon the mages. Lost in contemplation, Qin Chuan did not dwell overly long on his predicament. The Baron was inherently aligned with the magic class, and it was entirely expected for his drops to favor magical equipment. Such occurrences were within the realm of his anticipation. Or perhaps he would encounter other items of equivalent value. With the vastness of Apocalypse, players are discovering new opportunities at every moment. And surely there will be something that Qin Chuan desires. Placing the skill book into his storage ring, Qin Chuan continued to peruse his spoils. Blood-soaked boots, gold grade. Defense 100, health 1000, magic power 1500, spirit 40, level requirement 15, spirit 200. Special effect, movement casting 30 efficiency. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of frustration. Yet another exceptional item tailored for magic users. While the fundamental attributes were commendable, it was the special effect that truly elevated this equipment. This meant that once donned, players could cast spells while moving at a speed of 30, effectively mitigating the inherent mobility deficiencies of magic professions. How disheartening it was to realize that my arduous efforts were overshadowed by the Wolf King. Qin Chuan arrived at a conclusion that rendered him speechless. Fortunately, Baron Gunner still had one last piece of loot, and Qin Chuan found himself silently praying for its utility. Toxic Blood Plague, gold grade passive skill. The venomous blood corrupts the wounds of enemies, inflicting attack power magic damage 40100, damage per second for 5 seconds. Should the target perish within this duration, the Toxic Blood Plague will spread to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Chapter 40, Returning to the Village. What Qin Chuan beheld was astounding. The Toxic Blood Plague, once dubbed the source of myriad poisons by countless players in his previous life. This was a divine skill for farming monsters. The moment an enemy fell, the damage would propagate, and when combined with area of effect skills, the efficiency of leveling up soared to unprecedented heights, rendering it virtually invincible. The strategy was simple. First, locate a gathering point for monsters, then lure a dozen or so. As long as he could eliminate one swiftly, the spreading venom would steadily deplete the health of all surrounding foes. Just before it dissipated, he could finish off another to maintain the plague. For Qin Chuan, this method was particularly suitable. With the Shadow Flying Blade, he could swiftly eliminate foes, unleashing the Toxic Blood Plague, and with the enhancement of the Sniping God. Even if he couldn't eliminate wild monsters outright, he could significantly diminish their health. A few more throws of the Flying Blade could eliminate tenfold the number of wild beasts, ensuring his leveling efficiency skyrocketed. Qin Chuan was exhilarated. He promptly learned the Toxic Blood Plague. He currently lacked area skills, but the Shadow Flying Blade would suffice for the time being. Moreover, the Dragon Rising Dynasty was diligently searching for relevant skill books on his behalf. Given their prowess, he expected news within 3 days at most. By then, Qin Chuan would transform from a ranged assassin into a ranged magic assassin, effortlessly unleashing skills amidst a horde of monsters, and his experience points would surely surge. Just the thought of that scenario stirred his excitement. The acquisition of the Toxic Blood Plague had completely dispelled the frustration he felt from the earlier bounty of magic equipment. What more could he possibly desire? Thus, Qin Chuan reviewed all the drops for Baron Gunner. He not only secured the exceedingly rare storage ring, but also acquired a brand new gold-grade skill. Previously, he had to toil excessively to evolve Shadow Stealth to bronze grade. Yet now, he had directly obtained a gold-grade skill. Thankfully, Qin Chuan maintained a balanced mindset. While the Toxic Blood Plague was remarkable, it could not undermine the position of Shadow Stealth, which remained his foundational pillar for survival. After all, as the old saying goes, one must be alive to make a contribution. No matter how skillfully a marksman practices with flares under the command of the Rakshasa, he cannot hope to pierce his stealth. Moreover, should Shadow Stealth undergo further evolution, the base damage will receive a notable enhancement. Coupled with Qin Chuan's impending career advancement and the unlocking of dual wielding, the resulting damage will be extraordinarily explosive. While you're hunting hares, he is pursuing wild boars, and I am aiming for first kills. Each of us has a promising future ahead. Qin Chuan murmured to himself, turning his gaze towards the teleportation array submerged in the blood pool. However, to avoid falling prey to traps laid by the village chief, Qin Chuan activated the shield effect of his ring while maintaining his stealth. Having already equipped 2 pieces of the Wolf King set, His health had soared to 2,540, and with an additional 3,000 from the shield. He was confident he would not meet with misfortune in the novice village. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan decisively stepped onto the teleportation array. Ding! A dormant teleportation array has been detected. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The teleportation array is now active, commencing transfer. Destination: the abandoned cottage in the novice village. A flash of light enveloped him, and Qin Chuan vanished from his original location. At the same moment, the village chief of Novice Village, number 9527, felt a tremor run through his body, as if tumultuous waves were churning within him. The teleportation array set by the master had been activated, yet the appointed time had not yet arrived. Reflecting on the master's previous roar, an ominous feeling stirred within the village chief. A player's voice broke through the chief's contemplation. Donning a spirited smile, the chief praised, "Brave adventurer. You have splendidly accomplished my task. Here is your reward. Please accept it." The player, unable to contain his joy, exclaimed, "Thank you, chief. Is there anything further in which I may assist you?" The chief, his heart stirred with concern, replied, "It seems several abandoned cottages in our village have suffered an invasion. Could you help me investigate?" Upon hearing this, the player pounded his chest with a resounding thud, confidently assuring, "Fear not, chief. It is our duty to protect the safety of the village. Brothers, let's arm ourselves." A throng of players surged out of the chief's cottage, racing towards the abandoned dwellings. At that moment, a singular thought occupied the minds of several players. Qin Chuan's eyes had yet to adjust to the shift in light when a sharp, piercing sound reached his ears. A semi-transparent specter extended its claws, launching an attack into the air. Judging by the trajectory of the assault, the specter had not detected Qin Chuan. It simply acted according to its predetermined programming, oblivious to the presence of a vampire's aura, and thus initiated its attack. Qin Chuan deftly evaded the strike, ultimately refraining from retaliating. If memory served him correctly, this specter was an innocent villager who had met his demise at the hands of the village chief. Since he bore no personal loss, he decided to spare the specter. Navigating through the partially ajar wooden door, Qin Chuan departed from the abandoned site, making his way toward the village chief's residence. Once he confirmed that he was outside the specter's range, he deactivated his stealth and walked forward with confidence. Yet barely 2 steps in, he spotted several eager players rushing towards the cottage he had just exited, their chatter filled with talk of the task. Qin Chuan shook his head, bemused. These unfortunate souls could not have chosen a worse time. Arriving just as the specter had been activated was akin to inviting trouble. Before the thought could dissipate, Qin Chuan heard frantic shouts of anger from behind. "Damn it! What task did that old village chief give? This monster just wiped out the captain in an instant. How can there be a ghost in a beginner's village? Where's the village guard? Help us, brothers. Let us meet at the resurrection point." Thud, thud. If his memory served him correctly, failing to defeat the ghost and revealing the village chief would trigger a hidden quest. The reward wasn't particularly special. A wooden comb devoid of any attributes, a token from the ghost's former lover. That wretched village chief has caused enough harm. Today, I shall expose him. Filled with righteous indignation, Qin Chuan strode forward, only to be blocked by a throng of players. "Damn! Night Wanderer!" This exclamation spread through the beginner's village like a nuclear explosion, rapidly multiplying as it passed from one player to another. They were eager to see if the Night Wanderer truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, and why securing the first kill seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. As more players gathered, an idea sparked in Qin Chuan's mind. He called out, "I understand your urgency, but please hold on a moment. Would you be interested in joining me for a hidden quest?" Chapter 41. What else do you wish to say? If anyone else had uttered such words, the players present would have scoffed in disbelief. Who do you think you are, claiming there is a hidden quest? However, when the one speaking was the Night Wanderer, the situation was entirely different. Who was the Night Wanderer? A renowned figure among first kill achievers, a solo conqueror of nightmare difficulty, and the fastest leveler in legend. Would such a person jest with them? With this in mind, a few impatient players pressed for details. "Night Wanderer, where is this quest you mentioned? Can we embark on it now? What if we go and find nothing? That would be a loss." It wasn't he that the brothers doubted him. It was merely a desire to broaden their horizons. "I don't mind. I'm exhausted from leveling anyway, so I'll consider it a sightseeing trip. By the way, Night Wanderer, did you acquire any good gear from the Crimson Tomb at Nightmare difficulty? And where did you purchase your hacks? Please share." With that, he parted the crowd and headed towards the village chief. The players, eager for more questions, found no opportunity and could only follow along. Upon reaching their destination, the village chief had already arrived at the entrance, flanked by the vigilant village guard. The moment he laid eyes on Qin Chuan, he sensed a familiar malevolence. It was the lingering resentment of his late master. In an instant, the village chief realized that this otherworldly resident before him had slain his master. This person exudes an aura of evil. Seize him. The village chief pointed at Qin Chuan, issuing commands to the village guard. The guard was indifferent to the players' identities and immediately drew their weapons, advancing to encircle Qin Chuan. The other players, witnessing the scene, were nearly driven to their feet in shock. So this is the hidden quest that the Night Wanderer spoke of? Isn't this leading us into the fiery pit? One player exclaimed in outrage. Night Wanderer, you're inhumane, using your brothers as fodder. One word ignited a wave of fervent discourse, prompting a multitude of players to join the ranks of criticism. Many recounted the transgressions of the Night Wanderer, and in moments of heightened emotion, even shed tears. Can one comprehend the extent of his tribulations? First, he encountered a colossal wild hare, managing to inflict a modicum of damage, only for the Night Wanderer to arrive, leaving him with naught but a single strand of fur. Subsequently, he ventured forth to confront the silver-tier giant Amos, only to be vanquished by wild beasts 5 times along the way, his remarkable willpower the sole reason he reached his destination. Reflecting upon this string of misfortunes, is it not all attributable to the Night Wanderer? Upon investigating the so-called hidden quest, he found himself mistaken for a target by the village guard, and the indignation that had simmered within him could no longer be contained. Night Wanderer, I curse you. The other players, though spared such dire experiences, found themselves retreating 3 steps as the village guard approached, making way for Qin Chuan. With remarkable composure, Qin Chuan retrieved the heart of a baron from his backpack, brandishing it before the guard and declaring, "This is the heart of a blood clan member. I have eradicated a grave threat to your village. Is this how you treat a champion of justice?" The captain of the guard raised a hand, signaling his men to stand down, and cautiously approached. After a moment's observation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is indeed the heart of a blood clan member, and it appears remarkably fresh, clearly unearthed recently." The captain hesitated, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" There have been no reports of blood clan activity in the vicinity of the village. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "That is a question best directed at your village chief." The captain's confusion deepened. What relevance did the chief have in this matter? Observing the captain's hesitation, the chief urgently interjected, "Baru, what are you dawdling about? Capture this menace to the village at once." Captain Baru found himself in a quandary. If this young man had indeed slain the blood clan and procured the heart, he posed no threat to the village, but rather stood as its great hero. Yet, he was bound to obey the chief's command. Caught in a moment of indecision, Baru found himself torn. The chief pressed him further. "Baru, do you wish to betray the village?" After considerable contemplation, Baru resolved, "Chief, I believe we must ascertain the facts." He felt that something was amiss, yet could not articulate what it was. Witnessing the captain's reluctance, the chief's heart brimmed with malice. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, he would have surely turned this disobedient individual into a specter. As the village guard hesitated, Qin Chuan stepped forward, clutching the baroness' heart, and addressed the chief. "Chief, I uncovered a secret base of the blood clan beneath the precipice to the north of the village. After a fierce battle, I dispatched the blood clan baron hidden within. What reward do you think I deserve?" The chief thought to himself, "You still seek a reward? It is a miracle I have not struck you down already." Yet outwardly, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "What? A blood clan presence to the north of the village? This is truly unexpected. Brave warrior, come inside and recount the details of your encounter. Patience is warranted." Qin Chuan smiled and spoke, suggesting that the captain might want to listen. If bloodkin were to resurface, it would be prudent to prepare for it. Captain Baruch pondered this for a moment and found the reasoning sound. However, the village chief would never agree. He intended to deceive this otherworldly resident and eliminate him. And if Baruch were to follow him inside, it would undoubtedly expose his plan. With a quick flicker of thought, the village chief said, "Baruch, take some men to the northern cliff and investigate. Should there be any lingering enemies, you can deal with them to prevent the village from being attacked." Baruch considered this and, feeling it had merit, patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Chief, I shall handle it." Yet, Qin Chuan would not allow Captain Baruch to depart. He grew weary of feigning civility with the village chief and, fixing a fierce gaze upon him, bellowed, "You audacious fiend. I can see at a glance that you are no human." With that, he hurled the bloodkin heart he held. The village chief instinctively lunged forward, barely catching the heart before it struck the ground, and glared at Qin Chuan, shrieking, "Foolish human, how dare you desecrate the remains of my master?" A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Captain Baruch, clearing his ears in disbelief, questioned the team members behind him. Did the chief just refer to a master? The queried team member, lacking Baruch's insight, could only nod vacantly, affirming yes. Suddenly, Baruch grasped the gravity of the situation. A traitor had emerged within their village. One who conspired with the blood kin, the arch-enemies of humanity. He raised his shield defensively, eyeing the village chief with suspicion, and asked, "Chief, do you have anything else to say?" Chapter 42, Destruction and Protection. The standoff between the village chief and Baruch left the surrounding players in stunned silence. What was happening? This game had interactive elements. It was remarkably intelligent. Truly, it was a groundbreaking virtual reality MMORPG, living up to its reputation. The crowd gradually comprehended the unfolding drama, expressing their astonishment at the unexpected depth of the narrative. One player praised, "I told you, the Night Wanderer would not engage without assurance." Another, unrelenting, countered, "You were the first to retreat when the guard team advanced." Other players delved deeper into the implications of the situation. They had clearly entered a pivotal moment in the storyline, and the question arose, what should they do next? A player tightened their grip on a dagger, contemplating how best to slay the village chief. Meanwhile, faced with Baruch's inquiry, the village chief recognized the futility of clearing his name and chose to embrace his predicament. Laughing maniacally while clutching his forehead, who would have thought my meticulous plans over the past decade would be thwarted by an outsider? He then passionately kissed the baronial heart in his hand, his expression one of obsession, proclaiming, "Master, this is for your vengeance." The players collectively shuddered. Some, impatient, charged forward, hurling insults. "I'll kill you, you old fool." Qin Chuan quietly retreated a couple of steps. Clearly, these individuals were unaware of the village chief's formidable power. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the village chief donned a sinister expression, his body swelling and straining against his clothing. As he sneered at the advancing players, "If you seek death, I shall oblige." With a swift motion, he unleashed a blood arrow. Thud! A crimson bolt shot from the village chief's palm, effortlessly piercing through a player's skull. As the player fell to the ground, he transformed into a radiant light and vanished towards the resurrection point. The village chief, with a fervent expression, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "What formidable power! What do you possess to resist it?" Suddenly, a figure dashed forward. It was Captain Baru of the guard. At this moment, the village chief had already torn away the facade of humanity, revealing his mutated true form. His skin had turned a deep purple-black, with bulging veins intricately woven across his surface. Furthermore, the chief had undergone a second growth spurt, transforming from a diminutive old man of less than 5.5 feet into a towering behemoth nearly 10 feet tall. This was the power he had acquired by aligning himself with the Blood Clan. Captain Baru lay on the ground, unable to rise, his eyes filled with sorrow. How could they possibly withstand such a powerful monster? Was their village destined to perish today? No. With great effort, Captain Baru stood up, gazing at the players with a pleading tone. "Adventurers, please help our village." The village chief, unwilling to be outdone, spoke in a coaxing manner, "Strangers, do you wish to possess such power?" At that moment, all players present received a game notification. "Ding! You have triggered the special quest, Destruction and Protection. Please make your choice wisely." Option 1. Assist the village chief in destroying the village. Reward: Beginner Blood Clan Factor. Obtain preliminary Blood Clan abilities, increase attributes. Please note, do not let others discover your Blood Clan identity. Option 2. Assist Captain Baru in eliminating the village chief to protect the village. Reward: 10 prestige points. From the perspective of quest rewards, the second option was vastly inferior to the first. In fact, in his previous life, Qin Chuan had witnessed some players think along these lines and make such choices. Yet, Qin Chuan understood that once one chose to join the Blood Clan, there would be no turning back. His reason for boldly leading the players into this quest was to prevent as many of them as possible from falling into the trap. As he pondered, the surrounding players began to discuss fervently. "Wow, there truly is a hidden quest. Night Wanderer did not deceive us. I always said Night Wanderer is my idol. Now do you believe it? By the way, what is the difference between these two options?" Indeed, the second option seems somewhat lacking, but choosing the first appears to contradict mainstream values. Sigh, what are we even contemplating? We should consult the esteemed Night Wanderer. You know, it's true. It really is that kind of reasoning. The players unanimously turned their inquisitive gazes towards Qin Chuan. He did not hesitate to express his thoughts. "Although the choice is ultimately yours, I still recommend the second option. To my knowledge, prestige points will be quite valuable after leaving the novice village. Otherwise, why would the game have a separate leaderboard for it?" The crowd pondered, and it seemed he had a point. Thus far, the Apocalypse had only introduced 2 leaderboards, the level board and the prestige board, underscoring the significance of prestige points. However, some players voiced dissent. Esteemed Night Wanderer. Even if prestige points are useful, 10 points may not yield noticeable effects. The first option can enhance attributes instead. A portion of players echoed this sentiment. Qin Chuan offered no explanation. Instead, he declared with authority, this task will divide players into different factions based on their choices. I shall select the second option. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. His meaning was unmistakable. Those who dare to choose the first option would be opposing him. With his presence, they could forget about destroying the village to complete the mission. The reputation of the Night Wanderer held considerable sway. Many players, filled with righteous indignation, vowed to assist Captain Baloo in eliminating the treacherous village chief. They harbored a deep-seated disdain for traitors. The truth resides with the few. With this thought in mind, they discreetly opted for the first choice, preparing to lurk among the crowd and bide their time. However, to their astonishment, as soon as they made their selection, crimson orbs erupted from the village chief, precisely infiltrating their bodies. The surrounding players reacted. Ah, so you wish to stir trouble, do you? Brothers, let us deal with him. Qin Chuan, unwavering, swiftly dispatched a flying dagger that annihilated the player who had allied with the Blood Clan. Subsequently, the plague of toxic blood erupted, dragging even more Blood Clan players away. In the novice village, skills do not have damage assessments unless in such extraordinary circumstances where distinctions between foes and allies arise. Qin Chuan need not concern himself with innocents being harmed by the toxic blood plague. Even without the sniper bonus, Qin Chuan's attributes allowed the toxic blood plague to inflict 180 points of damage, a substantial figure indeed. In an instant, the blood flowed profusely, causing the Blood Clan players to lament their choices, crying out in regret. This wretched game was too treacherous. How could it so blatantly mark their choices? Was there no semblance of privacy left? Yet, this was precisely part of Qin Chuan's plan. The first option had explicitly warned that one must not let others discover their Blood Clan affiliation. If players undertook the task independently, outsiders would naturally be unaware of their allegiance to the Blood Clan. However, Qin Chuan's strategy cut the ground from beneath them, laying everything bare. Consequently, players who had joined the Blood Clan found themselves exposed. With their identities revealed, any subsequent grouping with other players would trigger alerts. Attention! Blood Clan infiltrator has joined the party. Thus, ordinary players would be reluctant to associate with them, effectively striking a blow against the Blood Clan players. Qin Chuan did not expect to eradicate the infiltration entirely, but reducing its future threat was a manageable endeavor. Chapter 43. Has it begun? It has already concluded. With a decisive strike, Qin Chuan eliminated dozens of players who had clandestinely joined the Blood Clan, immediately inspiring relief among the other players. Fortunately, they had not opposed the Night Wanderer, otherwise they might have been the ones to meet a swift demise. Moreover, aside from the initial players attacked, others had kept a considerable distance from the Night Wanderer and had not witnessed any assaults. Those still wavering in their choices quickly recognized the reality and wisely opted to support Captain Baloo. Once the majority of players had made their choices, Baloo, invigorated, shouted adventurers, "Eliminate this monster." The mutated village chief let out an enraged howl, brandishing his robust arms as he charged forward, ready to unleash a massacre. The players were instantly electrified. The battle was about to commence. Hasten, tank players, take your positions, be mindful of your movements, and healers, prepare to restore health. Release that quest monster and allow me to take charge. I have long harbored disdain for that old village chief, and today he shall learn precisely why the flowers bloom so vividly. We must protect our village. The flames ignite. I can feel the fervor rising. This is our bond. Astonishingly, as a cry of surprise echoed, eager players revealed expressions of realization. Before them lay the lifeless body of the village chief. Just moments ago, he had barely managed to flee 2 meters before being struck by a flying dagger, his health instantly depleted, leading to his untimely demise. This left the players, who were prepared for a grand confrontation, somewhat disheartened. After all the build-up, only be told it was over. Did they consider their feelings in this reckless act of ascension without a descent? What? The assailant was the Night Wanderer? Then there is no cause for concern. I shall handle my own descent. The players evidently were astute, unanimously agreeing that a scoundrel like the village chief deserved to be eliminated without hesitation. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, approaching Captain Baru with a serious demeanor. Captain Baru, you have exposed the chief's sinister plot. I believe you should assume the role of village chief. He then turned to the village guard. What say you? The guards would not dare dissent, eagerly proclaiming Baru as their ideal candidate for chief. Baru was taken aback. The progression of events had exceeded his expectations. How could a mere captain of the village guard suddenly be thrust into the role of chief? He was utterly unprepared. However, it was not long before Baru's expression transformed into one of acceptance, and the title above his head changed to Village Chief Baru. Thus, the quest reached its conclusion. The game notification arrived promptly. Ding! You have completed the special quest of destruction and protection, earning 10 prestige points. The players who received the notification were all smiles. They had done nothing but follow the Night Wanderer and reaped 10 points of prestige effortlessly, much to their delight. Many casual players began to reassess their views on the Night Wanderer. Previously perceived as tyrannical and merciless towards ordinary players, perhaps the reality was not so exaggerated. In contrast to the others, Qin Chuan received additional notifications. Ding! You have taken the lead in unveiling the true nature of the village chief, thwarting the Blood Clan scheme, earning the title Protector of the Village. Ding! You have gained an additional 10 prestige points. Ding! Your reputation with the Blood Clan has been reduced to hatred. Qin Chuan glanced at the notifications, not particularly concerned. Humanity was already in an eternal conflict with the Blood Clan. Reducing his reputation to hatred held little consequence. As for the title of Protector of the Village, it bore no additional attributes, being more symbolic than practical. To put it another way, when the apocalypse fused with reality and the game content descended upon Blue Star, he would receive extra assistance in the various enclaves of alien races, provided those races were amicable towards humanity. However, those matters were for another time and held little immediate relevance. With the entire Blood Clan quest chain in the Novice Village concluded, Qin Chuan stealthily vanished from sight, making his way toward the Hunter's Abode while the players continued their discussions. Upon arriving at the Hunter's Abode, Qin Chuan observed a player standing outside the courtyard, shouting in derision, "Cripple, come out if you dare." This individual struck Qin Chuan as somewhat familiar. After a brief recollection, he realized that this was the same person who had been swiftly defeated twice within the Hunter's Yard. It was evident that this was a vengeful yet astute character, well aware of the advantage of taunting from distance. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the hunter wielded ranged weaponry. With a swift whoosh, the player met his demise and was promptly sent back to the resurrection point. Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene further, and stepped into the courtyard, dispelling his stealth. Upon entering the dwelling, the hunter was in the process of hanging bows and arrows on the wall. Noticing Qin Chuan's presence, he did not immediately inquire about the Wolf King's fate, but instead broached the previous matter, asking, "Is the village chief dead?" Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. The hunter sat in contemplation, eventually stating, "Once, the village chief was filled with fervor, devoted to leading the village towards prosperity." Qin Chuan remained silent. According to the lore of the game, if one were to rewind the clock over a decade, the village chief had indeed been quite competent, guiding the village to affluence. However, 10 years prior, after one of his excursions, everything had changed. Misguided into the Crimson Tomb, the chief was transformed into a servant by the Blood Baron, covertly orchestrating numerous heinous acts within the village. The blood that filled the Baroness pool was a testament to the chief's misdeeds. Qin Chuan produced the severed head of the Wolf King and presented it to the hunter. Hatred ignited in the hunter's eyes, but quickly dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor. The architect of his disability had finally met his end, and everything was now resolved. Qin Chuan received a notification from the game. Ding! You have completed the hidden quest hunt, the Wolf King, earning 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of favor with the hunter. The hunter placed the wolf's head into a jar, meticulously sealing it with salt, before retrieving 30 silver coins from another container and handing them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan accepted them with composure, awaiting what would come next. After a moment of hesitation, the hunter finally made up his mind and said slowly, "Young man, to have vanquished the Wolf King so swiftly, your skill impresses me. I have a friend in Bailey City named Lei Hua Ao, who is currently serving as an instructor. Take this token of mine to him, and he will impart some knowledge to you." Ding! You have accepted the quest the Hunter's recommendation. Quest description: due to your remarkable performance, the hunter has taken a liking to you. Please proceed to Bailey City and deliver the token to your friend, Lei Hua Ao. Quest reward: random range skill book. Ah, a delightful, unexpected boon. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had never undertaken the hunter's hidden quest and was uncertain if it had any subsequent developments. The player from his past had not mentioned it, leaving Qin Chuan wondering if it had been concealed or if the triggering conditions had not been met. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. Accepting the token from the hunter, he tucked it into his ring and replied, "Thank you, I shall go." It was time to head to the main city. Chapter 44, Departure. Before seeking out Balu, Qin Chuan recalled an important matter and turned his steps toward the abandoned hut that housed a teleportation array. With the village chief now deceased, the villagers he had transformed into phantoms should have found release and ascended by now. Upon reaching the front of the abandoned hut, Qin Chuan spotted a group of players approaching cautiously, their expressions betraying a sense of trepidation. The creatures here are quite formidable. Brothers, do take heed. Last time, I was unprepared. Otherwise, it would not have ended so swiftly. As the new village chief, being from the same village, he ought to express his gratitude for our vanquishing the lurking specter. Quite reasonable indeed. Hua Sheng, you have uncovered a blind spot. Just as a few were deliberating on their next steps, a voice emerged from nearby. No need to ponder. The specter here is no more. Before he could finish, his expression transformed dramatically. It was the Night Wanderer. The player who had spoken earlier trembled as if he were an aspen leaf, stammering, "In Night Wanderer, please do not misunderstand. I'm not cursing you." His teammates stepped aside, wary of potential repercussions. Qin Chuan waved his hand, stating, "It is nothing. I meant no harm. I merely came to inform you that the specter has vanished." A nearby player questioned, "Surely not. No other players have arrived. The specter should still be here." Qin Chuan offered no further explanation, striding forward decisively. The team captain urged, "Night Wanderer, be cautious. That specter possesses formidable attack strength." Creak. The dilapidated wooden door swung open, and the players braced themselves for the worst. Yet, nothing transpired. Through the crack of the door, the interior appeared quite worn, devoid of any specter. The players exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it truly be, as the Night Wanderer asserted, that the specter had vanished? What could have caused this? Standing at the threshold, Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the room, landing on a wooden comb in the corner, which he approached to retrieve. As the players observed Qin Chuan unscathed, they concluded the specter was indeed gone, prompting a sense of ennui. They turned to depart. With the task's adversary eliminated, what reason remained to linger? Moreover, they had just spoken disrespectfully to the Night Wanderer. Should retribution come in due time, they would find themselves at the resurrection point. However, Qin Chuan was not one to harbor grudges, and he paid no mind to the departing players, seeking out Baloo instead. Upon arriving at the village chief's cottage, he found Baloo drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the unexpected responsibilities of leadership. He had never anticipated the sheer volume of matters to address, particularly with the former chief's disgraceful past during his allegiance to the Blood Clan, leaving behind a trail of chaos that Baloo was now tasked with rectifying. Soon, Aunt Wong from the village approached, lamenting that 5 of her chickens had gone missing, undoubtedly the doing of the former chief, demanding an explanation from the village. Just as he had calmed her, old Lu appeared, claiming the former chief owed him 100 gold coins. Baloo was incensed, wishing to send old Lu to the Crimson Catacombs. "With that rickety hut of yours, finding 100 copper coins would be a stroke of luck, and yet you dare to speak of 100 gold coins?" More villagers flocked in to inquire about the situation. How, quite inexplicably, had the former chief become entangled with the Blood Clan? The barrage of questions left Baloo contemplating whether it was worth continuing in this role. Finally, after much effort to soothe the villagers' concerns, Baloo seized a moment to sip water. However, upon raising his gaze, he spotted Qin Chuan approaching, promptly setting down his cup and exclaiming with delight, "Hero, you have arrived." In Baloo's heart, unveiling the true nature of the village chief, and rescuing him from the clutches of the Blood Clan, Qin Chuan is undoubtedly a hero, exhibiting an admirable demeanor. Stepping forward, Qin Chuan presented a wooden comb, stating, "Village Chief Baloo, I have discovered this." Upon seeing the comb, the joy on Baloo's face faded, replaced by a tinge of sorrow as he sighed and remarked, "This was a gift from Xiao Jie to Tai Dan. Now that Tai Dan has also gone missing, what have I accomplished? Hero, do you believe I am worthy of being the village chief?" Baloo's expression was one of profound dejection. Qin Chuan replied firmly, "You are worthy, while others may be oblivious." Qin Chuan understood all too well that Baloo was a competent village chief, enthusiastic, courageous, and steadfast in his efforts to defend the village. Unfortunately, his ultimate fate was far from kind, sacrificed in the chaos of darkness. After a moment of silence, Qin Chuan spoke, "Village Chief Baloo, I have a favor to ask." Baloo tucked away the comb and replied earnestly, "Hero, please speak. What service can I render?" Qin Chuan stated, "I wish to activate the teleportation array to Bailey City. There are numerous novice villages and likewise many main cities. In fact, players from the Flame Nation can choose from as many as 12 main cities. Naturally, each main city serves a similar function, allowing for class advancements wherever one may go. Qin Chuan's desire to visit Bailey City stemmed from his interest in a hunter's token. He was quite intrigued by the random range skill book. If it were of a universal type, it would be even better. Even if it were limited to the archer class, he could still sell or exchange it for skill books of the same tier, which would ultimately be beneficial. However, according to Qin Chuan's calculations, it should be a skill book usable by him. Rewards from hidden quests are prioritized to match the player, unless compatibility is utterly impossible, in which case the system may offer alternative rewards. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's request, Berilu responded enthusiastically, "Hero, your timing is impeccable. The village's teleportation array was just prepared a few days ago, and you'll be the first to use it." With that, he led the way. The teleportation array, leading from a novice village to the main city, is located at the village center, guarded by a dozen militia members. Upon seeing Berilu approach, they all respectfully greeted, "Greetings, village chief." Berilu turned to Qin Chuan and asked, "Hero, do you know how to use the teleportation array?" Qin Chuan nodded. "I know a bit." He then stepped forward and stood at the center of the teleportation array. "Ding, please select the main city you wish to travel to. Xinlu City, Linyong City, Lingang City, Bailey City." Bailey City. Are you sure of your choice? Please note, the first teleportation is free. Subsequent ones will incur a fee based on distance. Confirm. Teleportation in progress. The magical array beneath his feet began to emit a white light, gradually enveloping Qin Chuan. As the brilliance dissipated, Qin Chuan had vanished from his original spot. Berilu gazed at the now empty teleportation array, silently praying, "Brave traveler, may the blessings of the great Haruka protect you." Chapter 45. The Depth of Strategy. Once Qin Chuan adjusted to the light before him, he found himself in an entirely new area, the center of Bailey City. Beneath his feet lay smooth, polished marble tiles, each measuring 3 meters in length and width, extending outward in an impressively orderly manner. In the cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west, there are 4 broad thoroughfares, ample enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. These thoroughfares effectively divide the entire city of Bailey into 4 distinct zones. To the north lies the administrative district, housing a series of official edifices, including the Lord's Manor. The southern sector is the commercial area, teeming with shops where one can discover an array of peculiar and fantastical items. It is said that a player once chanced upon a damaged semi-divine artifact at a stall there, its power diminished to less than 1% of its former glory, yet still formidable enough to astound. However, such treasures are largely contingent on luck, and Qin Chuan cannot demand them. To the east resides the noble district of Bailey, a place where only those of certain pedigree may enter. The western expanse is designated for the common folk. Beyond the city limits, one can find slums and black markets, ripe for exploration by players. At this moment, standing at the teleportation array, Qin Chuan noticed many curious gazes directed at him, some from elegantly dressed individuals who regarded him with disdain, as if viewing a simple rustic. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. The intelligence of the new village was not particularly advanced, but the main city was markedly different, exhibiting a greater sense of humanity and self-awareness. Clearing his thoughts, Qin Chuan's mind raced. His first task was to locate Lei Huao to complete the Hunter's Handshake quest and acquire the skill book. Following this, he would seek out a career mentor to embark on his initial job advancement. The difficulty of the advancement tasks determined the tier of rewards, and naturally, Qin Chuan opted for the highest difficulty to secure the best rewards. Once these 2 endeavors were concluded, he intended to purchase a shop, specifically one within the realm of Apocalypse. This was a crucial step in Qin Chuan's plan. With the integration of Apocalypse into reality, the main city from the game would ultimately descend upon Blue Star, safeguarded by the rules of Apocalypse. Even deities would hesitate to assault the main city, unless the deity it worshipped were to fall. Yet, in Qin Chuan's recollection, until the moment he and the god of arrows perished together, the 12 main cities descending upon the Flame Nation remained unscathed. Establishing a final bastion here would be a prudent precaution. Acquiring a shop was the most advantageous choice for Qin Chuan. He could solo farm, possessing a multitude of valuable items, and once displayed in a shop, they would surely draw throngs of customers. This would not only yield greater profits, but also lay the groundwork for future plans. However, shops were not accessible to just anyone. There were certain prerequisites. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had prepared well for this, with many tasks ahead of him. Qin Chuan mused as he stepped out of the teleportation array and headed toward the northern municipal district. His friend, Lei Huao, served as an instructor, and there was but one place in all of Bailey where one could find an instructor, the Lord's Guard. Upon reaching the outskirts of the administrative district, a guard approached and inquired, "What is your business?" It is fortunate that Qin Chuan's reputation had surpassed 100, for otherwise, the guard would have declared, "Halt. You look like a spy," aware that, given his current status, entry to the Lord's Manor was unattainable. Qin Chuan decisively produced 2 silver coins from his pocket and said in a hushed tone, "I've been entrusted to seek out instructor Lei Huao." The guard discreetly pocketed the silver coin, his tone softening slightly as he said, The instructor is indeed present, though quite occupied. I cannot guarantee his willingness to meet with you. Prepared, Qin Chuan replied, please convey a message on my behalf, saying that a hunter sent me. The guard nodded and said, please wait here. He then turned and entered the administrative district. Qin Chuan did not have to wait long before a robust figure emerged from behind the city gate, hastening toward him with an outstretched hand. Where is it? The newcomer bore the title, Instructor Lei Huaio, precisely the individual Qin Chuan sought. He handed over the token, which Lei Huaio inspected, his expression softening a tad. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Huaio remarked, I never imagined my old friend would be hiding in a remote village. No wonder I could not find him. He is quite the proud fellow, likely reluctant for me to witness his current state. Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. The individuals in Tianqi often exhibited a common flaw. Remaining silent, Qin Chuan waited patiently. Lei Huaio did not linger in sentimentality for long. Adjusting his demeanor, he earnestly stated, since this is a request from an old friend, I shall not refuse. However, my expertise lies in archery, which may not suit your needs. With that, he summoned a subordinate guard to fetch paper and ink, swiftly penning a letter and handing it to Qin Chuan. Take my letter to Edith. She knows what to do. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding. Quest updated. Quest description. Deliver Lei Huaio's letter to Edith. Quest reward. Random Universal Range Skill Book. Initially, Qin Chuan scoffed at the convoluted nature of the task, bemused that it could be subcontracted. However, upon noting the reward, he wholeheartedly agreed. Instructor Lei Huao, amidst his busy schedule, had managed to consider Qin Chuan's situation, truly a rare and kind-hearted individual. Although it remained a random skill book, the addition of Universal made all the difference. He was certain it would be applicable to him. The only uncertainty lay in the form of the skill itself. But Qin Chuan was untroubled by this, for he knew who Edith was, the assassin mentor. Originally, he had intended to deliver the hunter's letter and seek out Edith for his class advancement. Now, with Lei Huaio's letter in hand, he believed that according to Tianqi's rules, this task skill book would likely be tailored specifically for him, optimally aligning with his profession and talents. He had not anticipated such a high-quality follow-up task from the hunter's quest chain. What a windfall! Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy within. In his previous life, he had only been aware of the hidden tasks available from the hunter, which yielded the skulls of extraordinary beasts. However, he had never heard of any subsequent developments. It seemed that the player from before had likely missed the follow-up. Otherwise, given the tendency of Tianqi players to boast, the news would have spread far and wide. After all, many hidden tasks in Tianqi were unique. Even if the entire quest were divulged, others could not replicate it. With his thoughts collected, Qin Chuan bowed respectfully to Lei Huaio in farewell. It was time to seek out Edith to embark on his profession advancement quest. If he was not mistaken, even with the token from Lei Huaio, obtaining the skillbook reward would not be a simple endeavor. It would most likely be intertwined with the profession advancement quest. Reflecting on this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exhale deeply. The intricacies of this game were indeed profound. Chapter 46, Journey to the Black Market. Locating the assassin mentor, Edith, required a modicum of finesse, for this character resided not within the city, but rather outside, in the underground black market. This aligned perfectly with the archetype of an assassin. However, it would lead many players accustomed to seeking functionality in the main city to face an unpleasant surprise. Moreover, with the absence of quest guidance in the game, and devoid of friendly guards to unconditionally inform players of where to find individuals, numerous novice players would find themselves in an awkward predicament after eagerly departing the novice village, pondering where to locate their profession mentors. Fortunately, players possessed a keen sense of discovery, and it would not be long before they located all the profession mentors, unearthing a plethora of insider information in the process. For instance, the assassin mentor Edith in Bailey City, on the surface, appeared as a figure perpetually cloaked, rendering their gender indistinguishable. Yet, unbeknownst to many, she was the daughter of the city lord, who had taken up the mantle of an assassin for undisclosed reasons, specializing in the grim task of taking lives. Due to her unparalleled expertise, she ultimately gained recognition from the game and ascended to the role of assassin profession mentor. Such individuals, possessing multifaceted identities, were abundant within the realm of Tianqi. Lost in thought, Qin Chuan stepped out through the west city gate, heading towards the chasm beyond. The chasm lay to the west of Bailey City, spanning several hundred meters, its length stretching beyond the horizon, as if cleaving the earth in twain. According to circulating rumors, this chasm was carved by a divine strike. Beneath the chasm lay countless branching caverns, and the intricate environment had ultimately given rise to the underground black market. The Lord of Bailey City had once attempted to eradicate this blight, only to suffer significant losses himself. Additionally, with the influx of displaced individuals requiring shelter, he had relinquished control entirely. As Qin Chuan approached the mouth of the chasm, two figures, known as Thug A and Thug B, emerged from the shadows. Blocking his path with an ominous tone, "Young brother, you seem to have taken a wrong turn." If one were an unfamiliar native, the likelihood of being dragged into a corner by the black market thugs was high. However, players harbored no such apprehensions, as long as they refrained from initiating an attack. They would not encounter peril. In this regard, Tianchi was indeed considerate of players for Blue Star. Without further ado, Qin Chuan stated, "I am here to seek Edith." The two thugs hesitated momentarily, but did not clear the way, instead inquiring, "Who are you, and what business do you have with Edith?" Qin Chuan brandished the token from Lei Hua AO, declaring, "Instructor Lei Hua AO sent me." Although the underground black market operated with abandon, the name of Lei Hua AO held considerable weight. As Qin Chuan tucked away the token and descended into the depths, he noted that the chasm was essentially divided into two sections. The area near the surface constituted a slum, where those unable to survive in Bailey City roamed aimlessly. Beneath the slum lay the true black market. At that moment, Qin Chuan prioritized claiming his profession advancement quest, lacking the inclination to explore the slum for tasks. To his knowledge, the slum concealed numerous opportunities as well. Once he completed the profession advancement and secured a shop, he would return to undertake a couple of tasks there. Qin Chuan mused, turning abruptly around the corner. He activated his shadowy stealth. The slums were far less orderly than Bailey City, and at his level, wandering in such a place could easily stir up trouble. Shortly after Qin Chuan slipped into stealth, a few burly figures loitering at the alley's entrance exchanged puzzled glances. Where had the outsider gone? They had intended to teach that country bumpkin a lesson, but it seemed the opportunity had vanished. Qin Chuan observed their departure with a hint of regret, choosing not to intervene. It wasn't that he possessed an exceptionally forgiving temperament. Rather, the time had not yet come for him to cleanse the black market. Simply put, the game had not yet reached that version. Casting aside this minor incident, Qin Chuan swiftly traversed the slums, arriving at the true entrance to the black market. The iron-wrought gates bristled with barbs, and imposing figures accompanied by hunting dogs patrolled the area. Estimating the situation, Qin Chuan assessed that with his bronze level 4 shadow stealth, he could evade detection as long as he maintained his distance from the hounds. He slowed his pace, advancing cautiously. If memory served him correctly, reaching Edith's location undetected would yield additional benefits for assassin players. Of course, even if he were to brazenly stroll in, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. Before the apocalypse descended, players were generally safeguarded. Unless they belonged to opposing factions, most would merely inconvenience a player without resorting to violence. While other players might have opted for the easy route at this juncture, Qin Chuan was different. He understood the essence of the apocalypse. Regardless of the challenges or complexities involved, he was determined to pursue excellence. Utilizing his shadow stealth, Qin Chuan evaded several waves of patrols, delving deeper into the black market. At his current pace, he would soon reach Edith in just a few minutes. Observing the surroundings, it was evident that today was relatively peaceful in the black market, with few street brawls and minimal corpses in the corners. Thanks to this tranquility, Qin Chuan arrived at the Rose and Poison Tavern, the domain of Edith, a rare safe haven within the black market. With a creak, the tavern door swung open, revealing an empty entrance. The atmosphere inside tensed immediately, as it was clear that a stealthy figure had arrived. To dare to cloak oneself here meant either confidence or a penchant for trouble. Hands instinctively rested on weapons, ready for conflict. Soon, Qin Chuan's figure emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing the outsider, the patrons muttered curses before relaxing their guard and returning to their revelry. Tightening his cloak, Qin Chuan approached the bar, tossing a silver coin onto the counter, and spoke in a low voice, "I seek Edith." An abrupt silence fell over the tavern. Many gazes turned toward Qin Chuan, as if they were staring at a corpse. How audacious to call out Edith's name directly. This outsider was clearly courting death. Yet, instead of witnessing Qin Chuan's dismemberment, a cloaked guard descended from the second floor and approached him, saying, "Follow me." This unexpected turn left the onlookers astounded. Who was this fellow, capable of gaining an audience with Edith? Observing the expressions around him, Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This was the confidence bestowed by his identity as a player. No matter how formidable Edith may be, she can always return to the resurrection point. Furthermore, as long as the player refrains from any inappropriate actions, Edith will not resort to violence. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not commit such a fundamental blunder. Following the cloaked attendant, he He ascended to the second floor and halted before a wooden door. The attendant gestured for him to enter and vanish from sight. Qin Chuan maintained his composure. As the mentor of assassins, Edith commanded a cadre of elite assassins, making stealth a commonplace affair. He knocked on the door, and a voice of indeterminate gender called from within, "Come in." Pushing the door open, Qin Chuan was enveloped in sudden darkness. The opulently adorned chamber was illuminated solely by a solitary oil lamp affixed to the wall, casting a limited glow. "So, you wish to see me?" The voice emerged from behind a desk, where a figure cloaked in a mantle reclined in a chair, feet resting upon the table. Piercing eyes fixated on Qin Chuan. Chapter 47, A Battle of Wits and Will. The typical reaction of anyone entering this room would undoubtedly be to assume that the individual in the chair was Edith herself. However, this was not the case. It was merely one of Edith's subordinates. Edith had been lurking beneath the oil lamp, observing each visitor to the chamber. Upon hearing Qin Chuan address her, she felt a flicker of surprise. This foreigner seemed to possess considerable knowledge of her. Or perhaps it was mere coincidence. Contemplating this, Edith resolved to observe a while longer. Although she was a professional mentor of assassins, she was not devoid of intellect. She possessed the capacity for independent thought and would respond differently based on the player's conduct. Qin Chuan, well prepared, spoke again. "Mentor Edith, I bring a token from instructor Lei Hua A.O. Do you not wish to see what Uncle Lei has written, my lady? The daughter of the city lord?" In a swift motion, a gleaming dagger appeared above the head of the figure in the chair, who then collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Twitching momentarily before lying still, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Edith was notorious for her mercilessness. It mattered not that the individual on the chair was merely her subordinate. Even her own father, the lord of Bailey City, had ultimately fallen victim to her ruthlessness. Such ferocity was unparalleled. "How did you come by this information?" came a woman's voice from beneath the oil lamp, followed by the figure concealed in the cloak revealing itself, with only her eyes visible. Regarding Qin Chuan with a malevolent glare, Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "There exists no absolute secrecy in this world. Only the dead can keep a secret. Would you not agree?" Edith nodded in agreement, approached the table, and clapped her hands. Two ghostly maidens, pale as death, emerged from the shadows, disassembling and consuming the body on the floor before bowing and vanishing from sight. This was Edith's secondary vocation, a necromancer. The two maidens had been crafted by her own hand. Of course, players in the later stages could achieve similar feats, though it would require significant effort. Observing Qin Chuan's unperturbed expression, Edith felt increasingly unable to discern the true nature of this foreigner. However, now was not the time for such musings. Extending her hand, she demanded, "Where is the token?" Qin Chuan handed over the token, and Edith opened it, glancing swiftly at its contents, her demeanor softening slightly. Before speaking, Edith inhaled deeply, expressing mild surprise as she remarked on the scent of shadows. Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth, only to deactivate it shortly after. A hint of regret flickered in Edith's eyes as she sighed. "I have exerted every ounce of my strength in search of shadow power, only to discover it resides within you, stranger. What is it that you desire?" At this juncture, Qin Chuan finally exhaled in relief. He had preliminarily passed Edith's test. Engaging in a battle of wits and courage. Who would believe such a tale? The average player would likely eschew such complexities, simply approaching Edith to undertake the profession advancement quest. However, Qin Chuan had navigated the treacherous waters of this game for 10 years, understanding that one cannot approach this chaotic realm with conventional reasoning. To progress further in the game, one must be prepared from the very beginning. Steeling his resolve, Qin Chuan stated, "I wish to pursue a profession advancement." Edith promptly adopted an official demeanor, speaking in a measured tone, "I have several options. Which do you choose?" Ding! You have triggered the profession advancement selection quest. Please choose wisely. Difficulty 1. Eliminate 20 rampaging centaurs. Reward: 1 common grade weapon, 1 attribute growth, 2 agility growth. Difficulty 2. Solo defeat 100 rampaging centaurs within half an hour. Reward: 1 black iron grade weapon, 1 black iron grade armor, 2 attribute growth for agility growth. Difficulty 3. Solo defeat the centaur chief. Reward: 1 silver grade weapon, 3 attribute growth, 6 agility growth. Special difficulty: assassinate the wild arena boss and escape unscathed. Reward: 1 gold grade custom skill book, 5 attribute growth, 10 agility growth. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the first profession advancement, players will receive varying bonuses to their upgrade attributes based on the difficulty level. Prior to level 10, players gain 1 secondary attribute and 2 primary attributes per level. Following profession advancement, they will receive additional attribute bonuses. For instance, upon completing difficulty 1, the upgrade will yield 2 secondary attributes and 4 agility. This holds true for all professions. Ordinary players may only access up to difficulty 3. However, Qin Chuan was different. He had triggered a hidden difficulty, not only due to his Shadow Assassin class, but also because he had successfully passed Edith's test. The boss of the Wild Arena was once a pirate who lost a hand in battle, replacing it with an iron hook, thus earning the moniker Iron Hook Jack. The reason for eliminating him stemmed from a dispute between him and Edith, representing a form of personal vendetta cloaked in official duty. Please note, once the special difficulty is accepted, it cannot be forfeited. Do you confirm your choice? Yes. Ding. You have accepted the special difficulty profession advancement quest. Please complete it promptly to transcend the level cap. At this moment, Edith returned to her usual demeanor, expressing approval. I knew that the heir of shadow power would not disappoint me. I shall await your good news. With that, she adopted a posture that suggested it was time to take her leave. Ding! The task career of Lei Hua Ao has now merged with the advancement task. Qin Chuan mused to himself, as expected. After Edith finished examining the token, she crushed it into powder without uttering a word, clearly indicating her intention not to offer further rewards. Fortunately, this was already anticipated by Qin Chuan. Otherwise, the advanced quest of special difficulty would not have granted a golden level skill book, but rather a silver level one. By merging the two quests into one, the reward was enhanced, albeit at the cost of increased difficulty. Iron Hook Jack, the proprietor of the Wild Arena, not only commands a multitude of thugs, but also possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain control over the establishment. If Qin Chuan's memory served him correctly, Jack was a level 20 golden tier adversary. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan glanced at the information displayed above Edith's head. Edith, Assassin Mentor, level. Truly worthy of being recognized by the apocalypse. This woman was utterly unfathomable. Had she not refrained from attacking, Qin Chuan would have been dispatched to the respawn point the moment he entered the room. Rather than hastily departing after accepting the quest, Qin Chuan inquired, "Where can I learn dual wielding?" This was the advantage of gaining recognition. Normally, acquiring the dual wielding skill would cost no less than 50 silver coins, thus saving him quite a sum. However, the disheveled beggar, who was now picking at his feet in the corner, bore little resemblance to the image of a weapon master that Qin Chuan had envisioned. Chapter 48, Ready to Strike. To defeat Iron Hook Jack, it was imperative to unlock dual wielding and equip the bone-cleaving twin blades. Otherwise, evading his merciless hook would prove exceedingly difficult. That iron hook was not merely ornamental. It was a precision-engineered weapon. Given Iron Hook Jack's attributes, once ensnared, one would undoubtedly face instant annihilation. Yet, Edith's introduction of the weapon master seemed dubious at best. The beggar, seemingly sensing Qin Chuan's skepticism, snapped, "What kind of look is that, boy? Do you dare to challenge me to a knee strike?" In an instant, the beggar's ire dissipated, and he dusted off his garments, donning a sycophantic smile as he said, "Ah, so you are a friend of Lady Edith. Speak, what do you wish to learn?" With a mindset of cautious optimism, Qin Chuan replied, "I wish to learn dual wielding." The beggar waved dismissively. "I thought it was something grand. It's just this. Take it." He then produced a skill book from an unknown corner and handed it over. Dual wielding. Passive skill allows simultaneous equipping of two one-handed weapons. The secondary weapon possesses 70 attributes. Remarkably, this indeed was a weapon master. Qin Chuan received the game prompt. "Ding, you have acquired the dual wielding skill book." Indifferent to the situation, Qin Chuan immediately utilized the skill book. Subsequently, he equipped the long-anticipated bone-cleaving twin blades, resulting in a substantial increase in attack power. A fleeting glance at his stats revealed, nickname, Night Wanderer. Profession, Shadow Assassin. Talent, Sniper, level 1. Level 10 lock. Attributes, Strength 39, Constitution 14, Agility 35955, Spirit 13. Attack, 749. Defense, 184. Health, 2540. Umana, 340. Equipment, Bone-Cleaving Dagger, Attack Power 300. Agility 15. Bloodletting Stiletto, Attack Power 210, Agility 10. Hareskin Armor, Defense 20, Health 200. Heart of the Mountains Ring, Health 200, Mana 200. Wolfskin Leggings, Defense 100. Health 1000, Agility 10. Wolf King's Cloak, Defense 50, Health 800, Agility 20. Skills, Shadow Stealth 4, Bronze level, enter Stealth Mode. Backstab deals an additional Attack Power 140800. Damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. Shadow Dagger 1. Use Shadow Energy to create an Energy Dagger, dealing Attack Power 110, damage. Consumes 5 mana, Cool down 10 seconds. Shadow Strike 1. Execute a powerful melee attack, dealing attack power 110, damage, consumes 5 mana, cool down 5 seconds. Tear 1. Black Iron Level. Passive skill, inflicts damage while tearing wounds, dealing attack power 2020, damage per second, lasting 3 seconds. Poison Blood Plague, Golden Level, passive skill, corrosive blood infects enemy wounds, dealing attack power magic damage for 0.100 per second, lasting 5 seconds. If the target dies during this time, the plague spreads to enemies within 10 meters. Dual Wield, passive skill, allows the simultaneous use of 2 one-handed weapons. Secondary weapon possesses 70 attributes. Qin Chuan could only throw up his hands in disbelief. What does invincibility even mean? These attributes are unparalleled, a unique phenomenon in the entire apocalypse. Attaining over 400 agility at level 10 is something many players might not achieve, even at level 30. This is all while Qin Chuan's equipment remains incomplete. If he were to don a full set of gear, his attributes would soar even higher. It is important to note that the equipment Qin Chuan covets must be at least of bronze level. Any further discoveries of higher tier gear would likely render silver level items beneath his notice. Lost in a reverie of hope, Qin Chuan received a private message. Night Wanderer. Someone else has also reached level 10. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, it was unsurprising to find Richardson's name. He could almost certainly deduce that this individual possesses exceptional talent as well. It was time to hasten his pace, Qin Chuan mused. As someone exited the tavern, he tightened his cloak and vanished from sight, slipping through the door. Now it was time to confront Iron Hook Jack. As for the strategy, Qin Chuan already had a plan in mind. Given the chaotic nature of the wild arena, where many eyes were upon him, he decided to create a distraction first. The wild arena is situated across the chasm, facing off against the Rose and Poison Tavern. Qin Chuan stealthily made his way to the outskirts of the wild arena, where a cacophony of shouts erupted within. There were sounds of excitement, disdain, and the mournful cries of the dying. This place is a haven for battle enthusiasts, as well as the last resort for the desperate. Those who emerge alive from the arena not only reap substantial rewards, but also receive an invitation from Iron Hook Jack, allowing them to officially join the wild arena, thus shedding their lowly status and ascending to greatness. Even those burdened with past troubles may find Iron Hook Jack willing to lend a hand. However, it is precisely this that has led to the antagonism between him and Edith. Once a man erupted in violence at the Rose and Poison Tavern, committing murder before fleeing into the arena, ultimately emerging alive. Edith demanded that Hook Jack surrender the perpetrator, but her request was met with refusal. Thus began the accumulation of conflict between the two parties. Coincidentally, when Qin Chuan appeared, seeking to achieve a professional advancement, Edith seized the opportunity to instruct him to eliminate Hook Jack. The entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for criticism. This is where the distinction of Apocalypse from traditional online games lies. The tasks are not fixed, but vary according to the player's actions, yielding different task modes and rewards. The reason for this is that Apocalypse is not merely an online game, but a true world. As Qin Chuan observed the throng of fighters surrounding the arena, his brow furrowed slightly. Coupled with the cacophony of shouts from within, he was fully aware that should he attack Hook Jack, he would be besieged by countless fighters. Even with stealth and dual daggers, he could not ensure his safety. Thus, he needed to create a diversion to scatter the fighters in the arena. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had already prepared a method. Previously, when he had slain the Wolf King, he had obtained the Wolf King's horn, capable of summoning a colossal wolf. If a wolf were to suddenly appear in the audience, rampaging and attacking, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos in the arena. After meticulously reviewing his plan, Qin Chuan deftly avoided the patrols and stealthily entered the arena. He stealthily made his way to the audience, observing for a moment before activating the Wolf King's horn. A colossal gray wolf materialized out of thin air. The audience, initially absorbed in their betting fervor, was left dumbstruck. Where did this creature come from? With a resounding thud, the wolf's head collided with several spectators, sending them flying. Moreover, some unfortunate souls tumbled into the arena, only to be shredded to pieces by the bloodthirsty fighters. The scene grew increasingly chaotic amidst the bloodshed and excitement. Before long, a furious roar reverberated throughout the arena. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? This furious bellow emanated from Hook Jack, awakening the fighters of the wild arena, who scrambled from the corners to charge at the giant wolf. Qin Chuan surveyed the scene. There were more than 30 fighters within his line of sight, all approximately at level 15. While it would be an effortless task for him to dispatch them, he knew he could not reveal himself prematurely. With a mere thought, the giant wolf rampaged through the audience, knocking spectators aside and further escalating the turmoil. Many audience members, disregarding the fierce battle within the arena, scrambled in panic to find an escape. The fighters struggled against the tide of fleeing spectators, making their advance arduous. At last, they managed to reach the other side of the audience, where the giant wolf leapt and caused another upheaval. Hookjack's enraged shout rang out once more. "You fools! What on earth are you doing? Bring me the head of this beast, or it will be your heads." In the black market, human rights hold no value. To Hookjack, the fighters in the arena are merely expendable. Upon hearing their boss's command, the fighters steeled themselves with renewed determination. When confronted by obstructive spectators, they no longer exhibited patience, but instead seized individuals and unceremoniously cast them aside. After all, those occupying the audience seats lacked significant influence. The true dignitaries were sequestered in private boxes. They acted with abandon, devoid of remorse. Even if they were to inadvertently offend a prominent figure, such matters would be of no concern to them. The burden would fall upon their employer, adhering to the principle that the troubles of the employer are not their own. The enforcers swiftly gained clarity of thought, brandishing their weapons to carve a pathway. Seizing the opportune moment, they made their escape. Iron Hookjack's furious voice resonated throughout the arena. "Pursue them." The enforcers immediately complied, sprinting with fervor. A tumultuous crowd surged from the arena, inciting further chaos outside. Amidst the bedlam, Qin Chuan stealthily ascended, traversing 3 tiers of the structure until he reached the apex of the arena. There, he found himself in a vast domed chamber, adorned with translucent crystal panels that afforded a panoramic view of the entire arena. In this space, Qin Chuan beheld his target, Iron Hookjack. Iron Hookjack, gold level, 20 health points, 18,000,000 attack, 5,000 defense, 3,000 skills, deadly hook lock, deception, gunfire negotiation. Call for bombardment description. Once a pirate captain, he abandoned ship for unknown reasons and now operates a wild arena in the black market. Judging solely by attributes, he is comparably matched with Baron Gunnar of the Crimson Tomb, albeit with the advantage of level. Under equal conditions, Iron Hookjack would not prevail against the Baron. This is to be expected, as Iron Hookjack is merely a human, lacking the initial attributes and growth potential of the legitimate vampire Baron Gunnar. In truth, within the realm of the apocalypse, the disparities among various races are profound. For instance, a dragon, possessing a top-tier bloodline, is born with attributes that command respect, reaching heights unattainable by many indigenous inhabitants of the apocalypse in their lifetime. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan continued his observation. True to his pirate origins, Iron Hookjack remained unflustered amidst turmoil, even though he had dispatched his enforcers to pursue the giant wolf. His 3 trusted aides remained by his side, 2 humans and a minotaur, a rather intriguing combination. One-eyed first mate, silver level, 15 health points, 500,000 attack, 500 defense, 200 skills, Blackwater swordsmanship, throwing expertise, visual enhancement, agile footsteps description. Iron Hookjack's first mate, possessing considerable ambition. Redbeard's second mate, bronze level, 15 health points, 250,000 attack, 200 defense, 2,000 skills, fiery alcohol, scurvy, takedown. Binding fishing net description. The younger brother of the one-eyed first mate, though this connection seems to be unknown to the outside world. Heavy fist third mate, bronze level, 15 health points, 400,000 attack, 800 defense, 500 skills, thick skin, resilience, mighty strength charge, and hammer strike. Description: a lone Tauran, cast adrift, fortuitously joins the wild arena, yearning to return home, yet lost in the path. A formidable combination of 1 gold rank, 1 silver rank, and 2 bronze rank warriors. The intensity of this scene surpasses that of Qin Chuan's encounters in the Crimson Tomb. Not only are there more opponents, but they also possess higher ranks. However, Qin Chuan perceives an opportunity. The first mate harbors ambitions, while the second mate is his concealed brother. This certainly indicates treachery lurking behind their backs. When the battle ensues, these two will undoubtedly refrain from exerting their full strength. Should Iron Hookjack find himself at a disadvantage, they might even resort to a surprise attack to usurp his position. As for the Tauran third mate, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of the Tauran race, it is likely that this individual has been lured by Iron Hookjack with food. Taurans are not inclined toward violence and slaughter. Their presence in the wild arena is probably coincidental. Moreover, there are insufficient wilderness areas surrounding Bailey City for hunting Taurans, compounded by the fact that this is a territory dominated by humans, making it challenging for a heavy-handed individual to satiate his hunger. Iron Hookjack likely recognized this. which is why he successfully retained the heavy-handed warrior in the wild arena. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan speculates that heavy-handed stance is predominantly neutral. As long as his life is not threatened, he is indifferent to who the owner of the wild arena is. In fact, it matters little whether he is present in the arena or not. Thus, while surviving against the combined onslaught of these four may prove difficult, it is not an insurmountable task. The crux lies in the fact that these four are not united in purpose. Once Iron Hook Jack is dealt with, the remaining three are unlikely to engage Qin Chuan in a fierce confrontation. Contemplating this, Qin Chuan formulates a plan. While he observes the situation and devises strategies, Iron Hook Jack senses the unusual atmosphere, his wolf-like gaze sweeping the room, yet failing to locate his target, leading him to a conclusion. It must be Edith who sent you. He taunts, his voice dripping with sarcasm. That woman only sends her subordinates to their doom while she cowers in a safe corner. Do you think this is fitting? Qin Chuan inwardly agrees. Iron Hook Jack is indeed astute, attempting to sow discord. Were he an indigenous of the apocalypse, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately for him, Qin Chuan is a player, and Iron Hook Jack is his designated target. This singular fact establishes an irreconcilable enmity between them. Qin Chuan does not wish to waste time on idle chatter. With the arena's fighters pursuing the giant wolf, the moment to strike is opportune. Dark energy coalesces in his hands as shadowy daggers are unleashed. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan declares loudly, Iron Hook Jack, do you know that your first mate and second mate are blood brothers? You think you can sow discord? I can too. Chapter 50, Betrayal. The effect of Qin Chuan's proclamation is immediately apparent. Iron Hook Jack, who had locked onto Qin Chuan's position, prepared to yank him over for a swift execution, finds his focus shattered, even forgetting to attack. Meanwhile, the expressions of the first and second mates shift dramatically. This secret is known only to them, aside from their long-deceased parents. Where did this hidden figure gain such knowledge? Could it be that the captain caught wind of something and orchestrated a ruse to test them? Indeed, that must be the case. The first mate discreetly signaled the second mate, conveying a message to exercise caution. The second mate understood immediately. Their combined strength paled in comparison to that of Hook Jack, and they could not afford to reveal their intentions unless absolutely necessary. As for the third mate, the simple-minded Minotaur remained oblivious to the unfolding events, preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat next. Noticing Hook Jack's apprehension, Qin Chuan realized he had successfully aroused suspicion. He resolved to stoke the flames further, activating his shadowy stealth to position himself behind a pillar, calling out, First mate, have you not always desired to eliminate Hook Jack and claim the arena for yourself? I am here to assist you. The one-eyed first mate felt a surge of inner conflict. This was indeed his hidden ambition. However, the current circumstances seemed too coincidental. A massive wolf had disrupted the audience, diverting the henchman's attention, followed by an assassin intent on attacking Hook Jack. It appeared advantageous. Yet who could say if this was not a trap devised by Hook Jack to lure out those with ulterior motives? This tactic had proven effective before. During their time on the ship, Hook Jack had employed it to eliminate the former first and second mates. The two brothers had only ascended to their current ranks after that incident. With this in mind, the one-eyed first mate adopted a furious expression and declared, My loyalty to the captain is beyond question. You shall not sow discord here. The red-bearded second mate echoed his fidelity, nor mine. The third mate, the Minotaur, scratched his head in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Qin Chuan observed their reactions with a sense of relief. Events were unfolding as he had anticipated. The seeds of suspicion had been planted in Hook Jack's mind, and regardless of whether the first and second mates were truly brothers, he would remain wary of them both. Consequently, Qin Chuan felt the weight of pressure lift considerably. Meanwhile, Hook Jack recognized that now was not the time for infighting. His strength was formidable, and the candles hanging from the ceiling possessed a degree of concealment. Yet even now, he could not truly pinpoint the intruder. The intruder's stealth skills were nothing short of extraordinary, likely rivaling even Edith's prowess. When had such a troublesome figure emerged in the black market? Hook Jack's wariness heightened, prompting him to temporarily set aside his suspicions and unite with the first and second mates to eliminate the intruder. However, he would thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of these two subordinates afterward. If they were indeed brothers, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. With a disdainful expression, Hook Jack exclaimed, Such feeble attempts at sowing discord. Do you think we will fall for your tricks? One-eyed, red-beard, encircle him and force this intruder out. The one-eyed first mate and the red-bearded second mate exchanged glances, secretly relieved. Hook Jack had no intention of pursuing the matter further, which was indeed a positive development. Yet how could Qin Chuan allow Hook Jack to have his way? He ominously remarked, One-eyed, do you believe that after today, you shall have peaceful days ahead? You know well who Hook Jack truly is. This statement undoubtedly struck a chord within the heart of the one-eyed first mate. Indeed, despite Hook Jack's seemingly pleasant words, once the invaders were dealt with and the henchmen returned, the situation would be firmly in Hook Jack's control. At that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two brothers to leave unscathed. Many matters, if one truly investigates with sincerity, cannot remain concealed. Once the relationship between him and Redbeard was exposed, Hook Jack would not spare them. No, there was no need for concrete evidence. Based on his understanding of Hook Jack, the seeds of suspicion in the latter's mind would surely take root and flourish, ultimately consuming the two brothers. With this thought, the one-eyed first mate conceived a different plan. Perhaps they should seize this opportunity to eliminate Hook Jack. He cast a glance at Redbeard, who understood the implication and slowed his pace, hesitating to confront Qin Chuan. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Qin Chuan added, "This wild arena is indeed a splendid place. The daily ticket revenues are ceaseless. I have heard that Hook Jack's chamber is crafted entirely of gold, which suggests he has amassed quite a fortune. Mr. One-Eyed, my employer is willing to support you brothers in taking control of the wild arena after Hook Jack's demise." Whether Edith actually expressed this sentiment was inconsequential. After all, the one-eyed first mate would never confront Edith directly. From Edith's perspective, Hook Jack was a formidable opponent, but One-Eyed and Redbeard were considerably easier to handle. The one-eyed mate grew increasingly uncertain. Observing this, Hook Jack, with a knowing sneer, remarked, "Truly, a wolf raised in one's home cannot be tamed." With that, he raised his hand towards the one-eyed mate, launching his hooked weapon directly at the mate's solitary eye. The one-eyed first mate barely evaded the attack, his resolve hardening. "If you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." Brothers attack. With a furious roar, the one-eyed mate seized a wooden barrel at his feet and hurled it towards Hook Jack. Redbeard, meanwhile, took a hearty swig from a nearby cup, igniting his fingertips, and unleashed a blazing torrent of flame towards Hook Jack. The betrayal of the two suddenly turned the tide of the confrontation. However, Hook Jack, being of golden caliber, possessed superior attributes and deftly dodged the combined assault of One-Eyed and Redbeard. He produced a firearm from behind and fired a shot directly at the first mate. Blood splattered, and the one-eyed mate's vitality visibly diminished. This left the one-eyed mate regretting his hasty actions. He had not anticipated Hook Jack's formidable strength. "Foolishness," he exclaimed. "Hidden coward. Why do you not join the fray?" Just moments ago, he had witnessed Hook Jack's pained expression after being struck by a flying knife, indicating that the hidden invader was no weakling. To eliminate Hook Jack, they required the support of the latter. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not allow One-Eyed and Redbeard to be slain. He was counting on these two to hold Hook Jack at bay. Just as his shadowy stealth ability reset, Qin Chuan decisively launched a Shadow Blade. 30-065. Weak point attack. The horrifying numbers of damage floated above Captain Hook Jack's head, causing his countenance to change drastically. In the next moment, both the effects of tearing and the plague of poisonous blood took effect. 850. 2000. Chapter 51. I deal double damage. By the time the damage from tearing and the poisonous blood plague had fully manifested, the cumulative damage exceeded 10,000. Calculating, Qin Chuan's single strike could inflict over 40,000 damage, an increase that was nearly doubled compared to his performance in the Scarlet Tomb. This exemplifies the benefits of upgraded equipment. The enhancement in damage is conspicuously evident. Otherwise, inflicting 50 or 60,000, or even more, damage to Captain Hook Jack would pose no challenge. Even with the current damage output, Hook Jack's nearly 2 million health points would not withstand Qin Chuan's onslaught for long. Moreover, the present situation was favorable to Qin Chuan. With the betrayal of the one-eyed first mate and the red-bearded second mate, not only had the number of enemies decreased, but the intensity of counterattacks was also significantly lessened. Without the threat of being besieged, he could maneuver and stealthily move throughout the room without excessive concern. Of course, Qin Chuan was aware that it was not the time to be complacent. After all, the third mate, Iron Fist, had yet to make his move. Despite his low attributes, this Minotaur wielded a massive two-handed hammer, giving him an extensive range of attack. Should he swing his hammer wildly across the room, Qin Chuan's positioning would be severely constrained. Furthermore, the Minotaur's strength was formidable. Even the one-eyed and red-bearded mates would not dare to confront him directly. Captain Hook Jack certainly understood this as well and bellowed, "Iron Fist, eliminate the intruder." Initially reluctant to engage, Iron Fist recalled the sustenance provided by Hook Jack and realized he could not stand idly by while Hook Jack faced death. He decisively seized a weapon and joined the fray. Boom! Iron Fist charged forward, delivering a hammer strike that sent the Redbeard crashing into the wall. The one-eyed mate intended to assist, but was instead drawn into a brutal beating by Hook Jack's hook, leaving him unable to aid his brother. After knocking the Redbeard aside, Iron Fist tightened his grip on the warhammer and strode through the room, his nostrils flaring as he endeavored to pinpoint Qin Chuan's location. Moments later, Iron Fist scratched his head in confusion. He distinctly sensed the intruder's presence, yet could not ascertain his whereabouts. This was indeed puzzling. A wave of dread washed over Captain Hook Jack. He had presumed that Iron Fist's keen senses would enable them to locate the assassin, but the failure was utterly unexpected. How absurd! Could it be that their adversary possessed stealth skills surpassing those of Edith? He had never heard of such a master. Suddenly, Captain Hook Jack recalled something and exclaimed, "Outlander, what benefits has Edith bestowed upon you? I will match them twofold. From now on, the position of the one-eyed mate will be yours." Captain Hook Jack understood. The opponent was an Outlander, which explained their extraordinary stealth capabilities. For the native inhabitants of the apocalypse, all newly arrived Blue Star players were regarded as Outlanders. As a level 20 gold tier player, Captain Hook Jack possessed greater intelligence and was privy to more rumors circulating within the game. It was not surprising that he could accurately identify Qin Chuan. Following Hook Jack's proclamation, Qin Chuan received a notification from the game. Ding! The selection task has been triggered. Please make your choice with caution. Option 1. Eliminate Hook Jack. Reward, career advancement. Option 2. Spare Hook Jack. Reward, 2 random skill books and the position of Arena Overseer. To be honest, had the elimination of Hook Jack not been crucial for career progression, Qin Chuan would have preferred to accept a peaceful resolution. The prospect of acquiring 2 skill books is indeed alluring. Unfortunately, he cannot afford to relent. Should he spare Hook Jack, his chances of achieving career advancement would vanish, leaving him forever confined to level 10. Even if he were to gather an entire set of level 10 equipment alongside an array of skills, what would it matter? His potential would remain irrevocably capped. Hook Jack is acutely aware that his adversary would not abandon the assassination merely due to a few persuasive words. He has been preparing for both outcomes. At that moment, as Qin Chuan made his move, Hook Jack immediately locked onto his position, launching the curved hook from his arm, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Simultaneously, the Tauren charged forward, exhaling with ferocity, lowering his head to initiate his assault. The combined attack of the two placed Qin Chuan in a perilous predicament. However, he was well prepared, activating the equipment effect of the bone-cutting twin blades, summoning a tempest of sharp blades that enabled him to swiftly evade several meters to the side. In the spot where Qin Chuan had just stood, the pillar was pierced by the hook, sending wood shavings flying in all directions. The powerful punch surged forward, the hammer in its grasp crashing down to create a deep pit in the floor. This evasive maneuver exceeded Hook Jack's expectations, causing his attack to miss. The one-eyed first mate seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The red-bearded figure rose from the ground, entangled with the Tauren in a fierce struggle. Having returned to stealth mode, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of apprehension. To be frank, had it not been for the bone-cutting twin blades, evading Hook Jack's hook just now would have been the limit of his capabilities. He would have been unable to escape the Tauren's relentless pursuit. Even with over 2,000 health points, bolstered by the shield from his ring, he could not withstand the Tauren's assault. That combination of charge followed by a hammer strike could easily vanquish numerous players, including those clad in heavy armor. Given his prior predicament, Qin Chuan resolved to wait for the cooldown of the bone-cutting twin blades before making his next move. He must expedite the acquisition of a displacement skill book, he mused. While the bone-cutting twin blades are indeed effective, they occupy both the main and offhand weapon slots. As his level increases, these two pieces of equipment will inevitably become obsolete. Even with the sniper god, this will hold true. Furthermore, the displacement effect of the bone-cutting twin blades comes with a drawback. It disrupts his stealth state. Qin Chuan can only activate the equipment effect simultaneously with his attack. These two shortcomings render the bone-cutting twin blades merely transitional gear. If he seeks true reliability, he requires a displacement skill, one that does not compromise his invisibility. Fortunately, to Qin Chuan's knowledge, such skills do exist. As for how to acquire them, it requires a bit of thought. If memory serves correctly, he must elevate the favorability of his class mentor to above 80. Alternatively, he might rely on luck to farm skill book drops. With this in mind, Qin Chuan recalled another matter. He wondered how the skill books collected by Longting Tianxiao were progressing, considering that the server had only been live for less than half a day. He surmised that the progress would likely be minimal. Fortunately, the career advancement quest will grant him a custom skill book, which should enhance his range damage capabilities. As he contemplated this, the cooldown for the Bone Cutter's dual blade effect expired, and Qin Chuan decisively struck again. Meanwhile, Iron Hook Jack, engaged in combat with the One-Eyed, was also awaiting Qin Chuan's attack. Both parties launched their assaults simultaneously. One hurled a flying projectile while the other swung a hooked weapon. Given Qin Chuan's earlier display of mobility, Iron Hook Jack was prepared this time. He drew his firearm and fired a shot towards Qin Chuan's left side. Simultaneously, the Minotaur's heavy fist surged towards Qin Chuan's right. The two formidable foes collaborated once more, effectively sealing off all three of Qin Chuan's escape routes. With their combined offensive power, a single hit would undoubtedly result in instant annihilation. Chapter 52. The Black Whale. Elite hunters always present themselves as prey. Iron Hook Jack has endured in the black market for years, and he cannot be dispatched with mere ease. Although he could not see through Qin Chuan's stealth, his extensive combat experience equipped him with countermeasures. Particularly after Qin Chuan had utilized his mobility once, Iron Hook Jack felt even more confident. If he was not mistaken, this foreigner's displacement was not entirely perfected. He could not freely control the distance. In other words, by restricting movement through attack, the opponent's retreat path could be deduced. On his own, Iron Hook Jack could not contain him, but with the addition of the Minotaur's heavy fist, they would undoubtedly seal the foreigner's fate. It must be acknowledged that Iron Hook Jack's judgment was remarkably accurate, and his coordination with the heavy fist was seamless. However, Qin Chuan was not alone in this fight. The One-Eyed and Redbeard had recognized that this battle hinged on the foreigner. The two brothers alone could not defeat Iron Hook Jack. Thus, as Qin Chuan faced the onslaught, the One-Eyed charged forward, using his body to shield Qin Chuan from Iron Hook Jack's gunfire with utmost determination. Amidst the splattering of blood, the One-Eyed gritted through the pain and solemnly declared, "This is the last time." His strength was significantly inferior to that of Iron Hook Jack, and aiding once was already his limit. If the foreigner did not perform adequately in the ensuing battle, he would promptly flee the scene with his brother. No matter how alluring the wild arena was, it paled in comparison to his life. This truth was not lost on Qin Chuan. In the forthcoming combat, he needed to exercise even greater caution and prudence. However, to be candid, even without the One-Eye's protection, he could have evaded the attack. The breakthrough point lay with the heavy fist. While the two-handed hammer possessed formidable power, it correspondingly diminished agility. Even though the heavy fist belonged to a Minotaur with exceptionally high strength attributes, he still could not wield it with complete control. Qin Chuan had already calculated his retreat route. As long as he dashed in front of the heavy fist and leveraged his agility attribute, he could evade the lethal strike by leaning back. However, with the One-Eyed voluntarily taking the gunfire, he was more than happy to conceal his own abilities. Once again activating his stealth, Qin Chuan remained vigilant, observing the unfolding situation and mapping out multiple offensive routes. Yet, deep within, he maintained a sense of wariness. He distinctly recalled that Iron Hook Jack had hidden a pirate ship beneath the wild arena. The skill of calling bombardment is not merely for show. Once the ship's cannons commence their assault, both the One-Eyed and Redbeard will most likely find themselves incapacitated. Fortunately, after the cannon fire, the wild arena will be transformed into a desolate wasteland, rendering Iron Hook Jack's hook attack virtually ineffective. He cannot confine my movements with mere gunfire. Qin Chuan's mind raced. Who could have anticipated that Iron Hook Jack could maneuver a pirate ship so far from the coast of Barrel City? As Iron Hook Jack's health steadily declined, nearing 50%, Qin Chuan dashed toward the exit, not forgetting to alert his One-Eyed companion. The cannon fire was imminent. If he wished to survive, he must leave this place swiftly. The One-Eyed and Redbeard appeared bewildered, while Iron Hook Jack's expression shifted dramatically. How much information did this foreigner possess to know even such clandestine details? However, there was no turning back now. He had to act. Iron Hook Jack retreated a step to evade the One-Eye's assault, producing a horn seemingly from thin air, raising it to his lips and blowing it forcefully. A resonant blast of the horn reverberated throughout the arena. At last, the One-Eyed comprehended what the foreigner meant by cannon fire. This horn sound was all too familiar. During their time at sea, Iron Hook Jack would blow this horn to signal the gunners to attack. Yet a new question floated into the One-Eye's mind. This was not the sea. Where could a ship possibly come from? Just as he grappled with this perplexity, a deep, rumbling sound of gears echoed beneath the arena's floor. The ground slowly cracked open, and a massive shadow began to rise from below. The One-Eye's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and his expression turned to one of horror. The Black Whale. This was the very ship they had once sailed upon as pirates. But how had the Black Whale appeared here, hundreds of miles from the coast? Could it be that the ship could fly? Before the One-Eyed could fathom this question, a thunderous cannon shot pierced through the air, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. The cannonball sliced through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, rapidly approaching. Boom! The roof was shattered by a tremendous explosion, and a fiery cannonball plummeted down, unimpeded as it pierced through the floor. Run! The word barely escaped his lips before the shockwave of the explosion hurled the one-eyed through the air, his body uncontrollably flying away. Then came the second, third, and fourth cannonballs. Amid the relentless barrage, Redbeard was thrown back, engulfed in smoke and flames, first becoming Blackbeard, and then transformed into Beardless. Even the burly Minotaur could not withstand the onslaught, rolling several meters across the floor before crashing against the wall, utterly disoriented. Ironhook Jack had already vacated the upper room before the cannonballs fell, racing towards the black whale. However, before he could make his move, a flying knife struck him with precision. Ironhook Jack gazed at the fleeting figure in the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Who was this foreigner? Not only had he exposed the bond between the one-eyed and Redbeard, but he also seemed to possess intimate knowledge of Ironhook Jack's tactics, even predicting the black whale's cannon fire. How had that bastard not been obliterated moments ago? Ironhook Jack was filled with rage. He could see that whether it was the one-eyed man, the red-bearded fellow, or the brawny pugilist, all had sustained severe injuries from the barrage of cannon fire, struggling even to rise. The destruction of the wild arena was of little consequence. Rebuilding was always an option. If necessary, he could simply flee to foreign lands and start anew. However, it seemed unlikely that this stranger would provide him with the satisfaction he sought. Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the ruins. Captain Jack, why the haste to leave? Perhaps we could engage in further conversation. Qin Chuan was not easily deceived. He directly exposed Ironhook Jack's scheme. I have no desire to be besieged by the ghostly crew aboard your ship. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ironhook Jack shouted, "Who are you, and how do you know so many secrets?" The transformation of the black whale into a ghost ship, along with its numerous spectral sailors, was Ironhook Jack's last recourse. Yet before this stranger, it felt utterly transparent, devoid of any secrecy. Could there be a traitor? Ironhook Jack pondered, but something felt amiss. The transformation of the black whale had been orchestrated solely by him. Those in the know had either been dispatched to the depths or transformed into ghostly sailors. Neither scenario allowed for the possibility of a leak. The only one privy to the knowledge was himself. Thus, had I betrayed the secret? Ironhook Jack concluded. Chapter 53. The Return of the Henchman. A sudden shift in circumstances. Ironhook Jack quickly cast aside these distractions. The battle had yet to determine a victor. To be distracted was to court disaster. Nevertheless, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. From the onset of the conflict until now, he had been on the receiving end of relentless blows, failing to mount a single effective counterattack. The one opportunity he had was thwarted by the one-eyed man. Realizing this, Ironhook Jack was suddenly alarmed. This stranger had come specifically to confront him. Otherwise, why was he so thoroughly outmatched? The wisest course of action was to flee. Resolutely, Ironhook Jack decided to escape, seizing the moment while his opponent was poised to attack. As a golden tier fighter, Ironhook Jack possessed exceptional base attributes, and within a few breaths, he had covered over 100 meters, drawing ever closer to the black whale. Qin Chuan intended to intercept him, but found himself constrained. It seemed he would have to visit the ghost ship after all. Qin Chuan mused, quickening his pace to follow. Though the ghost ship was Ironhook Jack's domain, he was determined to brave any peril to accomplish his mission. Overall, the progression of this battle unfolded precisely as Qin Chuan had anticipated. From the initial division of forces to the strategic retreat to evade cannon fire and the subsequent boarding tactics, he had prepared for every scenario. Amidst the ruins, Ironhook Jack and Qin Chuan advanced rapidly, one in front of the other. Both were acutely aware that the ultimate battleground would be the ghost ship. As the chase ensued, Qin Chuan also did not neglect to unleash shadow daggers to diminish Ironhook Jack's health. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. "Boss, we have arrived." A cacophony of shouts echoed from afar. It was the arena's henchman. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. The giant wolf was a summon with a time limit. It could not indefinitely delay the henchman. The return of the henchman was a calculated part of Qin Chuan's plan. The timing was just about right. Glancing at the attributes of the henchman, a smile crept across Qin Chuan's lips. In a flash, the shadowy flying knife struck, instantly eliminating the foremost henchman. Hook Jack's grin grew increasingly exuberant. He had previously discerned that the foreigner's attack frequency was low, likely to complement his stealth abilities. Now, with the foe distracted by the henchman, he was left unguarded. Even if he were to slay all those henchmen, what of it? In this black market, there is no shortage of desperate rogues. While you are preoccupied with your assaults, I remain safe. Hook Jack's gaze turned cold. However, the subsequent scene would forever be etched in Hook Jack's memory. The slain henchman's body oozed a green poisonous blood, splattering onto nearby henchmen, who immediately displayed a cascade of damage indicators. The health points of the henchman plummeted at a visible rate, akin to a nosedive. 2 seconds later, another henchman succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A familiar scene unfolded as the green toxic blood once again surged towards the surrounding henchmen. Had it been merely a single wave of damage, many henchmen might have endured. Yet, the second outbreak of the toxic plague refreshed its duration, resetting the countdown to 5 seconds. 3 seconds later, yet another henchman succumbed, spreading the toxic blood further afield as he fell. This became the proverbial last straw. The third and fourth henchmen fell, further amplifying the damage. The henchmen's faces turned a sickly green as their health dwindled. On Qin Chuan's side, game notifications rang out incessantly. Ding! Killed a level 13 arena henchman, earning 1,300 experience points. Killing 3 levels higher grants an additional 390 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Ding! Killed a level 14 arena henchman, earning 1,400 experience points. Killing 4 levels higher grants an additional 560 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Ding! Initially, the notifications came at a moderate pace. However, as the toxic plague refreshed several times, the frequency of notifications began to escalate exponentially. The remaining henchmen were all severely weakened, unable to withstand the subsequent damage of the toxic plague. Their demise was imminent. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the henchmen infected later were positioned further from Qin Chuan. Under the sniper's enhancement, they suffered significantly greater damage than their earlier counterparts, rendering them helpless. Some unfortunate souls, having already been injured by the Great Wolf, found themselves unable to endure even a second against the toxic plague, perishing instantly and becoming new sources of venom, dragging their comrades along to the grave. The tide of battle had dramatically shifted. If the henchmen could eliminate the foreigner, that would be ideal. If not, they would simply call upon artillery to obliterate the arena, surely annihilating the enemy. The incessantly splattering toxic blood not only led the henchmen to their graves, but also caused Hook Jack's heart to sink further. Most importantly, he sensed an unusual aura. The potency of such venomous blood cannot merely be attributed to ordinary poisons. It harbors a chilling and obscure energy fluctuation. Ironhook Jack's eyes widened in realization. The Blood Clan. This is unmistakably the power of the Blood Clan. Ironhook Jack found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation. How could the Blood Clan have emerged in the black market? Yet, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Bailey City is protected by a barrier. The Blood Clan cannot simply infiltrate. Where, then, did this foreigner acquire the abilities of the Blood Clan? Connecting the dots regarding the peculiarities of the foreigner, Ironhook Jack came to a startling epiphany, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. These damned individuals, benefiting from special privileges, could learn the powers of the Blood Clan without actually transforming into one. Is there no justice? No law? If Qin Chuan were aware of Ironhook Jack's inner turmoil, he would undoubtedly express his apologies. As long as the apocalypse has not formally descended upon Blue Star, he, as a player, is free to act as he pleases. After dispatching the henchmen, Qin Chuan turned his attention towards Ironhook Jack. Now, it was time to conclude this battle. Chapter 54, The Harbinger of Death. Ironhook Jack could not pinpoint Qin Chuan's exact location, yet he could feel the weight of his gaze. It was the gaze of a predator regarding its prey. One who recognizes the currents of the moment is indeed a sage. Without the henchmen to restrain him, the opponent could now unleash their attacks upon him. He would not be foolish enough to remain here and take blows. Moreover, should he face his demise, he would prefer to do so aboard his own ship. A pirate vessel cannot lose its captain, much like in the Tales of the West. Observing Ironhook Jack's anxious retreat, Qin Chuan felt an unsettling calm within. In his previous life, he had faced the Arrow God in a one-on-one confrontation. He had endured grand spectacles and was hardly perturbed by the current skirmish. As I ponder this, it occurs to me that I might be the first in Blue Star to have replaced a deity. Could this be the catalyst for my rebirth? Qin Chuan mused quietly, his actions unfaltering as he launched a shadowy throwing knife that stripped Ironhook Jack of over 30,000 health points. Coupled with subsequent tearing and the plague of venomous blood, the total damage exceeded 40,000. Ironhook Jack fled with even greater urgency. What the devil? How is this foreigner so formidable? Edith truly has found an exceptional ally. Ironhook Jack sensed that the dynamics of the black market might soon undergo a radical transformation. Whether he would witness that day remained uncertain. With a swift motion, another throwing knife hurtled towards him, further diminishing Ironhook Jack's health. However, after such a frantic escape, he had reached the underbelly of the black whale. Grasping the descending rope, Ironhook Jack leapt aboard the deck in a flurry. Behind him, a cacophony of bones echoed as skeletal figures emerged from the shadows. Dressed in tattered sailor garb, the specters appeared at every corner of the deck, their eye sockets ablaze with flickering azure flames. Not only that, but upon Ironhook Jack's arrival aboard, the black whale seemed to have found its anchor. Its side cannons pivoted, aligning toward the ground to unleash a barrage. The cannonballs fell like rain, pummeling the hardened stone surface into a state of disarray. Qin Chuan was struck by several fragments, losing hundreds of health points in the process. Such a dense shower of debris was inescapable. He could only strive to mitigate the damage. Had he not equipped several pieces of new gear, this barrage alone could have claimed his life. Qin Chuan understood that he must ascend to the deck with utmost haste. Otherwise, he would be swept away by the relentless barrage of cannon fire. Taking a deep breath, he hurled his shadow daggers while simultaneously activating the effects of his bone-slicing dual blades, propelling himself forward a short distance. According to his calculations, he could reach the artillery's blind spot within 3 volleys at most. This task was certainly not for the faint-hearted, Qin Chuan mused to himself. Braving the splintering debris as he dashed beneath the ship, his health points remained above half, thanks in part to the protective shield of his ring. Without it, he would have fallen long ago. The main issue was that Hook Jack had concealed additional artillery, secretly deploying several more cannons. Fortunately, the most perilous stretch was now behind him. Ahead lay a confrontation with Hook Jack and his undead sailors. This was not an insurmountable challenge. Qin Chuan had previously dealt with thugs in a similar manner, and he could replicate that strategy against the sailors aboard the ship. The complication arose from the fact that these sailors could resurrect. They had become one with the black whale. Unless he could obliterate the vessel itself, their revival would be unceasing. Qin Chuan needed to simultaneously attack Hook Jack while continually managing the resurrecting sailors. The process was even more challenging than before. The only silver lining was that the sailors' resurrection had a cool-down period, thus it was not incessant. As for the one-eyed and red-bearded figures, they were of no reliance. Those two were likely hiding in the shadows, awaiting the outcome. Should Qin Chuan emerge victorious, they would leap forth to claim the spoils. If Hook Jack triumphed, they would simply flee without a word. The plague of toxic blood was an absolute determinant in this battle. A single shadow dagger was launched, instantly slaying the leading undead sailor, subsequently triggering a plague that swept away the remaining sailors. While Hook Jack had not anticipated the sailors would delay for long, having them all dispatched in one encounter seemed rather excessive. A minute and a half later, the undead sailors rose once more. Another shadow dagger was flung, clearing the area once again. Hook Jack discerned the downside of the toxic blood plague. Its infectious range was limited. Yet, even with this realization, it was of little consequence. The sailors were melee fighters. To attack the foreigner, they would have to close in, thus entering the plague's radius. If they refrained from advancing, they would merely stand as spectators, offering no disruption. The situation diverged sharply from Hook Jack's expectations. Wasn't the black whale supposed to be his domain? Why did it seem as if the opposing side thrived? Hook Jack's health steadily diminished. When it dropped to 600,000, he once again sought parley, urging Qin Chuan to reconsider. At 400,000, he adopted a more humble stance, pleading for mercy and offering to surrender his long-cherished treasures. When it fell to 200,000, Hook Jack began to reminisce, lamenting that he should never have opposed Edith. Ultimately, when his health reached 0, the battle concluded entirely. With the captain lost, the black whale began to tremble, its hull peeling away from the keel. The undead sailors on the deck collapsed, their decaying forms turning to ash, dissipating into the ether. Boom! A black mist erupted from the ship's hull, swiftly advancing towards the deck. A warning flashed in Qin Chuan's mind, leaving him no time to collect the scattered belongings. He activated the dual-bladed bone-piercing effect and dashed to the edge of the deck, then leaped into free fall. Beneath the black whale, a rift of void appeared, enveloped in a chilling aura. Merely standing nearby sent shivers through his limbs. Within the black fog, a spine-chilling laughter and murmurs echoed. "Now you belong to me." Qin Chuan beheld a translucent figure being dragged from the corpse of Ironhook Jack by an unseen force, the soul of Ironhook Jack himself. This former pirate captain, once the overlord of the black market arena, now bore a visage of terror, struggling to escape, yet to no avail. Helplessly witnessing his own engulfment by the black mist, a delectable soul, came a satisfied remark from within the darkness. Gradually, the black mist began to disperse, taking the black whale with it, vanishing into thin air as if it had never existed. It was evident that Iron Hook Jack's power had come from a pact made with the Reaper. As a condition, at the moment of his death, the Reaper would claim his soul. While it was indeed regrettable not to collect the treasures left by Iron Hook Jack, especially considering their golden tier value, Qin Chuan was not foolish enough to attempt seizing anything from the Reaper. He had no desire to confront the Reaper's wrath, at least not at this moment. As he pondered, the game notifications began to chime. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding. You have slain Iron Hook Jack, completing your class advancement quest. Level cap has been unlocked. Ding. You have completed your class advancement quest. Growth value has been synchronously enhanced. Ding. You are the first to complete the class advancement quest. An announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer is the first to complete the class advancement. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. Chapter 55, The Reign of Darkness. As the server-wide announcement resonated, Longting Tiantian, who was busy hunting wild boars in the novice village, straightened up, a proud smile gracing his face. This was the strength of the esteemed Night Wanderer. They were still in the novice village, and he had already completed his class advancement quest. Moreover, Longting Tiantian had learned that no other players had accepted Night Wanderer's friend request. In other words, he was most likely the sole friend of this formidable player. What an honor. Longting Tiantian called over his team members and inquired of Xiaoxue, "How are we doing with the skill books? We cannot keep Night Wanderer waiting." He waved his hand dismissively. "Let us elevate our standards to at least bronze tier. If there are silver tier or higher quality books, acquire them at any cost." Xiaoxue nodded. "Understood. I will relay the instructions." Longting Tiantian was acutely aware that Night Wanderer's potential extended far beyond this, destined to become one of the strongest in the apocalypse. To maintain a friendship with such a powerhouse, one must demonstrate their worth. A member of the team, an assassin, remarked, "Previously, Night Wanderer cleared the Crimson Tomb, so he must have acquired quite a bit of equipment." However, he did not approach the boss. Either he intends to keep the gear for himself or has other plans. Longting Tianxia spoke solemnly. "It is also possible that Night Wanderer deems us unworthy of such equipment, as our leveling progress remains too slow." A silence enveloped the atmosphere. In truth, others harbored similar thoughts but hesitated to voice them. At that moment, Longting Tianxia's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang up from the ground and laughed heartily 3 times, exclaiming, "News from the esteemed Night Wanderer has arrived." Instantly, Xiaoxue and the others perked up. This was indeed good news. So it was no wonder the boss was so uncharacteristically exuberant. Even the astute Xiaoxue found herself puzzled, remarking, based on Night Wanderer's style, "He is a quintessential lone wolf player. Moreover, with his approach, he doesn't require assistance from teammates. What need does he have for a guild token?" The assassin interjected, "Just because he was a lone wolf before does not mean he will always be one. Perhaps Night Wanderer has come to recognize the value of a guild." However, the archer, who had been listening attentively, countered, "The likelihood is slim. Night Wanderer does not seem like someone who is inclined to manage a guild." Longting Tianxia, however, held a different perspective and proposed, "Is it possible that Night Wanderer has secured a guild token and wishes to gauge the market?" Xiaoxue pushed up her non-existent glasses, pondering, "If that is the case, we must prepare in advance. If all goes as expected, the first guild will undoubtedly be announced across the server, which is crucial for establishing a reputation." Longting Tianxia wholeheartedly agreed, waving his hand decisively and stating, "Xiaoxue, acquire gold at all costs. If Night Wanderer truly intends to release a guild token, we must secure it at any price." "Understood, boss." The reason for revealing the news of the guild token to Longting Tianxia was because Qin Chuan vaguely recalled that news regarding the guild token would soon surface. His intention for Longting Tianxia to keep an eye on this information was to disseminate it widely, allowing more people to be informed. For instance, the infamous Rasha Yadazen. In his previous life, the first guild token was purchased by Rasha Yadazen through extreme measures, leveraging the server-wide announcement to gain fame and rapidly expand, establishing Rasha Hall as one of the top guilds. Yet in this life, Qin Chuan would not allow Rasha Yadazen such ease. The guild token in his possession was specifically reserved to surprise the opponent. However, the time for that had not yet arrived. The current predicament would be resolved by someone else. Though the wild arena had collapsed, a new arena would soon be established. The black market is never devoid of ambitious individuals. Upon returning to the tavern entrance, Qin Chuan lifted his stealth. He had passed Edith's trial and saw no need for further pretense. Before he could reach for the door, a servant inside opened it, wearing a servile smile, and respectfully stated, "Lord Edith has instructed that you may go directly to the 2nd floor to find him." Qin Chuan nodded and strode into the tavern. The patrons inside turned to look, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. They were not fools. The commotion surrounding the wild arena was so immense that anyone with hearing could not have missed it. This foreigner had single-handedly dismantled the long-standing wild arena in the black market, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. How had he accomplished such a thing? Setting aside Iron Hook Jack's prowess, the mere presence of his hundreds of henchmen was no easy matter to contend with. The assembly present could not help but turn their gaze towards Qin Chuan, transitioning from a previous demeanor of disdain to one of recognition and respect. In the black market, there exists no law. The sole decree is that the strong prevail. Qin Chuan paid no heed to the onlookers, ascending the staircase with purpose. Upon re-entering the room, he found that no unfortunate soul occupied the chair this time. Edith leaned against the table. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "How did you come to know that the one-eyed and the red-bearded are brothers?" Qin Chuan replied with a hint of profundity. "Everyone has their own channels for information, do they not?" If one were to ask him how he knew, it would be a jest. After all, it was the apocalypse that had informed him, clearly delineated in its attributes. However, this was a truth he would certainly withhold from Edith. She did not press further, but instead produced a skill book, offering it to him with the words, "This is something I acquired during my early adventures. Initially, I intended to master the power of shadows before delving into research, but it seems I have ultimately crafted a gift for you." The shadow assassin's uniqueness rendered Edith's chances obsolete, coupled with Qin Chuan's completion of a seemingly impossible task, which validated his prowess. She finally resolved to present him with the skill book. Qin Chuan extended his hand to receive it. Shadow Erosion Rain, golden level active skill. Summons shadow erosion in the target area, conjuring a rain of arrows to strike foes, delivering up to 15 instances of damage, each inflicting attack power 50100 damage. Cost 50 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Learning requirement, exclusive to shadow assassins. Property, casting this skill does not break stealth. Upon glimpsing the attributes, Qin Chuan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Impressive. Should all 15 instances of damage be maximized? The total damage from Shadow Erosion Rain could reach a staggering attack power 750-1500. Given his current attack capabilities, even at close range, the damage would effortlessly exceed 7,000. At a distance, enhanced by the sniper support, the damage would be exceedingly exaggerated. Moreover, Shadow Erosion Rain imposes no limit on the damage instances against a single target, implying that if only one target remains, it would sustain the full brunt of the damage, likely leading to its immediate demise. It is worth noting that, among equally ranked golden skills, Blood Tide offers a single damage instance of merely magic damage 180800, significantly inferior. However, Blood Tide does possess its merits. While it inflicts lower single-target damage, it can harm all enemies within its area of effect. In scenarios where foes are densely clustered, the total damage could surpass that of Shadow Erosion Rain. Each skill possesses its own advantages and disadvantages, with differing focal points. Shadow Erosion Rain balances both group damage and single-target burst, whereas Blood Tide lacks this versatility. In comparison, Qin Chuan decidedly favored Shadow Erosion Rain. Additionally, there is an aspect of Shadow Erosion Rain that Blood Tide can never surpass. It does not break stealth. This trait bears both benefits and drawbacks. The disadvantage is that Shadow Erosion Rain will not capitalize on the damage bonus from breaking stealth. Yet, in Qin Chuan's perspective, this hardly constitutes a flaw. Rather, it is an asset, for he prioritizes survivability over sheer damage. After all, he possesses the Shadow Dagger, which guarantees the ability to deliver a strike that breaks stealth whenever he desires. The characteristic of Shadow Erosion Rain, which ensures it does not disrupt stealth, translates into absolute safety. Imagine if during the campaign against the notorious Captain Hook, the reign of corruption had descended. Qin Chuan would not have needed to resort to cunning schemes. He could simply have concealed himself in the shadows, unleashing his abilities upon Hook's unsuspecting head. A splendid skill, undoubtedly a remarkable one. In Chapter 56, titled The Wisdom of Edith, let us consider that even if the natives falter, the gods still remain. In the presence of such formidable beings, even the slightest vulnerability can prove fatal. Qin Chuan is no longer the heavily armored warrior of his past life, capable of withstanding damage. Should a deity seize an opportunity, he might be whisked away without a moment's notice. The emergence of the reign of corruption has afforded Qin Chuan a multitude of combat options. If the enemy is weak, he can unleash the reign of corruption alongside the Shadow Dagger to swiftly eliminate them. Conversely, if the opponent is formidable, he can retreat and cast the reign of corruption, ensuring his safety. Moreover, the reign of corruption possesses an inherent advantage. It has no trajectory. The enemy cannot deduce his position from the skill's path. This is a limitation that the Shadow Dagger does not share. As levels increase, adversaries can discern Qin Chuan's whereabouts from the dagger's flight path. Additionally, casting the Shadow Dagger disrupts his invisibility, granting the enemy an opportunity to counter. However, such concerns are now a thing of the past. With a clap of his hands, he directly learns the reign of corruption. Once the coast is clear, he plans to enhance it with his skill points. After defeating Captain Hook, he has accrued 8 evolution points, ample for the continued evolution of Shadow Stealth. I can still improve. Qin Chuan feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Though his task is complete, he could depart immediately. Edith would not spontaneously offer another quest. Yet, Qin Chuan has another matter to attend to, the acquisition of a shop in Bailey City. The financial aspect is quite manageable. The 30 gold coins previously obtained from Longting Tianxia serve as an initial investment to gain access to the city's commercial overseer. Subsequent funding poses no significant burden. Selling just 2 pieces of equipment will suffice. This strategy is universally applicable across any main city. However, there exists a more straightforward approach. Why not take advantage of it? The breakthrough lies with Edith. Let us not forget her other identity as the daughter of a lord of Bailey City. Their previous interactions were limited, but having vanquished Captain Hook, Qin Chuan has now earned Edith's recognition. In gaming terms, his favorability has increased, unlocking further options. Noticing that Qin Chuan did not leave, Edith inquired, "Is there something else?" After a moment's reflection, her tone turned astonished. "Could it be that you wish to take over the wild arena? With all due respect, even if you have defeated Captain Hook, it is not so easily accomplished." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in the arena. Rather, I wish to discuss another business venture with you, Miss Edith." Edith's curiosity was piqued. Few dared to engage in business with her. "Are you proposing a venture involving assassination?" She immediately reconsidered her assumption. "That cannot be the case, for with your abilities, you could easily manage such matters yourself. Thus, your desired business partner is not solely Edith, but also the Lord's daughter. Am I correct?" Qin Chuan raised his thumb in admiration. "Astute." Edith continued her calculations. "As a foreigner who journeyed thousands of miles to arrive in Bailey City, your foremost requirement is a place to settle, thus necessitating property in Bailey. Seeking out the commercial director, Angus, would not only subject you to extortion, but also entail a wait of several months, a luxury you can afford." Through her deductions, she comprehended Qin Chuan's intentions thoroughly. However, Qin Chuan was not taken aback. Edith possessed a remarkable intellect, surpassing even that of the average player. Acknowledging that Edith had discerned his thoughts, Qin Chuan did not conceal his intentions, stating candidly, "I require the acquisition of a commercial space." The act of purchasing a shop was trivial for her, merely a matter of relaying a message. Yet, Edith would not offer her assistance without recompense. Their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Aware of this, Qin Chuan retrieved the Wolf King's horn from his backpack. The destruction of the wild arena began with the sudden appearance of a colossal wolf. If someone were to wield this item, claiming to have vanquished Ironhook Jack, do you not think the obstacles to reconstructing the arena would diminish? Further, if that individual were Edith, an undisclosed ally of yours, would it not facilitate your better control over the black market? Perhaps even the entirety of Bailey City? As previously mentioned, although the wild arena was obliterated, a new arena would soon emerge. The black market, as well as Bailey City, required such a venue to release their pent-up violence. Since Edith orchestrated the entire affair, she would not idly allow another to reap the rewards. She accurately assessed that Qin Chuan, as an outsider, could not remain in the black market to manage the arena, thus never considered him a competitor. However, should she assign someone else to take over, she would encounter significant resistance. After all, her influence was already formidable, and adding an arena would likely disturb the slumber of other black market leaders. Initially, Edith pondered how to intervene and seize the greatest profit. Now, Qin Chuan had laid the solution before her. Edith scrutinized Qin Chuan with piercing eyes, as if attempting to see through him. Qin Chuan remained composed. Was that all? He had dared to confront the god of arrows head-on. Surely, he would not be cowed by Edith's presence. Sensing this, Edith retracted her imposing demeanor and said, "Let us collaborate joyfully." She was a wise individual, aware of how to maximize her benefits. Exchanging a shop for control over the black market was undoubtedly a shrewd deal. A piece of parchment appeared in Edith's hand. It was the deed. Once registered with Bailey City's commercial department, it would grant her formal ownership of the corresponding shop. Qin Chuan handed over the Wolf King's horn. "Ding. You have lost the Wolf King's horn. Ding. You have acquired the Bailey City shop deed." Edith took the horn, toyed with it for a moment, and then tucked it away, moving to the oil lamp to activate her stealth, signaling it was time to part ways. Qin Chuan, unfazed, pocketed the deed and exited the room. Once the shop was secured, he could resume leveling up. On the leaderboard, both he and Richardson stood at level 10. It seemed likely that Richardson was also undergoing a career advancement. If Richardson possessed a level talent, he was likely undertaking a Tier 3 or even a hidden difficulty advancement task. Now is not the time for complacency. The streets are still patrolled by guards, and it seems that Belry's city is in a state of chaos. Here, Qin Chuan encountered an acquaintance, Instructor Lei Huao. Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, Lei Huao signaled his subordinates to stand by and approached with a meaningful expression, asking if he had seen Edith. Qin Chuan nodded, pondered for a moment, and then produced a land deed from his pocket to show Lei Huao, stating that he had done a small favor for Edith, who rewarded him with this. Lei Huao's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Did you take down Ironhook Jack?" Qin Chuan quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Let us not jump to conclusions. It was a mysterious individual capable of controlling direwolves who did it. You can ask Edith if you don't believe me." Chapter 57. Who is the true prey? In his previous life, Qin Chuan had not chosen Belry City as his main city, hence he was not very familiar with the circumstances here. He only remembered the key information regarding Edith. As for Instructor Lei Huao, the details were less vivid, but he vaguely recalled that this individual was aware of Edith's true identity. However, given that they were in Belry City with guards nearby, it was prudent to keep their conversation superficial. Lei Huao understood this and did not pursue the previous topic. He glanced at the land deed in Qin Chuan's hand and remarked that the shop located on Violet Street was in a prime location, indicating that Edith was quite pleased with him. Qin Chuan smiled with self-satisfaction and after a moment of contemplation said, "Instructor Lei, I hope you could honor me with your presence at my opening. The apocalypse is not merely about conflict, but also about navigating social intricacies. To establish a foothold in Belry City, one must cultivate relationships with various factions. As a commander of the City Lord's Guard, Lei Huao possessed substantial influence. His mere attendance could dissipate many troubles." After a moment of reflection, Lei Huao agreed, stating, "No problem. On Edith's behalf, I will certainly attend." Additionally, Lei Huao was eager to learn more about the foreigner who had vanquished Ironhook Jack. He had a premonition that the existing power dynamics in Belry City might shift due to this person's emergence. With this thought in mind, he spoke up, "I have received word of a group of goblins causing trouble outside the city, disrupting trade routes. Could you assist me in investigating?" Ding. Quest triggered. Goblin uprising. Quest description. Goblin sightings have been reported east of Belry City, severely threatening the safety of merchant caravans. Please proceed to eliminate them. Quest requirements. Destroy the goblin lair. Quest rewards. 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, and 10 favor points with Lei Huao. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that such circumstances would trigger a quest. Since he needed to level up anyway, tackling goblins was as good as any other option, and it would also enhance Lei Huao's reputation. What could be better? He promptly responded, "It is my duty to assist Instructor Lei in resolving this matter." Ding. You have obtained Lei Huao's token. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy, realizing he had acquired the pass so swiftly. The administrative district is a prime area, filled with hidden quests and bountiful rewards. Most importantly, it serves as the key to unlocking the doors of the upper echelons of Belry City. Grasping the token, Qin Chuan strode confidently towards the city gates. He is no longer in a rush to register his shop. Even with the title deed in hand, he would inevitably be extorted by the commercial supervisor. However, if he had Lei Huao to guide him, the situation would be different. Not only would there be no additional fees, but the efficiency would also be remarkably high. Upon arriving outside the city, Qin Chuan first opened his skill panel, preparing to evolve his Shadow Stealth. This evolution required 8 evolution points. Should he proceed with the evolution of Shadow Stealth? To his surprise, it was not 4 points as anticipated, but had doubled, soaring directly from 2 points to 8 points. As a reborn individual, Qin Chuan could surmise the reason behind this. Throughout the entire Apocalypse continent, there has always been a saying, 3 is a pitfall, 6 is a peak. The ordinary, black iron, and bronze tiers are fundamentally indistinguishable, serving as the lowest ranks. However, the transition from bronze to silver is akin to crossing a chasm, with a significantly increased difficulty. There are countless creatures in the Apocalypse, a substantial portion of which will never break through the bronze level in their lifetime. This translates similarly to skills. Fortunately, his evolution points were ample, so it was not a significant issue. Ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded to silver. Shadow Stealth 4, silver level, enters stealth state. Deals an additional attack power 160, damage on the first strike after breaking stealth. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 14 seconds. The cooldown time is now only 14 seconds. This means Qin Chuan's attack frequency will again increase, allowing for a higher total output. After evolving Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan faced two choices. He had accrued 10 skill points from previously clearing the Crimson Tomb, which he had yet to utilize. However, the allocation of these 10 skill points posed a dilemma for him. If he were to invest them all in Dark Erosion Rain, he could elevate it to level 4 in one go, further enhancing its damage. On the other hand, Qin Chuan also wished to continue upgrading Shadow Stealth. Yet, 10 skill points were insufficient to elevate it by 2 levels. If he only upgraded it by 1 level, the remaining 5 skill points would only allow Dark Erosion Rain to level up twice, leaving him with 2 points. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan resolved to first upgrade Shadow Stealth and then enhance Dark Erosion Rain by 2 levels. He decided to leave the remaining skill points for future use. They would surely come in handy later. His means of survival lay in Shadow Stealth, and any resources invested in it would be worthwhile. Given that Dark Erosion Rain had already reached gold level, its base attributes were sufficiently high, and raising it by 2 levels would be commensurate with its rank. With his decision made, Qin Chuan acted decisively. Ding! Shadow Stealth level increased to 5. Shadow Stealth 5, Silver level, enters Stealth state. Deals an additional attack power 160-2000 damage on the first strike after breaking stealth. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 14 seconds. Ding! Dark Erosion Rain level increased to 12. Ding! Dark Erosion Rain level increased to 23. Dark Erosion Rain 3, gold level, active skill, summons Dark Erosion in the target area, conjuring arrow rain to attack enemies. Up to 15 instances of damage, each dealing attack power 50300 damage, consumes 50 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. Another round of enhancements has occurred. I wonder if the goblins in the lair can withstand this, Qin Chuan mused. As I walked along the path for a short while, a foul stench permeated the air, accompanied by a low, ominous growl. Goblins! Suddenly, diminutive figures sprang forth from the underbrush, wielding ragged weapons and bearing fierce expressions, encircling me from various directions. Goblin Bandit. Level 11. Health 3200. Attack 220. Defense 165. Skill Bludgeon. The characteristics of these creatures were all too familiar to Qin Chuan in his previous life. He had vanquished countless numbers of them. Their defining trait was their penchant for preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Qin Chuan intended to exploit this characteristic to locate the goblin lair and accomplish his mission in one fell swoop. Raising his hand, a shadowy dagger flew forth. In order to draw out the goblins, he chose not to employ stealth. Yet, even without the damage bonus of a surprise attack, he still inflicted over 6,000 points of direct damage. Such was the might of a sharpshooter. This immense damage wiped the goblin's health bar clean. In the next moment, a plague of toxic blood erupted, infecting the surrounding goblins and draining approximately 2,000 health points from each. Most of the nearby goblins were around level 10, with health ranging between 3,000 and 4,000. They could not withstand the persistent 5 seconds of the toxic blood plague. Thud thud. The sound of bodies collapsing echoed, signaling the failure of the goblin assault. The few remaining goblins, terrified, emitted shrill cries and fled. This was one of the classic tactics of goblins, fleeing to lure the enemy. If they could not win, they would escape. If the enemy pursued, they would lead them to their lair, where their larger forces awaited. Either way, they would not lose. This strategy had proven effective time and again, causing many indigenous peoples of the apocalypse to stumble. Even formidable foes like female knights and clerics often fell prey to it. One could only wonder who the true quarry was. Chapter 58, The Wealthy Boy. Set traps at the lair and eliminate this foe. This was precisely what Qin Chuan desired. Previously, he could have eradicated all the goblins, but that was unnecessary. If he eliminated them all, who would guide him? The trade routes of Bailey City were extensive, and the surrounding terrain was intricate. Locating the goblin lair alone would require considerable effort. However, with a goblin as a guide, the task would be far simpler. Yet, this approach carried significant risk. Within the goblin lair, there were not only numerous standard goblins, but also goblin shamans and archers, specialized entities that presented formidable challenges. With both ranged and melee capabilities, and in overwhelming numbers, they were difficult adversaries. Should Qin Chuan find himself overwhelmed, even a small team could face disaster. Naturally, Qin Chuan was unafraid. At worst, he could resort to stealth and unleash the rain of shadow blades. Not even those of golden rank could pierce his concealment, let alone the mere goblins. More goblins emerged from the shadows, screeching as they launched their assault. Qin Chuan retaliated with flying daggers. Under the spread of the toxic blood plague, he dispatched dozens with each strike. His experience points steadily increased throughout this encounter, now reaching about 70 to 80% completion. It seemed that upon the destruction of the goblin lair, he would ascend to a higher level. In a previous battle within the Wild Arena, Qin Chuan once again recognized the formidable power of the blood poison plague. As long as the monsters were sufficiently dense, allowing the plague to perpetually spread and refresh, even the most numerous foes could be succumbed to exhaustion. During this expedition to eradicate the goblin nest, Qin Chuan relied heavily on this devastating weapon. After all, goblins were notoriously abundant, with a single nest housing at least hundreds of them. Relying solely on Shadow Dagger and Corrupted Rain, even with every strike being fatal, the endeavor would prove time-consuming. After pursuing the goblins for nearly half an hour, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate, the air thick with a foul odor and the metallic scent of blood. The goblin nest was not far off. Just as he pondered this, a multitude of figures appeared on the slope to his left. Dozens of goblin archers unleashed a hail of arrows toward his position. Simultaneously, on the opposite slope, a dozen goblins wielding staffs raised their hands to unleash lightning arrows. Astonishingly, this nest was quite impressive, boasting such a number of goblin shamans. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Given its proximity to Berry City, the existence of such a large nest seemed absurd. What was the city's army doing? Had they not dispatched patrols regularly? However, this was not a concern for Qin Chuan. He need not worry excessively. The real headache lay with the high command of Berry City. As a player, he merely awaited the assignment. What he needed to focus on now was eliminating the foes before him. It was undeniable that these goblins were clever, initiating their assault from a distance of 70 to 80 meters. This range was quite deliberate, a result of the goblins' survival instinct. They had discerned that their enemy's attack range was approximately 50 meters. Thus, positioning themselves at 70 to 80 meters, they believed themselves safe from retaliation. The goblin strategy was commendable, but Qin Chuan had a trick up his sleeve. His current attributes were sufficient to enable Shadow Dagger to strike targets 100 meters away. The previous hesitation at 40 to 50 meters was merely to incapacitate the enemy. Furthermore, he possessed Corrupted Rain, a skill with an even greater range. In response to the dual-directional assault, Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Dash, breaking through the encirclement while targeting the area occupied by the goblin archers with Corrupted Rain. Dark energy materialized above the goblin archers, quickly coalescing into arrows that descended from sky. The damage exceeded 5,000, resulting in instant annihilation of the targets. Ironically, the distance at which the goblin archers stood only amplified the damage they received. Soon, the second and third arrows followed. By the conclusion of 15 strikes, there were no goblins left standing beneath the Corrupted Rain. Even those fortunate enough to survive were infected by the blood poison plague, beginning to bleed out en masse. In mere moments, the goblin archers were completely obliterated, yielding a bountiful experience reward. Meanwhile, the goblin shamans fared no better. After enduring a strike from Shadow Dagger, they met the same fate as their archer counterparts, succumbing to the blood poison plague. In the distance, a goblin cowering behind a rock let out a terrified shriek. Were the meticulously prepared traps so easily dismantled? Was it not stated that the enemy's range was merely 50 meters? How did it suddenly extend to 70 or 80? Damn it, you misreported the military situation. Qin Chuan lamented the loss. Such experience was invaluable. However, his plan had already been accomplished, and he was indifferent to the few that remained. At the far end of Qin Chuan's site lay a cave half concealed by weeds. That was the goblin lair. Before Qin Chuan could explore further, a dozen green figures emerged at the cave's entrance. These goblins were equipped with superior gear, unlike their predecessors, who wielded wooden sticks and wore tattered rags. These goblins were clad in iron, boasting enhanced offensive and defensive attributes. Yet it mattered not. In the presence of a sharpshooter, all beings were equal. The Shadow Dagger was unleashed, and the goblins, who had just formed their ranks at the cave's entrance and had yet to charge, were obliterated on the spot. Even more goblins waiting within the cave were swept away. This was the terror of the toxic blood plague. If they could not withstand the damage, they would transform into new sources of infection, perpetuating the cycle of death. Game notifications rang incessantly, as over 50 goblins were eliminated in an instant. This was far from the entirety of the lair's forces. Mere seconds after the plague subsided, new goblins emerged, their numbers even greater than before. However, this time they had learned maintaining a considerable distance from one another. While this diminished the might of their collective charge, it was preferable to being wiped out in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan was, of course, prepared. The rain of shadow erosion was unleashed, effortlessly dispatching 15 goblins. Although it was regrettable that he could not eliminate them all, it was not a significant issue. He could simply wait for the skill to cool down. The Rain of Shadow Erosion not only boasted an extensive range, but also automatically sought out targets. Unless the goblins were separated by dozens of meters, they could not escape their impending doom. Observing that his meticulously crafted strategy yielded no success, the goblin leader within the lair became infuriated, howling insistently for the goblins to engage in battle. Caught between a fearsome enemy and their own leader, the goblins were left with no choice but to charge from the cave, contributing wave after wave of experience points. Outside the lair, Qin Chuan could hardly contain his laughter. How courteous these goblins were. Afraid that he might level up slowly, they formed groups to bestow him experience. You have reached level 11. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging. You have additionally gained 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beasts is activated. You have gained an extra 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment is activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. The hunting moment is activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. In just a few minutes, over 200 goblins have been defeated, allowing Qin Chuan to level up on the spot and accumulate 2 evolution points seamlessly. Even more thrilling for Qin Chuan was the sight of goblins still emerging from the cave. If only a few more would come, perhaps he would ascend straight to level 20. A smile brightened Qin Chuan's face, and his gaze toward the goblins softened. These were not the loathsome creatures of lore. They were clearly heralds of fortune. Chapter 59. Stop. I surrender. No matter how vast the goblin lair, it cannot sustain the experience required for Qin Chuan to ascend to level 20, unless he were to discover the underground goblin kingdom. In fact, after Qin Chuan reached level 11, the number of goblins emerging had noticeably diminished. Previous battles had eliminated at least half of the goblins within the lair, significantly muffling the cries of the goblin leaders. This was no mere prey. It was evident that a hunter had come prepared. Yet, it was too late to utter any words of caution. The lair had but a single exit. To survive, he must charge forth and vanquish the foe. A low, sonorous horn echoed from the depths of the cave, swiftly followed by the sound of synchronized footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the drumming of war, a troop of formidable goblins emerged at the cave's mouth. They were robust, each nearly 2 meters tall. These were not the ordinary goblins. They were evolved, elite goblins with significantly enhanced base attributes. Clad in fine armor, they were even equipped with crossbows. Judging by their quality, these were no mere trinkets, but rather military-grade weapons. Qin Chuan was taken aback. The appearance of goblins outside Bailey City seemed less a coincidence and more a deliberate arrangement by certain individuals. Their intent, beyond undermining the commercial activities of Bailey City, likely aimed at targeting specific nobles. It is worth noting that the southern part of Bailey City is the true commercial hub, where the trade routes lie, while the eastern area is dominated by the estates of the nobility, frequented by noble caravans. The goblins emerging in this eastern sector held significant implications. Intriguingly, Qin Chuan felt himself embroiled in the internal strife of Bailey City. However, if managed adeptly, this could yield considerable profits and solidify his foothold within the city. As he pondered, more goblins appeared behind the line of elite goblins. A dozen goblins huffed and puffed as they carried a comically shaped palanquin, atop which sat a goblin nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with an iron crown. Unlike the ordinary green-skinned goblins, this one had a reddish-brown complexion. Goblin leader, bronze level. Level, 15. Health points, 300, 000. Attack, 1, 500. Defense, 1, 200. Description, a standout among goblins, cunning and a formidable foe. In the Apocalypse continent, ordinary goblins are merely low-tier monsters, their only advantage being their sheer numbers. However, once evolved into elite goblins, they become a force to be reckoned with. Should they fortuitously evolve into goblin leaders, their strength sees a marked enhancement, rivaling even some mid-tier races. Beyond that, there exist extraordinary individuals like goblin heroes, capable of slaying dragons with ease. Yet, to Qin Chuan, there was little distinction. It merely meant facing a few more skills. Presently, with the goblin leader and its minions emerging in full force, it aligned perfectly with Qin Chuan's intentions. Had they all remained hidden within the lair, he would have had to delve deeper, meticulously eliminating them one by one. Gathered together now, there is little to be said. A single wave shall suffice. Shadow Rain, Shadow Dagger. The 2 skills, unleashed simultaneously, effortlessly dispatched a dozen or so formidable goblins. Even though they had evolved to elite status, they remained powerless against Qin Chuan's substantial output. However, before the plague of toxic blood could begin to spread, the surrounding goblins retreated en masse, fleeing beyond the skill's range. Roar! Roar! The goblin leader emitted a furious howl, instantly igniting the eyes of the nearby goblins with a crimson hue, their battle fervor soaring as their fear evaporated. They raised their crossbows and commenced their assault, arrows raining down like a torrential downpour. As Qin Chuan evaded the onslaught, he observed that the arrow storm showed no signs of abating. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? A repeating crossbow? Qin Chuan was left speechless. Who on earth was trafficking in arms to the extent of selling such a weapon? The audacity was astonishing. The technological sophistication of a repeating crossbow was far beyond that of a simple crossbow. Such items were rare, even within regular armies. And yet here they were in the hands of goblins. Utterly absurd. Without some sinister plot at play, Qin Chuan found it hard to believe. This revelation only heightened his excitement, as he sensed the presence of a hidden quest. First, he must annihilate this lair and await subsequent tasks from Lei Huao. Qin Chuan pondered silently. Since it was Lei Huao who summoned him, he had reason to believe that Lei Huao had uncovered some clues. His task was to complete the current assignment and await further instructions. Meanwhile, the goblin leader, witnessing that even the barrage from the repeating crossbows could not subdue Qin Chuan, began to feel a twinge of panic, especially with the relentless threat of the toxic blood plague looming. After having evolved to this stage, was it to end in annihilation? Impossible. The onslaught was relentless, and without any means of evasion, it was becoming increasingly strenuous. The repeating crossbows posed a significant problem, as dozens of goblins were unleashing a veritable storm of firepower. While waiting for the cooldown of his frenzied charge, Qin Chuan remained active. A single shadow rain spell caused a dozen goblins to perish instantly. Even though they were dispersed, preventing the spread of the toxic blood plague, their demise was inevitable. The nature of shadow rain, which did not break stealth, allowed Qin Chuan to engage without fear of reprisal. The goblin leader was increasingly horrified. It was common knowledge that a rogue had to exit stealth mode to attack, yet this adversary seemed impervious to such a limitation. What was the principle behind this? Why was such a formidable being targeting their clan of goblins? Or was the honor of a true warrior? With such power, why not confront a dragon instead? The goblin leader's inner turmoil was beyond expression in mere words, coalescing into a single, furious roar before it turned to flee. What a joke! It was no fool. If it could not win, why not escape? Would it stay behind to meet its demise? Qin Chuan felt a surge of urgency. If that creature managed to escape, his task would undoubtedly fail to achieve optimal completion, jeopardizing the triggering of subsequent quests. There was even a possibility of the entire quest chain being severed. Realizing this, Qin Chuan resolutely accelerated, aiming a flying dagger at the goblin leader, inflicting a tremendous amount of damage. The goblin chief was utterly astonished by such remarkable skills. Just as Qin Chuan was preparing to deliver the final blow and conclude the battle, the goblin chief let out a tremendous roar and promptly knelt down to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "Please, spare me. I surrender. If you grant me my life, I shall offer all my treasures." Simultaneously, a game notification chimed. Ding! You have triggered a choice quest. Please select with caution. Choice 1. Spare the goblin chief. Reward: all the wealth of the goblin lair, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Choice 2. Slay the goblin chief. Reward: 5 points of affection from instructor Lei Huao. Chapter 60. Killing you, yet the treasure remains mine. Upon evolving to the rank of chief, even the most basic goblins possess a considerable degree of intelligence. Speaking the common tongue of the Apocalypse continent is merely a triviality. In a bid for survival, the goblin chief presented a rather generous offer. 1,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. Based on the current acquisition prices from various guilds, it is approximately equivalent to 40 to 50 million yen currency. Had it been the previous Qin Chuan, who focused solely on gold farming, he would likely have spared the goblin chief, pocketing the money and retiring on the spot. However, at this moment, that option held no allure for Qin Chuan. He still possessed several pieces of golden grade equipment and a golden grade skill book, whose value undoubtedly far exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Did he lack funds? In Qin Chuan's eyes, the 5 points of affection from Lei Huao were far more valuable, as they would influence subsequent quest chains. With a benevolent smile, Qin Chuan regarded the goblin chief and jestingly remarked, "If I kill you, the treasure will still belong to me." The goblin chief's expression faltered. "You are remarkably clever, but I have been prepared." The goblin chief laughed heartily, saying, "Do you think I, unlike those mindless goblins, would keep the treasure in the lair? Let me enlighten you. I have hidden those treasures elsewhere." Qin Chuan raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, this evolved goblin displayed a significantly higher level of intelligence. Sensing Qin Chuan's hesitation, The goblin chief seized the opportunity and continued. If you grant me a chance at life, not only will you acquire a bountiful treasure, but I shall also introduce you to a significant figure, ensuring your success in Bailey City. A spark ignited in Qin Chuan's mind. It seemed evident that there was a traitor behind the goblin invasion. Furthermore, if his suspicions were correct, this goblin lair was merely an appetizer, with more goblins set to emerge. Qin Chuan understood precisely what this implied, a substantial quest chain. At that moment, the game provided another notification. Ding! The choice quest has been updated. Please make your selection with care. Choice 1. Spare the goblin chief. Reward. All the wealth of the goblin lair, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. A cloak of disguise, which allows participation in secret organization gatherings in Bailey City. Choice 2. Slay the goblin chief. Reward. 10 points of affection from instructor Lei Huao. With the goblin chief's enhanced offer, the quest rewards were updated once more. The alteration in task rewards further unveiled a glimpse of the hidden iceberg lurking in the shadows of Bailey City. Before me stands the goblin chieftain, who has likely never even brushed the threshold of that clandestine organization, unaware of its very name. In other words, even if Qin Chuan were to acquiesce to the chieftain's terms, he could never truly infiltrate the secretive group. Rather, he would only create rifts with instructor Lei Huao, a scenario that would truly be a case of losing more than he gains. With resolution firm in his heart, Qin Chuan swiftly raised his wrist, sending a shadowy dagger soaring forth, striking the goblin chieftain with unerring accuracy. Madness flickered in the chieftain's eyes. If the adversary wished for his demise, then none would escape unscathed. Charge, my minions! The goblin chieftain bellowed, and the approaching goblins surged forth, launching their assault. In the blink of an eye, the area around Qin Chuan was engulfed by a hail of arrows and bolts of lightning. While a single strike might not spell instant death, such a concentrated barrage would surely lead to his demise after a few hits. Instead of hastily activating his frenzied dash, Qin Chuan unleashed the power of his 400 agility points, sprinting with such speed that he left behind a series of afterimages. The goblin chieftain's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This foe still possessed hidden cards. The speed previously displayed was not even close to his limit. The chieftain grew increasingly disheartened. What a miserable day it was to be targeted by such a formidable opponent. A peaceful resolution now seemed utterly impossible. At this juncture, the entire goblin lair was left with only the chieftain before him. Eliminating him would signify the completion of the task. The hunting moment commenced, and you have gained 1 evolution point. Ding! The goblin lair has been eradicated. Mission accomplished. Please proceed to Lei Huao to submit your task. Ding! Reputation with the clandestine organization has decreased to hostility. A flurry of notifications flashed before Qin Chuan, who casually dismissed them with a flick of his wrist. During this expedition against the goblin lair, aside from the valuable spoils dropped by the final chieftain, the remaining goblins yielded only a handful of ordinary gear of little worth. As he journeyed forth, he allocated the freedom attribute points gained from leveling up. Following the completion of a special advancement mission, each level up conferred significant enhancements. Particularly, his agility surged by 12 points with each upgrade, placing him leagues ahead of other players. With the essential agility attribute secured, Qin Chuan could now distribute his freedom attribute points more evenly. Prior to entering the game, Qin Chuan had meticulously crafted his strategy, initially funneling all points into agility to enhance reaction speed for better solo play. Bolstered by the sniper's prowess, he was never lacking in damage, prioritizing his survival. This approach had yielded commendable results, allowing him to achieve numerous first kills and amass a wealth of additional freedom attribute points. As a result, his agility had already surpassed 400 points, and further increases no longer provided significant benefits. Conversely, it became imperative to enhance other attributes. However, considering the impending apocalypse descending upon Blue Star, neglecting other attributes was not an option, lest it hinder the amalgamation of character attributes with his own. Of course, one could opt for a skewed allocation of points, but this would simply mean that once the fusion commenced, the primary attribute with the highest value could not fully realize its potential. Currently, with each level up, I receive 15 freedom attribute points. Aside from agility, the remaining 3 attributes are evenly distributed, with 5 points allocated to each. In addition to the enhancement provided by equipment, the disparity in attributes can be significantly narrowed. Qin Chuan devised a preliminary strategy. By allocating points in this manner, each level up would grant him an increase of 11 points in strength, constitution, and spirit, and 12 points in agility, resulting in a remarkably balanced distribution. The method of point allocation is not immutable. In the early stages, Qin Chuan requires ample agility to sustain a flawless solo endeavor. Thus, investing entirely in agility is the optimal solution. Once this condition is satisfied, the subsequent focus shifts to augmenting his other attributes. Even the spirit attribute, which may seem less beneficial for an assassin, must not be neglected. Many skills in the later stages involve mind control and illusion, and insufficient spirit would render one vulnerable. Ordinary players, constrained by the acquisition of attribute points, can only afford to emphasize one or two attributes. However, given Qin Chuan's opportunity for comprehensive development, he would not leave any weaknesses for his adversaries to exploit. Chapter 61, An Unanticipated Arrival. By evenly distributing the free attribute points among strength, constitution, and spirit, Qin Chuan's stats were updated accordingly. Attributes: Strength 50, Constitution 25, Agility 37145, Spirit 24. There remain shortcomings, undeniably, yet progress is being made gradually. Qin Chuan remains unperturbed. With his current method of point allocation, by the time his agility surpasses 600, the other three attributes will also reach around 200, and the gap will not be insurmountable. According to the rules of the Apocalypse's emergence, as long as the disparity between primary and secondary attributes does not exceed threefold, it will not impact the character's integration with reality. Moreover, Qin Chuan has alternative strategies. So far, he has only achieved a first kill at the gold level, with further opportunities to attain dark gold, epic, and legendary levels. The rewards for first kills at these three tiers are substantial enough to make Qin Chuan drool. Coupled with various special events, he can expect to acquire several hundred additional free attribute points, making it effortless to bridge any gaps. Additionally, the game produces various items that enhance attributes. While these may be out of reach for ordinary players, they are easily attainable for Qin Chuan. The simplest method is to purchase them. Thus, the issue of attributes has never caused Qin Chuan undue concern. He possesses ample means to resolve it. Although the goblin chief claimed that treasures lie elsewhere, based on his understanding of goblins, it is certain that a portion of the loot is concealed within their lair. Furthermore, judging by the previous military crossbow, it is likely that the nest harbors a significant amount of military equipment. Seizing what is available is a prudent choice. Following the passage downwards, aided by the dim oil lamps affixed to the walls, Qin Chuan arrived at the innermost depths of the lair. Here, several side chambers have been excavated, each serving varied purposes. Some were designated for food storage, while others were haphazardly filled with weapons and equipment. The quantity observed was sufficient to arm hundreds, including the gear worn by the goblin chief. The total would reach 1,000 sets. He picked up an item for inspection. Standard chest armor, common grade, defense 30, health 100, equipment requirement 10. Accompanying were matching leg armor, arm guards, gloves, boots, helmets, and even a complete array of weapons. Long swords, daggers, and hand crossbows, truly an arsenal to the teeth. What an enigmatic organization this is, managing to procure such an abundance of standard equipment. Qin Chuan marveled in astonishment. Bailey City, despite being one of the principal cities, is embroiled in a clandestine arms smuggling operation of considerable scale, suggesting that there are high-ranking traders within its ranks. However, this situation bears little relevance to Qin Chuan for the time being. As I have previously stated, he should focus on leveling up while awaiting tasks, without becoming overly concerned about extraneous matters. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are mere paper tigers. Furthermore, Bailey City has its own circumstances, and, as an outsider, he should not interfere. Nevertheless, these armaments cannot be overlooked. Regrettably, their sheer quantity exceeds what Qin Chuan can carry. Even if he filled his ring to capacity, he would still be unable to accommodate them all, having to select only the most aesthetically pleasing items. Even so, the ring was filled to the brim. Qin Chuan once believed that possessing a Baroness ring was already quite impressive, yet he found himself having overestimated his own capabilities. Displaying such military-grade equipment in a shop would be highly inappropriate. Qin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. These are standardized military supplies, and showcasing them in a shop would solely invite trouble, likely leading to an immediate seizure by the authorities. While shops in the game are indeed player-owned property, the main City S officials possess the authority to confiscate them. If the shop cannot operate, it bears little distinction from a mere cabbage stall. Qin Chuan would not be so foolish as to make such an elementary mistake. He had already devised a plan to address this. He promptly opened his friend's list, intending to send a message to Long Tung Tian Xia, only to find that the latter had already sent him a message. Night Wanderer, I have received a skill book. Accompanying the message were the pertinent attributes. Blink, bronze level active skill, teleports in the direction of the target, Maximum distance of 15 meters. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Goodness! Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. The elusive displacement skill he had long sought had unexpectedly manifested itself. Moreover, it was Blink, a rare, universal displacement skill. Although it is only of bronze level, in Qin Chuan's eyes, its value rivals that of a gold-level skill. Unlike the frenzied charge of the dual bone cleavers, which involves a movement trajectory, Blink allows for instantaneous arrival at the target location without any visible motion. This distinction is crucial. A discernible movement can be anticipated, and should one fail to halt, they would collide with the enemy's attacks, resulting in self-destruction. However, Blink operates differently. Unless the enemy can predict the landing spot, interception mid-flight is virtually impossible. If one were to criticize it, perhaps the short displacement distance and lengthy cooldown time could be seen as drawbacks. Yet, to Qin Chuan, these hardly constitute issues at all. If necessary, he could simply evolve it further. In the midst of his contemplation, Long Tongue Tianxia sent another message. Where are you located, Great One? Once we reach level 10, we will promptly deliver the skill book to you. Long Tongue Tianxia refrained from disclosing the price he had paid to acquire the skill book, as it was unnecessary. What purpose would it serve to bring it up? Would he desire Night Wanderer to feel indebted? That would only backfire. Let us not forget that he had previously secured 2 silver-level pieces of equipment, having promised 2 skill books in return, yet now only one had been procured. If anything, it was their efficiency that could be called into question. After obtaining the Reign of Dark Erosion, Qin Chuan no longer held a strong fixation on ranged skills. Rather, he found himself in greater need of a displacement skill. Relying solely on the dual-edged bone removal technique is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Now, with the auspicious news from Dragon Rising, how could Qin Chuan possibly harbor discontent? Given their generous approach, Qin Chuan felt compelled to reciprocate, promptly sending a message. Which novice village houses this skill book? I shall retrieve it myself. As for the previous conditions, this skill book has fulfilled them, and there is no need to seek an additional ranged skill book. Of course, if you happen to possess any surplus, I will be willing to purchase it at market value. Incidentally, I have a matter to discuss with you. I possess several level 10 pieces of ordinary grade equipment, with rather average attributes. Should you find them of interest, I can offer them to you at a 20% discount. Behold, what it means to possess the vision of a true magnate. Not only is a skill book waived, but equipment is also offered. While the ordinary grade equipment may be of no use to him, with so many members in the guild, there will undoubtedly be someone in need. The game's drop rates are exceedingly low, leaving many players still clad in their novice 3-piece sets. Upon reviewing the screenshots sent by Qin Chuan, Dragon Rising was left utterly speechless. You dare to refer to a backpack brimming with nearly 100 pieces as merely some truly befitting of a magnate. His perception of quantity is indeed extraordinary. In Chapter 62, one might ponder, you make me appear quite foolish. Initially, in Dragon Rising's contemplation, they envisioned that Night Wanderer would possess at most a mere dozen pieces of equipment. However, the screenshot revealed an overflowing bounty, estimated to be at least 70 or 80 pieces. Dragon Rising was keen to inquire whether such a quantity could genuinely be described as some. Furthermore, what kind of backpack is this that possesses such capacity? Aren't all initial backpacks limited to 10 slots? Dragon Rising fell into a deep reverie. Nearby, an assassin comrade curiously inquired, Boss, what expression is that? Is Night Wanderer dissatisfied with the blink skill? Xiaoxue shook her head and replied, that cannot be the case. Mobility skills are essential for all players, and Night Wanderer is no exception. Moreover, he is accustomed to solo play, necessitating mobility skills to evade damage. I suspect the boss's demeanor is due to other reasons. After a brief pause, she added, Night Wanderer has stated his satisfaction with the blink skill, which can be equated to 2 skill books. The archer raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, truly my rival. Such magnanimity. The assassin shot a sidelong glance, bluntly retorting, what stature do you possess to consider yourself Night Wanderer's rival? The archer, indignant, replied with a twisted expression, you'd better not log off after this. I shall show you how to deal with it. Dragon Rising waved his hand, silencing their bickering, and continued, Night Wanderer has some equipment to offer me. The assassin eagerly inquired, is there anything for me? Dragon Rising's expression faltered. He hadn't inquired in detail. The assassin immediately lamented, oh, how could you be so heartless? Have you forgotten our years of camaraderie? The archer chimed in with a mocking chuckle. Night Wanderer is an assassin. There's no surplus equipment for you. Boss, do you have any archer gear? Dragon Rising remained silent. The archer joined the assassin in a theatrical display of despair, lamenting their apparent fall from favor. Reluctantly, Dragon Rising steeled himself and sent a message to Qin Chuan. Esteemed one, do you possess any equipment suitable for assassins or archers? In this regard, Qin Chuan recalled that he possessed 2 discarded weapons, a level 5 rabbit tooth dagger and a level 10 bloodsucking blade. He proceeded to share their attributes. Longting Tianxia regarded the assassin with a hint of envy, feeling that this individual had struck a fortunate deal. While one might wonder, was the esteemed knight wanderer not a warrior? Noticing Longting Tianxia's expression, the assassin eagerly rubbed his hands together and inquired if there was good news. Longting Tianxia relayed the equipment attributes in the squad channel, prompting the assassin to exclaim that his earlier choice to become an assassin was indeed wise, as merely acquiring the discarded equipment from the Night Wanderer would allow him to soar to new heights. He continued, asserting that wielding the same equipment as the Night Wanderer equated to being on par with the legendary figure. Thus he felt they were evenly matched. The squad members raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming that he was truly a genius. The skill book was not in his possession, but had been received by his vice president, who was not located in a novice village. Night Wanderer insisted on retrieving it himself, leaving Longting Tianxia feeling somewhat reluctant to have the esteemed figure go through such trouble. Qin Chuan, however, did not dwell on this matter. Although teleportation incurs a cost, it pales in comparison to the value of the flickering skill book. The main concern was that if Longting Tianxia and the others waited to reach level 10 before heading to the main city, they might have to wait a day or two, which felt excessively long. After clarifying the location of the skill book, Qin Chuan decisively departed from the goblin nest. Ultimately, he was unable to find the goblin leader's treasure, as the crafty creature had indeed hidden the treasure elsewhere. Nevertheless, gathering a backpack full of equipment was not insignificant. Upon returning to Bailey City, tranquility had been restored. The earlier commotion in the black market had not spread widely, and the townsfolk no longer paid it much heed. In their minds, explosions from the black market were a common occurrence. As long as it posed no threat to Bailey City, they were indifferent. Even the city lord had remained silent, rendering their concerns moot. Qin Chuan made his way directly to the administrative district in the northern part of the city. After presenting the token from Lei Hua Ao, he gained entry without incident. Guided by the guards, he found Lei Hua Ao training new recruits. Initially, Lei Hua Ao did not register the situation and casually remarked that he had not found a group of goblins. No need to worry about it. My men have been searching for several days with little progress. Lei Hua Ao's words caught in his throat. Yes, he acknowledged the prowess of this foreigner, having passed the Edith's trial and defeated Iron Hookjack. Yet, the efficiency with which Qin Chuan had located and dismantled the goblin nest made Lei Hua Ao appear somewhat incompetent. Fortunately, he was not a petty individual and soon composed himself, commending, "Well done. Excellent work." He then summoned his aide and handed Qin Chuan a pouch of coins, stating, "Here, this is your reward." Ding! Task completed, gained 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, and a 10-point increase in Lei Hua Ao's favorability. Ding! Choice task completed. Lei Hua Ao's favorability increased by 10 points. Subsequently, Lei Hua Ao inquired about the details of Qin Chuan's battle, and upon learning of the military crossbow, his expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hua Ao remarked, "Let us keep this matter under wraps for the time being. I shall dispatch someone to investigate." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. "I will heed the instructor's guidance." Lei Hua Ao continued, "We shall discuss the subsequent arrangements once the investigation bears fruit." Qin Chuan felt a sense of reassurance. The follow-up tasks seemed secure. After a brief discussion, Qin Chuan took his leave, as he still needed to visit the novice village. Arriving at the teleportation array in the city center, Qin Chuan stepped forward. Teleporting to Novice Village 10086 requires 50 silver coins. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, teleport. A burst of light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. When his vision cleared, he saw a group of players adorned with the Dragon Rising prefix approaching him. Was it the esteemed Night Wanderer? The leading player was named Dragon Rising, gazing at the sky. Indeed, it was him, the vice president of the Dragon Rising Guild, who had procured the Flicker skill book. Qin Chuan displayed his identification, and gazing at the sky, initiated a trade, presenting the Flicker skill book. He had already received a message from the guild leader, indicating that Night Wanderer would be teleporting to collect the skill book. He anticipated his arrival would be so swift. Upon the completion of the transaction, gazing at the sky, hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to ask, "Esteemed one, could we become friends? I assure you, I shall not intrude upon your time." Qin Chuan did not decline. According to Dragon Rising, this vice president had played a pivotal role in acquiring the Flicker skill. Truth be told, Qin Chuan had initially believed that receiving a black iron grade skill book would be his utmost achievement, given the limited resources available in the novice village. Moreover, the players were generally at a lower level, unable to yield anything of significant quality. Yet, to his surprise, a bronze grade skill had emerged. It seemed the vice president was indeed favored by fortune. Qin Chuan sensed that further surprises might await him. Chapter 63. How are you only level 4? At this moment, gazing at the sky was somewhat dazed. Had he truly added Night Wanderer as a friend? After several checks of his friend list, he confirmed it was indeed true and promptly messaged the guild leader. Boss, I've added the esteemed one as a friend. Dragon Rising felt a pang of envy, realizing that he had been the first to reach out. Yet, it was indeed good news that the vice president could befriend Night Wanderer. Previously, he had only been in contact with him directly, which felt precarious. What if one day the esteemed one decided he was displeased and blocked him? That would spell disaster. After establishing a commitment, gazing at the sky looked towards Qin Chuan and stated, Esteemed one, should you have any commands, do not hesitate to convey them. I am at your service. Qin Chuan nodded. If anything arises, I shall have your guild leader make the arrangements. I must take my leave now. You possess the title of Village Defender, allowing you free teleportation to other novice villages. Targeting Novice Village 9527. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the title he acquired would have such a hidden effect. Unfortunately, it did not waive the teleportation fees between the main city and the novice villages, but it would still save him a considerable sum, given the current market rates. 50 silver coins was no trifling matter. Only someone as affluent as Qin Chuan could afford consecutive teleports. For an average player, utilizing a free teleport array to reach the main city would be the limit. Teleport. The players who had previously been engaged in completing quests suddenly found themselves bewildered as the village chief had vanished. His jaw almost dropped in astonishment. After diligently clearing the toilets of the entire village, could it be that this old ding intended to renege? Unbearable. The player immediately pursued him, only to see another player materialize by the teleportation array, leaving him quite perplexed. The teleportation array in the novice village could only be utilized once it reached level 10. Who could this be? Upon further contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, Oh my goodness, it's Night Wanderer. Nearby players perked up, eagerly inquiring, Is that true? Isn't Night Wanderer in the main city? How could he possibly be here? Don't be mistaken. I've heard there are quite a few imposters around. Don't mention it. I was just deceived by someone named Night Wanderer, who conned me out of 10 copper coins. How shameless of him. Wow, how did you fall for it? Please share, so we can be forewarned. That fellow claimed to be starting a guild and lacking initial funds, promising to make me vice president if I donated. You really ought to be more cautious. As the news spread, more players gathered to see if it truly was Night Wanderer. It was easy to confirm. They were all clad in the novice 3-piece set. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I'm just passing through. After all, teleporting within the novice village incurred no cost, and visiting was inconsequential. Moreover, Longting Tianxia was a significant partner, deserving of respect. After some pleasantries, Qin Chuan remarked, As for these pieces of equipment, I won't ask you for much. 500 each, totaling 80 pieces. The intrinsic value of level 10 common equipment might even be higher, given the game's notoriously low drop rates. However, Qin Chuan was indifferent. These items were essentially free loot. Selling them for 40,000 was more than sufficient. The truly valuable items were those of higher tiers. Longting Tianxia was already overwhelmed with gratitude. The esteemed figure indeed remembered his kindness. He understood that while these level 10 pieces were merely basic, they were far from worthless. In fact, they held considerable value. When players reached level 10, faced with monsters of significantly enhanced attributes, each additional piece of equipment could expedite their leveling process, yielding returns far exceeding 500. With these 80 pieces in hand, Longting Tianxia could strategically equip 4 or 5 elite squads and subsequently generate even more equipment to arm other guild members. This virtuous cycle would undoubtedly propel the strength of the Longting dynasty to new heights. The surrounding players were wide-eyed upon hearing of 80 pieces of equipment. My goodness, has Night Wanderer discovered some cheat? How could the drop rate be so high? They had been slaying rabbits all this time, and their novice daggers were already dulling, having only seen rabbit fur as loot. Yet here was the esteemed figure, effortlessly producing 80 pieces. Absurd. And what kind of bag do you possess that allows you to carry so much? What left the players even more astonished was yet to come. Qin Chuan retrieved the rabbit tooth dagger and blood-sucking blade, stating, You've seen the attributes of these 2 pieces. How much are you prepared to offer? This question had been previously discussed among Longting Tianxia and his team, and they had arrived at a preliminary figure. He cautiously replied. The rabbit-toothed dagger is of black iron grade. Let us set it at 20 gold coins. The blood-sucking blade is classified as silver grade. However, given its high level requirement, would 200 gold coins suffice? At current market rates, 200 gold coins equate to approximately 10 million yen country currency, which is undeniably a premium price. Nevertheless, the blood-sucking blade is worth this valuation. For assassin players, wielding the blood-sucking blade at level 10 significantly amplifies their attack power, making both leveling up and professional advancement considerably easier. Furthermore, the price of 200 gold coins is quite agreeable to Qin Chuan, aligning perfectly with his psychological expectations. It is said that in commerce, one must engage fairly. Qin Chuan does not require Longting Tianxia to excessively flatter him with inflated prices. Equipment transactions should remain devoid of extraneous influences. As long as the offer price is reasonable and acceptable, the deal can be sealed. There is no need to fabricate a sense of indebtedness or to imply that one is selling favors. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan declared, "This price is acceptable." He is not one to dawdle, and promptly initiated the transaction, receiving 220 gold coins. The remaining 40,000 was directly transferred to his virtual car by Longting Tianxia. Once the transaction concluded, rather than hastily departing, Qin Chuan, feeling a twinge of curiosity, inquired, "How come you are only at level 4? Longting Tianxia was momentarily rendered speechless. "Esteemed one, do take a look around. Most players are only at levels 1 or 2. My level 4 is quite commendable, you know." Yet, upon realizing Qin Chuan's level, Longting Tianxia felt a pang of shame. An esteemed player of level 11, while he remained at level 4, was indeed a cause for embarrassment. With a wry smile, Longting Tianxia admitted, "Esteemed one, it's not that I wish to lag in levels. It's simply beyond my capabilities. The level 5 equipment you provided is still beyond my reach. And defeating monsters takes too long." Qin Chuan pondered, and it seemed he had a point. Considering the forthcoming plans that required Longting Tianxia's assistance, Qin Chuan resolved to lend a hand, albeit not for free. "For the next hour, I shall guide you in leveling up. How far you advance will depend on your fortune. 50,000 per person is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 64. Your time is invaluable. Longting Tianxia blinked, convinced he had misheard. It was not that he found 50,000 per person exorbitant. Rather, it was astonishing that the esteemed Night Wanderer would condescend to assist him in leveling up. Longting Tianxia gazed at the assassin, murmuring, "Pinch me. Surely I'm not dreaming." The assassin, quite earnest, pinched him firmly, causing Longting Tianxia to nearly leap from the pain. This confirmed for him that he had indeed heard correctly. The esteemed player was genuinely willing to dedicate an hour to help him level up. Longting Tianxia quickly replied, "That's reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Esteemed one, I require spots for 4 individuals. Would you prefer cash or gold coins?" He was not one to seek personal gain alone. Upon hearing of such a fortunate opportunity, he immediately thought of his former teammates. After all, leveling up alone would be of little use to him. He was not the Night Wanderer. Without teammates, having a higher level would not significantly enhance his efficiency. Instead, raising his teammates' levels together would expedite the process considerably. Once they reached level 5, their party could equip several splendid pieces of gear, akin to upgrading from a birdshot to a cannon. Even if they later had to level up without the esteemed 1's assistance, their efficiency would still be several times greater than it currently was. Should they reach level 10 and don the previously acquired silver-grade equipment, their efficiency would soar to remarkable heights. Certainly, there exists a significant disparity when compared to the true masters, the Night Wanderer. Qin Chuan was not surprised by the choice of Longting Tianxia. His current quartet had forged their bond through relentless struggle, their camaraderie deep and unwavering. Even amidst the advent of the apocalypse, they continued to fight side by side. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan proposed, "Let us proceed with a direct cash transaction." Acquiring a commercial establishment typically demanded a substantial sum of gold coins. However, through his dealings with Edith, he had achieved his objective at a remarkably minimal cost, thus conserving a considerable amount of gold. The surrounding players were left dumbfounded. With each individual costing 500,000, the total for the quartet amounted to 2 million. Such an exorbitant price was merely for Night Wanderer to level up for 1 hour. In other words, a staggering hourly rate of 2 million? Goodness, is the world of the affluent truly this extravagant? One player began to calculate, "Currently, my monthly salary is 3,000. That allows the master to accompany me for a mere 216 seconds. Another chimed in, "If that is the case, I am certainly better off. I can have a master accompany me for 30 seconds. A voice piped up, Can I inquire if the master could accompany me for 10 seconds? I barely managed to speak for 5 seconds. Goodness gracious, I must exclaim, brother, where do you toil at such a callous factory? That sounds utterly disheartening. A multitude of struggling players lamented. I could secure 2 minutes with the master. Wow, earning 16,000 a month. You are quite the expert. I once shared a similar sentiment, yet now I feel like a pauper. Can we please change the subject? This is exhausting. Your time is incredibly valuable. Quickly calculate how long you could have Night Wanderer accompany you. I too aspire to be a master. I too desire an hourly rate of 2 million. Let us wash up and sleep. As the players calculated how many seconds their monthly earnings could equate to, Qin Chuan led the Longting team out of the novice village and toward the wild wolf plains. It was not that he could not take on wild boars, but rather that the wild wolves offered superior value. Although the Wolf King had recently been vanquished, the wolf pack remained resilient and would continue to engage in battle. Given the level of the Longting Tianxia team, the moment they entered the wild wolf plains, they would shine like a beacon in the night, requiring no effort to lure the monsters. They could simply await the approach of the wolves. This was precisely what Qin Chuan wished to witness. His plan was to cast a throwing knife and then sit back to behold the performance of the venomous plague. Player, Longting Tianxia, invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agree. Player, Night Wanderer, has joined the team. Upon entering the team, Qin Chuan was met with a warm welcome. Wow, it's the master. I must take a screenshot and post it on the forum to provoke envy among those envious souls. Mother, I have teamed up with Night Wanderer. I have made it. Qin Chuan was familiar with the 3 core teammates of Longting Tianxia, though that knowledge stemmed from past life. Now, lacking a foundation, he refrained from initiating any bold conversations, merely stating, "You are all too kind. I am but an ordinary player." Xiao Shui responded with a wry smile. If it were anyone else saying this, I would think them pretentious. However, given the calmness of the Master's tone, I genuinely believe he perceives it as such. The assassin remarked, "The master is far too modest. If you are an ordinary player, then we must be residing in the sewers." The archer, with a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and tension, ventured to ask, "Master, if I may be so bold, do you play shooting games in real life?" The archer let out a breath of relief. In the realm of practical shooting, he undoubtedly surpassed the Night Wanderer. Thus they remained evenly matched. Observing the camaraderie and laughter shared between the Night Wanderer and his comrades, Longting Tianxia felt a sense of relief. He was genuinely concerned that these individuals might inadvertently provoke a formidable figure, which could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, it appeared that the esteemed individual did not carry an air of superiority. Instead, he was remarkably down-to-earth. As they exchanged banter, they swiftly arrived at the wolf plains. A chorus of howls erupted from all directions, echoing in the air. It was only at this moment that Longting Tianxia contemplated a significant concern. The Night Wanderer possessed formidable attack power, capable of dispatching enemies with ease, yet his attack intervals seemed prolonged, and his skills were singular in focus. Would this strategy prove effective? His apprehension did not stem from the fear of losing 200,000, but rather from the worry that should the esteemed individual encounter failure in leveling up, their safety might be jeopardized. As he pondered, Longting Tianxia heard Qin Chuan declare, "Let's earn some money." "Ah, all right," he instinctively responded. "Xiao Shui, let's earn some money." Xiao Shui willingly complied, promptly transferring the funds. Spending someone else's money was indeed a liberating experience. With 200,000 received, Qin Chuan wasted no time, lifting his hand and targeting a wolf 30 meters away with a shadowy throwing knife. 3,757. Critical hit. Although Qin Chuan was not in stealth mode, and thus could not deliver a devastating strike, the damage exceeding 3,000 was sufficient to eliminate the wolf. "Excellent!" Longting Tianxia exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. Just as he was about to shower praise, he noticed a burst of dark green mist emanating from the fallen wolf's body, wafting towards neighboring wolves. In the next moment, damage numbers began to rise in unison. In the blink of an eye, several wolves succumbed to their fate. A familiar scene unfolded. The green mist erupted, infecting new wolves. The wolves perished, triggering further bursts of mist. Upon glancing again, over 100 game notifications flooded the screen. Simultaneously, his experience bar surged forward significantly. At this rate, it seemed they would reach level 5 in less than 2 minutes. Lost in thought, Longting Tianxia felt a jolt. As more blood mist erupted in the distance, he leveled up. He fell into contemplation, along with the assassin, archer, and Xiao Shui, all pondering the implications of this phenomenon. What was truly happening here? Chapter 65. I must report Longting Tianxia for cheating. Longting Tianxia had never anticipated that leveling up could be such a straightforward endeavor. Previously, Their party of 4 had faced numerous challenges, battling wild boars with cunning and valor, and had only just managed to ascend to level 4. While they could not compare to top-tier figures like the Night Wanderer, their efficiency was certainly commendable compared to ordinary players. Even when juxtaposed with elite teams from other guilds, they maintained a significant advantage, fostering a sense of pride within them. However, after experiencing the rapid pace of leveling akin to a rocket, an odd thought crossed Longting Tianxia's mind. Perhaps he should inquire with the esteemed individual about an annual subscription. A notion took root in his thoughts. Could it be that the Night Wanderer was indeed employing some form of cheating? As he pondered, the priest Xiaoxua voiced the collective curiosity of the team. Esteemed one, what manner of skill is this that can propagate without restraint? Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It is not entirely limitless. There are distance constraints. The wolf pack merely happened to be within range. As for the skill's identity, it is called Toxic Blood Plague, a final drop from the special mode of the Scarlet Tomb. Pausing for a moment, Qin Chuan shrugged. The unique mode of our novice village's Scarlet Tomb has been cleared, and it no longer exists. The Scarlet Tomb itself, as a dungeon, is perpetually available. Yet the special mode can only be accessed once. Specifically, this is true for each novice village. The Blood Clan is not affluent enough to assign more barons to the Scarlet Tomb. The apocalypse diverges from conventional gameplay. Many monsters are one-time encounters. Particularly, the named barons of the Blood Clan are diminished with each defeat. Consequently, the Toxic Blood Plague skill is exceedingly rare. In my previous life, even as one of the top 10 experts globally, I never acquired this skill, which underscores its scarcity. The conditions for obtaining this skill are stringent. Firstly, one must conquer the nightmare difficulty of the Scarlet Tomb's special mode. As a novice village dungeon, the entry level cap for the Scarlet Tomb is merely 10. At this level, many players lack even basic gear, let alone the audacity to tackle nightmare difficulty. To put another way, even if one assembles adequate equipment to conquer nightmare difficulty, the special mode must still be present. And if by some stroke of luck one surpasses the special mode, the possibility of obtaining the Toxic Blood Plague skill book remains uncertain. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the Longting team reflected thoughtfully. They were self-aware. Unless they could muster a full set of 10-level silver and gold-grade equipment, they would not be able to breach the special mode. Even with the right gear, they would still falter. They could not achieve the endless stealth required to evade damage. Thus, they could only harbor envy in their hearts for the Night Wanderer's prowess, which they could not replicate. Qin Chuan reassured them. While similar skills are few, there are indeed some. Just keep an eye out for them in the future. Longting Tianxia nodded in agreement. The esteemed one speaks wisely. Qin Chuan's tone became resolute. Let us change locations. The wild wolf plains are expansive. Though this pack has been vanquished, others remain in other areas. Longting Tianxia, having invested 2 million, was eager not to waste his expenditure. Qin Chuan maintained a sense of integrity when it came to conducting business. To this, Longting Tianxia was naturally pleased. In truth, even if Qin Chuan preferred to remain stationary and wait for monsters to respawn, he would not object. Reaching level 5 was already sufficient. Equipping those few pieces of black iron gear would significantly accelerate their leveling process. After walking for a few minutes, the howls of wolves around them grew dense once more. The overgrown grass rustled as the wolf pack encircled them from both flanks. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, "What clever creatures these wild beasts are!" The wolf pack may not comprehend the nuances of the Toxic Blood Plague, yet they were clearly testing their strategy. Realizing that a frontal assault was ineffective, they chose to attack from 2 directions simultaneously. Qin Chuan calmly remarked, "The creatures of a novice village are rather predictable, if we are to speak of intelligence. It is the monsters beyond the novice village that truly exhibit wit." Upon hearing these words, Longting Tianxia was increasingly astonished. Even the esteemed figure claimed that the wild monsters were clever, which seemed undeniably true. What kind of game is this, constantly opposing the players? Does the developer still wish to profit? This game lacks a recharge channel. Then it is of no concern. Suppressing his thoughts, Longting Tianxia inquired, "Esteemed one, do you require our assistance?" In his view, although the Night Wanderer could swiftly eliminate one side of the wolves with a flying dagger, the other side would likely prove challenging to manage. Fortuitously, he had just reached level 5 and equipped the rabbit bone shield, certain he could impress the esteemed one. Qin Chuan casually replied, "No need, I can handle it." Shadow, flying dagger, rain of shadows. The 2 skills shot out, one to the left and the other to the right, commencing a new round of slaughter. The wolf pack possessed intelligence, albeit limited. The rapid spread of the plague claimed the lives of the wolves in both directions in the blink of an eye. The substantial experience points accrued caused the Longting team to level up simultaneously. At that moment, Not even 10 minutes had passed since their last upgrade. Longting Tianxia sighed deeply. That 200,000 was truly worth it. He never anticipated that the esteemed 1's promise to assist him in leveling up would manifest in such a manner. This was not merely leveling up. It was akin to ascension. His 3 teammates were equally dazed. With the esteemed 1's intervention, leveling up turned out to be so effortless. The hardships they had endured seemed utterly in vain. Just as Longting Tianxia was about to speak, he received a flurry of private messages from familiar guild leaders. Longting, have you activated cheats? How did you leap from level 4 to level 6 in an instant? Honestly, did you purchase cheats from the Night Wanderer? Share one with me. You rascal, I'm going to report you for cheating. Bro, did you discover a glitch? Share it, and you'll be generously rewarded. Simultaneously, players from various novice villages noticed 4 names rapidly ascending the leaderboard, so swiftly that it evoked suspicion of hallucination. Did I just see someone level up twice in a blink? I believe I did, and not just 1, but 4. Longting Tianxia sounds familiar. Isn't he the guild leader of the Dragon Dynasty? Yes, that's him, and the other 3 are key members of his guild. But how is this possible? The last player to level up this quickly was the Night Wanderer. Aha, mystery solved. Longting Tianxia must have purchased cheats from the Night Wanderer. If you have cheats and don't share, I'll report you. Longting Tianxia was oblivious to the players' discussions. Take a good look. This is what we call the favor of an esteemed 1. The Night Wanderer personally trains with us. Do you enjoy such treatment? He thought back to the days when he had mustered the courage to request a friend slot, which had led to this moment. Oh, it seems this game just launched today. Never mind. Regardless, all his current achievements were the fruit of his own labor, and perhaps with a touch of capital. Chapter 66. One wishes to spend money but lacks the means. While it was exhilarating to level up under the guidance of an esteemed 1, Longting Tianxia still felt a twinge of concern and asked, Esteemed 1, will guiding us in leveling up impede your own progress? Longting Tianxia elaborated. What I mean is that the fellow named Richardson is now also at level 10. He might catch up with us at any moment. His team has collectively reached level 6, and after equipping new gear, hunting wild boars will be a breeze for them. Qin Chuan, while on the lookout for any overlooked prey, casually remarked, Rest assured, I know of a training spot. We shall head there shortly. For Qin Chuan, a brief delay in leveling up is inconsequential. Moreover, his efforts in guiding Longting Tianxia in their training have not been in vain. Setting aside the 2 million in coaching fees, he has already accumulated 3 skill points from slaying monsters in just over 10 minutes. Adding this to his previous points, he now has a total of 6. Based on his calculations, after completing the training for the Longting squad, acquiring an additional 4 to 5 evolution points should pose no challenge. Once he amasses 16 points, he can continue to evolve Shadow Stealth, elevating it to Golden Tier. Additionally, he is currently at level 11, with the wild wolves in this area ranging from levels 5 to 10, still capable of providing experience points. Although the experience gained may be diminished, it will not be negligible. The Longting squad has leveled up twice, and his experience bar has seen some increase as well. Most importantly, Qin Chuan requires Longting Tianxia's assistance with a particular task, which necessitates their advancement to level 10 in order to venture to the main city. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to broach the subject with Longting Tianxia, stating, Have there been any developments regarding the guild token I mentioned earlier? Longting Tianxia, feeling slightly abashed, responded, Boss, I have dispatched individuals to inquire widely and have also coordinated with other guild members from novice villages to acquire it. However, there's been no news thus far. Qin Chuan nodded. That is to be expected, as guild tokens are rare items, and they can only be obtained through combat. We may need to be patient. While this reasoning is sound, Longting Tianxia still felt a twinge of embarrassment. It is rare for the boss to entrust him with a task, and if he fails to deliver, it would be quite unfortunate. The priestess, Xiao Xue, interjected, Boss, are you seeking the guild token to establish your own guild? Qin Chuan non-committally replied, It has not yet been determined. This is the truth. On one hand, Qin Chuan lacks the inclination to engage in management, and on the other, his rapid development outpaces his talent for leadership. In the grand scheme of Tianqi, those with leadership talents are truly rare. However, considering the impending world integration, it is likely that a guild will need to be established sooner or later. He can gradually scout for potential members, as he remembers quite a few skilled players. If the opportunity arises, he may attempt to recruit them. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan stated, regarding the guild token, just keep an eye on it when you have time. If you reach the main city, you can post information on the bulletin board, letting more people know that you are acquiring guild tokens. By the way, have there been any developments from the Rakshasa Hall? Let us put up a notice in the main city. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Do your best. with the reputation of a Longting dynasty. Even if we are not the first to establish a guild, we should still attract a considerable number of players to join. The Rakshasa Blade has already entered the fray. Now, all that remains is to wait. Longting Tianxia straightened his posture. The establishment of the Longting dynasty, having garnered the boss's approval, is indeed a commendable achievement. As they spoke, the group shifted to another area to continue their training. This time, the wolf pack displayed remarkable cunning, launching an assault from 3 directions simultaneously. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, "What a remarkable strategy! Are there tacticians behind the wolf pack orchestrating such maneuvers?" Priestess Xiao Shui suggested, "Great one. You handle the flanks while we restrain the wolves at the front." Previously, when the wolves attacked from both sides, Qin Chuan had dispatched them with 2 ranged skills. But according to Xiao Shui's calculations, he likely had no further ranged skills available. In the interval of cooldowns, their small team could step in perfectly. The assassin and the archer gripped their weapons tightly, brimming with enthusiasm. Finally, it was their turn to strike, eager to showcase their prowess to the Great One. However, to their surprise, Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively and calmly stated, "I can manage this myself. 3-pronged attacks are hardly a concern. Even if they surrounded me from all sides, I have my ways." Before Longting's team could respond, Qin Chuan raised his hand, unleashing the shadow, flying knife, and the rain of dark erosion, effortlessly dispatching the 2 leading wolves and allowing the plague of toxic blood to spread. The wolves at the front, undeterred, continued their advance. Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, a whirlwind of blades swirling around him, easily slaughtering several wolves in front. With his current stats, the dual-wielding effect could deal 500 damage, making short work of level 10 wolves. In the blink of an eye, the attacking wolves faced utter annihilation. The terror of the toxic blood plague was vividly demonstrated once again. Any contact meant death. There was no alternative. Standing still, Longting's team shimmered with golden light. They had leveled up. Qin Chuan also successfully garnered 2 evolution points along with some experience. The only regret was that after slaying several hundred wolves, they had acquired little of worth. Just a few pieces of common-grade equipment, which Qin Chuan deemed unworthy, allowing Longting Tianxia to take all 500 pieces in a bundle. The drop rate prompted Longting Tianxia to exclaim, "In all my gaming experiences, I've never encountered such a low drop rate." Qin Chuan replied calmly, "You'll get used to it." Previously, after destroying a goblin nest and eliminating 200 to 300 goblins, he had similarly received nothing of value. Perhaps due to their ruthless efficiency, Qin Chuan could distinctly sense the dwindling number of wolves over the next half hour. By the end of the hour, Longting's team had reached just over level 8. Qin Chuan's gains were substantial as well. His evolution points had reached 10, and his experience bar had accumulated to 1/3. The ordinary equipment they had dropped totaled over 20,000 when sold. Longting's team was now equipped with a new arsenal, each member armed with a set of gear. Although they were all common grade, the cumulative attributes were not to be underestimated. Their overall combat power had more than doubled. When they turned their attention to level 5 wild boars, they dispatched them in no time. Xiao Shui calculated for a moment and added, "Not only that, with our current experience at over level 8 and the new gear equipped, we could reach level 10 in no more than 3 hours, allowing us to head to the main city for professional advancement quests. At that point, our strength will significantly surpass that of the main force." Longting Tianxia understood this well, gazing at Qin Chuan with gratitude. Although he spent 2 million to have the expert assist with the upgrades, others wishing to invest such a sum find themselves at a loss. Chapter 67. News of the Guild Order. His journey proved to be remarkably fruitful, yielding over 200 gold coins, in addition to more than 2 million in cash. He now possessed ample leverage both in and out of the game. Longting Tianxia, understanding the situation, refrained from unnecessary chatter and earnestly stated, "Esteemed expert, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. The Longting dynasty will offer its unwavering support." Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I will reach out if needed. I must take my leave now." However, before he could even approach the teleportation array, he found himself encircled. Several guild leaders approached him, their voices filled with hopeful anticipation, and asked, "Expert, will you continue to assist with upgrades? Rest assured, the price will undoubtedly satisfy you. I have heard that you charge 500,000 for an hour with Longting Tianxia. I am willing to offer double." "Me too, esteemed expert. We are all from the same novice village. We cannot show favoritism. I too wish to level up 4 times in an hour. I merely hope for an opportunity." One leader lamented, "I have wandered aimlessly for so long, lamenting the absence of a worthy master. Now, upon encountering you, It is as if I have found rain after a long drought. Please allow me to call you father. These guild leaders understood well that Tianqi was destined to achieve global fame. To speak of nothing else, consider the Longting team. They had swiftly ascended to level 8, placing them among the top ranks. This brought numerous advantages, foremost being the establishment of their reputation. Presently, there are only 2 leaderboards in the game, the level leaderboard and the prestige leaderboard. To appear on either significantly amplifies one's visibility to countless players, greatly enhancing their renown. Likewise, among 2 guilds, if one guild leader is renowned while the other is obscured, it is evident which one the casual players would choose. The benefits do not end there. A higher level allows access to superior equipment, enabling swifter monster slaying and consequently faster leveling. Rapid leveling translates to increased attributes, allowing one to combat even stronger foes. Thus, within this virtuous cycle, the advantage will only continue to expand. The profits involved are not something a mere few million can compare to. Should the expert agree to assist them with upgrades, forget about 50,000 an hour. Even 100,000 would be acceptable. Each of those present possessed assets exceeding 100 million, rendering them unafraid of expenditure. Qin Chuan suddenly realized they sought his assistance for leveling. Moreover, his collaboration with Longting Tianxia was motivated by the desire to better outmaneuver Luo Chayadezen, not out of idleness. He pondered that with Longting Tianxiao reaching level 8, Luo Chayadezen must surely be feeling the pressure. Indeed, as Qin Chuan surmised, Luo Chayadezen had finally settled the chaos at the resurrection point and was ready to focus on leveling, only to witness Longting Tianxia's level skyrocketing. Upon inquiring further, he discovered it was due to the involvement of Yushin in the leveling process. Luo Chayadezen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yushin was being utterly unreasonable. His expression darkened with fury. Yet, realizing that no matter how many threats he made, they would not affect Yushin in the least, his spirit deflated. At that moment, a guild member rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, splendid news, truly splendid news." Luo Chayadezen, irritated, retorted, "Spit out quickly. If you have something to say, then say it." The subordinate quickly remarked, "Boss, our brothers in the novice village 5246 have reported that someone has dropped a guild token." "What?" Luo Sha Yidao Zhan straightened up abruptly, inquiring, "Is it truly a guild token?" "Do not deceive me." The subordinate hastily replied, "Boss, how could I dare to lie about such matters? It is absolutely certain." "Ha ha, heaven is aiding me." Luo Sha Yidao Zhan laughed heartily. "No matter how swiftly Long Tong Tian Xia upgrades, I shall secure the first guild for myself. In this world, it's all about the numbers. What use is one's prowess alone? Once I establish the guild, I will gather forces and dominate the wilderness, while your Long Tong dynasty will be left to wallow in despair." Imagining the scene of Long Tong Tian Xia suffering defeats, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan was as jubilant as a monkey savoring a banana. Observing his excitement, the subordinate hesitated and said, "Boss, the player who dropped the guild token mentioned he intends to auction it in the main city to the highest bidder." Luo Sha Yidao Zhan's laughter abruptly ceased, and he retorted angrily, "Did you not inform him that I would pay 10 million for the guild token?" The subordinate shrank his neck and murmured, "We did mention it, and we were close to an agreement, but then the people from Long Tong dynasty intervened." Long Tong dynasty again. Luo Sha Yidao Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to lead his men and annihilate Long Tong Tian Xia on the spot, yet he ultimately restrained himself. If it were a confrontation against the entire guild, he would not fear them. Long Tong dynasty is a top-tier guild, but so is Luo Sha Hall. However, with guild members scattered across various novice villages, their numbers were limited, and given that Long Tong Tian Xia had reached level 8, equipped with upgraded gear and enhanced by his hidden class, their defensive capabilities were daunting. In a real confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. After much contemplation, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan realized that aside from leveling up swiftly to reach the main city, he had no other viable options. The same news had also reached Long Tong Tian Xia, who hurriedly messaged Qin Chuan, "Boss, we have news about the guild token." Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. In his past life, the first guild token did not appear this early. It was several hours ahead of schedule. Of course, the true first guild token had always been in his possession. It seemed that his reincarnation had indeed triggered a certain butterfly effect. A slight impact, but nothing grave. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan began to strategize, contemplating how to dig an even deeper pit. "Luo Sha Yidao Zhan, I hope you do not disappoint me," he mused. In his previous life, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan had gone to great lengths to acquire the first guild token, nearly selling everything he owned, even his undergarments. This life would likely be no different. Long Tongue Tian Xia sent another message. Boss, as per your instructions, I have allowed my subordinates to stir the pot. The player who dropped the guild token has realized its value and is preparing to sell it in the main city. Many guilds are currently acquiring gold and gathering cash, gearing up for a major endeavor. He was well aware that the first guild established would not only be announced across the server, but would also unlock the guild leaderboard. In the early stages, it was highly probable that only one guild would dominate the leaderboard, resulting in unparalleled promotional benefits. However, at present, the players have not attained high levels, so the guild's true auction may still be a day or two away. Qin Chuan intended to ignite this matter further, and, after exchanging a few words with Longting Tiantian, set off to seek out Lei Huaio. It was time to register his shop. Chapter 68. Registering the shop. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's arrival, Lei Huaio expressed some surprise and inquired, "Have you made any new discoveries?" He was, of course, referring to the goblins. Although their lair had been destroyed, Lei Huaio understood that the matter was far from resolved. He was aware that uncovering the truth would not be an easy task. Those were brand new military supplies, and his subordinates had scarcely upgraded. It was indeed ludicrous that the goblins had utilized them first. The depths of darkness within this situation were likely beyond imagination. Regarding information, Qin Chuan was uncertain. Lei Huaio waved his hand dismissively, saying no matter. He then asked, "Did you come to see me for a specific reason?" Realization dawned on Lei Huaio. It turned out he had overlooked this matter. To truly possess a shop in Bailey City, one must obtain a land deed and register with the commercial department. There were many intricacies involved, not to mention that even the residents of Bailey City might struggle with it, let alone an outsider. Qin Chuan promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Instructor Lei." Lei Huaio summoned several guards to accompany Qin Chuan to the commercial department. The commercial department of Bailey City was not far away. They arrived in just over 10 minutes. Many passersby looked on in astonishment upon seeing Qin Chuan. This outsider was actually accompanying Instructor Lei. They were eager to discern the reason behind it. Under Lei Huaio's guidance, Qin Chuan smoothly reached the registration desk. Typically, for players to register a shop, they would need not only the land deed and standard fees, but also to offer substantial benefits to the head of the commercial department. Otherwise, they would have to wait indefinitely. Such was the stark reality of the game. With Lei Huaio's supervision, the registration process proceeded with unprecedented ease. Soon, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding! You have officially acquired a shop in Bailey City. As this is the first time a player has obtained an in-game property, an announcement will be made shortly, and you may include a message of no more than 30 characters. Unlike the regular server-wide announcements, shop announcements allow for a single advertisement. As for what to say, Qin Chuan had long since devised a plan. Player Night Wanderer has acquired a shop in Bailey City, located at 5 Violet Street. The following is a message from Player Night Wanderer. The shop is now open, featuring several pieces of gold-grade equipment for sale. Auction space is also available. The consecutive notifications left the players astounded. What? One can actually purchase a shop in the game? Could they possibly open the recharge channels? They also wished to acquire property. Moreover, had they heard correctly, gold-grade equipment? Goodness, such a prominent figure was selling gold-grade equipment while they had yet to secure even ordinary-grade gear. In an instant, the number of players requesting Qin Chuan as a friend surged by several million. Longting Tiantian also sent a message. Big shot. When did you acquire gold-grade equipment? Longting Tiantian found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he messaged, "Esteemed one, could you please hold on to those 2 pieces of equipment for me until I manage to gather some funds?" The golden tier magic gear would be perfect for equipping Xiaoxue. As a hidden class divine fire priest, her advancement would undoubtedly enhance the strength of our entire team. However, it is evident that acquiring golden tier equipment will involve a significant expenditure. Other guilds will certainly not remain passive upon hearing the news, especially those whose leaders are magic users themselves, who will surely invest lavishly. Most importantly, it is clear that since the Night Walker has chosen to advertise in the global announcement, he intends to attract the attention of more potential buyers. Hence, he would not directly sell the equipment to me, but would prefer to accumulate more gold coins and secure the gear through strength. Lost in thought, Longting Tianxia saw another message from Qin Chuan. The previous advertisement was limited in word count. I also have a golden tier magic skill book. Longting Tianxia fell silent, and after a long pause, he slowly typed 4 words. You are impressive. He could hardly believe that Night Walker possessed such an extraordinary item. In comparison, the flickering skill book they had found was utterly insignificant. A golden tier skill, how formidable it must be, with such exquisite items on display. The esteemed one's shop would undoubtedly become the focal point of player discussions. Bailey City would emerge as the primary choice for many players. Even if they could not afford golden tier gear, merely visiting would be worthwhile. After some casual conversation, Qin Chuan inquired, "What is the name of the player who dropped the guild token?" If the other party failed to provide a lead after such an advertisement, he would have nothing left to say. In his previous life, after the apocalypse merged with reality, many top players mysteriously vanished. Aside from those who met their demise at the hands of monsters or were eradicated by special items, a significant portion fell victim to offline assassinations. This was also the reason Qin Chuan was considering changing his residence. His current rental in the city village was simply not secure. With a name in hand, Qin Chuan opened his friend requests and quickly found Shuezhong Yijiangxia, choosing to accept. At the same moment, far away in the novice village, while hunting wild boars, Shuezhong Yijiangxia received a prompt and opened his friend list to send a message. "Esteemed one, I have long admired your reputation." Qin Chuan humbly replied, "You flatter me. It is merely a name. How do you intend to handle that guild token of yours?" Chapter 69. To get rich, slay more goblins. For Shuezhong Yijiangxia, selling the guild token in advance held no benefits. Initially, he was unaware of the item's true value. As in previous games, establishing a guild was not a challenging task. Thus, when the Azura Hall offered 10 million, he was taken aback. Such a sum was sufficient to improve his family's living conditions. However, before he could agree, members of the Longting dynasty arrived and directly offered 12 million. Shuezhong Yijiangxia distinctly recalled how the players from Azura Hall turned green with anger and then ruthlessly raised their offer to 15 million. At that moment, even he realized the true worth of the guild token and decided to observe further. The two guilds escalated their bids to 15 million, and notably, neither of their guild leaders was present. If more guilds were to come together, wouldn't that allow for even higher prices? It has been proven that the thoughts of the Swordmaster in the snow are not misguided. Subsequently, several guilds approached him, attempting to acquire the guild token he possessed, with each offering increasingly higher bids, ultimately escalating to 30 million. The Swordmaster in the snow found himself at a crossroads, seeking the counsel of a few friends, who unanimously agreed that it would be prudent to wait, at least until the first-tier players had gathered in the main city, where the true value of the guild token could be assessed. Thus, the Swordmaster in the snow decisively quickened his leveling pace, preparing to rush to level 10 and head to the main city. Before he could even reach level 10, he was met with a server-wide announcement. The message from Night Wanderer sparked a gleam in the Swordmaster's eyes. He had entertained similar thoughts himself. To fetch the highest price for the guild token, an auction would indeed be the most suitable venue. However, several questions lingered. Was there an auction house in the main city? If so, would he be permitted entry? And would he be safe from potential deceit? These were matters to investigate. For the moment, he need not ponder further. He would simply contact Night Wanderer, promptly sending a friend request. Once the request was accepted, and after exchanging a few words, the Swordmaster felt a sense of assurance. Fortune was on the horizon. With Night Wanderer as a living endorsement and the backing of golden-grade equipment, the guilds attending the auction in Bailey City would undoubtedly be numerous. Perhaps the bidding could even reach 50 million. The Swordmaster mused excitedly. Such a substantial sum of money would be impossible to exhaust. As for Night Wanderer's conditions, the Swordmaster believed they posed no issue. Unless a second guild token were to emerge, he would be foolish to act hastily, and thus he confidently replied, "Rest assured, I will not act recklessly." Yet, the Swordmaster also harbored concerns, pondering for a moment before messaging, "My friend, let's clarify things up front. If someone were to unveil another guild token and wishes to act prematurely, I cannot hold back." On this matter, Qin Chuan felt no apprehension, for the drop rate of guild tokens was rather enigmatic. Excluding the one in his possession, in his previous life, the first guild token appeared several hours later than this instance, yet it was still dropped on the day of the server's launch. The second guild token, however, did not surface until 3 days after the launch, by which time the first-tier players had already convened in the main city, allowing for a greater opportunity for its emergence. This clearly illustrated the rarity of guild tokens, rendering the Swordmaster's concerns rather trivial. Having reached an agreement, Qin Chuan closed the chat bar and turned to Lei Hua Ao, saying, "Thank you for your assistance this time, Instructor Lei." Lei Hua Ao waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "When do you plan to officially open your shop? I need to prepare accordingly." Qin Chuan calculated and replied, "The day after tomorrow in the morning." With the enthusiasm of the players leveling up, the first tier will begin reaching level 10 starting tomorrow. Opening in the morning the day after seems just right. Lei Hua Ao nodded. "Sounds good. I will certainly be there to support you." He had a premonition that the goblin incident was far from over, and there would be many more areas where this foreigner would be needed. Establishing good relations now would be wise. Moreover, the counterpart has successfully passed Edith's trial, which is noteworthy. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not decline this opportunity. With Lei Huaio's support, the ruffians of Bailey City would think twice before causing trouble. Even the nobility of Bailey City would reconsider their actions. After registering the shop and launching the advertisement, the matter was essentially resolved, and the next step was to level up. Additionally, he needed to hunt a few creatures to update his equipment and prepare more stock for the shop. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that there was still much to accomplish. Bidding farewell to Lei Huaio, Qin Chuan departed from Bailey City through the eastern gate. In truth, it mattered little where he leveled up. The outskirts of Bailey City were replete with opportunities for advancement. However, the eastern region was inhabited by goblins. If he could uncover a lead, it would facilitate task activation, serving a dual purpose. After walking for several minutes, Qin Chuan pondered a concern. Relying solely on his two legs was rather sluggish. He needed to find an opportunity to acquire a mount to hasten his pace. Beasts had a small chance of dropping corresponding mounts, so he resolved to eliminate any he encountered. After obtaining the Shadow Erosion Rain, soloing became an experience characterized by ease and enjoyment. The threats were minimal, merely requiring the application of Shadow Flying Dagger in conjunction with Shadow Erosion Rain. For more formidable foes, he could simply evade with Shadow Erosion Rain. However, this also illuminated a shortcoming. His range skills were still insufficient, particularly after mastering Blink. He found himself with greater output potential. Relying solely on Shadow Flying Dagger and Shadow Erosion Rain was inadequate. Continued effort was essential. He aimed to farm a few more creatures to obtain universal skill books. Moreover, he needed to visit the black market to undertake tasks that would enhance Edith's favor, as her exclusive professional skills will be crucial for his advancement. The tavern also held numerous tasks ripe for the taking. While deep in thought, a few goblins emerged from the distance, shrieking as they initiated their assault. Shadow Erosion Rain. The goblins fell instantly. Their appearance confirmed Qin Chuan's suspicions. In the wilds to the east of Bailey City, there was undoubtedly a colossal goblin nest, perhaps even a settlement. If he could locate it and unleash a plague of toxic blood within, his experience points would soar. With this thought, Qin Chuan decided to abandon stealth and walked openly, knowing the goblins would surely come. His predictions proved astutely accurate. As he dispatched the first batch of goblins, several more appeared from another direction. Shadow Flying Dagger. Thud thud. Under the effect of toxic blood plague, these goblins could barely withstand a few seconds before yielding their experience points. From the distant underbrush, low growls echoed, and more goblins with crimson eyes approached in a frenzy. Truly, they were the most prolific of minor monsters. Qin Chuan, with a flick of his wrist, sent forth another Shadow Flying Dagger, reflecting on the nature of goblins. While they may lack in many aspects, their reproductive capacity was remarkably potent. With each wave he defeated, new ones would emerge, rendering their extermination seemingly endless. Yet, this was precisely what Qin Chuan required. The more goblins there were, the quicker he leveled up, and the more evolution points he amassed. Furthermore, an increase in goblin numbers indicated the potential emergence of larger goblins and even goblin leaders. The rewards from those creatures would be significantly superior. In a previous life, there existed a widely circulated adage among players: if you wish to amass wealth, slay monsters. And if you choose to slay, let it be the goblins. Chapter 70, The Fire Demon Goblin. With the current damage output Qin Chuan possessed, even elite goblins would falter before him, let alone the ordinary ones. He dispatched them in droves without a moment's pause. Particularly, the poison blood plague proved to be exceptionally effective during his leveling endeavors. As Qin Chuan hurled his throwing knives, numerous notifications of experience gain materialized, often while the goblins had not even entered his line of sight before meeting their demise. His experience bar visibly surged. The ordinary goblins ranged in level from 10 to 15, and even without any additional bonuses, they yielded substantial experience points. The only constraint on Qin Chuan's leveling speed was the density of monsters. While goblins were plentiful, they did not appear in overwhelming numbers simultaneously. Thus, he concluded that goblin nests were essential. The wandering goblins in the wild were merely an appetizer. The true bounty lay within their lairs. According to the nature of goblins, the appearance of one nest heralded the existence of another within a 5-mile radius. This became Qin Chuan's objective. With swift eliminations, Qin Chuan returned to the previously destroyed nest, only to find it occupied by a new group of goblins, though they numbered a mere 60 to 70. Notably, there were no elite goblins or goblin leaders among them. His most significant acquisition was, in fact, evolution points. After a relentless quest, he had accumulated 2 more points, bringing his total to 12. Just 4 more points would allow him to further evolve Shadow Stealth, which he eagerly anticipated. If his conjecture held true, evolving Shadow Stealth to the golden level would endow it with skill characteristics akin to the Reign of Dark Erosion. The reason the similarly golden Poison Blood Plague had not unlocked its characteristics lay in the differing methods of skill acquisition, one being a profession skill and the other a general skill, which naturally created distinctions. In his previous life, although Qin Chuan had not obtained the skull of a mythical beast, he had evolved skills through alternative means and understood the nuances involved. General skills required a higher grade to unlock characteristics, which explained why he had not evolved Poison Blood Plague. On one hand, he lacked sufficient evolution points. On the other, the cost-effectiveness of evolving Shadow Stealth outweighed that of Poison Blood Plague. However, given future opportunities, he certainly intended to evolve more skills, not only to enhance his damage, but also to unlock additional characteristics. For instance, with Shadow Throwing Knives, Qin Chuan speculated that if its characteristics were unlocked, it might very well enable area damage effects, potentially harming all enemies in its path or ricocheting to nearby foes for secondary damage. Although merely conjecture, it was a reasonable assumption. Thus, upon careful calculation, he realized that there were numerous skills awaiting evolution, intensifying his urgency to locate goblin nests. The minor creatures could yield no less than 3 or 4 points. Should the subterranean goblin kingdom be unearthed, unleashing the plague of toxic blood in its entirety, it would surely lead to a remarkable ascent, potentially garnering him 100 evolution points in one fell swoop. This urgency is one of the reasons why Qin Chuan is so invested in this mission. If he could trace the routes to discover more goblins, it would prove more advantageous than aimlessly wandering the wilderness. Leveling up in the apocalypse requires intellect. A fireball, trailing a blazing tail, soared through the air, hurtling towards Qin Chuan over a distance of several dozen meters. It had been nearly half an hour since he commenced his search for goblins, and their numbers had notably increased. Furthermore, the emergence of fire goblins, a mutated variant, was evident. This clearly indicated to Qin Chuan that a goblin nest was likely hidden nearby. The desperate wails of goblins echoed across the wilderness. As more of them began to reveal themselves, goblin robbers charged with wooden clubs, while goblin archers loosed arrows from afar. Occasionally, goblin shamans, capable of conjuring lightning arrows, would make their appearance. Alongside the fire goblins, Qin Chuan had ample reason to believe that this nest was significantly larger than the previous one. Who dares invade my territory? A thunderous roar resonated from the distance, as a vividly red goblin emerged, flanked by its minions. Fire Demon Goblin, Bronze Level. Level 15. Health 400,000. Attack 1, 350. Defense 1, 250. Skills: Chain Fireball, Flame Shockwave, Eruption of Earth Fire, Flame Lance. Description: a mutated goblin, adept in fire magic. Accompanying the Fire Demon Goblin were several notably distinct goblins. Goblin Shaman, Black Iron Level, Level 12. Mighty Goblin, Black Iron Level, Level 13. Hammer Goblin, Black Iron Level, Level 13. Good gracious! Qin Chuan exclaimed, recognizing his fortune. 4 high-tier goblins had appeared at once, while the elite goblins numbered around 60 or 70. The ordinary goblins stretched on endlessly, with no fewer than 300 in sight. Any ordinary player witnessing this scene would likely feel their legs weaken. Typically, to conquer a goblin army of such magnitude, at least 2 or 3 teams would be required to share the burden of firepower. Relying solely on 1 or 2 players would be utterly untenable. However, for Qin Chuan, it made little difference. He raised his hand, casting a shadowy flying knife to assert his position, then promptly activated Shadow Stealth to make his escape. Any moment of hesitation would be a disservice to his own life. Boom! Boom! Dozens of fireballs rained down, creating half-meter deep craters in the ground. Simultaneously, countless arrows blanketed the area within a radius of several meters. Had he moved slowly, he would either have been incinerated by the fireballs or skewered by arrows. Previously, Qin Chuan might have chosen to conceal himself in the shadows and employ Rain of Shadow Erosion to whittle down the goblin horde. But now, armed with a flickering skill, he felt emboldened to strike boldly. He unleashed a Rain of Shadow Erosion, instantly slaying 15 ordinary goblins while simultaneously allowing the toxic blood plague to begin its spread. Croak! Croak! Squeak! The Fire Demon Goblin emitted a fierce roar, causing the surrounding goblins to scatter, maintaining a distance of several meters apart, rendering the blood plague ineffective. Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, having been mentally prepared for this situation. The shortcomings of the blood plague were evident. With careful observation, one could always find a countermeasure. Having evolved to the bronze level, the intelligence of the fire demon goblin was no less than that of an ordinary person. Once the shadow stealth skill was off cooldown, Qin Chuan decisively struck, launching a shadow dagger at the black iron level goblin shaman. A staggering damage figure of 555 appeared, instantly reducing the goblin shaman's health by nearly a quarter. Simultaneously, the effects of the tear and blood plague took hold, further depleting an additional 10,000 health points. In a single strike, he had whittled away over 30% of the goblin shaman's health. It was important to note that this was a black iron-level creature, not a mere common beast. Yet, even so, it was insufficient before Qin Chuan's prowess. With just 2 more strikes, the goblin shaman would be doomed. The goblin shaman, having sustained serious injuries, displayed a clear sense of panic. The fire demon goblin was taken aback. It had anticipated an ordinary battle, but found itself confronted with such a formidable opponent. Where had this individual emerged from? And how could their damage output be so extraordinary? Chapter 71. The Characteristics of Shadow Stealth. The fire demon goblin was uncertain of its enemy's origins, but it understood that only one side would leave alive today. After Qin Chuan's attack broke through its stealth, it conjured a fireball and commanded its minions to launch a siege. Blink. Qin Chuan had already prepared for this moment. He dashed a few steps before activating Blink, successfully escaping the area of fire coverage. Moreover, due to the nature of the Blink skill, he did not need to worry about colliding with any abilities, ensuring a much higher level of safety. The sudden displacement exceeded the fire demon goblin's expectations, causing all of its offensive maneuvers to miss their mark. Qin Chuan re-entered stealth mode, seeking the opportunity for his next strike. Still lacking in skills, Qin Chuan mused. If he had a plethora of range skills, he could have easily found an opportunity to launch an attack before going into stealth, potentially even eliminating the goblin shaman outright. However, for now, he was left waiting for his skills to cool down. During this interval, Qin Chuan did not remain idle. Upon finding a secure location, he opened his friend's list and sent a message to Dragon Rising. Please keep an eye out for range skill books. I could trade items or purchase them with gold or cash. When he acquired the Blink skill book earlier, he had viewed it as 2 range skill books, settling the matter amicably. Now, to obtain more skill books, he would need to pay. Dragon Rising naturally would not refuse this request, although their guild also required such items. When a prominent figure made a request, it was imperative to fulfill it. For Qin Chuan, acquiring equipment was hardly a concern. Leaving aside the formidable trio of bronze and black iron goblins before him, it was guaranteed that at least 10 pieces of loot would drop, making it effortless to find a couple of items suitable for a warrior. As he spoke, the skill cooldown completed, and Qin Chuan struck once more, bringing the goblin shaman to the brink of death. Concurrently, he evaded damage through frenzied charge and gracefully initiated shadow stealth once again. Upon entering the state of stealth, another volley of shadow rain eliminated 15 goblins. This method of combat infuriated the fire demon goblin, which bellowed incessantly. Come out and face me in single combat. Human, I advise you to leave at once, or you shall regret it. Minions, force the enemy out. However, Qin Chuan paid no heed to the fire demon goblin's taunts. Yet, he mused internally about the peculiar accent of this creature. With a final croak, the goblin shaman's health bar was depleted, and it collapsed to the ground in bitterness and resentment, unable to comprehend why it was the target of such relentless assault amidst the presence of hundreds of goblins, several of which were of a higher tier. Was there no justice? As the saying goes, where there is one, there soon follows another. Shortly thereafter, 2 other black iron goblins met the same fate as the goblin shaman, lying still on the ground. Meanwhile, the ordinary goblins fared no better, being picked off one by the shadow rain, showing signs of impending collapse. Nevertheless, the fire demon goblin did not issue a retreat order, compelling its comrades to stubbornly continue the fight. From a distance, Qin Chuan observed that the 3 black iron goblins had dropped 8 pieces of loot, all of which were their own tier, not exceeding their level. Although somewhat disappointing, it was not a grave concern, as Qin Chuan had already secured a preliminary reward, evolution points. With 3 additional points from the fallen ordinary goblins, his total evolution points had reached 16, sufficient to elevate shadow stealth to the golden tier. Finding a secure spot to conceal himself, Qin Chuan decisively initiated the evolution. Consuming 16 evolution points, shadow stealth had evolved. The quality was elevated to silver golden. Shadow stealth 5, golden tier. Enter stealth mode, extra damage dealt on a sneak attack. Attack power 180-4000. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time 12 seconds. Ding. Your professional skill has evolved to the golden tier, unlocking skill traits. Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Trait: Stealth Mode increases movement speed by 30. As anticipated upon evolving to the golden tier, Shadow Stealth indeed unlocked a skill trait. While it did not enhance damage, the effect was precisely what Qin Chuan required. His agility had surpassed 400 points, allowing him to leave after images even at full speed, with an additional 30% increase. The velocity he could achieve was beyond his imagination. One day, I shall become the Apocalypse Flash. Filled with confidence, Qin Chuan boldly proclaimed this. For the movement speed increase from the Shadow Stealth trait was a percentage enhancement. The higher the agility, the greater the benefit. This was immensely advantageous in battle, as the acceleration post-stealth would enable him to evade even more damage, and coupled with blinking, his survival capabilities would ascend to new heights. The outcome of the battle was entirely predictable. To prevent the ordinary goblins from fleeing, Qin Chuan deliberately left the Fire Demon Goblin for last. After all, his speed was sufficient to ensure it could not escape. The only regret was that the goblins were too scattered. Even though he could eliminate them in an instant, it still took considerable time to eradicate all the goblins present. In the wake of a chaotic massacre, the immediate outcome was that Qin Chuan leveled up. You have ascended to level 12. You have acquired 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing, and you gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the aberrant beasts is activated, granting you yet another 5 free attribute points, with a casual allocation of 5 points each to strength, constitution, and spirit. Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards the Fire Demon Goblin, preparing to eliminate this final adversary. At this moment, the Fire Demon Goblin, now isolated, realized that escape was no longer an option. Survival was beyond its reach. Previously, it had attempted to flee, but the speed of the enemy lurking in the shadows was insurmountable, rendering any hope of evasion futile, coupled with devastating damage that had rapidly depleted its health. Following just 2 skills, its health bar plummeted like a dam bursting. The Fire Demon Goblin made a fateful decision, one that defied its ancestors. It would fight to the last breath. It could not allow itself, as the leader, to be a mere pawn, sacrificing its life for the sake of ordinary goblins. That would be utterly inappropriate. At the very least, it sought to ensure that its weaker kin fell before it. With all companions fallen, it stood alone, yet the Fire Demon Goblin exhibited no sign of panic. Amidst a cacophony of cries, a dark crimson glow emanated from the ground, and, under the guidance of an unseen force, the goblin's blood flowed and ultimately formed a magical array. Harbinger of Death, I beseech your power. Chapter 72. Intriguing. The universal principle of calling for reinforcements when one cannot prevail is undeniably applicable even in the apocalypse. The Fire Demon Goblin understood well that it could not contend with the stealthy enemy. Previously, when its lair was fortified, it had been powerless against this foe, and now, left alone, its situation was even more precarious. However, to perish in such a humiliating fashion was simply unacceptable. Resolute, the Fire Demon Goblin chose to ally itself with the Harbinger of Death. Though this allegiance would cost it its soul, the power it would gain in return would be unprecedented. As long as it could vanquish its adversary, the sacrifice would be worthwhile. Moreover, it had heard that the Harbinger of Death was a discerning entity, one who would not demand interest before reaping souls. By acquiring strength to eliminate the invader, it could rally more goblins and rebuild its lair. The Fire Demon Goblin's ambitions were ringing with clarity. It even harbored grander aspirations. If it could turn the tables on its enemy, the reconstruction of its lair could evolve into the establishment of a settlement. The title of Goblin King seemed rather appealing. The more it contemplated, the more exhilarated it became, as any fear of the Harbinger of Death evaporated, replaced by fervor. The ground began to tremble. Thick black mist surged from the magical array, and a chilling breath echoed throughout the area. I sense the scent of death. Goblin, is it you who summons me? The voice emerging from the black mist filled the Fire Demon Goblin with elation, and it quickly proclaimed, "It is I, esteemed Harbinger of Death. It is I who have summoned you." The black mist coalesced, lacking a fixed form, save for a pair of emotionless eyes that scrutinized the Fire Demon Goblin from above. "Offer your soul, and I shall bestow upon you power." Without a moment's hesitation, the Fire Demon Goblin bit its finger, allowing its blood to drip onto the magical array. "Excellent, your soul is accepted. Now embrace this boon." The eyes within the black mist vanished without a trace. Freed from restraint, the dark fog flowed into the fiery goblin through its ears and mouth, causing it to emit a tortured howl, as if serpents writhed beneath its skin, ultimately converging upon its forehead. A pitch-black mark materialized on its brow, only to quickly fade away. The fiery goblin, originally adorned in a deep crimson hue, began to transform into an obsidian shade following its absorption of the black mist. Qin Chuan observed silently from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. The Harbinger of Death was not one to be trifled with its current power. A rash interference in the contract could result in dire consequences, an outcome he wished to avoid. It would be prudent to wait until the fiery goblin completed its covenant before taking action. He was acutely aware that the Harbinger of Death was exceedingly busy, and upon the contract's fulfillment would not linger, departing immediately. It would only return upon the demise of the contracted entity. In the distance, the black mist began to dissipate. The goblin corpses that had once littered the ground had mysteriously vanished, were it not for the scattered spoils of victory. One might question if hundreds of goblins had ever existed here. As the black mist completely evaporated, the fiery goblin emerged anew. Its flames, once a vibrant red, had transformed into a spectral form of black mist, with flickering embers dancing about, accompanied by the wails of skeletal figures swirling around it. Wraith Goblin, Silver Grade. Level, 15. Health points, 600, 000. Attack, 2, 500. Defense, 2, 200. Skills, Barrage Fireballs, Death Impact, Soul Devouring Flames, Aura of Death. Description: a goblin that sacrifices souls to the Harbinger of Death to gain formidable power. Beware of its flames, for they will sear your very soul. Originally, the fiery goblin's health had diminished by a third, yet through a sacrificial ritual, not only was it fully restored, but its health was augmented by an additional 200,000. Qin Chuan was not overly concerned. Such a modest amount of health could easily be overcome with a few shadow knives. Though the fiery goblin had regained full vitality, it had also ascended to silver grade, resulting in significantly more valuable loot. In the grand scheme, the advantages clearly outweighed the disadvantages. This implied that once Qin Chuan vanquished the Wraith Goblin, he would have ample time to collect the spoils, unlike his empty-handed encounter with Ironhook Jack. The most notable distinction lay in their tier. The silver-grade Wraith Goblin did not warrant the Harbinger of Death's utmost attention. With such pressing engagements, it had little time to monitor the status of each transaction participant. Intruder, reveal yourself and taste my newfound power, the Wraith Goblin proclaimed, brimming with bravado. Yet, it remained oblivious to Qin Chuan's formidable past achievements. If even a gold-tier foe like Ironhook Jack had fallen, how could it, a mere silver tier, hope to prevail? With a swift motion, he unleashed a shadow knife. 70, 121. Critical hit. Following the evolution of Shadow Stealth to Gold Tier, the damage of his decisive blow had seen a remarkable enhancement. Even though the Wraith Goblin boasted a health pool of 600,000, its vitality plummeted significantly. In addition to the continuous damage inflicted by the rending and blight, the total harm exceeded 80,000. Such devastation left the blazing goblin astounded. However, having ascended to the silver tier, its reaction speed had significantly improved. Simultaneously with Qin Chuan's strike, the goblin's fireball arrived in tandem, unleashing a barrage that left the ground ravaged. The black flames, upon touching the earth, did not extinguish. Instead, they consumed the soil as fuel, exhibiting an alarming tendency to intensify. Trees that came into contact with the black fire were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan, disinterested in testing his limits, decisively activated stealth and retreated, effortlessly establishing a safe distance with the aid of his new abilities, without even resorting to blinking. Consequently, the ensuing battle bore little pressure. With a rain of shadow erosion, all 15 instances of damage were maximized, inflicting a staggering 50,000 damage, combined with the rending and blight for over 60,000 total damage. Within mere seconds, these two skills depleted the blazing goblin's health by over 100,000. This left the goblin in a state of confusion. After sacrificing its soul to the Harbinger of Death, it received such a disheartening outcome. It hardly seemed any better than before, perhaps even worse. The thought of its soul being reaped by the Harbinger of Death brought it to tears. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Qin Chuan, indifferent to the goblin's narrative, resumed his assault after the cooldown of his skills. In just 2 minutes, the blazing goblin's health bar was fully drained, leaving it motionless on the ground. With a resounding crash, several silver-white orbs erupted, scattering across the ground. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 5. The 3 previous black iron goblins had dropped 8 pieces of equipment, while this silver-tier goblin yielded 5. The disparity left Qin Chuan at a loss for words to describe his fortune. Was it fortuitous or unfortunate? Regardless, it was undoubtedly prudent to gather the spoils before the Harbinger of Death arrived. He swiftly moved to collect all the loot into his backpack. not yet having the chance to inspect it when he sensed a familiar aura faintly emerging. The harbinger of death had returned. As the black mist materialized, the soul of the blazing goblin was forcibly torn from its body. However, this time, the harbinger did not hastily depart. Instead, it gazed at Qin Chuan for several seconds before vanishing, leaving behind a remark. Shadow power? It seems I have not encountered that in quite some time. How intriguing. Chapter 73. Accounting for Gains. The harbinger's words plunged Qin Chuan into contemplation. His shadow assassin profession appeared to harbor much yet to be explored. Both Edith from before and this harbinger of death had mentioned a particular term, shadow power. According to the rules of the apocalypse, those bestowed with such a title invariably represented a deity. It could even signify an entire pantheon. Of course, it was also possible that they had not yet descended at the time of his death. Previously, when Edith presented the reign of shadow erosion, she had remarked that it was acquired during her early adventures. At that time, Edith was devoted to inheriting the power of shadows, but ultimately, Qin Chuan got there first. If one seeks to delve deeper into the mysteries of shadow power, consulting Edith would be an unequivocal choice. However, the mere thought of Edith's temperament left Qin Chuan feeling quite exasperated. That elusive assassin mentor does not concern herself with camaraderie, whatever one wishes to gain. An equivalent price must be paid. To extract information regarding shadow power from Edith, Qin Chuan would need to assist her with yet another formidable task. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that a path would reveal itself in due course. He set this matter aside for the moment and turned his attention to the spoils of the recent battle. In this encounter, he had vanquished 1 silver-level foe and 3 black iron-level adversaries, alongside approximately 500 goblins. The rewards were plentiful, yielding not only substantial experience points, but also several evolution points. Additionally, he had acquired a backpack full of equipment, 23 pieces of ordinary grade gear, with a noticeable increase in drop rates, 8 pieces of black iron gear, including both equipment and attribute-enhancing items. Regrettably, he found no skilled books among his loot. Refined iron warhammer, black iron grade, two-handed hammer, attack power, 100, strength, 10, equipment requirement, 10. Bloody wooden stick, black iron grade staff, spell power, 100, spirit, 10, equipment requirement, 10. These 2 weapons were dropped by the iron hammer goblin and the goblin shaman. And for a player just departing from the novice village, they were akin to divine artifacts. 4 damage-dealing classes, wearing no armor is permissible, but lacking a weapon is simply unacceptable. Qin Chuan contemplated selling these items at the marketplace. Certain they would fetch a handsome price. Next came some defensive gear. Odorous apron, black iron grade, defense, 50, magic value, 100, spirit, 10, equipment requirement, 10. This was dropped by the goblin shaman, and its appearance suggested it was merely a rag tied around its waist. Given that goblins do not wear undergarments, Qin Chuan would decline even if it were offered as a gift. He silently hoped the prospective buyer possessed no hygiene concerns. Shredded cloak, black iron grade, defense, 20, health, 100, agility, 10, equipment requirement, 10. A mere cloak, yet Qin Chuan already possessed the Wolf King cloak, which far surpassed this tattered cloth in attributes. He resolved to discard it at the shop. With 4 consecutive pieces of equipment proving unusable, Qin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained unperturbed. Combat is multifaceted. The battle itself is one aspect, while the loot drops represent another. With a stroke of luck, one might graduate from equipment in just 2 encounters. Conversely, if misfortune strikes, one might grind endlessly without reward. Maintaining a calm demeanor is essential. Colossal bracers, black iron grade, defense, 50, health, 200, strength, 5, equipment requirement, 10. The attributes were modest, but they were finally usable, so he donned them without hesitation. They felt slightly weighty, yet it posed little issue. With his sharpshooter talent refining his actions, he need not worry about the bracer's weight affecting his dexterity, such as the privilege of possessing a high-level talent. Worn plate armor, black iron grade, defense, 100, health, 100, strength, 10, equipment requirement, 10. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan ultimately decided against equipping the rusted chest plate. The arm guard is manageable, its overall weight not considerable. However, the plate armor is a hefty half-centimeter thick, clearly burdensome, and would undoubtedly hinder agility. There is no need to subject oneself to such discomfort for the sake of minor attributes. Yet, the primary reason Qin Chuan hesitated was the presence of inexplicable stains on the armor's lining. This equipment should be reserved for those who genuinely need it. After all, Qin Chuan cannot afford such a burden. Besides the 6 pieces of gear, The remaining 2 spoils are attribute-enhancing items. Shaman's ingenious idea, Black Iron Grade, permanently increases spirit by 10 points upon use. Goblin Training Manual, Black Iron Grade, permanently increases strength by 10 points upon use. There is little to deliberate. He utilized them immediately. These 8 pieces of Black Iron Grade loot are merely an appetizer. The true treasures lie within the spoils dropped by the Wailing Goblin, which are of Silver Grade. A swift glance revealed. Gem-encrusted staff, Silver Grade, spell power 450, spirit 30, equipment requirement 15. It is only fitting that spellcasting entities yield magical equipment. Wailing Mask, Silver Grade, defense 20, health 500, spirit resistance 20, equipment requirement none. Qin Chuan let out a soft exclamation, somewhat astonished. To have obtained equipment that enhances spirit resistance is indeed rare. In the realm of Apocalypse, spirit resistance serves as an exceptionally practical attribute, effectively warding off various mental assaults such as charm, mind control, and fear. Moreover, this Wailing Mask is a rare piece of ungraded equipment, meaning Qin Chuan can don it immediately. Without further ado, he equipped it, although its name suggests flames. The Wailing Mask felt cool upon wearing, refreshing his mind considerably. I fear I may not pass security checks now, for my will is as unyielding as steel. Qin Chuan chuckled to himself, then turned his attention to the 3rd piece of equipment. Fiery Headscarf, Silver Grade, defense 50, health 500, mana 1000, spirit 30, equipment requirement 15. A quintessential piece of magical gear. He immediately discarded a ring to make room. This scene seems familiar. Qin Chuan pondered, recalling the moment he defeated Baron Gunnar, feeling a similar mix of exhilaration and disappointment upon seeing the magical equipment drop. It feels as if it has dropped, yet hasn't. However, it is unreasonable to expect physical equipment from the Wailing Goblin, as it is a quintessential spell-casting entity. Yet the very next moment, Qin Chuan realized he may have spoken too soon. Wailing Ring, Silver Grade, health 400, agility 30, equipment requirement 15. A spellcaster with an agility ring. What a peculiar combination. Qin Chuan found it perplexing. Regrettably, he cannot equip it for now and must store it within the Gunnar family insignia. With 4 pieces of equipment, 2 of which he can use, Qin Chuan acknowledges the merits of the Wailing Goblin. The final dropped item is a prop. Goblin Settlement Invitation. Please arrive at coordinates 1552, 1679, before midnight tonight to attend the Goblin Settlement Assembly. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A Goblin Assembly? Incorrect. It is an experience point buffet. Chapter 74, Journey to the Coordinates. This time, Qin Chuan ventured forth to level up, initially believing that discovering a second goblin nest marked the peak of his adventures. To his astonishment, however, further surprises awaited him. A goblin gathering is hardly remarkable, yet when it is accompanied by a settlement, the situation transforms entirely. A settlement must boast no fewer than 1,000 goblins to earn such a designation. Given that 2 nests have already been uncovered, Qin Chuan had ample reason to suspect that the magnitude of this settlement far exceeded a mere 1,000 goblins. The thought of such a multitude of goblins congregating in an unguarded assembly made him shudder at the potential devastation that a plague of toxic blood could wreak. Qin Chuan felt an unsettling premonition. If he could dismantle this gathering, he would surely ascend at least 2 levels. With a stroke of luck, he might even leap directly to level 15, thus acquiring superior equipment. Moreover, with the emergence of bronze-grade goblins in the nests, it was reasonable to infer that the settlement harbored at least silver-grade goblins. Surely, he would encounter a physical-type adversary this time, he mused with a tinge of resentment. His ring contained an abundance of equipment, over a dozen pieces, all of which remained unused. Half of it was magical gear, while the remainder bore strength requirements he could not meet. By all accounts, the gear he donned appeared rather meager. He could only hope that this goblin gathering would favor him with a few agile pieces of equipment to improve his circumstances. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits. Stowing away the invitation to the gathering, Qin Chuan opened his map to locate the coordinates. It lay once more to the east of Bailey City, albeit deeper into the wilderness. In terms of direct distance, it was a staggering 50 kilometers from Bailey City. When accounting for the undulating terrain, the distance was even greater. It was no wonder that Lei Weio had failed to uncover any useful information. With such distance and the additional hindrance of traders, locating the goblin settlement was an endeavor akin to climbing a mountain. Reflecting on Lei Weio, Qin Chuan recalled something else. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion. Lei Weio had a plethora of tasks to undertake, and he would surely receive one eventually. However, encountering the goblin settlement gathering was not a common occurrence. If the gathering were to fizzle out, How could Qin Chuan hope to progress? Resolute in his decision, with the specific location of the gathering now in hand, his next course of action was clear. He must make haste towards it. The game Apocalypse commenced at midnight, and when players logged in from their gaming pods in a state of slumber, the in-game world was bathed in the light of midday. 5 hours had elapsed since the game's launch. In reality, it was just past 5 in the morning, while within the game, it was already the evening. To arrive at the gathering site by midnight, Qin Chuan needed to exert himself. To avoid alarming the goblins, he resolved to approach stealthily. The abilities of shadow stealth, combined with enhanced speed, made his journey more efficient. Along the way, he encountered numerous goblins, all heading in the same direction. Counting them, there were at least 100. With so many goblins converging from just one direction, the total from all directions would undoubtedly be staggering. Good heavens, this could hardly be termed a settlement. It warranted the title of Goblin Kingdom. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. A little calculation suggested that the number of goblins participating in this gathering would surely exceed 2,000. Such a vast congregation of goblins could not go unnoticed. As a result, Bailey City remained unresponsive, leaving one somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten that particular matter? At this juncture, the game had just launched, and the 12 main cities had yet to develop to the scale witnessed in his past life. They required active player participation to expand their capacities. This also implied that the number of guards in Bailey City was rather limited, making it understandable that the location of the goblin settlement was elusive. Looking across the entire Apocalyptica, apart from himself, the only other player likely to have teleported to the main city was Richardson. The remaining players were at most level 9, still a distance away from exiting the novice village. Speaking of levels, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the leaderboard. The name Dragon Soars across the world prominently appeared within the top 100. Although still at level 8, it wouldn't be long before an upgrade was imminent. At this pace, in another 2 or 3 hours, the Dragon team should be able to venture into the main city. However, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Dragon Soars across the world, that individual would undoubtedly choose to conquer the Crimson Tomb. At the very least, he would want to complete an adventure difficulty dungeon to gather some equipment. This was the choice of the majority of players, to tackle higher difficulty dungeons, as possessing better gear facilitated the completion of class advancement quests. With this in mind, Qin Chuan glanced at his storage ring. Armor-piercing greatsword, silver grade, two-handed weapon, attack power 600, strength 15, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 120. Obsidian plate armor, silver grade, defense 300, health 1000, strength 10, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 50. Obsidian necklace, silver grade, health 100, mana 300, spirit 20, equipment requirement, level 10, spirit 50. The 3 pieces of silver equipment acquired from the Crimson Tomb were prominently listed. Initially, he had intended to place them in the shop to create a buzz and ascertain who held the guild token, thereby setting a trap. However, just as he had departed from the novice village, Dragon Soars across the world had messaged him claiming to have found the guild token. Never mind. Even without these 3 pieces of equipment, the Dragon team could still complete the adventure difficulty. Qin Chuan mused. Behind Dragon Soars across the world was the top-tier guild, Dragon Dynasty, making the gathering of equipment quite effortless. Moreover, all of his team members possessed hidden classes and were exceptionally powerful. Conquering the adventure-level Crimson Tomb would pose no challenge for them. Should things proceed favorably, his level could experience a significant surge, potentially skyrocketing to level 15. In comparison, the matter of selling equipment could easily be postponed. With his inherent agility, further enhanced by shadow stealth, which increased his movement speed, Qin Chuan traversed dozens of kilometers in just over an hour, arriving at the designated coordinates. Avoiding the surrounding goblins, he stealthily ascended to a higher vantage point, surveying the terrain below. This was a valley, with towering mountains extending on either side, resembling the encircling arms of a giant, enclosing a remarkably symmetrical oval-shaped area. Stretching approximately 2 kilometers in length and about 700 to 800 meters at its widest point, it was now past 7 in the evening within the game. The moonlight cascading down and illuminating the valley's landscape before Qin Chuan's eyes. Goblins. Countless goblins. In the valley, dozens of bonfires flicker, each surrounded by no fewer than 10 goblins. Merely by counting these, there are several hundred present. In the open spaces nearby, even more goblins frolic and chase one another. A rough estimation suggests that the number of goblins in the valley is at least 1,500. Yet, this is not the entirety of the gathering. Numerous goblins are still en route. Qin Chuan has ample reason to believe that this assembly will witness the participation of over 3,000 goblins. Chapter 75. What a behemoth! Qin Chuan contemplates a pressing dilemma. How to eliminate the maximum number of goblins in the shortest possible time. Given his current attributes, ordinary goblins cannot withstand the full brunt of the plague of toxic blood. Once a goblin perishes, the plague will relentlessly propagate. Should the goblins react slowly, an entire horde might be wiped out in one fell swoop. Alas, while the notion is splendid, the reality is starkly different. From Qin Chuan's understanding of goblins, these timid creatures tend to instinctively flee when faced with the mass death of their comrades. In their lair, the presence of a leader mitigates such panic. But this gathering is distinct. The goblins have arrived from various nests. In the event of chaos, the underlings will lose sight of their leaders, and the leaders will be separated from their subordinates, likely resulting in a disorganized retreat. The Plague's range extends to 10 meters, and at the goblin's speed, they could easily escape in the blink of an eye. In the face of death, goblins unleash their latent potential, transforming into sprinters. This implies that Qin Chuan would find it exceedingly challenging to ensnare all the goblins present. Thus, he must devise a strategy to maximize his gains. By identifying the most densely populated area of goblins and launching a surprise attack, he could potentially eliminate several hundred in one fell swoop, subsequently halting the spread. Qin Chuan begins to strategize the battle flow. After the initial chaos subsides, the remaining goblins will charge forward. This will serve as the second outbreak of the plague of toxic blood. However, following this eruption, the surviving goblins are unlikely to muster the courage to advance further. At this juncture, the higher-tier goblins will enter the fray, rallying the crumbling goblin ranks. This will present the final opportunity for the plague to erupt once more. With 3 waves of contagion, it is reasonable to anticipate the demise of approximately 70% of the goblins, amounting to about 2,000. Such heavy casualties will strip the ordinary goblins of their last vestiges of courage, resulting in utter collapse. Nevertheless, my battle objectives will have been largely achieved. 2,000 goblins, even if merely common foes, will yield sufficient experience points for me to level up consecutively, not to mention the abundance of evolution points. Coupled with the presence of those higher-tier goblins, this endeavor could see my evolution points surge past 30 in one go, enabling me to evolve a golden tier skill or unlock a characteristic of a particular profession. The mere thought of it sends Qin Chuan's blood racing, igniting an overwhelming desire to charge into the valley immediately. Yet he understands that the time is not yet ripe to realize the maximization of his benefits. He must exercise patience and await the arrival of more goblins into this deadly trap. Upon this realization, Qin Chuan felt a stirring in his heart. Such a grand gathering was likely to host not just silver-tier goblins, but there was a significant possibility of encountering golden-tier goblins. In the aftermath of mass casualties among their kind, should they summon the harbingers of death and sacrifice numerous souls, it was entirely conceivable that they could ascend to the dark gold tier. The rewards for vanquishing such formidable foes would be substantial enough to quicken Qin Chuan's heartbeat. Dark gold equipment, each piece imbued with explosive attributes, would be a magnificent prize. Should fortune smile upon him and yield skill books or rare artifacts, their worth would be beyond measure. Unfortunately, with the server's recent launch, the scarcity of skill books posed a challenge. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly learned an array of ranged skills to eradicate these goblins in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan felt a tinge of helplessness. He had commissioned Longting Tianxia to procure skill books, yet news remained elusive. It was not due to a lack of effort on Longting Tianxia's part, but rather the inherent difficulty in acquiring such items. Moreover, most players capable of obtaining skill books prioritize their own use, resulting in even fewer being circulated. This predicament was unlikely to be alleviated even in the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, and could potentially worsen. After all, at that juncture, each additional skill would serve as a safeguard for survival, and no one would readily part with them. The wait was undeniably tedious. Qin Chuan found himself so bored that he began counting the number of hairs on the goblin beside him. Indeed, a goblin stood a mere 3 meters to his right, seemingly stationed for surveillance. Beyond this goblin, the distant peaks were dotted with the presence of more goblins. It was evident that the organizers of this gathering possessed a modicum of intelligence, taking precautions in advance. Regrettably, they would never fathom that, at this very moment, a player possessed golden-tier stealth skills. These ordinary goblins were utterly oblivious to the presence of a concealed individual among them. During this interlude, Qin Chuan did not remain idle. He reached out to Longting Tianxia to inquire about any updates regarding the guild tokens. This was crucial for his strategy to lure and bleed out Luosha with a single strike, necessitating absolute certainty. He was reassured to learn that, aside from the guild token held by Shuozhong Yijian, no other tokens had surfaced. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Qin Chuan instructed Longting Tianxia to remain vigilant and communicate any developments promptly. Longting Tianxia readily acquiesced, although he had experienced this in a previous life. The passage of time had rendered many details vague. A decade had elapsed from the launch of the apocalypse until his rebirth, during which the game had undergone several major updates, and the main city had seen continuous expansion. In contrast, the circumstances of the early main city were less vividly etched in his memory. However, he still recalled a few classic quest chains. Additionally, there were some outdoor adventure quests that he needed to find time to complete. It was indeed a busy endeavor. Qin Chuan mused quietly. As time progressed, the number of goblins entering the valley began to dwindle, with intervals of several minutes between arrivals. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 11 at night. Most of the goblins that could arrive had already done so. Qin Chuan also estimated the total number of goblins in the valley to be approximately 3,500, exceeding his initial expectations. Moreover, Qin Chuan beheld several silver-tier goblins arriving in the valley from the outside, guided deep into its recesses. The dim surroundings obscured his view of what lay within the depths of the valley, yet he could ascertain with confidence that golden-tier goblins resided there. Otherwise, those silver-tier goblins would not have behaved so obediently, as they would have long since begun to bicker amongst themselves for superiority. Among equals of the silver tier, none would yield to the other. To maintain order, at least a golden tier presence was requisite. As Qin Chuan continued to observe discreetly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from within the valley. An increasing number of goblins joined the fray, coalescing into a deafening wave of sound that caused the ground to tremble. Boom, boom. The war drums resounded, and hundreds of goblins, bearing grappling hooks, materialized from the shadows, their chains linked to a chariot fashioned from bones. Upon this chariot stood a gigantic goblin, towering over 4 meters, clad in heavy armor and wielding a warhammer. What a formidable giant of a goblin. Chapter 76. My Viscount Father Qin Chuan cast a sweeping glance, absorbing the details of the panel before him. Bonebreaker Gada, Golden Tier. Level, 20. Health, 19,000,000. Attack, 6,000. Defense, 4,500. Skills, Earth Shatter Strike, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Crush, Inspire Aura. Description, a warrior of the Goblin Clan, having endured countless battles, possesses the potential to transcend the limits of its bloodline. Qin Chuan's expression turned grave. This goblin possessed a charge skill. The Heroic Leap, colloquially known as the Great Leap, was a skill with which he was intimately familiar. In his previous life, it was this very skill that enabled him to vanquish the Arrow God. With the aid of equipment and skill enhancements, his Heroic Leap could be unleashed 7 times in succession, combined with a triple charge, which ultimately allowed him to close the distance and defeat the Arrow God. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that the Heroic Leap not only facilitated rapid movement, but also generated a shockwave upon landing, dealing damage to surrounding foes. Furthermore, this Bonebreaker Gada possessed not only the Heroic Leap, but also the charge ability. Given the attributes of the Bonebreaker, a single strike would be insurmountable for Qin Chuan. The margin for error in this battle was non-existent. Although Qin Chuan possessed a decoy scarecrow, utilizing it in such a scenario seemed unnecessary. He aimed to minimize his exposure to attacks. Qin Chuan resolved to adhere to his battle plan. First, he would launch a wave of surprise attacks to eliminate as many ordinary goblins as possible. However, subsequent actions would depend on the circumstances, necessitating sufficient distance from the Bonebreaker to strike effectively. After inflicting initial damage, he would seek to test the limits of the Bonebreaker as charge. Deciding to take a calculated risk, Qin Chuan acknowledged the overwhelming presence of goblins around him. Their allure was too great to resist. He had faced countless battles in his previous life, contending with foes far more formidable than the Bonebreaker, and would not retreat now. As the goblins began to gather, the mere appearance of the Bonebreaker sent them into a frenzy, raising their weapons high and emitting incomprehensible shrieks. Boom! The war hammer wielded by the Bonebreaker fell heavily, scattering fragments of bone from the shattered carriage into the air. A hapless goblin, unfortunate enough to be nearby, was struck by 2 bone shards and met his demise on the spot. Yet, rather than inciting panic among the other goblins, this event only heightened their fervor. Power, unrivaled power, the supreme strength belonging to their goblin kin. Gazing upon the Bonebreaker, the goblins below envisioned their future selves. They too aspired to become such formidable giants. The goblins pulling the carriage felt their fatigue evaporate. To serve such a powerful being was indeed an honor. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, several silver-tier goblins pushed aside their brethren to approach the carriage. The Bonebreaker's voice echoed through the valley. Roar. Do you dare challenge my position? These silver-tier goblins, however, lacked the audacity for such a confrontation. Individually, they stood no chance against the Bonebreaker, and even collectively, they were no match. After a brief moment of hesitation, they lowered their heads in submission, their tones respectful. We do not dare. We wish to honor you as our king, Lord Bonebreaker. The Bonebreaker erupted into a boisterous laugh. He had summoned the nearby dens not to flaunt his power, but to lay the groundwork for establishing a small goblin kingdom. In doing so, he aimed to further elevate his strength. You speak well. I shall reward you. Bring forth the prey. With a wave of his hand, a group of goblins approached, carrying a wooden stick upon which dangled a terrified human. These humans were not players, but rather natives of the apocalypse. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Goblins are omnivorous creatures, their diet comprising not only berries and beasts but also humans. Occasionally, they might even feast upon their own kind. The origin of these particular humans was inconsequential. Adjacent to Bailey City lay a black market, where numerous slaves vanished daily. Qin Chuan lingered in the shadows, harboring no intention of rescuing these humans. To intervene recklessly now would only embroil him in peril. There was no necessity, having witnessed countless deaths in his past life. The loss of a few individuals evoked little emotional response from him. Devour them! Devour them! The goblins howled, as the humans bound to the stick wore faces pale with terror. Some, paralyzed by fear, even wet their trousers. However, with the Bonebreaker present, the surrounding goblins refrained from acting hastily, waiting for his command. Even in the event of a feast, the Bonebreaker would partake first. That was the rule. Yet, he did not rush to have the goblins roast the prey over the bonfire. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to bring forth several large cauldrons and begin heating water. The surrounding goblins were perplexed by this procedure. What was this process? Yet, under the Bonebreaker's overwhelming authority, they dared not voice their confusion and patiently began heating the water. The Bonebreaker remarked, I have heard that humans always prepare their prey before roasting, cleansing the skin of impurities, removing the entrails, and marinating it with spices before finally placing it over the fire. I have sampled it a few times, and indeed, it possesses a unique flavor. I intend to promote this practice in my kingdom. The goblins suddenly came to a realization. So it was. Truly, the Bonebreaker is quite knowledgeable. The bound human, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. This goblin was terrifying, akin to a demon. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that the Bonebreaker would have such an appetite. This also confirmed the collusion between certain individuals in Bailey City and the goblins. Otherwise, where would the Bonebreaker acquire processed, roasted meat? At that moment, one of the kidnapped humans struggled to spit out the rag from his mouth and shouted loudly, Release me. You filthy and grotesque creatures. Do you know who I am? My father, the Viscount, will not let you go. Bang! The Bonebreaker swung a hammer, and the speaking human's head exploded on the spot, splattering red and white everywhere, licking the remnants of flesh and blood from the hammer. The Bonebreaker smirked with arrogance. Who are you? You are the prey of the Bonebreaker. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of regret. If only the Viscount's descendant had been rescued, it would surely have yielded substantial rewards. Alas, the Bonebreaker was too swift, leaving no opportunity for a choice to be made. However, it seemed that Bailey City currently had no Viscount. So from where had this unfortunate soul been captured? Truly, a stroke of bad luck. In a valley. Upon seeing the headless corpse on the ground, the Bonebreaker waved his hand. Here, this is for you. The surrounding goblins immediately surged forward, clawing and biting. Several silver-tier goblins also stirred with eagerness, but ultimately restrained themselves. They knew their station and could not compete with the common goblins for food. Chapter 77. The Hand of the Dead. The appearance of the Bonebreaker signified the official commencement of this goblin gathering. After amusing himself with the murder of one, the Bonebreaker proceeded to the center of the valley. There, a throne forged of gold sat, radiating a dazzling light under the glow of the bonfire. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. Perhaps a wave of riches awaited. He hoped it was not merely gilded. He mused silently as he departed from his elevated observation point and stealthily made his way toward the valley entrance. It was time to position himself for action. The journey forward was remarkably smooth. The seemingly tight guard-posts were utterly ineffective, serving no purpose whatsoever. Of course, even if the goblins stood vigil, they could not penetrate Qin Chuan's stealth. Not even the Bonebreaker himself could discern him. To avoid revealing himself, Qin Chuan refrained from targeting these lethargic goblins. There was no need for haste. Soon enough, a battle would unfold, and there would be plenty of goblins for him to slay. As he advanced, the fervent atmosphere within the valley became increasingly palpable. Countless goblins gyrated around the bonfire. They appear to be dancing, yet their bizarre and ludicrous movements were hardly reminiscent of any dance. Further ahead, the Bonebreaker sat in a circle with several silver-tier goblins, seemingly engaged in discussion. Qin Chuan stealthily approached a pile of debris and listened intently. Lord Bonebreaker, are we truly to collaborate with those humans? They are notoriously cunning. Indeed, my clan once captured a female knight, but after her indulgence, she single-handedly destroyed our lair, and all my companions perished. Her strength is so formidable that she has the audacity to masquerade as a fragile being to deceive us, the Na'vi goblins. I have heard that humans portray us goblins as greedy and cunning, yet they themselves fit that description far better. Indeed, I believe that collaborating with humans entails great risk. Upon hearing the grievances of several leaders, the Bonebreaker retorted with a firm tone. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The expressions of several silver-tier goblins stiffened. How could they dare to speak such a thing? The Bonebreaker softened his tone and continued. The chasm outside Bailey City is a complex terrain, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. It presents itself as a prime stronghold. If we can seize it, we will have ample room for development, and in due time, we shall establish a true goblin kingdom. However, you are well aware that the guards of Bailey City will not allow us to infiltrate the underground chasm without resistance. Only by demolishing Bailey City can we achieve our objective. Collaborating with those humans is the optimal approach. They too desire the annihilation of Bailey City. Should our plan succeed, you will also partake in the spoils of victory, and ascending to the gold tier may become a reality. After my words, I inquired who was in favor and who opposed. The Bonebreaker, having evolved to the gold tier, possessed considerable wisdom and was adept at the art of persuasion. His words ignited the silver-tier goblins' eyes with fervor, as if they envisioned their own ascension to the gold tier. Consequently, they harbored no further dissent. Lord Bonebreaker, simply direct us, and we shall heed your command. Destroy Bailey City and eradicate the humans there. To restore goblin glory is our solemn duty. Qin Chuan was curious to know if these goblins had secretly engaged in additional study. Remarkable, each was more articulate than the last. Despite the banter, Qin Chuan gleaned vital information. The elusive organization aimed to utterly annihilate Bailey City. Initially, he suspected internal strife aimed at replacing the city lord. Little did he realize it was an attempt to replace an entire race. This approach bore resemblance to the Hand of the Dead. The Hand of the Dead is an organization devoted to the messenger of death, comprised of native humans from the apocalypse. Yet their greatest joy lies in the destruction of human cities, obtaining rewards from the messenger of death through countless departed souls. Sacrificing Bailey City would undoubtedly yield unprecedented rewards, possibly even elevating them to the status of the messenger of death's envoy. However, the information at hand was insufficient to ascertain whether it was indeed the Hand of the Dead. If only he could discover a few tokens of their allegiance. Qin Chuan turned his gaze to the Bonebreaker. Without a doubt, this individual possessed secretive items capable of triggering hidden quests. The Bonebreaker furrowed his brow, a hint of wariness rising within him as he intoned. It seems someone is watching us from shadows. Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. This fellow possessed an uncanny intuition. He promptly diverted his gaze. Several silver-tier goblins glanced around, finding no signs of disturbance, and speculated that the Bonebreaker was merely being overly cautious. They gently remarked, Lord Bonebreaker, there are sentinels stationed outside. It is impossible for anyone to stealthily infiltrate. Yet, they pondered internally how the renowned Bonebreaker could exhibit such timidity. Even if someone were truly lurking in the shadows, a swift death would suffice. There was no need for such alarm. The Bone Crusher, well aware of the inherent nature of his kin, never believed that the sentinels could serve any purpose. However, the peculiar feeling he experienced was fleeting, as if it were merely an illusion. Noticing the flicker of doubt in the eyes of several silver-tier goblins, Bone Crusher realized that his earlier words had evoked a measure of disdain among them. He immediately declared with a booming voice, "Humph, even if there are invaders. What of it? I shall rend him to pieces." With that, he struck the ground with his fist, causing the silver-tier goblins to leap in surprise. Their doubts dissipated instantaneously. Such immense strength, who could rival it? The atmosphere returned to its previous exuberance. Although the ordinary goblins were oblivious to the unfolding events, Bone Crusher's display of power only heightened their fervor. Moments later, a goblin rushed over, exclaiming, "Lord Bone Crusher, the water has boiled." With a grand gesture, Bone Crusher commanded, "Clean the prey thoroughly, sprinkle on the spices, and prepare it for roasting." The cries of the captured humans echoed, and in the blink of an eye, they were silenced. Qin Chuan refrained from intervening. It was not yet time for the goblins to gather. The optimal moment would arrive once they congregated around the campfire. Judging by the pace of events, no more than half an hour remained. Before the goblins commenced their feast, news from Long Tang Tianxia arrived. Boss, I have reached level 10. Without your guidance, I would have wasted several more hours. By the way, is everything alright on your end? I noticed your level hasn't changed in quite some time. When Qin Chuan arrived at the valley, it was past 7 in the evening. Now, it was nearly midnight. In those few hours, he had not gained a single level. He then noticed that several players had already reached level 10. Richardson, ranked second, had ascended to level 11. One level below him, there was a gap, yet it was not insurmountable. It seemed he had completed his class advancement quest and resumed leveling up. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Soon, he would harvest countless experience points, widening the level disparity once more. After closing the dialogue box, he began to stealthily maneuver. The goblins were preparing for their feast. Chapter 78, The Strike. Gurgle. The goblins' stomachs emitted a deep rumble, a sound akin to a signal flare, provoking hundreds, even thousands, of goblins to collectively protest their hunger. Their voices booming like thunder. Bone Crusher rose, tearing off a leg as he set an example. Feast, my subjects. With his command, the ravenous goblins immediately lunged forward, tearing into the sumptuous roasted meat over the campfire. Qin Chuan moved silently, seeking the most advantageous position to strike. Having observed from a higher vantage point, he had committed the layout of the campfire to memory, and combined with the spread of the plague, calculated the optimal location for the first strike. The campfires were arranged in concentric circles, with the densest concentration at the center, closest to Bone Crusher. The outer campfires were spaced increasingly apart, generally reaching distances of 10 to 20 meters, rendering the spread of the plague ineffective. Thus, this initial attack needed to occur right under Bone Crusher's nose, a perilous endeavor indeed. After all, the Bonebreaker possesses a formidable leap and charge, being of golden rank and possessing remarkable speed. A single misstep could result in disastrous consequences. Yet, it is worth the endeavor. Qin Chuan retreated several dozen meters, meticulously aiming at 2 goblins engrossed in their meal, simultaneously unleashing the Shadow Dagger and the Rain of Eclipses. 70,610. Critical hit. This is the Shadow Dagger. Enhanced by the striking of invisibility, it delivered a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the Rain of Eclipses transformed into arrows descending upon its target. 3,463. Though the single damage was not substantial, it was more than sufficient to annihilate an ordinary goblin. With both skills unleashed, 16 goblins perished on the spot. The Bonebreaker was the first to react, hurling a half-eaten leg bone and swiftly seizing a nearby warhammer. With a surge of strength, it propelled itself skyward like a cannonball, traversing several dozen meters towards Qin Chuan. It had warned that intruders lurked in the shadows. Yet those fools had not heeded the warning. It would soon eradicate them all. The Bonebreaker had no need for such foolish subordinates. As its eyes locked onto Qin Chuan, it caught a glimpse of the scene on the ground that nearly caused it to falter mid-air. The demise of the 16 goblins did not concern it. These weak kin could be easily replaced. However, the troubling aspect was that their deaths seemed to have opened the gates of the underworld, rapidly spreading the miasma of death among the surrounding goblins. The Bonebreaker witnessed green blood splattering forth, staining the nearby goblins and inflicting dreadful damage. As the goblins tainted by the green blood fell, more of the foul liquid surged forth, infecting an ever-growing number of goblins. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of goblins were transformed into grotesque shades, their health plummeting like an avalanche. And this was merely the beginning. This was the power of the Blood Clan. Fury ignited within the Bonebreaker. Those of the Blood Clan had always maintained a lofty disdain for the goblin race. Now, they dared to disrupt its gathering. This was an affront. No, an egregious insult to the goblins. It was intolerable. Yet, the Bonebreaker soon realized something amiss. There was no scent of the Blood Clan in the air. Suddenly, it comprehended. It was the outsiders. Only those beings could wield the powers of the Blood Clan without transforming into one of them. Damn it, how had the outsiders discovered their gathering? Were the folks of Bailey City not providing any hindrance? Humans were indeed untrustworthy. Fueled by rage, the Bonebreaker plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Its leg muscles bulged with explosive power, transforming its form into a streak of black lightning as it charged forward unrelentingly. Any goblin unfortunate enough to cross its path was instantly obliterated into a cloud of debris. Truly, they had drawn the short straw. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had already retreated at full speed the moment he struck. He did not hasten to conceal himself, preparing to gauge the Bonebreaker's charging velocity in order to ascertain a safe distance. The Bonebreaker moved with remarkable speed, bolstered by extraordinary strength. And the effects of its heroic leap were exceptional, making it difficult to escape the range of its skills relying solely on its legs. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Chuan activated the effect of the bone-cutting twin blades, summoning a whirlwind of sharp blades around him. He retreated over 10 meters, evading the range of the heroic leap. The Bone Crusher displayed no signs of surprise. If this foreigner lacked confidence, he would not dare to strike. Yet it too had contingency plans. Upon landing, the Bone Crusher immediately launched a second wave of assault. The descent from midair did not affect it in the least. Charge! With a whoosh, its imposing frame, nearly 4 meters tall, did not diminish in speed, but rather intensified its momentum, akin to a fully accelerated dump truck rumbling towards Qin Chuan. In a flash, Qin Chuan vanished, reappearing in a different direction. The Bone Crusher hastily altered its course, but its inertia was too great, rendering it ultimately slow. Having acquired the desired data, Qin Chuan swiftly activated Shadow Stealth and moved at an accelerated pace. Boom! The Bone Crusher smashed down, causing a spiderweb of cracks to erupt across the ground. The rocks beneath the soil shattered, protruding as sharp spikes. A single blow from such force would undoubtedly deplete one's health completely. From the shadows, Qin Chuan's gaze was piercing as he focused on the Bone Crusher. This foe was indeed formidable. With a leap and charge, it closed the distance, delivering a ground-shaking blow capable of inflicting tons of damage, enough to annihilate an entire squad of fully armed soldiers in mere moments. Had it not been for Qin Chuan acquiring the blink skill in advance, combined with the displacement of the bone-cutting twin blades and his own high mobility, he would have been felled within seconds of the encounter. With the greatest threat now neutralized, it was time to reap the rewards. The recent clash had transpired in the blink of an eye. Only when Qin Chuan once again melded into the shadows did the few silver-tier goblins react, rushing over to provide support, but their efforts were destined to be in vain. The Bone Crusher's expression darkened as it scanned the surroundings, coldly commanding, "Keep your eyes wide open and find that intruder." A flurry of orders erupted from the Bone Crusher's lips. The goblin archers were given free rein to shoot at every empty space. Scatter the bonfires, spread out the wood. I refuse to believe that stealthy intruder can ignore the flames. One must admit, the Bone Crusher possessed a keen battle instinct. Its strategy was meticulously crafted. Although Qin Chuan's stealth level was high, it had yet to reach the level of void walking. If there were flames on the ground, he would sustain damage and reveal his presence. However, the Bone Crusher overlooked one critical aspect. No plan is flawless without execution. A silver-tier goblin, in a state of shock, exclaimed, "Master Bone Crusher, look quickly." Following the direction, the Bone Crusher's heart sank. In a recent onslaught, over 500 goblins had perished. The splattered dark green blood was deadly upon contact. Before the word scatter could escape its lips, the Bone Crusher saw a flying dagger darting toward the goblin reinforcements. Perhaps in a display of loyalty, hundreds of goblins, undeterred by the chaos, spontaneously organized to support the Bone Crusher. Yet, this action led these goblins straight into the abyss of death. 70,610. Weak point attack. The shadowy dagger flashed by, effortlessly slaying the goblins within the squad. Then, the plague of poisonous blood erupted, instantly engulfing hundreds of goblins. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 goblins perished. Ding! You have slain an 11-level goblin, earning 110 experience points. Ding! You have slain a 13-level goblin, earning 130 experience points. Slaying above your level grants you an additional 13 experience points. Ding! You have slain a 14-level goblin, earning 140 experience points. Slaying 2 levels above your own grants you an additional 28 experience points. Ding! Ding! The moment of the hunt is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. The moment of the hunt is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. The moment of the hunt is activated. You gain 1 evolution point. The prompt messages cascaded like a torrential flood, and Qin Chuan's experience bar surged uncontrollably, breaking through its limits like a wild stallion. Chapter 79, Continuous Leveling Up. You have reached level 13. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of E is activated. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. Just as the notification of leveling up appeared, it was immediately submerged by a new torrent of information. In his first offensive maneuver, Qin Chuan eradicated over 400 goblins. The area surrounding the Bonebreaker was limited, with campfires closely spaced, allowing the effects of the poisonous blood plague to reach their zenith. If the campfires outside hadn't been so distant, a single round could have annihilated the ordinary goblins in the valley. Subsequently, The goblins' display of loyalty resulted in hundreds of casualties among their ranks. In just 2 strikes, nearly 1,000 goblins were eliminated, providing a wealth of experience points. The goblins here generally held higher levels, and with the additional bonuses, the spoils were remarkably substantial. If he were to eliminate the remaining goblins, he could potentially level up at least twice more. After evenly distributing his attribute points, Qin Chuan repositioned himself in search of new opportunities for attack. At this moment, the Bonebreaker's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. He had never anticipated that this enemy would prove so formidable. Not only did they possess exceptional stealth abilities, but they also wielded the powers of the bloodline, inflicting horrific casualties with mere strikes. Should they be allowed to attack without restraint, none of the goblins present would escape unscathed. One silver-tier goblin, aware of this dire situation, approached the Bonebreaker and inquired, "Lord Bonebreaker, should we consider retreating?" Its intentions were noble, although ordinary goblins sprouted like weeds, filling the mountains in an instant. It would still take some time. Should all 3,000 of these goblins perish here, their forces would be severely weakened, potentially leaving them as mere figureheads. Without subordinates, what worth would they have as leaders? However, the Bonebreaker thought otherwise. To retreat would be to tarnish its reputation. It aspired to establish a goblin kingdom. How could it cower at the first sign of adversity and maintain the respect of its followers? Most importantly, this enemy could vanish into the shadows. If they could not be eliminated, the path of retreat would be fraught with peril. From the brief skirmish, the Bonebreaker had already realized that this enemy was remarkably swift. It doubted its own ability to evade pursuit, let alone the other goblins. Retreat will only lead to a swifter demise. We must continue to fight. A bold thought surfaced in the mind of the Bonebreaker. Perhaps he could use his kin present as bait to lure out the enemy. The Bonebreaker bellowed, "Do not panic. Spread out in teams, remain vigilant, and we must identify that foe." There would be dissent. Fear of being torn to shreds by the Bonebreaker loomed large. It would be quite the irony if one were to perish not at the hands of an external enemy, but rather by one's own kin. The ordinary goblins in the valley, initially trembling in fear and preparing for flight, found themselves compelled to stand their ground upon hearing the Bonebreaker's roar. Fortunately, they implemented certain countermeasures, ensuring that each team maintained a considerable distance from one another. Thus, should one team come under attack, others would remain unscathed. Once the intruder revealed himself, countless arrows and skills would rain down in a saturated assault. They were resolute, with over 2,000 goblins remaining. Surely they could dispatch a mere stealthy foe. Qin Chuan observed the goblins' response from the shadows with clarity. He understood the Bonebreaker's intentions, which were merely to utilize the ordinary goblins as bait while he remained in the valley. At the slightest opportunity, the Bonebreaker would unleash a ferocious onslaught. This was a game of hunter and prey. The one who first displayed a flaw would meet their end. Would Qin Chuan falter? Absolutely not. On the contrary, this suited him perfectly. He feared not the Bonebreaker's dog pursuit, but rather the ordinary goblins fleeing in terror, rendering his weight futile. While the Bonebreaker sought to eliminate him, Qin Chuan too aspired to eradicate the goblins present. Shadow, flying daggers, reign of corruption. The battle in the valley raged on, albeit with some deviation from the initial strategic plan. The Bonebreaker's swift response allowed him to devise a suitable countermeasure, dispersing the goblin teams to avert a third outbreak of plague. The effect was tangible, yet minimal. While Qin Chuan could not eliminate the remaining goblins in one fell swoop, each strike claimed several teams, and his experience points steadily increased. In this ongoing tug-of-war, the standout performer was undoubtedly the reign of corruption. This skill could inflict damage 15 times, boasting a wide targeting range, and each release could obliterate several goblins from teams, unleashing the toxic plague. However, the combat was far from effortless. In fact, it was fraught with peril. The Bonebreaker's leaps and charges were alarmingly swift. Fortunately, with the aid of the twin blades of Bone and Blink, Qin Chuan consistently transformed peril into opportunity, dispatching dozens of goblins in retaliation, much to the Bonebreaker's frustration. From the onset of battle to now, nearly 15 minutes had elapsed, and Qin Chuan had leveled up once more, successfully reaching level 14. This development had certainly stirred a commotion in the outside world. Players habitually cast glances at the leaderboard while leveling up. Originally, Night Wanderer held the top position, but Richardson had closed the gap, causing considerable anxiety among the players of the Flame Nation. What was Night Wanderer doing? Why had there been no level increase for so long? Surely, he had fallen asleep. Should that Richardson surpass us, they should not blame us for turning against them. Meanwhile, the players from the Beautiful Nation are rejoicing, asserting that there is no way they could lose to the Flame Nation. Observe. The one known as Night Wanderer has already begun to falter, while their ace player, Richardson, is making remarkable strides, soon to seize the top spot on the leaderboard. This sentiment is shared not only by the players from the beautiful nation. In a novice village of 9,527, the player known as 1/ from Raksha gazes at the leaderboard with an expression of anticipated certainty. I mentioned that Night Wanderer would struggle, and look, what use is it to emerge from the novice village first? What does reaching level 12 matter if progress has come to a standstill for the past 4 to 5 hours? There has been no sign of activity. The surrounding members of the Raksha Hall nod in agreement. Indeed, the president is correct. However, before 1/ could finish, he noticed Night Wanderer had reached level 13. 1/'s lips twitched, yet he remained composed, explaining. He's been at level 12 for several hours. No matter how slowly he levels, he should have progressed by now. The members of the Raksha Hall agreed once more. The president speaks wisely. Before long, while leveling up, 1/ heard his teammates exclaim in astonishment. What the heck? How did Night Wanderer level up again? Chapter 80. His level continues to rise. Upon hearing his teammates, 1/ was taken aback and quickly opened the leaderboard. Witnessing a scene that soured his mood, Night Wanderer, now ranked first, had ascended to level 14 in a mere quarter of an hour after reaching level 13. 1/ thought he was seeing things. What kind of sorcery is this? Either he remains stagnant for hours or suddenly leaps from level 12 to 14. This is preposterous. He knew that after level 10, the experience required to level up increases several-fold. Coupled with the enhanced attributes of monsters, leveling efficiency should decline. How is it that Night Wanderer remains unaffected and even accelerates? One member of the Raksha Hall speculated. Is it possible that Night Wanderer was searching for optimal leveling spots, such as monster dens, prior to this? It must be said, this player is quite astute, nearing the truth. The members of the Raksha Hall in the party concurred. Indeed, that makes sense. Rather than scouring the world for monsters, it's far more efficient to find a den for farming. I heard Night Wanderer possesses an auto skill that can swiftly eliminate numerous monsters. When he leveled up with Dragon soaring under heaven, he operated this way, achieving remarkable efficacy. It's a pity we don't know what that skill is. Otherwise, we could also farm and perhaps catch up to Night Wanderer. Could it be a reward from a class advancement quest? That Richardson has been boasting on the forum about completing a hidden 4-star quest and acquiring an entire set of silver-level equipment. Goodness, an entire set? How much must that be worth? I must undertake the advancement quest. Get some rest. You haven't even reached level 5 yet. Focus on escaping the novice village first. The discussions around him left 1/ in a state of agitation, prompting him to shout, "Silence!" The members of the Raksha Hall immediately fell silent, though their expressions conveyed their discontent. Was there to be no semblance of freedom of speech? As the voice of Luocha softened, he remarked, "Rather than engage in idle chatter here, it would be more prudent to slay a few more wild creatures. Damn it, Longting Tian has reached level 10. I cannot afford to lag behind. If that old fellow teleports to the novice village E5246 and secretly purchases the guild token, it would be a significant loss." He was not typically of such a temper. However, ever since a player possessing 3 illuminating flares had been undermined, he resolved to temper his disposition. As this thought crossed his mind, a fresh wave of anger surged within Luocha. That detestable Longting Tian was always at odds with him. A few members of the Luocha palace grew tense. Luocha had indeed proclaimed that the first to establish a guild would reward everyone involved. While if someone else snatched it away, there would be nothing to gain. Contemplating this, several players shut off the leaderboard. What did it matter how swiftly the Night Wanderer leveled up? Could he distribute bonuses to them? Meanwhile, having recently donned new equipment and commenced a challenge in the adventure difficulty of the Crimson Tomb, Longting Tian paused to reflect. Truly, the Night Wanderer is a formidable presence. Leveling up seems as effortless as quenching one's thirst. The priest, Xiaoxua, interjected, "The Night Wanderer has surged 2 levels in one go. He must have vanquished at least 1,000 wild creatures. Where on earth did he find them?" The archer replied, "That is a question best posed to the Great One himself." The assassin, caressing the blood-sucking blade, added, "What I am more curious about is whether the Great One has any old equipment to spare after leveling up. I am eager to take it off his hands." Longting Tian retorted with irritation, "Though I understand you're referring to equipment, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." The archer solemnly declared, "I do not know this fellow." Xiaoxua also stepped aside. Who would have guessed this fellow harbored such peculiarities? The assassin, jumping up and down in frustration, exclaimed, "What kind of look is that? Do I seem like a charity case to you?" In unison, they replied, "Indeed, not only Luocha and Longting Tian, But players from the Yin Kingdom, and indeed all those who followed the leaderboard, harbored a singular question. How does the Night Wanderer level up? He either refrains from action or, when he does, captivates the entire audience. At that very moment, Richardson, having just defeated a dozen wild creatures, casually opened the leaderboard, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, Richardson let out a sharp gasp. Heavens above. The last time he checked the leaderboard, he was at level 11 and the Night Wanderer at level 12, a status that had remained unchanged for quite some time, suggesting he had encountered difficulties in leveling up. Now, an opportunity to surpass him had arisen, yet in the blink of an eye, the Night Wanderer had ascended to level 13. Is this the fabled speed of the Yin Kingdom? Is it not utterly absurd? As the second player to reach level 11, Richardson was acutely aware of the leveling challenges beyond level 10. It was an entirely different realm. Even he had to exert considerable effort. How could the Night Wanderer achieve such ease? Before Richardson could ponder further, he witnessed the Night Wanderer's level shift once more, now standing at level 14. Those cunning players from a Yin Kingdom must be cheating. Richardson thought fiercely. I will report the Night Wanderer, unmask his true identity. Yet, immediately, Richardson was struck by another thought. This wretched game lacks even a customer service representative. It is said to operate solely through some super-intelligent autonomous system. In other words, there is no place to report issues. Richardson found himself utterly bewildered. This was indeed an unprecedented experience for him. Amidst the external chaos, Qin Chuan remained oblivious, fixated solely on annihilating the goblins present. After a relentless onslaught, the number of goblins in the valley significantly diminished, creating ample space for them to scatter. Consequently, the effect of the dark erosion rain also waned, rendering it incapable of wiping out multiple squads in one fell swoop. However, this was of little consequence. The Bonebreaker had completely lost its sanity, its eyes aflame with rage. Ordinary goblins, paralyzed with fear, attempted to flee the valley but were mercilessly crushed into pulp by the Bonebreaker. No one was permitted to retreat until that stealthy assailant was eliminated. The Bonebreaker issued a deadly command. A few silver-tier goblins silently lamented their fate. The Bonebreaker, with its formidable reputation, could easily rebuild its settlement. Yet for the goblins, the situation was far more precarious. Given the Bonebreaker's current state, any sign of dissent would likely result in their demise before dawn. The silver-tier goblins were consumed by a singular thought: regret, immense regret. Had they known, they would never have attended this wretched gathering. Establishing a goblin kingdom was folly. It would have sufficed to be a mere den leader. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, further discussion was futile. Their only recourse was to eliminate the enemy. Time flowed languidly. After laboriously defeating the first foe, Dragon Rising wiped the sweat from his brow and was about to check the loot when he heard an assassin player exclaim in disbelief. Enlightened, Dragon Rising promptly opened the leaderboard. Night Wanderer, level 15. Damn! Dragon Rising cursed as well. Night Wanderer's level was still rising. Chapter 81. Unforeseen Circumstances. Originally, Qin Chuan had planned to slay at most 70% of the goblins, roughly around 2,000. Even after the Bonebreaker reacted swiftly, his expectations plummeted to about 1,500. Yet, a twist of fate ensued. The Bonebreaker, now maddened, commanded the goblins to fight to the last breath. Qin Chuan could understand the Bonebreaker's mindset. For the Bonebreaker, the death of numerous ordinary goblins held little significance, yet it could not afford to lose face. Hosting a grand settlement gathering and even boasting of establishing a kingdom, only to be routed by a stealthy assailant. How could it maintain its standing if word of such disgrace spread? Thus, it would impose further suffering upon the goblin kin present, bearing the reputation for vanquishing formidable foes itself. In this scenario, Qin Chuan found himself quite pleased. Initially, he thought 2 levels of advancement would be a reasonable goal. However, even before the battle concluded, he had ascended from level 12 to level 15, far exceeding his expectations. Simply exquisite. This rapid progression was largely thanks to the Bonebreaker. Now that the ordinary goblins had fulfilled their historical task, it was time to focus on the remaining adversaries. In contemplation, the Bonebreaker once again launched a powerful leap and charge, but failed to graze Qin Chuan's hair. As the ordinary goblins were slaughtered to near extinction, Qin Chuan's attention shifted entirely to the Bonebreaker. Before taking action, one must first eliminate those silver-tier goblins. Otherwise, should the Bonebreaker fall, these goblins would undoubtedly flee in desperation. If they scatter, capturing them all would prove exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, after countless attempts, the Bonebreaker has come to an unacceptable realization. Its once proud consecutive assaults have proven futile against that enigmatic adversary. The opponent's control of distance is so precise that it consistently evades attacks by remaining just beyond reach, only to retreat thereafter. With the ordinary goblins nearly eradicated and the few remaining silver-tier goblins paralyzed by fear and devoid of fighting spirit, the Bonebreaker understands that it has failed. With a swish, a throwing knife flashed by, and the expression of one silver-tier goblin turned to one of terror as it cried out, "I am under attack. I'm under attack." As a silver-tier goblin, its reaction should not have been so cowardly. However, the events that transpired were overwhelmingly shocking, robbing it of its former composure. It was acutely aware of one crucial fact. Once targeted by that stealthy foe, survival was an impossibility. Initially, there had been over 3,000 goblins in the valley. Now, they were all dead. The other silver-tier goblins secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying, if a comrade dies, the monk remains unscathed. With their companion under attack, they believed they would be spared. The silver-tier goblins turned their gaze toward the Bonebreaker. As the host of this gathering, it was their responsibility to deal with the enemy. The Bonebreaker felt the weight of their stares, its expression growing uncomfortable. What were they looking at? Did it have a flower growing on its face? Thud! The first silver-tier goblin fell. With no ordinary goblins to draw fire, it experienced the true meaning of explosive damage. Alas, it was too late. The Bonebreaker's visage darkened further. A silver-tier goblin wielding two large cleavers exclaimed, "I am leaving. Staying here leads only to death." Its ability to endure thus far was commendable. It was only upon witnessing the demise of its fellow silver-tier goblin that it realized its miscalculation. The Bonebreaker, too, found itself at a loss. In light of the circumstances, it could not be blamed for seeking its own escape. The dual-weapon goblin's declaration resonated with the other silver-tier goblins. They were not mindless creatures. They understood the importance of avoiding calamity. Since they could not vanquish the enemy, why persist in this futile struggle? Having accompanied the Bonebreaker thus far, they felt they had done their part. Exchanging glances, the goblins turned in unison to flee. Even if they faced retribution from the Bonebreaker after tonight, it mattered little. Survival was their priority. Moreover, they harbored doubts about the Bonebreaker's chances of survival. Once that stealthy assailant commenced its attack, they would have ample time to escape. Considering the Bonebreaker's strength, it could potentially delay the inevitable for them. "Stop! You shall not flee!" The Bonebreaker roared furiously, leaping before the silver-tier goblins, its gaze fierce. Slamming its warhammer to the ground, it growled, "If you wish to escape, you must first seek my hammer's consent." The silver-tier goblins were struck with a mixture of shock and rage. The Bonebreaker had truly lost its mind. It intended to drag them down with it. The dual-bladed goblin shouted, "Bonebreaker, have you lost your mind? Clear the path." The other silver-tier goblins also displayed fierce expressions. While Bonebreaker was formidable, they were no pushovers either. They were prepared to fight to the bitter end, if necessary. The situation was evidently escalating towards infighting. In the shadows, Qin Chuan calmly observed the unfolding drama. It would be most advantageous if these goblins engaged in combat. If they did not, it mattered not, as he could afford to let them be for the time being. As long as Bonebreaker was eliminated, the rewards from this encounter would be substantial. Bonebreaker understood this principle as well. Hence, it was imperative that it prevented these silver-tier goblins from escaping. A singular thought swirled in Bonebreaker's mind. I must offer a sacrifice immediately. From the onset of battle, Bonebreaker harbored the intention of seeking the aid of the Harbinger of Death to vanquish the invaders. Now, that desire had intensified to an extreme. Gripping its warhammer tightly, Bonebreaker charged forward, delivering several resounding blows that knocked the silver-tier goblins to the ground. This unexpected turn of events caught Qin Chuan off guard. Bonebreaker, a robust figure with pronounced features, was indeed resorting to deceit, launching a surprise attack on those unfortunate goblins. Such brutality was astonishing. In the next moment, Bonebreaker slashed its palm, allowing blood to drip onto the ground, raising its hands high above its head. Amidst the horrified gazes of the silver-tier goblins, it fervently proclaimed, "Harbinger of Death, I beseech your power. Please accept these souls as a gift." A tremendous surge of energy erupted in the valley. Dark mist surged from the corners, engulfing the fallen goblin corpses before advancing towards the silver-tier goblins. Although these goblins were still alive, it mattered little. The Harbinger of Death would intervene. The black mist surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the silver-tier goblins and consuming their very forms. As the mist pressed onward, it left behind the lifeless bodies of the goblins, their eyes bulging and unblinking. Before the Harbinger of Death, these silver-tier goblins were no more significant than ants. The dark mist coalesced around Bonebreaker, and an ancient, resounding voice echoed throughout the valley. "Goblin, Your offering is commendable. I'm quite pleased. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Chapter 82, Ascension, Dark Gold Tier. Qin Chuan anticipated Bonebreaker's sacrificial act, as it was an age-old tradition of the apocalypse. When faced with formidable opponents, one calls for reinforcements. And who better to summon than the ever-responsive harbinger of death? There was none. However, Qin Chuan did not expect Bonebreaker's sacrifice to occur so swiftly. Having just dispatched one silver-tier goblin, Bonebreaker had effortlessly eliminated the rest in one fell swoop. It was indeed absurd. It seemed that only one's own kind could be met with such ruthless treatment. Qin Chuan mused silently. With the harbinger of death summoned, any further assault on Bonebreaker would be impolite. Moreover, Qin Chuan was eager to see if the addition of over 3,000 goblins, along with a few silver-tier ones, could elevate Bonebreaker to the dark gold tier. The higher the tier, the greater the number of sacrifices required for ascension. Transitioning from gold to dark gold tier was no trivial feat. Perhaps the Bonebreaker had long since devised this final strategy, which is why it commanded the ordinary goblins to fight to the death. Sacrificing a portion would diminish the effectiveness of the ritual. Moreover, relying solely on the ordinary goblins proved insufficient. Their soul quality was too low to satisfy the death messenger. Thus, the Bonebreaker also included several silver-tier goblins. In its original plan, it was ideal if these creatures could assist in vanquishing the invaders. If that failed, they could still be used for sacrifice. However, when these silver-tier goblins attempted to flee the valley, the Bonebreaker was compelled to act prematurely, resulting in the earlier turn of events. Yet for Qin Chuan, none of this mattered. He gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Should the Bonebreaker successfully ascend, it would yield tremendous rewards. Even if it meant slaying fewer silver-tier goblins, the acquisition of just one useful dark gold piece of equipment would more than compensate for the losses, potentially leading to considerable gains. Moreover, as the Bonebreaker was a physical entity, any dropped equipment with strength attributes, as long as it was not plate armor, could be utilized by Qin Chuan. If it were a necklace or accessory, items that bear little weight, then it would be all the more perfect. And should it drop a skill book, the benefits would be extraordinary. This was a highly plausible scenario. After all, it was the first dark gold entity in the entire server, and it was only fitting that it would offer something remarkable. Additionally, within the realm of Apocalypse, the drop list not only includes the equipment and skills themselves, but also a selection of random drops. This random drop list encompasses, but is not limited to, equipment, items, and skill books. The guild token that Qin Chuan previously acquired fell into this category. Thus, he eagerly anticipated whether he might obtain some special loot this time around. As he contemplated this, the Bonebreaker's sacrificial ritual drew to a close, and the black mist, having devoured all the souls, converged into the Bonebreaker's form. Standing at 4 meters tall, the Bonebreaker's stature surged after inhaling the black mist, soaring to over 5 meters, with its limbs thickening noticeably. From a distance, it resembled a small mountain, exuding a palpable sense of weighty pressure. Alongside its physical transformation, the Bonebreaker's equipment also underwent an upgrade. The warhammer grew larger and heavier, and its armor became enshrouded in ominous white bones, glistening with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. Death Bonebreaker got a dark gold tier. Level 20. Health points 40,000,000. Attack 12,000. Defense 11,000. Skills: Ground Shatter, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Crush, Inspiring Aura, Death Command. Description: a goblin that transcends the limits of its bloodline under the baptism of death. For million health points. Attack and defense attributes exceeding 10,000. Such exaggerated attributes would require players at levels 20 or 30 to form multiple parties to contend with it, and carelessness could easily lead to disaster. Of course, the Bonebreaker's significant enhancement is also attributable to the blessings of the Death Messenger. It would not have achieved such outrageous attributes solely through its ascension to Dark Gold tier. The only silver lining is that the Bonebreaker's skill set did not undergo substantial changes, merely adding the skill of Death Command. Qin Chuan recalled that this skill had the power to resurrect the dead. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed the Bonebreaker thrusting its warhammer into the ground, dark energy seeping into the earth and surging towards the goblin corpses scattered about. Almost instantly, the lifeless goblins staggered to their feet, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, emitting a guttural hiss as they charged towards Qin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate valley was filled with the cacophony of the resurrected goblins. However, this resurrection was not one of true revival. The creatures retained none of their former consciousness, resembling more a horde of mindless undead. Their sole purpose was to assist the Bonebreaker in tearing apart its enemies. Qin Chuan was well prepared, unleashing a flurry of shadow, flying knives, and the rain of shadow erosion. Having lost their rationality, the resurrected goblins rushed forward heedlessly, completely oblivious to the toxic blood plague that awaited them, leading them to a second demise. Yet the Bonebreaker quickly issued another death command, raising the goblins once more. Qin Chuan, unfazed, sent forth another barrage of shadow flying knives coupled with the rain of shadow erosion. Their frail forms could not withstand such relentless infusions of energy, and their collapse was inevitable. Not even the corpses of the silver-tier goblins were spared, disintegrating into fragments, their original forms unrecognizable. Worthless debris, useless in life and death alike. The Bonebreaker spat in disdain, lifting its warhammer, eager to take matters into its own hands. Its power now reached unparalleled heights, and it anticipated tormenting its foes with glee. The Bonebreaker let out a maniacal laugh. Cowardly sneaking creature, your demise is at hand. With a thunderous crash, it launched itself into the air like a cannonball, traversing dozens of meters in an instant to appear directly above Qin Chuan. Its expression was a twisted blend of ferocity and confidence. Throughout the previous battle, it had been observing, meticulously deciphering the limits of its adversary's attack range. Initially, it had felt powerless. Even with its brave leap and charge, it could not approach. However, upon ascending to the dark gold tier, its foundational attributes soared, extending the reach of its brave leap and charge, now allowing it to close the distance to the sneaking foe. The Bonebreaker relished the thought of how the frail sneaking creature would withstand the might of its warhammer. More likely, a single blow would reduce the enemy to mere pulp. Perhaps I should temper my strength, lest I kill him outright. For how else could I savor his torment? So thought the Bonebreaker, just as it pondered how much force to apply to incapacitate without killing Qin Chuan. It suddenly perceived a swift motion. The intruder's speed surged by a staggering 30%, evading the range of its brave leap. The Bonebreaker remained unfazed. This had been anticipated, and it landed to initiate its charge. Let's see how that sneaking creature withstands this. Could Qin Chuan withstand it? Certainly. With a frenzied dash and a flicker, he effortlessly evaded the attack range, then waved casually at the Bonebreaker, nonchalantly activating his stealth. The Bonebreaker, calculating his data, realized that Qin Chuan was equally adept at strategizing. With the chase thwarted, the Bonebreaker's expression darkened. It anticipated that the enemy might hold back, yet it was utterly unprepared for the extent of the restraint displayed. The two displacement abilities were manageable, showing no significant changes. However, the disparity in running speed was exceedingly pronounced. Had that individual been moving at approximately 70% of their capacity all along, did they not fear being torn to shreds by over 3,000 goblins? Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The stalker's range of attack was limited, leaving room for opportunity. Then, the Bonebreaker observed a figure materialize 100 meters away. Almost instantaneously, a piercing sensation coursed through its body, causing its health to plummet dramatically to 143, 374. Weak spot attack. How careless! The stalker had cunningly concealed the true extent of their attack range. Chapter 83. First kill, Dark Gold. Even before the battle commenced, Qin Chuan had foreseen every conceivable scenario for this confrontation. Among these was the Bonebreaker's sacrificial act to achieve a tier advancement. Transitioning from gold to dark gold represents a significant elevation in life grade, endowing it with exceptionally high attributes. Thus, it was improbable that it would reveal all its trump cards at the outset. It certainly had some strategies concealed, limited by the insufficiency of skills. Qin Chuan had to approach the situation from alternative angles. Initially, he focused on attack range. With his current attributes, he could easily strike the enemy from 100 meters away with his shadow throwing knives. Yet, he refrained from such an approach, maintaining a distance of 50 to 60 meters from the onset. Before the Bonebreaker ascended, this distance was quite precarious, but it afforded him a secure means of evasion. Additionally, Qin Chuan deliberately curtailed his own mobility. Now that the Bonebreaker had advanced to dark gold, the ranges of its heroic leap and charge had expanded, allowing Qin Chuan to reveal his hidden cards. With a powerful stride, he dashed forth, leaving an afterimage, causing the overconfident Bonebreaker to miss its attack entirely. Subsequently, he unleashed a throwing knife from 100 meters away, not only ensuring his own absolute safety, but also doubling the damage inflicted. The damage surged from 50,000 to a staggering 100,000, a feat so extraordinary that the Bonebreaker could scarcely endure it. Furthermore, with the increase in distance, the damage from the poison blood plague also doubled, inflicting over 20,000 points of damage within a mere 5 seconds. The Bonebreaker's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Who exactly was this formidable enemy? It was their first encounter with a stalker capable of such an extensive attack range. Initially believing it had grasped the enemy's secrets, it was taken aback by the depth of the opponent as concealment. The Bonebreaker felt inclined to remark, with such an impressive range, why not be an archer instead of stalker? With such innate talent, one could easily ascend to the ranks of elite archers. However, upon further reflection, the Bonebreaker discerned the opponent's intent. If this adversary were indeed an archer, it could simply lock onto the target and pursue relentlessly, undoubtedly capable of catching up and eliminating them. It retained that confidence. Its legs, when put to use, were akin to a tempest. Yet, the enemy happened to be a stalker who could effortlessly vanish after striking, repositioning to a secure location before launching another assault. Unable to pierce through the opponent's stealth, the Bonebreaker was left with no choice but to remain stationary, passively enduring the onslaught. Even when in motion, it proves futile. The enemy operates from the shadows while I remain exposed. Regardless of my movements, they are rendered meaningless. Should I attempt to flee in the opposite direction, I would merely aid my opponent in creating a greater distance of safety. How cunning! The Bonebreaker lets out a deep sigh, utterly unprepared for such an illogical method of combat. Now, 2 choices lay before it. First, to fight to the bitter end and be toyed with until death. Second, to flee and face relentless pursuit until demise. Damn! Either way, it leads to death. The Bonebreaker's resolve crumbles. Yet Qin Chuan remains unfazed by the Bonebreaker's despair, unleashing the rain of shadow erosion and vanishing into stealth. 7,145. 7,145. Damage numbers incessantly rise above the Bonebreaker's head. The rain of shadow erosion does not benefit from a critical hit bonus, resulting in relatively low single-hit damage. However, its frequency of attacks is considerable. By the conclusion of 15 strikes, the total damage exceeds 100,000, coupled with the 2,000 damage from the plague of toxic blood. The total inflicted amounts to 300,000. With the Bonebreaker possessing merely 4 million health points, it could be vanquished in no more than 5 minutes. A sense of bewilderment washes over Qin Chuan. To dispatch a dark gold-level foe in 5 minutes, even if it is merely at level 20, is still an astonishing feat. In his previous life, he had only managed to solo dark gold-level enemies after reaching level 50, equipped with top-tier gear and countless consumables. Now, he accomplishes this at a mere dozen levels, and the process has been remarkably effortless. The synergy between the assassin and the sharpshooter yields results far exceeding his expectations. Indeed, assassins should engage from a distance. Melee combat is not their forte. The Bonebreaker experiences the depths of despair, unable to land a hit on its foe while suffering devastating blows in return. In the blink of an eye, its life flickers like a candle in the wind. Stop! The Bonebreaker roars. If you kill me, the hand of the dead will not spare you. Qin Chuan suddenly comprehends. So this incident is indeed being covertly orchestrated by the hand of the dead. Truly, as the primary antagonist of the first version, it lurks in every unforeseen corner. Initially believing the goblin invasion of Bailey City to be a mere struggle among the nobility, he has inadvertently ensnared a significant threat. As for the Bonebreaker's threats, Qin Chuan dismisses them entirely. Would sparing the Bonebreaker ensure that the hand of the dead would overlook him? Impossible. He has disrupted the goblins in the valley, thwarting the hand of the dead's plans. Resentment is inevitable. Moreover, Qin Chuan harbors no fear of the hand of the dead. If they possess the audacity, let them come and experience the taste of the shadow, throwing knives. Qin Chuan makes his stance clear through action. A single throwing knife decimating the Bonebreaker's health by over 100,000, officially reducing its health below 1 million. Just 3 more rounds of assault, and the Bonebreaker shall fall. The Bonebreaker is left bewildered. This foreigner exhibits no fear of the hand of the dead. Are they not the ones who boast of their infamous reputation, capable of instilling terror in others? Such utter nonsense, proving utterly ineffective. Humans are indeed sly, weaving falsehoods with such conviction as to deceive a goblin like me. The Bonebreaker reflects. It is too naive, believing the deceitful words of those humans. It brought its subordinates here, preparing to establish a foundation. Regrets linger from that initial decision. Stop. I surrender. The Bonebreaker cast aside its warhammer, raising both hands to display a white flag. At the same time, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding! You have triggered a choice quest. Please choose wisely. Option 1. Spare the Bonebreaker. Reward. Treasure of the Bonebreaker. Option 2. Slay the Bonebreaker and present its head to Lei Hu AO. Reward: 20 favorability points with Lei Hu AO, 100 reputation points in Bailey City. Does Qin Chuan need the Bonebreaker as treasure? Yes, yet not necessarily. While the treasure is undoubtedly invaluable, the equipment dropped by the now ascended dark gold level Bonebreaker is also of considerable worth. Why should Qin Chuan pursue distant gains when he could seize immediate ones? What if the Bonebreaker were to renege on its promise? It would be wiser to eliminate it and claim the bountiful spoils. Moreover, the first kill of a dark gold level enemy offers substantial rewards, including free attribute points and skill points, both of which Qin Chuan desperately requires. Upon reflection, it is evident that slaying the Bonebreaker yields greater benefits. A shadow erosion rain struck, taking away over 100,000 health points, signaling Qin Chuan's intent and plunging the Bonebreaker into despair. The enemy had no intention of allowing it to escape alive. The Bonebreaker lifted its foot, kicking the warhammer into the air and grasping it tightly. Even in death, it wished to fall with dignity. With a thunderous crash, the massive form of the Bonebreaker collapsed to the ground, the light in its eyes swiftly dimming. Ding! You have slain the level 20 dark gold level Bonebreaker, Gada, and earned 50,000 experience points. As it was a kill 5 levels above, an additional 25,000 experience points are granted. In total, 75,000 experience points were gained, propelling Qin Chuan's experience bar forward significantly. Although it did not suffice to reach level 16, it was still a commendable achievement to reach level 15, surpassing his expectations. What more could one ask for? This kill marked the first of its kind across the entire server, granting an extra reward of 200 free attribute points, 20 skill points, and 200 prestige points. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the dark gold level Bonebreaker. Let us remember their valiant deeds. Chapter 84. The Gift of the Harbinger of Death. Talent Upgrade Stone. The rewards for the first kill of a dark gold level enemy are incredibly generous. With 200 attribute points, even if evenly distributed among the 4 fundamental attributes, each would receive 50 points. Even though Qin Chuan has completed the hidden difficulty class advancement quest, far surpassing ordinary players in growth potential, such a substantial increase in attributes is equivalent to leveling up 4 or 5 times. Furthermore, there are 20 skill points, which are also highly valuable. Along with the previous surplus, Qin Chuan now possesses 22 skill points, allowing for further enhancement of his skills. His gains extend well beyond these. In this battle, over 3,000 goblins in the valley were annihilated, and the alien beast skulls were thoroughly enjoyed, accumulating over 30 evolution points in one go. Whether evolving Shadow Stealth to Dark Gold level, or selecting a skill to elevate to Golden level, significant enhancements await. And all of this does not yet account for the drops from the Bonebreaker itself. Beside the corpse of the Bonebreaker lay several dark golden orbs, a total of 6. The only blemish on this scene was the absence of any superior loot. No epic treasures have been dropped. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. One must learn to be content in life. The Bonebreaker had once offered its soul as a sacrifice to the Harbinger of Death, and now that it had met its demise, the Harbinger would soon arrive. Qin Chuan hastily advanced, gathering all the dark golden spoils into his possession. Subsequently, he stepped aside to await the arrival of the Harbinger. Soon, a thick black mist began to envelop the area. The Harbinger extracted the Bonebreaker's soul, its tone laced with disappointment. "Goblin, your performance has greatly disappointed me." Its blessing had elevated the creature to the dark golden tier, which was no small feat. Yet it had perished in the blink of an eye, catching even the Harbinger off guard. "You squandered your opportunity." The Bonebreaker's soul trembled incessantly, yearning to flee but finding itself ensnared. The Harbinger, visibly enraged, warned of dire consequences. The fate of its soul was likely to be grim. As the Harbinger absorbed the Bonebreaker's essence into the swirling black mist, it did not hasten to depart, but instead regarded Qin Chuan with a hint of admiration. "Ah, we meet again, little one. Your strength has grown swiftly. Perhaps we shall soon meet in a more meaningful encounter." Qin Chuan inwardly thought, "I have no desire to meet you." Who could forget that the Harbinger of Death took lives without a second thought? Should an actual meeting occur, it would undoubtedly end poorly if negotiations faltered. Yet, he maintained a facade of respect. "I look forward to it." The Harbinger remained silent for a moment before resuming. "To facilitate our future meeting, I have decided to present you with a gift." Qin Chuan's heart sank. Flattery without cause is rarely innocent. What intentions lay behind the Harbinger's words? Each time it appeared, it was either to accept sacrifices or to reap souls. Now, its tone suggested something akin to a casual rendezvous, tinged with a hint of expectation. Absurd. As he pondered, the black mist swirled and revealed an exquisitely crafted box before Qin Chuan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" Faintly, he could hear the Bonebreaker's wails echoing in the air. Its suffering was only just beginning. Contrary to his expectations, no explosion ensued. The box lay quietly on the ground. With this in mind, Qin Chuan felt no hesitation as he approached to grasp the box. Given the Harbinger's might, if it wished to play tricks, it would not need to resort to such elaborate means. If it wasn't a bomb, then it must indeed be a gift. Upon opening the box, his eyes were met with a gleaming crystal, radiating an ethereal brilliance. Talent Upgrade Stone, legendary item, capable of enhancing talent levels. Qin Chuan could hardly believe that a legendary item would arrive so suddenly and inexplicably, catching him completely off guard. His sniper talent had remained at level 1. It was not that Qin Chuan was unwilling to upgrade, but rather that the path to enhancement was fraught with difficulty. A talent upgrade stone was a legendary item. Where could he procure one? Yet, here was the Harbinger bestowing one upon him, leaving Qin Chuan in a state of bewilderment. This gift was of immense value, compelling him to contemplate the Harbinger's motives. However, despite his musings, he could not discern any logical explanation. Qin Chuan decided to cease his ponderings and directly utilized the talent upgrade stone. A notification chimed. Your talent level has increased. Level 12, God of Sniping 2. Effect 1. All ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit, and the damage type is converted to true damage. Effect 2. For every meter increased in distance from the target, damage escalates by 20. As Qin Chuan had initially anticipated, the elevation of the God of Sniping resulted in an augmentation of damage. If he were to elevate this talent to level 10, it would imply that for every meter he distanced himself from his target, the damage would amplify correspondingly. Qin Chuan gasped in astonishment. Under the enhancement of a level 10 God of Sniping, his damage inflicted from 1,000 meters would surge 1,000-fold. From 10,000 meters, the increase would be 10,000 times. Such an outrageous enhancement prompted Qin Chuan to suddenly confront a profound realization. Was the talent of the arrow god truly synonymous with that of the God of Sniping? If he genuinely possessed the talent of the God of Sniping, it would seem that in his past life, he would have never had the opportunity to supplant him. He would have been shot down the moment he took flight, leaving no chance to close the distance. Despite Qin Chuan being one of the top 10 experts globally at that time, he would still have been unable to withstand such damage. Thus, where did this God of Sniping talent originate? Qin Chuan contemplated in silence. It seemed to be related to the arrow god, yet not entirely derived from him. He vaguely sensed that his reincarnation entailed a more profound clash. Perhaps he could delve further into the realm of shadow powers. However, that was a matter for another time. Overthinking at present would yield little benefit. Self-improvement was the paramount path. Otherwise, no amount of speculation would provide validation. Soon, Qin Chuan's mind settled. He did not hasten to clear the battlefield. Instead, he prepared to examine the dark gold-tier spoils that had dropped. Upon his first glance, his heart raced with excitement. It was indeed this item. Token of the Overlord, dark gold-tier item. Effect: equipment wear requirements are reduced by 10 levels, becoming effective upon placement in the backpack. The description was succinct, yet the effect was formidable. A reduction of 10 levels in equipment requirements meant that at his current level of 15, Qin Chuan could don equipment up to level 25. With his present capabilities, soloing posed no challenge whatsoever. What did it matter if they were level 25? He could dispatch them effortlessly. Acquiring the token of the Overlord meant that if the Bone Crusher yielded equipment suitable for him, he could equip it immediately without waiting until he reached level 20. The disparity contained within this was not trivial. It could be said that this item significantly alleviated Qin Chuan's pressing concerns. His soloing prowess was exceedingly strong, yet the higher levels made it difficult to utilize the equipment he looted, resulting in considerable frustration. But now, with the token of the Overlord, he need no longer worry about such issues and could confidently engage in battles. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, the token of the Overlord would still hold value. In fact, its worth would only increase as time progressed. Chapter 85, The Warrior's Medal. Upon extracting the token of the Overlord as his first find, Qin Chuan felt that fortune was finally on his side. His backpack was filled with equipment he could not utilize. And this time, surely luck would turn in his favor. Not to mention, with the Bone Crusher being a physical entity, the probability of dropping magical equipment would be significantly lower. With the Sovereign's token secured within the Baron's ring, Qin Chuan gleefully examined his second spoils. Earth Dragon Lining, Dark Gold Grade, Defense 300, Health 3000, Strength 80, Level Requirement 20. Special Effect 1, Buffer Physical damage received is reduced by 20. Special effect 2. Dragon Blood. All attributes 20. From the golden grade onward, equipment possesses additional attributes. Upon reaching dark gold grade, the supplementary attributes can be as many as 2. The effects are not fixed. Some merely enhance attributes, while others confer special effects. Indeed, certain dark gold grade equipment even comes with innate skills, showcasing a plethora of variations. In a past life, a player managed to assemble a full set of gear with drop effects, unleashing a storm of meteors, hail, and lightning upon their foes, a sight of sheer magnificence. This Earth Dragon lining, with its first effect being a special effect that proportionally reduces physical damage, is an exemplary piece for a tank. Although it is light armor and lacks the defense of heavy armor, one must not judge equipment solely on superficial statistics. The actual effects must be considered. The reduction offered by buffer compensates for some of the defensive disparity, even providing greater toughness. Furthermore, when the apocalypse descends upon reality and players' equipment restrictions are lifted, this lining can be worn beneath heavy armor. It can be said that, absent superior alternatives, this piece of gear could serve adequately until levels 30 or 40. The second effect of the Earth Dragon lining is its attribute enhancement, a rare increase to all attributes, equating to a formidable 80 points. Qin Chuan donned it immediately, witnessing his attributes surge instantaneously. His health soared to an impressive 6910. When combined with the shield from the Heart of the Mountains ring and the damage reduction from buffer, Qin Chuan's effective health exceeded 10,000. For an assassin, possessing over 10,000 effective health would surely evoke envy among warrior players, who, clad in heavy armor and wielding shields, will be hard-pressed to withstand such resilience. The Sovereign's token and the Earth Dragon lining filled Qin Chuan with an even greater sense of joy. It felt as though his hardships were finally yielding sweet rewards. After having encountered an abundance of magical equipment, his morale had been somewhat tested. Seizing the moment, he turned his attention to the third item in his trove. Bone-crushing Warhammer, dark gold grade, two-handed weapon, attack power 2000, strength 100, level requirement 20, strength 300. Special effect 1. Armor piercing. Attacks ignore 30 points of the target's defense. Special effect 2. Heavy strike. When the target's strength is less than his own, it inflicts an additional 15 damage. To his astonishment, a weapon had dropped. Not only were its base attributes exceptionally high, but the two special effects provided a substantial boost to damage. Armor piercing enhances damage, while heavy strike further amplifies it. When these effects are combined, the resulting damage becomes exceedingly formidable. Qin Chuan could assert without exaggeration that this weapon would remain relevant even at levels 30 or 40. It is worth noting that ordinary players seldom have access to dark gold grade equipment. Indeed, not only dark gold, but even silver grade gear is a rarity for them. A 30-level silver weapon's attributes would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of a 20-level dark gold weapon. Let us not even mention those two exquisite attributes. Alas, while this equipment is indeed remarkable, it is of no use to Qin Chuan. Of course, if he were to forcefully increase his strength, he could reach a total of 300 points, but such an endeavor is unnecessary. He lacks no damage, Qin Chuan mused. One could foresee that once this item is available, players of strength-based classes would surely lose sleep over it, desiring it yet unable to afford it. The frustration is palpable. It is somewhat regrettable to have acquired an unusable piece of equipment, yet Qin Chuan paid it little mind. After all, the Bone Crusher had dropped a staggering 6 pieces of loot, and he had only examined 3 thus far. Setting the Bone Crusher's Warhammer aside, Qin Chuan continued to inspect the next prize. To conclude succinctly, it is usable. Special Effect 1. Valor. Damage dealt increased by 15. Special Effect 2. Fearlessness. Damage received reduced by 15. An increase in both damage and defense. Truly exceptional. Qin Chuan wore a somewhat peculiar expression. He suddenly felt a twinge of injustice for the demise of the Bone Crusher. It just so happened that it encountered Qin Chuan, a man capable of inflicting true damage. The Bone Crusher's proud defense was rendered utterly ineffective in the face of the Sharpshooter-esque talent. Had any other player attacked the Bone Crusher, it would have been akin to a mere tickle. One could only say that the Bone Crusher was rather unfortunate. Pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan retrieved the Bone Crusher's Warhammer from his backpack. It was slightly heavy, yet still manageable. He swung it a couple of times, and a voice echoed in his mind. 80, 80, 80. As an assassin, he must maintain an air of mystery and elegance. He could not be seen lumbering about with a hammer like those brutish fellows. It simply did not suit him. With 3 out of 4 pieces of equipment being usable, he felt quite elated. He resumed his examination of the loot. The conclusion: it is usable, albeit not particularly practical. Goblin Warrior Bloodline Factor, dark gold grade item. Effect, upon use, gain the Goblin Warrior Bloodline, growth value 2. Please note, the use of this item will result in a permanent alteration of the character's appearance. Please choose wisely. In the world of the apocalypse, there are countless races, some strong and others weak. The most intuitive way to gauge strength is by examining the potency of their bloodline. The bloodline strength of a common goblin is exceedingly low, ranking at the bottom of the apocalypse. However, upon advancing to a goblin warrior, their strength becomes considerably formidable, roughly at the mid-tier level across the continent. Players can absorb bloodline factors to gain corresponding powers, but they must also contend with the ensuing consequences. For instance, upon utilizing this goblin warrior bloodline factor, one would begin to take on the appearance of a goblin. If one were to assimilate too many factors, they might even transform entirely into a goblin warrior. Previously, Qin Chuan had encountered a blood baron in the novice village, whose related quests provided bloodline factors. Bloodlines are something every player must strive to acquire, as they directly impact combat prowess. However, it is not a matter to be approached recklessly. Qin Chuan had no desire to become a goblin. A resounding no. Even the prospect of interacting with a female knight could not outweigh the adverse effects of transforming into a goblin. Moreover, given his capabilities, he could undoubtedly obtain a higher-tier bloodline factor, such as that of a dragon. Alternatively, there are certain legendary races. As for the goblin bloodline factor, it is best left to those destined to possess it. Chapter 86, Dark Gold, Level Shadow Stealth. Golden Level Shadow Dagger. Having stored the Goblin Warrior Bloodline factor in his backpack, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the last piece of loot, a crystal. Skill Upgrade Stone, Dark Gold Level. Capable of elevating a Golden Level skill to Dark Gold Level. In the realm of Apocalypse, player skills are not static. They can not only increase in level, but also in grade. Relatively speaking, leveling up is a simpler task. Even without skill points, one can enhance proficiency by repetitively casting, ultimately leading to a level increase. However, elevating the grade is considerably more complex. The Skull of the Bizarre Beast is one such item. The dilemma lies in its uniqueness. Having acquired the beast skull, Qin Chuan effectively precluded other players from obtaining it. Such items with similar effects are exceedingly rare throughout the entire world of Apocalypse. To elevate skill grades, players primarily rely on various grade skill upgrade stones. While these stones vary in grade, they share a commonality. They can only enhance skills of one grade lower. For instance, a black iron level skill upgrade stone can only elevate a common level skill, whereas a silver level stone can upgrade a black iron level skill, and so forth. This process is both time-consuming and laborious, heavily dependent on luck. To be candid, had it not been for the bizarre beast skull, Qin Chuan would have found himself vexed by the sight of this dark gold level skill upgrade stone. Aside from Shadow Stealth, his only golden level skill was the Plague of Poison Blood. However, the situation now presented itself as fortuitous. Previously, Qin Chuan was deliberating on how to allocate his 30-odd evolution points. Should he continue to enhance Shadow Stealth, seek to evolve another skill to golden level, or evolve the Reign of Dark Erosion? Each option promised significant improvements, making the decision challenging. Now, he no longer needed to agonize over it. By utilizing the upgrade stone, he could elevate Shadow Stealth to Dark Gold level, and then use the evolution points to advance the Shadow Dagger to Golden level. As for the Plague of Poison Blood, being a universal skill, it held a relatively lower priority, so Qin Chuan decided to set it aside for the time being. At present, his Golden level Plague of Poison Blood was already capable of clearing ordinary minor foes. In combat, it served merely as an enhancement. The true sources of damage remained the Shadow Dagger and the Reign of Dark Erosion. The Reign of Dark Erosion, already at Golden level, would unlock skill traits. However, evolving it to Dark Gold level would not yield a remarkable enhancement. It would be more prudent to elevate the Shadow Dagger, unlocking traits to augment its damage output. Furthermore, the Shadow Dagger has a short cooldown, allowing for greater overall damage output. As for the initial skill, Shadow Strike, being a ranged assassin, Qin Chuan found no need for melee skills. He had never once employed it since the server's launch, and enhancing the tier skill would not improve this particular skill. Its cost-effectiveness was simply too low. Gathering his focus, Qin Chuan took the upgrade stone in hand and used it directly. Ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded to Dark Gold. Shadow Stealth 5, Dark Gold level, enters stealth state, dealing an additional attack power 200-8000 damage with the first strike, consuming 30 mana. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Feature, Stealth Mode increases movement speed by 30. Invincible, utterly invincible. Not to mention the staggering damage multiplier. Even if fixed damage values are enough to leave one astounded. Even without triggering the Sniper S talent, Qin Chuan can effortlessly annihilate ordinary monsters in a single strike. Moreover, the reduction in cooldown allows him to unleash even more devastating hidden strikes. He mused that perhaps he had gone a bit overboard. It is worth noting that he possesses the sniper talent, which, under the generous bestowal of the Harbinger of Death, has been upgraded, doubling the damage enhancement. Now, with the enhancement of Shadow Stealth, both effects combined result in a significant leap in output. Given his current attributes, at a distance of 50 meters, the damage dealt by the Shadow Flying Dagger is an astonishing 167,849. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Previously, at a distance of 100 meters, he could barely inflict a damage of 140,000, which was already an outrageous figure, leaving even the Bone Crusher questioning its existence. Now, with the distance halved, the damage not only remains unscathed, but actually escalates. To share this would surely drop jaws in disbelief. The gift from the Harbinger of Death is truly invaluable. Qin Chuan thought. He understood that to achieve such damage, merely relying on the ascension of Shadow Stealth was insufficient. The primary enhancement stemmed from the sniper talent. While he was uncertain of the Harbinger of Death's intentions, it was evident that, for Qin Chuan, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Setting aside his joy, Qin Chuan took out the skull of a beast. The Shadow Flying Dagger, a skill that had accompanied him through countless battles, deserved to be celebrated. What? You say it has been less than a day since the server opened? Ding! The Shadow Flying Dagger has evolved. Quality enhanced from ordinary black iron. Ding! The Shadow Flying Dagger has evolved. Quality enhanced from black iron to bronze. Ding! The Shadow Flying Dagger has evolved. Quality enhanced from bronze to silver. Ding! The Shadow Flying Dagger has evolved. Quality enhanced from silver to gold. Ding! Your professional skill has evolved to gold level. Unlocking skill characteristics. Shadow Flying Dagger 1, gold level. Creates energy daggers using shadow energy, inflicting attack power 230, damage, consuming 20 mana, cooldown time 6 seconds. Feature, upon hitting the target, it bounces to attack up to 5 targets within a 15-meter range. The effect aligns with Qin Chuan's predictions, exhibiting a bouncing effect. It is important to note that the bounce damage does not benefit from the hidden strike enhancement. Only the initial damage does. Nevertheless, under the blessings of the sniper talent, the bounce damage remains formidable. Furthermore, with the bouncing effect, should Qin Chuan encounter several targets simultaneously, he can engage in more efficient farming. Triggering the plague of poison blood through bounces inflicts considerable damage. Another distinction is that the Shadow Flying Dagger does not possess fixed damage values. As compensation, the Shadow Flying Dagger boasts a higher attack multiplier. However, considering that the Shadow Assassin class features an additional increase in hidden strike damage, the damage output of Shadow Stealth will be superior under equivalent levels and grades. Hence, it is evident that Shadow Stealth is the true core skill of this class. This is precisely why Qin Chuan had previously focused on enhancing Shadow Stealth. On one hand, there is considerable damage. On the other, there is safety. To be candid, had it not been for Shadow Stealth, he would not have been able to accomplish such feats with such ease. The ability to remain undetected, combined with infinite stealth, has enabled him to achieve his current success. The remaining evolution points, Qin Chuan decided to temporarily conserve. If he acquires any range skills, he can utilize the evolution points then. With 22 skill points remaining, he resolved to enhance Shadow Stealth further. It is never excessive to strengthen core skills. He expended 5 skill points to elevate Shadow Stealth to level 56. He spent 6 skill points to advance it to level 67. He consumed 7 skill points to upgrade it to level 78. Shadow Stealth 8, Dark Gold grade enters Stealth state, delivering an additional attack power 200 to 12,800 damage with a critical strike, consuming 30 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Trait, in Stealth state, movement speed increases by 30. On the very first day of the server launch, not only did he possess a Dark Gold grade skill, but he also elevated it to level 8. Even Qin Chuan himself found it excessive. Was there no consideration for other players? Oh, and he still had 200 free attribute points. How outrageous. It was simply too much. Chapter 87. 3 sentences that cost Long Tung Tian Xia 5 million. Distributing the 200 attributes evenly across the 4 dimensions. Qin Chuan's stats reached an astonishing level. Attributes: Strength 165 to 205, Constitution 130 to 120, Agility 481 to 165, Spirit 139 to 20. Even without equipment bonuses, all 4 dimensions exceeded 100. Qin Chuan could assert without exaggeration that even if the apocalypse were to descend immediately, he would experience no discomfort in merging with his character. Such an extraordinarily advantageous start was far superior to anything he had in his previous life, exceeding it by more than tenfold. In his previous life, he did not possess such absurd stats at level 15. After examining the dark gold-grade loot, Qin Chuan strolled around the valley, collecting several pieces of silver-grade loot, all of which were level 15 equipment. Unfortunately, they were all mage-oriented items. Qin Chuan was left speechless. Had he unwittingly disturbed the nest of magic equipment? Had he known, he would have attacked that dual dagger goblin first. In addition to the silver-grade loot, he also gathered over 30 pieces of ordinary-grade equipment, all of which he took. Subsequently, he severed the head of the Bonebreaker, completing the battlefield cleanup. Once everything was finished, Qin Chuan noticed a message from Long Tong Tianxia in his friends list. Big shot. Where did you buy your hacks? Can you share? It was no surprise that Long Tong Tianxia asked this, as he was struggling to comprehend the situation. Who levels up like this? In less than half an hour, he had soared from level 12 to 15. Was this leveling up or riding a rocket? Faced with such an incomprehensible reality, Long Tong Tianxia was compelled to ponder a question. Did Yi Yushun truly have hacks? Of course, deep down, he did not believe that Yi Yushun was cheating, for he understood some insider information, knowing that the game had an exceptionally high security level, and hackers from around the globe had attempted to infiltrate it, all of whom had failed without exception. To suggest that Tianqi possesses an unfair advantage would be an understatement. Rather, one might prefer to believe that Longting Tianxia is merely in a state of confusion. Yet it is precisely this bewilderment that renders him incapable of comprehending the astonishing leveling speed of Yushun. Is this rational? Not in the slightest. Indeed, during their prior collaboration in leveling, Yushun had demonstrated remarkable prowess in mass monster slaying, utilizing a skill known as Toxic Blood Plague, which propelled their party up by 8 levels in one fell swoop. However, the caveat lies in the limitations of that skill, which has a confined area of effect. Unless the monsters foolishly cluster together, it is implausible for the infection to spread indefinitely. Moreover, to achieve such an elevation in levels, one would need to vanquish at least 2,000 or 3,000 monsters. Such a grand spectacle would leave most spectators weak in the knees, let alone engaging in combat. Was Yushun not apprehensive? Qin Chuan was well aware that Longting Tianxia was merely jesting and paid little heed to it. Longting Tianxia remarked, "The expert truly has a keen eye. I just finished grinding and am now preparing to head to Bailey City." Moments later, he sent another message. By the way, esteemed expert, do you have any advice regarding class advancement? After reaching level 10, Longting Tianxia did not hastily exit the novice village. Instead, he opted to clear a dungeon and upgrade his equipment. Given that Yushun had some free time, it was a perfect opportunity to inquire about class advancement. Longting Tianxia was instantly filled with reverence. The fact that the expert shared such invaluable information with him was exceedingly generous. While leveling, he had also been attentive to external developments. The phenomenon of Tianqi had swept across the globe, with an increasing number of players joining the fray. In forums, even the slightest piece of valuable information could fetch tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Yet, relevant information was scarce, as most players remained at relatively low levels. Among the intel Longting Tianxia had gathered, there was no mention of quest integration. In other words, this was Yushun's exclusive secret. In gratitude, Longting Tianxia promptly declared, "Esteemed expert, this information is far too precious. I shall have Xiaoxue transfer 5 million to you. Please do not refuse. It is a token of my appreciation." Before long, Qin Chuan received a notification from Tianqi indicating that 5 million had been deposited into his virtual account. He paused for a moment, perplexed. He had not explicitly requested anything. So how had he received 5 million? Soon, the realization dawned upon him. The information he had casually mentioned was a commonplace aspect from his previous life. After all, during that time, the details regarding class advancement had been thoroughly excavated, complete with a comprehensive process for players to follow. However, at this current juncture, there were scarcely any players at level 10, let alone those who had uncovered the hidden nuances of advancement quests. The information he had imparted to Longting Tianxia would undoubtedly spare him considerable detours, the value of which was immeasurable. With this understanding, Qin Chuan regained his composure. As the saying goes, a gentleman earns wealth through honorable means. Should he desire to profit, he would pursue it with integrity. This 5 million, if viewed as Longting Tianxia's payment for information, was indeed fitting. Qin Chuan calculated that he had accumulated several million Yanguo coins from Longting Tianxia, in addition to over 200 gold coins, bringing the total value to over 10 million. After conversing briefly with Longting Tianxia, Qin Chuan was about to close the chat window when he received a message from Shuezhong Yijiangxia. Esteemed one, I am on the verge of reaching level 10. Are you at the shop? I wish to discuss matters regarding the guild order. Shuezhong Yijiangxia, currently at level 9, would be leveling up within a couple of hours. The Bear King, being of bronze rank, had already begun to exert considerable pressure on him. It was simply absurd that the Night Wanderer had soloed a dark gold-level opponent. Initially, Qin Chuan thought that achieving such a feat against a gold-level adversary was the pinnacle of skill, yet this breakthrough was astonishing. Qin Chuan found himself in a quandary. It was not due to any other reason, but the fact that his fighting style was inimitable. Even if he were to divulge his techniques to Shuezhong Yijiangxia, the latter would struggle to replicate them. Shuezhong Yijiangxia was rendered speechless. Understanding a profound truth is one thing, but embodying it is a far greater challenge. The attributes were not merely for show. The high offense, defense, and health were complemented by rapid attack and movement speeds. For the average player, merely avoiding a couple of hits was already a considerable achievement, let alone emerging unscathed. A flicker of realization dawned upon Shuezhong Yijiangxia. Perhaps this was precisely why the esteemed ones were celebrated as such. He chose not to dwell further on this matter and exchanged a few pleasantries before immersing himself back into the grind of leveling up. After a brief wait, confirming there were no new messages, Qin Chuan decisively closed the chat window and swiftly made his way towards Bailey City. He couldn't help but wonder what expression Lei Huao would wear upon seeing the head of the Bonebreaker. Chapter 88. The Girl Who Assembles Rockets. The return journey was remarkably smooth, the only issue being the distance. Even with the additional speed boost from his stealth state, the journey of several dozen kilometers still took over an hour before he neared Bailey City. Unlike his journey to the Gathering, he could now effortlessly dispatch wild creatures along the way without worrying about interrupting the meeting. However, the efficiency of leveling could not compare to that in the valley. Taking down over 3,000 goblins in one go was a rare occurrence, for which Qin Chuan was grateful to the Bonebreaker. Were it not for the relentless challenge it posed to the goblins, he would not have acquired such immense experience points. Thus, he continued his journey, stopping intermittently, and soon the silhouette of Bailey City appeared on the horizon. At this point, the number of wild monsters diminished significantly. Qin Chuan pressed onward without hesitation. But just as he took a few steps, frantic shouts pierced the air. Watch out. Clear the way. Oh no, there are always schemers intent on causing trouble. Qin Chuan instinctively hurled a shadow dagger, striking the swiftly flying rocket with precision. Boom! A burst of flames lit up the sky. Qin Chuan became alert, scanning his surroundings. To his knowledge, Bailey City bore a medieval European aesthetic, with little to no research on firearms. Thus, the origin of this rocket posed a pressing question. Connecting the earlier warning with the current predicament, Qin Chuan surmised he had encountered other players. Since the server opened a mere few hours ago, ordinary players might still be tirelessly hunting rabbits, but those in the first echelon with hidden classes had already begun to reach level 10, and it was inevitable that some would choose Bailey City as their destination. Moreover, with the name of his shop prominently displayed, the quantity would indeed exceed the norm. The profession capable of manufacturing rockets must be that of a mechanic, Qin Chuan mused. As he pondered, a slender figure emerged in the distance, a female player. I hope I didn't hurt you just now, she said apologetically, bowing slightly in a gesture of contrition. Qin Chuan assessed that her attack was likely unintentional. Glancing at her username above her head, he recognized her as Ji Xing. Though he had a fleeting recollection, he could not recall her fully. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan replied, "Iem fine." He prepared to depart, only to be halted by her call. The young woman scrutinized him from head to toe, tilting her head in contemplation, her expression brightening with a hint of surprise as she uncertainly inquired, "Night Wanderer, is that you?" Qin Chuan grew wary. He had not revealed his character's name, so how did she recognize him? Was she perhaps stalking him? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a shrill scream pierced the air. "Idol, I finally see you." Ji Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling an avid fan. Qin Chuan tentatively asked, "You know me?" The moment the words left his lips, he felt they were somewhat superfluous. With so many first kill announcements, even a novice player would likely have heard of his illustrious name. Ji Xing, having reached level 10 at this juncture, must also be among the early players, so it was improbable she was unaware of his reputation. Without overthinking, Ji Xing quickly replied, "Of course I know about your fame, great one." She then appeared a bit bashful, drawing circles with her toes on the ground, and eagerly asked, "Could we become friends?" Suddenly, Qin Chuan recalled who this player was. In his previous life, she ranked 27th among the world's top players and was renowned as the #1 mechanic, famous for her ascension through mechanical prowess. Ji Xing. If it was indeed her, then her ability to craft rockets was hardly surprising. However, it was evident that Ji Xing had yet to reach the heights of her former self and was still a fledgling in this realm. After they became friends, Qin Chuan inquired, "The rocket you used earlier, was that your professional skill?" Ji Xing's delicate face then revealed a hint of distress as she lamented, "Great one. I've tried various methods, but I still can't stabilize the rocket's trajectory. Do you have any advice?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. Was this not akin to a desperate attempt to seek help? What could an assassin possibly know about the skills of a mechanic? Yet, fortuitously, he did have knowledge on the matter. He casually suggested, "Just add a magical crow's tail feather to the crafting materials. That type of material has a stabilizing effect on flight trajectories." Ji Xing appeared puzzled, questioning, "Can the tail feather withstand the scorching flames of the rocket?" Qin Chuan chuckled. In the real world, that would indeed be implausible. However, this was the world of apocalypse, rife with mysterious forces. Not only could it withstand scorching, but even the bodies of top-tier monsters could endure nuclear explosions. "Just give it a try, and you'll find out," Qin Chuan assured. The magical crow was a relatively common monster, appearing in various regions of apocalypse. With a swift glance, Qin Chuan noticed several enchanted crows perched on a nearby branch. Gazing at the scenery, "It's you," he thought, raising his hand and sending them skyward with a shadowy flying dagger. A family should remain united and whole. He approached, plucking a tail feather and handing it to Ji Xing. "Give it a try." Ji Xing eagerly accepted the feather, rummaging through her backpack to produce a myriad of materials. After a flurry of activity, a rocket projectile, approximately half a meter in length, took shape in her hands. Qin Chuan felt a surge of respect. Crafting a rocket by hand. Impressive. Moments later, the rocket was fully formed, and without pausing, Ji Xing proceeded to assemble a launch platform. Qin Chuan instinctively leaned back in a tactical maneuver. Whoa! Whoosh! The rocket, trailing flames, soared into the sky. Boom! A brilliant explosion erupted as an unsuspecting rabbit, leisurely grazing, was sent into the air, landing as a roasted delicacy. It was both tantalizing and, dare he say, rather cruel. Ji Xing discarded the launcher and leapt onto Qin Chuan, brimming with excitement. "I did it. It really worked." Qin Chuan raised his hands in resignation. "You should come down first." Realizing her exuberance, Ji Xing hastily descended, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Soon, she composed herself and said, "Thank you so much, esteemed one. Without your guidance, I wouldn't know how long I'd be researching." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I merely observed someone conducting similar experiments. There's no need for excessive gratitude." Yet, Ji Xing disagreed, insisting that true masters should not be so humble. After a brief exchange, Ji Xing suddenly shrieked, "Oh no, I still need to complete my professional advancement task." Turning to Qin Chuan, she exclaimed, "I'll come find you once I'm done." Qin Chuan was perplexed. How could someone so impetuous possibly excel as a mechanic? Isn't the profession all about precision? Chapter 89. Lei Hua Ao yet to rest, Ji Xing burst in with fervor and exited just as swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Qin Chuan paid it little mind. Such was her nature. He had encountered similar personalities in his past life. Their chance meeting was merely a fleeting interlude, yet it sparked a realization within Qin Chuan. He remembered an array of top-tier players, some with exquisite skills and others with exceptional talents. While a portion may belong to established guilds, many remained obscured among the masses, gradually emerging through trials and tribulations. Perhaps he could recruit a few of them. Qin Chuan understood that solitary adventurers have their limits. As players progressed to the mid to late stages, forming guilds for mutual support became essential. However, the encounter with Ji Xing inspired notion. Just because ordinary players fell short didn't mean the elite would as well. Moreover, he recalled numerous critical insights that could propel the top 100 experts of his past life to new heights, surpassing their previous achievements. This would not only amplify their support, but also enable Qin Chuan to advance further. It was a mutually beneficial scenario. At the very least, when divine forces descended, a multitude charging forth in righteous fury would yield a vastly different outcome compared to a solitary soul rushing and unarmed. With this thought, Qin Chuan began to strategize. The subsequent plan to dig for opportunities seemed poised to accomplish two goals with a single stroke. Listening to the distant echoes of explosions, Qin Chuan smiled faintly and continued his journey towards Bailey City. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and the city lay in slumber. Yet guards remained vigilant at the city gates. "Halt! Who goes there?" The guard's tone was stern. They had heard the explosions outside, which made them somewhat apprehensive. With an unfamiliar person approaching, they had refrained from drawing their weapons, which was a show of leniency. Without engaging in idle chatter, Qin Chuan produced the token of instructor Lei Huaio. The guards' expressions underwent a complete transformation, their voices softening. Ah, it is a friend of instructor Lei. Please come in. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Chuan handed over 2 silver coins, saying, "Brother, you've worked hard. Use this for tea." The guards' faces brightened, displaying a camaraderie that suggested they wished they had met sooner. Ding. Guard A's favorability increased by 10. Ding. Guard B's favorability increased by 10. The notifications chimed. But Qin Chuan merely glanced at them and chose not to dwell on it. In the future, if he encountered these 2 guards again, he would not even need to present his token. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan inquired, "Is Instructor Lei in the city?" He carried with him the head of the Bonebreaker and needed to submit his task promptly. Adopting a serious demeanor, he lowered his voice. "I have urgent matters to report to Instructor Lei concerning the safety of Bailey City. My departure from the city was at the behest of Instructor Lei's secret order. Regardless of whether Lei Huaio was asleep or not, he had to trigger the task today." Guard A immediately grew tense. "Is that so? Please follow me. I shall take you to Instructor Lei at once." Instructor Lei Huaio was not sleeping soundly. Increasing evidence indicated that the number of goblins appearing outside the city had surpassed the normal alert threshold. Just as he had finally settled down, he heard the butler's voice echo from outside. "Sir, a guard has arrived with a foreigner, claiming there is an urgent situation to report." In an instant, Lei Huaio sat up, hurriedly dressing and opening the door to the butler. "Take them to the study immediately." Soon, Lei Huaio was face to face with Qin Chuan in the study. Without delay, Qin Chuan retrieved the head of the Bonebreaker from his backpack. "Instructor, please take a look." For an ordinary person, witnessing such a scene in the dead of night might have left them trembling. To be roused from their slumber and greeted without even a pleasantry, only to have a severed head presented before them. What a peculiar encounter. However, Lei Huaio, seasoned by experience, was not easily intimidated. He scrutinized the head for a moment, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Despite its demise, the fierce countenance of the Bonebreaker still exuded a formidable presence that weighed heavily on Lei Huaio's psyche. This was undoubtedly a fearsome adversary. Moreover, judging by the size of the head, its owner must have stood around 4 to 5 meters tall. Such a stature indicated considerable strength. Após closer inspection, Lei Huaio's astonishment deepened. This was indeed the head of Goblin, a goblin towering 4 to 5 meters high. Lei Huaio's emotions surged, and a name escaped his lips, his voice hoarse and strained. The Bonebreaker. Could this truly be the Bonebreaker? He had just received news that a formidable goblin was advancing towards Bailey City. It is said that the Goblin clan boasts a renowned warrior, known as the Bone Crusher, who delights in crafting goblets from the skulls of his adversaries. However, upon turning around, he was startled to find the very head of the Bone Crusher before him. Qin Chuan inquired curiously, did Instructor Lei encounter the Bone Crusher before? This question effectively acknowledged that the head he possessed indeed belonged to the infamous warrior. Lei Huaio shook his head, responding, "I have not seen him, or rather, I have yet to have the opportunity. I only received pertinent information during the day and intended to consult you, but you were not in the city." Qin Chuan thought to himself how fortuitous this was. Since Lei Huaio was aware of the Bone Crusher, it would facilitate their efforts in securing the quest's reward. Who said one could not claim a reward without having accepted the task? Qin Chuan promptly recounted the battle in the valley with vivid detail, emphasizing how resolutely he believed he could turn the tide and ultimately vanquish the ascended Bone Crusher. Lei Huaio rubbed his temples, as if he had just grasped an astonishing revelation. "Are you suggesting that the Bone Crusher performed a death sacrifice and ascended?" His expression was one of utter astonishment. He had anticipated the prowess of this foreigner, but had not expected such extraordinary strength. The Bone Crusher, upon ascending, had reached the dark gold tier, and even he feared he would not stand a chance against such a foe. Yet this foreigner had managed to defeat him. Who exactly is this individual? It seemed that even the illustrious Edith did not exhibit such remarkable prowess. Regaining his composure, Lei Huaio remarked, "Young brother, your capabilities truly leave me in awe." Qin Chuan smiled silently. This was the transformation that came with demonstrating one's strength, as evidenced by Lei Huaio addressing him as young brother. Nevertheless, friendship aside, the reward must not be diminished. Clearing his throat, Qin Chuan replied, "Instructor Lei, you flatter me. It is the duty of all to safeguard the safety of Bailey City, and I trust that the generous lord of the city will not disregard the valiant." Lei Huaio understood the implication immediately and responded, "Is it not fortuitous? Earlier today, I reported to the Lord about the Bone Crusher, and he expressed that should anyone slay this beast, they would undoubtedly be granted a most generous reward. Chapter 90. I am here to compensate you for the difference. Lei Huaao had been troubled by the goblin situation, yet Qin Chuan presented him with a grand gift by eliminating the leading bone crusher. As for the rewards, that was a matter for the Lord to deliberate. His role was merely to report the circumstances. With this in mind, Lei Huaao steadied his thoughts and assured, "Fear not, brave warrior. Your exceptional contribution will not go unrewarded by the Lord." With a shift in tone, he tactfully added, "However, it may be too late to disturb the Lord's rest at this hour." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Instructor Lei is right. It would be prudent to wait until dawn before seeking an audience with the Lord. It was currently around 3 in the morning within the game, and rousing Lei Huaao at this hour was already pushing the limits. With Lei Huaao present, the reward was assured, and there was no need to rush. That organization was notorious for its heinous deeds, and their attentions toward Bailey City were certainly not welcome news. "Are you certain it is the hand of the dead?" Lei Huaao pressed on, somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. Qin Chuan, however, could not provide absolute certainty. After all, he found no substantial evidence from the Bonebreaker. However, he felt that the matter was essentially beyond redemption. While Lei Huaao might be unaware, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that the primary antagonistic force players would confront in the first major version of Apocalypse was indeed the hand of the dead. Furthermore, the Bonebreaker had no need to concoct a pretext to deceive those goblin leaders. Contemplating this, Qin Chuan nodded resolutely and declared, "Indeed, it is the hand of the dead." Even if it were not the hand of the dead, placing the blame upon them posed no issues whatsoever. After all, they were notorious for their malevolence. Lei Huaao squinted, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it must be the hand of the dead. Why should he entangle himself in whether it was truly them or not? Shifting the blame was never a misstep. Regardless, they had committed numerous heinous acts. One more would scarcely matter. Moreover, only by amplifying the gravity of the situation could the Lord take it seriously. Perhaps it would even lead to the conscription of more soldiers. In such a case, his influence could ascend further. Moreover, based on Lei Huao's understanding of the hand of the dead, if news of this incident spread, even if they were not involved, they would likely step forth to claim responsibility, enhancing their nefarious reputation. In this era, clandestine organizations were fiercely competitive. Everyone sought to pull off something grand to distinguish themselves among their peers. Lei Huaao glanced at Qin Chuan, who returned the gaze. They both gleaned the same message from each other's eyes, giving rise to a sense of mutual respect. After a brief discussion, Qin Chuan rose and clasped his hands, saying, "Instructor Lei, please take your rest. I shall return at dawn." Lei Huaao responded in kind, "It is a promise." Exiting Lei Huao's residence, Qin Chuan proceeded to his shop. He had just received word from Shuizhong Jianxia, who had arrived in Bailey City. Qin Chuan's shop was located at number 5 on Violet Street, the heart of Bailey City's commercial district. Even in the latter stages of Apocalypse, securing a shop here was no trivial feat for players, and the difficulty only escalated over time. Qin Chuan's early acquisition of shop would greatly benefit his subsequent development. Arriving at the entrance of the shop, beneath the bright street lights, a figure was idly counting the leaves in the flower bed. It was none other than Shuizhong Jianxia, the first player to publicly reveal a guild order. Although he did not display his nickname, Qin Chuan, being friends, naturally recognized his identity and approached, saying, "Thank you for your patience." With a countenance that could be described as handsome and a stature that was tall and upright, he wore a finely patterned flying fish suit, with a long knife sheathed at his waist. Qin Chuan was taken aback once more and remarked, "A Jinui? Apocalypse is vast and varied, with a plethora of professions beyond imagination. One might say, there is nothing you cannot find in Apocalypse. The Jinui is one of the hidden professions, characterized by its abilities in inspection and tracking, possessing additional suppression skills against malicious players. However, its acquisition is largely a matter of chance. Yes, chance. The Jinui profession is not obtained through tasks, but relies entirely on fate." Upon having his profession revealed outright, Shuizhong Jianxia was somewhat taken aback. His profession was completely unknown to the outside world. How to express it? Truly deserving of the countless first kills, the Night Wanderer indeed possesses remarkable skills. The Snowy Swordsman inquired, "Are you familiar with the Jinui?" Qin Chuan casually replied, "I know a bit. Someone mentioned it to me back in a novice village." The Snowy Swordsman understood, realizing the connection. Not overly fixated on the matter, he asked, "When do you plan to auction the guild token?" He had previously arranged with Lei Huaao for the shop's grand opening the day after tomorrow. The Snowy Swordsman hesitated, pondering whether this was too late. If another guild token were to surface, the value of his would surely diminish. Major guilds placed great importance on the honor of being the first to establish a guild, but the second and third would not be as fervently pursued. Aware of the snowy swordsman's concerns, Qin Chuan analyzed, "Do not rush. Allow me to explain." "Please, go ahead," the snowy swordsman replied courteously. Although it was merely the first day since the server launch, the Night Wanderer had already demonstrated his prowess through action. Qin Chuan spoke confidently. While all major guilds aspire to be the first to establish a guild, they are also preparing contingencies, organizing teams to hunt in hopes of directly obtaining a guild token. The snowy swordsman nodded vigorously. "Exactly, that is what I'm worried about. I've heard that top guilds such as the Azura Hall, Dragon Dynasty, High Table Society, and King's Wind are all striving for this." Qin Chuan chuckled and countered. "Have they succeeded? Rest assured, guild tokens are not easily obtained. If you remain concerned, I assure you this. Should another guild token be sold before yours, I will compensate you for the price difference. Gear, skill books, gold, cash, choose whatever you desire. Even if the first guild token were to sell for an astronomical price." Qin Chuan was confident he could cover the difference. This confidence stemmed from his strength. The snowy swordsman clasped his hands in respect. "Your generosity is commendable. I cannot be overly stingy. After all, I merely wish to sell the guild token for a better price, so I might as well indulge you in this venture. Even if someone sells their guild token first, I will bear the consequences myself." With a carefree smile, the snowy swordsman added, "If someone does get ahead of me, it is simply fate. There is no need for distress. Moreover, I believe that even the second guild token can fetch a high price." Qin Chuan regarded him with approval. He recognized the talent. Should he establish a guild, he would extend an invitation. Setting aside all else, this carefree attitude far surpassed that of most players. Typically, individuals in possession of a guild token would be consumed by anxiety, eager to liquidate it at once, fearing it might become a burden. After all, no matter how high the price of the second guild token, it could never rival the first. Qin Chuan couldn't help but inquire, "Do you have a fixed guild?" Many players transitioned from other games, and quite a few came as part of guild groups, which prompted Qin Chuan's question. He then expressed his intention. "If I establish a guild in the future, will you join?" Without hesitation, the snowy swordsman replied, "Absolutely." Chapter 91. Logging off for a meal and perhaps purchasing a house. The snowy swordsman bore a sense of pride. He had attained the hidden class of Jinyui and single-handedly obtained a guild token, drawing the attention of major guilds eager to claim it. Among those who extended invitations for him to join their ranks, he was met with refusal from the lone swordsman known as Shuozhong Yijiangxia. On one hand, he was accustomed to his solitary ways. On the other, he yearned for further observation. Should he decide to join a guild, it must be one of the utmost prestige. Upon the Night Wanderer's expression of his aspirations, Shuozhong Yijiangxia readily acquiesced. With the Night Wanderer as a living emblem, his guild may not boast the largest numbers, yet it would undoubtedly attract the finest players. Joining such a guild would indeed be exhilarating. Top-tier players share a common trait, an air of arrogance. To have them join an ordinary guild and team up with a cadre of mediocre players is simply out of the question. They would rather venture forth alone. For is it not sufficient to possess skill? Qin Chuan remarked, "This is merely my notion. We shall speak further when the time is ripe." Shuozhong Yijiangxia, trusting in his words, shrugged his shoulders and stated, "Esteemed one, it is settled then. I shall proceed to undertake my professional advancement tasks." Qin Chuan nodded. "I too have matters to attend to." Thus, they bade each other farewell. Qin Chuan was not being polite. He genuinely had business to attend to. However, with the sky dimming and Bailey City still in slumber, there was no urgency in his affairs. As he pondered, an in-game notification chimed. "Ding. You have been playing for 16 consecutive hours. Please be mindful of your fatigue." Qin Chuan contemplated that since he had yet to rise, there was little need to venture out to level up. Thus, he decided to log off and take a leisurely stroll while replenishing his energy. Although the gaming pod had the functionality of providing energy fluid, remaining supine for too long was unwise. He accessed the menu and selected to log out of the game. As the hatch of the gaming pod slid open, Qin Chuan slowly sat upright, shaking his head to clear his mind of the game. After stretching his legs for a while, he retrieved his bank card and departed from his rental apartment. He first descended to enjoy a bowl of noodles and subsequently sought to purchase a new place to reside. In the noodle shop below, the proprietor was busy alone, and upon seeing Qin Chuan approach, he curiously inquired, "Oh, finished work so early today?" The owner did not press further, skillfully serving a bowl of noodles topped with 2 fried eggs, offering words of comfort. "Where you are not welcomed, there shall be a place that eagerly awaits you. Young man, with your good nature, you are bound to find a better job." Qin Chuan smiled and replied, Then I shall take your words as a blessing. Satiated, he strolled along the street, his gaze sweeping until he quickly spotted a real estate agency. With over 7 million in cash on his card, he had numerous options at his disposal. Qin Chuan had but one requirement. The community must exhibit a high level of safety before the apocalypse descended upon reality. He was merely an ordinary person, devoid of the enhanced attributes gained through merging with a game character, and must therefore tread with caution. The agent was exceptionally professional, proposing several viable options. After careful comparison, Qin Chuan swiftly reached a decision. What followed was the signing of contracts and the transfer of funds. Under the weight of his financial capabilities, the agent displayed utmost enthusiasm, ensuring that everything was arranged meticulously, allowing Qin Chuan to adopt a hands-off approach. For Qin Chuan at that moment, these were insignificant matters. The relocation was solely for the purpose of engaging with the game apocalypse in a better and safer manner. After obtaining the keys, Qin Chuan declined the agent's invitation to dinner. The agent was indeed quite attractive, but what significance did that hold? In his previous life, Qin Chuan was renowned as one of the top 10 masters globally, surrounded by a multitude of beautiful confidants, each possessing exceptional physique and beauty. Following the fusion of the game with reality, characters from the game began to manifest in Blue Star, including the ethereal elves, epitomes of aesthetic allure. How could mere ordinary individuals ever stir his emotions? Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword. With the house purchased, the next task was to relocate the gaming pod, a task that posed no difficulty. Once everything was settled, the clock struck past 7 in the evening. After a refreshing shower, it was time to delve into the game. At approximately 7 in the morning, with daylight brightening the sky, Qin Chuan appeared on Violet Street. His first destination was to seek out Lei Huaio to claim his quest rewards. However, before he could set off, a familiar voice reached his ears. Big shot. What a coincidence. Turning around, he saw Long Tong Tianxia, accompanied by his 3 teammates. Qin Chuan smiled and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Long Tong Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. We just completed our class advancement quest." With excitement, he continued, "Big shot. Your advice was incredibly helpful. Before leaving the novice village, I accepted a hidden quest from the blacksmith, and it actually merged with the advancement quest, rewarding me with this." As he spoke, Long Tong Tianxia patted the beautifully crafted sword at his waist, which shimmered with a verdant glow. Qin Chuan blurted out, "The glory of the growth weapon, Qualsera?" Just as Long Tong Tianxia was about to boast about his new weapon, the answer was revealed, leaving him nearly breathless. Goodness, is there anything this person does not know? Long Tong Tianxia chuckled wryly. "Big shot is indeed a big shot. Nothing escapes your knowledge." Nearby, the assassin laughed heartily, extending his hand towards Long Tong Tianxia. "Quick, pay up. I told you the big shot would know the name of your weapon." The priest, Xiao Xue, chimed in, "Boss. You're trying to stump the night wanderer, but it's a tad too early for that." With a rueful expression, Long Tong Tianxia handed 2 gold coins to each teammate and sighed skyward. "I concede." Qin Chuan had always held a favorable view of this playful quartet, both in his past life and this one. After exchanging light banter, Long Tong Tianxia inquired, "Big shot, when will your shop open? I stood outside for a while just now, and it said it hasn't opened yet." "Goodness," Long Tong Tianxia exclaimed, astonished. "You mean the instructor of the Bailey City Guard, Lei Huaio?" Qin Chuan nodded, chuckling. "It seems you've wandered around Bailey City." Long Tong Tianxia rubbed his hands together, his tone filled with yearning. "Big shot, do you think there are any good quests to be found with Lei Huaio? I'm quite curious." Qin Chuan shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "I'll introduce you when the time comes. Whether you can secure a quest depends on your own abilities." Long Tong Tianxia beamed, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Big shot, I won't let you down." After a brief exchange, Long Tong Tianxia added, "Big shot, may I ask for your advice regarding the auction of the guild token? I've heard that Luo Sha Yi Dao is preparing 2 small targets." This matter has been a constant focus for Qin Chuan, who inquired, "How much have you prepared on your end?" Ordinarily, such information would be deemed a trade secret. However, when the esteemed night wanderer poses the question, Long Tong Tianxia would reveal no shred of concealment, responding candidly, "We have currently amassed 200 million and are preparing to secure an additional 300 million. Qin Chuan raised his thumb in admiration. "As expected of you, adjusting 500 million with such ease." Chapter 92, A Child Worthy of Teaching. Long Tong Tianxia awaited him at the entrance of a shop, eager not only to greet and foster rapport, but also to glean Qin Chuan's insights regarding the guild token. Yet, what perspective could Qin Chuan possibly offer? He merely observed. He had intended to exploit the guild token auction to ensnare the Ru Sha Yi Daozhan. Yet persuading Long Tong Tianxia to forego bidding seemed implausible. Moreover, should Long Tong Tianxia abstain from participating, it would inevitably alert Ru Sha Yi Daozhan. Thus, Qin Chuan merely stated, "I wouldn't call it a recommendation. However, according to my intelligence, the guild token is stratified by rank. The one in the possession of Shui Zhong Yi Jianxia should be a bronze rank, allowing for the establishment of a guild limited to 500 members." Long Tong Tianxia was taken aback. Such a significant revelation had eluded him until now. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Shui Zhong Yi Jianxia would certainly not divulge the entirety of the guild token's attributes to outsiders. Long Tong Tianxia soon regained his composure, stroking his chin in contemplation. If what the esteemed knight wanderer asserted were indeed true, that the guild token is tiered and that the bronze rank permits only a 500-member guild, then his strategy would necessitate modification. The vast scale of the Long Tong dynasty encompassed far more than 500 members. It likely exceeded 2,000, and that was merely counting the key members. Including those less prominent, who may only engage in 1 or 2 games, the number could surpass 10,000. How could a bronze rank guild accommodate such an expanse? Long Tong Tianxia remarked, "If it is merely 500, we cannot even accommodate our core members, let alone casual players." This concern weighed heavily on his mind. The guild token was undoubtedly worth acquiring. Even with a limited 500-member capacity, the advantages during gameplay were too substantial to overlook. Yet, whether it was worth several hundred million remained debatable. Despite his wealth, prudence in expenditure remained paramount. Qin Chuan opined, "My perspective is that this guild token is worth pursuing. But do not become overly zealous." He then showcased several pieces of gold-tier equipment, cautioning that if all funds were exhausted on the guild token, those valuable items would slip from their grasp. Long Tong Tianxia recalled that previously, the esteemed knight wanderer had alluded to possessing gold-tier magic equipment and a gold-tier skill book. He had even made further efforts to gather funds to acquire them for Xiao Shui, enhancing the overall strength of his team. If he devoted all resources to the guild token, he would be sacrificing the opportunity to procure equipment. It would be more prudent to allocate some funds toward high-tier gear. Securing several pieces could yield the guild token, for it is not a singular item. With these thoughts in mind, Long Tong Tianxia's mindset calmed considerably. He nodded in agreement. The esteemed one speaks wisely. We shall strive to acquire this guild token, but if the price escalates excessively, we shall reconsider. Qin Chuan regarded him with approval, recognizing the potential for growth. Casually, he sent the attributes of the dark gold level bone crusher warhammer to Longting Tianxia. To his astonishment, Longting Tianxia leaped on the spot, his eyes wide with excitement as he grasped Qin Chuan's arm, repeatedly imploring, "My friend, you must save this weapon for me. You simply must." Although he specialized in defense as a heavy-armored warrior, who among warriors could resist the allure of such an exquisite weapon? Moreover, even if he did not intend to use it himself, he could procure it for his trusted members. Among his several vice presidents, some possessed hidden warrior classes, and should they wield this warhammer, their combat prowess would likely multiply 2- or 3-fold. Qin Chuan smiled silently, having achieved his objective. With such enticing equipment, Longting Tianxia would certainly refrain from recklessly bidding for the guild token. However, he would not allow Luocha Yidaizhen to acquire the first guild token so easily. These two guilds had long been rivals, and the auction the following day promised to be a fierce contest. Ultimately, Luocha Yidaizhen would likely emerge victorious, but he would soon regret exhausting his wealth to secure the guild token. How exhilarating, Qin Chuan mused. After a brief chat with Longting Tianxia and the others, they parted ways. Qin Chuan intended to seek out Lei Huaao before approaching the lord of the city to claim the reward for slaying the bone crusher. Longting Tianxia, on the other hand, planned to log off and rest. Having battled for nearly 20 consecutive hours, even with a gaming pod, he was feeling the strain. Lei Huaao appeared in excellent spirits, showing no signs of having been dragged from his bed by Qin Chuan in the early hours of the previous day. "Warrior, you have arrived," he remarked, his address to Qin Chuan having changed once more. Clearly, Qin Chuan's feat of slaying the bone crusher had earned him additional favor in Lei Huao's eyes. Qin Chuan offered some modest pleasantries before inquiring, "Shall we go to the lord to claim our reward now?" His anticipation was palpable. Rewards personally bestowed by the lord could hardly be lacking, and while dark gold level might be an ambitious hope, he expected at least a golden level reward. The lord's treasury. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the 12 main cities, Bailey City was relatively affluent, with its economic status hovering around the 3rd or 4th tier. The lord of Bailey City, Barrack Brady, possessed immense wealth. Even a few trifles from his bounty would be sufficient to allow Qin Chuan to soar once more. Under Li Huao's guidance, Qin Chuan successfully entered the Lord's mansion and encountered the Lord himself. At this juncture, the Lord of Bailey City had yet to be replaced. He was none other than Edith's biological father, Beric Brady. Though in his 40s, a life of indulgence had drained his vitality, leaving his spirit diminished. Even clad in fine garments, he could not conceal the vacant, disheartened look in his eyes. Qin Chuan performed a courteous bow, stating, "I pay my respects to the Lord." Despite Beric's penchant for pleasure, he still occupied the position of Lord, and thus, a semblance of decorum was necessary. Beric stifled a yawn and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I have heard from Instructor Lei that you have slain the Bone Crusher." As he spoke, he handed the head of the Bone Crusher to the officer in charge, who placed it on a tray draped in crimson cloth before Beric. Sitting up straight, Beric beamed. "Indeed, it is the head of the Bone Crusher. This warrior, you have truly rendered me a great service." In truth, whether this is indeed the Bone Crusher remains uncertain to Beric. However, it is of little consequence. Such a sizable goblin head undoubtedly signifies formidable power in its lifetime. Certainly a creature of comparable strength to the Bone Crusher. With the assistance of a maid, Beric struggled to rise, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. His voice reminiscent of a bellows. After a brief pause, he declared, "In recognition of your contributions, I permit you to select a treasure from my vault." Chapter 93. The Lord's Treasury. Golden level skill, Shadow Prism. Though the Lord's reward consists of but a single item, it hardly seems parsimonious, for there are no restrictions. This implies that even the most valuable artifact within the treasury may be claimed by Qin Chuan. Such a prospect aligns perfectly with his expertise. In his past life, he spent a decade honing his discerning eye in the world of apocalypse, missing no exceptional equipment. Moreover, Qin Chuan harbored the belief that even Beric himself was likely unaware of the vast contents of his treasury, a colossal fortune amassed by generations of the lords of Berry City. There surely existed a chance for him to discover remarkable treasures, and the possibility was significant. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan promptly expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Thank you, my lord." Beric yawned, his energy visibly waning, as he feebly remarked, "I shall forego the treasury. Allow my daughter, Arisa, to accompany you." At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the side, tall and elegant, her face partially obscured by a silk scarf, yet her exquisite features resembled that of a doll. The newcomer was none other than Edith, although at this moment, she bore the title of the Lord's daughter. Known by another name, Arisa Brady, clad not in the garb of an assassin that revealed only her eyes, but rather in the attire befitting a noble woman. Qin Chuan regarded this as their first encounter with Edith, courteously stating, "I shall rely on Miss Arisa's guidance." Edith, or rather Arisa, smiled gracefully and remarked with subtle implication, "I have heard of your feat in vanquishing the Bone Crusher. It is truly impressive." A shiver ran down Qin Chuan's spine. He was well aware of Edith's notorious reputation. Her praise was far from mere flattery. It hinted at a propensity for brutality that could lead to grievous consequences. Thankfully, there existed no animosity between them, and they had enjoyed pleasant cooperation in the past, allowing Qin Chuan to momentarily set aside concerns for his own safety. As Lord Beric, supported by the maid, exited the chamber, he left the space for Qin Chuan and his companions. Lei Weio seized the opportunity to interject, "I appreciate your guidance, Lady Arisa." Edith's true identity was a closely guarded secret, and he worried that this foreigner might inadvertently reveal it, at the very least within the Lord's mansion. The knowledge of Arisa's alternate persona must remain concealed from a fourth party. Qin Chuan naturally harbored no objections. He understood Lei Weio's apprehensions. It was clear that his concerns were unwarranted. Qin Chuan had neither the interest nor the necessity to expose Edith's true identity. After all, she was the mentor of assassins, and offending her would jeopardize his ability to undertake missions. Without the opportunity to complete missions, how could he hope to advance? The trio maintained an eerie silence as they departed the reception hall, heading towards the back garden of the Lord's estate. Despite being a garden, it was heavily guarded, with a considerable number of sentinels stationed throughout. Qin Chuan sensed the presence of numerous hidden sentinels lurking in the corners, an indication of something amiss. However, considering that the treasury of Bailey City lay within reach, it was hardly surprising. Before an artificial hill, Elisa paused, declaring, "We have arrived." With that, she produced a key and deftly manipulated it upon the hill. A resonating rumble echoed from beneath their feet as the structure shifted, revealing a dark passageway. "Remember, you may only choose one item," Elisa reiterated. Qin Chuan nodded, affirming, I shall exercise discretion. Elisa shook her head. Many have claimed the same, yet upon entering the treasury, they became lost. After a moment's pause, Elisa hinted, "Would you like to know what befell them?" Qin Chuan vehemently shook his head. Not at all. It was hardly a mystery. They were likely eliminated by this elite assassin. Elisa's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. It was evident that she longed to share the thrill of carnage. As the trio descended the passage, Qin Chuan inquired, "Are there others present?" Elisa understood his implication and shook her head. Guards are stationed outside the treasury, but entry is strictly forbidden to outsiders. Qin Chuan scanned the surroundings, and Lei Huao subtly nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan decisively posed his question. Are there artifacts related to the power of shadows within the treasury? This was the affirmation he sought. Elisa, also known as Edith, could not have sought the power of shadows without reason. She must have received some form of intelligence or guidance. After contemplating, it became clear that the most plausible source in Bailey City was the Lordess treasury. As the Lordess daughter, Edith must have spent her childhood exploring the treasury's depths. A flicker of approval glimmered in Edith's eyes as she remarked, "You have not disappointed me. I can assure you, there are such items." Jackpot. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had been a warrior, yet he had undertaken similar quests, ultimately acquiring a professional artifact in the main city treasury that significantly enhanced his strength. Having slain the Bone Crusher, he was similarly granted access to the treasury and sought to clarify matters beforehand. Having received the desired confirmation, Qin Chuan urged, "Let us not linger any longer." Edith chuckled. "You were not so hasty when you defeated Iron Hook Jack." Qin Chuan spread his arms, stating candidly, "What caliber was Iron Hook Jack compared to artifacts related to the power of shadows? He was unworthy." Edith wholeheartedly agreed. Were it not for the need to avoid revealing more information, she would have personally dealt with Iron Hook Jack long ago. In the midst of their conversation, a massive bronze door obstructed their path. Edith turned the nearby torch, and the door gradually swung open. In an instant, Qin Chuan was momentarily blinded by the sight before him. Gold coins, an avalanche of them piled high. A rough estimate suggested a quantity exceeding 100,000 in a world of apocalypse. Gold was not merely a currency exchanged among players. It was also the medium of trade for the indigenous inhabitants. 100,000 gold coins was a considerable sum, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the treasury's total wealth, a fact evidenced by the sheer location of the mountain of gold. The coins lay haphazardly stacked in the corner, devoid of any semblance of careful preservation. As one's gaze traversed the mountain of gold, dozens of large chests were neatly arranged together. Edith remarked, "Those are the epic-level equipment accumulated by the city lords over generations." Epic-level equipment. The finest gear Qin Chuan had previously encountered was merely dark gold grade, already boasting formidable attributes. Epic level, however, surpassed dark gold, and one could easily surmise the extravagance of its attributes. Yet, Qin Chuan's aspirations lay elsewhere. Moreover, these epic-level items were not the pinnacle treasures of this vault. There were even more precious items beyond. Given that Edith mentioned the existence of artifacts related to shadow power, she undoubtedly knew their whereabouts. Edith, not one to dawdle, strode forward into the depths of the vault, leaving behind a simple instruction: "Follow me." Qin Chuan hurriedly kept pace. Li Huao Himai stationed at the entrance of the vault. Under Edith's guidance, Qin Chuan came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner. On a shelf, dust lightly settled upon an ancient tome. Shadow Prism, golden grade passive skill. Shadow power flows on the surface of the body, automatically generating a prism upon receiving an attack, deflecting all types of damage once, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Feature: Charging. The Shadow Prism automatically replenishes its uses, with a maximum stack of 5. Chapter 94. News of the Shadow Ruins. Qin Chuan believed that the vault held more than just this skill book pertaining to shadow power. However, he understood an essential truth: one must know contentment. The primary reward bestowed by the city lord was a single item. Even if other shadow power-related items existed, he was not entitled to them, lest he attract a bounty from Bailey City. Since Edith presented this skill book before him, she must have had her intentions. If all went as expected, there would likely be a quest for him, not in the guise of Elisa, but as Edith. Once he departed from the Lord's mansion, Qin Chuan intended to visit the black market to meet with Edith. Additionally, it was worth noting that the recent launch of the apocalypse had not yet seen the vaults of various major cities reach their peak states, as evident in the later years. The quantity and quality of treasures were still lacking. It was possible that this vault contained no more than this solitary skill book concerning shadow power. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan held the Shadow Prism skill book in his hand and stated, "I have made my choice." Elisa nodded. "Let us go." Upon seeing the two emerge from the vault, Lei Huaio asked no further questions, but simply stated to Qin Chuan, "Let us go, I will escort you out." He was well aware of the city lord's temperament. Having entrusted the guiding task to Elisa implied a desire to refrain from further inquiry. Reflecting on this, Lei Huaio felt a tinge of helplessness. Once, the city lord had been spirited and actively engaged in various affairs. Yet now, he had lost his former ambition, indulging instead in pleasure. As a subordinate, Lei Huaio could harbor as many thoughts as he wished, but they must remain unspoken. The only course of action left to him was to train more exceptional soldiers to safeguard Bailey City. The three departed the vault, with Elisa bidding farewell midway. At the entrance of the lord's mansion, Lei Huaio remarked, "This time, by slaying the Bonebreaker and thwarting the plans of the Hand of the Dead, they will undoubtedly not rest easy. Do take care of yourself." Qin Chuan remained composed. This was not his first encounter with the Hand of the Dead, and he had little to fear. Moreover, having just acquired the Shadow Prism, a formidable life-saving artifact, he felt secure. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, as long as it wasn't a series of instantaneous fatal strikes, he could swiftly respond and activate Shadow Stealth to retreat safely. Nevertheless, outwardly, Qin Chuan sighed and stated, "With the enemy concealed and my position known, we can only proceed step by step." Lei Huaio felt somewhat guilty, for the Hand of the Dead was targeting Bailey City, and Qin Chuan had become an unwitting participant. He replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I will dispatch additional personnel to track the movements of the Hand of the Dead and will inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity." This was precisely what Qin Chuan desired. The unfolding of the apocalypse's narrative was not solely the player's concern. It required active participation. Once Lei Huaio began monitoring the Hand of the Dead, a multitude of quest chains would inevitably arise. Given the camaraderie between him and Lei Huaio, he was certain to receive the most lucrative rewards. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Chuan took his leave. It was time to seek out Edith in the black market. Although barely a day had passed, the black market had already reverted to its previous state. The destruction of the wild arena had not caused significant disruption. Qin Chuan even observed a considerable number of slaves moving amidst the ruins of the wild arena, clearing debris and transporting a substantial amount of supplies. Clearly, a new arena was set to be constructed, likely under Edith's covert influence. Truth be told, if the Wolf King S. Horn came into play, and if Edith could not control the new arena, he would genuinely begin to question whether she was indeed the renowned underground queen of Bailey City. Perhaps even Edith herself was unaware that her reputation in subsequent versions would far surpass her current standing. Upon arriving at the tavern, despite it being morning, it was already filled with patrons. A few were so inebriated that their eyes were glazed, swaying as they walked. Qin Chuan was unfazed and, guided by an attendant, made his way directly to the second floor. Entering the room, he found Edith seated at a table, a glimmering dagger in hand as she tended to her nails. Without lifting her gaze upon noticing Qin Chuan's arrival, she stated, "I have information regarding shadow power. Are you interested?" Qin Chuan unceremoniously replied, "Speak, who needs to be killed?" A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Edith's eyes. "Excellent, I do appreciate directness. However, this time, you need not take a life. I shall gift you this information free of charge." Qin Chuan was immediately skeptical. Was Edith truly so benevolent? A moment of realization struck him. So that was it. An unexpected surprise. Yet, he soon recognized that the original reward for the task had vanished. Nonetheless, Edith was indeed fair, providing rewards even without a task. Considering this, Qin Chuan decisively inquired, "What type of information?" Edith replied slowly, "A relic." Upon hearing the word relic, Qin Chuan found himself believing Edith's words a bit more. The power of shadows undoubtedly carries significant weight. Any mention in the annals of the apocalypse must leave behind traces. A relic may very well unveil its enigmatic veil. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qin Chuan's mind as he inquired, "Have you been inside?" Edith nodded and shook her head, saying, "I have been there, but did not enter. An invisible force obstructs the entrance, requiring shadow power for passage." She offered a wry smile, adding, "I attempted to force my way in, but the outcome was rather unpleasant." Qin Chuan, discerning his cue, refrained from pressing further and swiftly shifted the topic. "Where is the relic?" With a flick of her wrist, Edith sent her dagger flying, embedding it into the wall, where a map hung. Qin Chuan committed the coordinates to memory and voiced his concern. "Did you give me the shadow prism to prevent my demise within the relic?" He shrugged, acknowledging the truth in his assumption. Yet it mattered little. Even without the shadow prism, the mere knowledge of the relic was enough to compel his visit. Now equipped with the prism, he could withstand 5 unforeseen assaults, significantly enhancing his odds of survival. What was there to fear? Before departing, Qin Chuan posed another query. Does the newly established arena offer any rewards for consecutive victories? Edith chuckled lightly, asking, What? Do you wish to give it a try? Qin Chuan smiled in silence. It was no jest. The arena was a prime avenue for players to acquire exquisite gear, and he certainly could not miss out. Chapter 95. Into the Water. The Abyssal Serpent. Qin Chuan left the tavern with an air of purpose. This outing had yielded considerable gains. A relic associated with shadow power was an opportunity too enticing to overlook. He mused that the coordinates likely pointed to a lake. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that the apocalypse had undergone several major updates, transforming the terrain significantly. Indeed, the phrase "the sea has turned to Mulberry Fields" seemed apparent. The coordinates provided by Edith had once indicated a lake, but during a subsequent battle, the water had evaporated, leaving a basin in its wake. If it were indeed a lake, preparations were in order. He needed a potion crafted by alchemists, utilizing blackmouth fish, oil, and thorny algae, an essential tool for underwater exploration and combat. Correspondingly, the price was steep. 5 potions cost him 2 gold coins. The expenditure pinched Qin Chuan's purse. He resolved to cultivate his own alchemist. With a few more complaints, Qin Chuan departed for Bailey City once more. Gazing at the vast expanse of the lake, a singular thought occupied his mind. How had Edith discovered the relic? Comparing the coordinates, he realized that the position Edith had indicated lay precisely at the center of the lake, devoid of any island. In other words, the relic was submerged. Furthermore, this region known as Black Tide Lake reached depths exceeding 100 meters. Who would casually dive to such depths? Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan dove into the water with a splash, propelling himself toward the lake center. Water splashed around him as a dozen 3-finned crocodiles swiftly approached from the distance. These creatures, adorned with 3 dorsal fins resembling sails, had earned their name for this very trait. Between levels 15 and 20, these creatures are tough and remarkably agile in water, causing considerable frustration for many players. Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the shadow throwing knife soared forth. Although it lacked the critical strike bonus, the substantial damage was still beyond the capacity of such ordinary monsters to withstand. The first of the 3-finned crocodiles, rushing at the forefront, did not emit a sound before meeting its demise. Subsequently, the shadow throwing knife ricocheted, eliminating the remaining 3-finned crocodiles just before the outbreak of the venomous plague. The golden tier shadow throwing knife's attributes are exceptionally suited for such skirmishes. Moreover, its ricochet range surpasses that of the venomous plague, allowing for more effective dissemination. Had the shadow throwing knife evolved to golden tier during the previous battle in the valley, Qin Chuan would have found it far easier. As he traversed and vanquished dozens of 3-finned crocodiles, Qin Chuan arrived at the center of the lake. He produced a potion for underwater breathing and gulped it down before plunging into the depths, swimming rapidly toward the lake bed. The underwater light was dim. After descending 40 meters, visibility was nearly non-existent. However, after diving another 20 to 30 meters, light reemerged, albeit faint yet undeniably present. Yet, before Qin Chuan could advance further, a shadow emerged from a corner, blocking his path. A colossal serpent, exceeding 10 meters in length. Black Tide, Giant Serpent, Golden Tier. Level 20. Health 18,000,000. Attack 6,000. Defense 3,500. Skills: Shadow Impact, Vortex Strangulation, Deep Water Shield, Thick Scales, Venomous Fangs. Description: influenced by an unknown force. It has grown from a small water snake to this gargantuan form. Goodness, Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Edith truly does not treat herself as an outsider. What a delightful surprise. However, upon seeing the Black Tide Giant Serpent, Qin Chuan was thoroughly convinced that the ruins were indeed linked to shadow power. Otherwise, how could an ordinary little water snake have grown to such a length? Even with potent enhancements, it would be impossible. Furthermore, the serpent's skill set included a shadow impact, which seemed beyond its natural capabilities. The only plausible explanation is that the shadow power emanating from the ruins has been absorbed by the Black Tide Giant Serpent. To his surprise, he could acquire several items before entering the ruins. With a joyful expression, Qin Chuan immediately teleported away from his original position and activated Shadow Stealth. At the moment he vanished, a dark shadow swept past. Utilizing the swirling water currents, Qin Chuan successfully drifted several dozen meters away. Although his Shadow Stealth had reached Dark Gold Tier, it was not entirely undetectable. If he moved, the changes in the water flow would undoubtedly provoke the Black Tide Giant Serpent's attack. The only way to counter this was to ride the water currents created by the serpent's movements, drifting away until he reached a safe distance before launching an attack. Currently, he was approximately 50 meters away from the black tide giant serpent. Not too far, yet sufficient. If possible, he would prefer to extend the distance to 100 meters. But alas, the water currents were insufficient, leaving him with no choice but to remain as he was. In a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan decisively unleashed the rain of shadow erosion. This skill did not disrupt his stealth, and it would prove exceptionally effective in this battle. Damage figure sword. 9,654. 9,654. By the time the skill concluded, it had accumulated over 140,000 points of damage, and with the addition of the poison blood plagues, 2,000 or so, the total damage reached an astounding 170,000. Infuriated by the assault, the abyssal serpent scanned its surroundings with its vertical pupils, seeking to identify its foe. Yet it faltered. No matter how diligently it searched, it could not discern the enemy's presence. In a fit of rage, the abyssal serpent lashed its tail, attempting to obliterate its adversary. However, this futile endeavor only propelled Qin Chuan an additional 10 meters away, rendering him even safer. With a flick of his hand, he cast the shadow dagger, remaining in place to await the outcome. 541,501. The damage exceeded 540,000, significantly depleting the health of the abyssal serpent. This was the terrifying result of the golden tier shadow dagger, combined with the dark gold tier shadow stealth, and the effects of the upgraded sniper skill at level 2. The damage enhancement of 15, when wielded by Qin Chuan, surpassed that of any other player. Such a powerful strike left the abyssal serpent in disarray. Thankfully, it soon detected the enemy's presence. With a mighty swing of its tail, it charged forward with unmatched ferocity. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in the serpent's eyes. The enemy had ceased movement. Had they surrendered? Or were they so intimidated by its might that they had forgotten to flee? Regardless of the reason, it mattered not to the abyssal serpent. With its strength, merely closing the distance would suffice. It need not even launch a direct attack, as the sheer force of its collision could easily obliterate the insignificant foe. Boom! The sound of impact erupted beneath the water. The abyssal serpent collided with its target as anticipated, yet to its astonishment, a dark purple mirror materialized on the enemy's form, absorbing the entirety of its momentum. The adversary, leveraging the energy from the impact, swiftly retreated. Moments later, the enemy vanished. The abyssal serpent attempted to pursue along the trajectory, but to no avail. The foe had already concealed themselves within the swirling currents, retreating to a safe distance. A sense of uncertainty enveloped the abyssal serpent. What could possibly possess the power to withstand its direct assault? It was capable of shattering underwater boulders, yet had been thwarted by a mere mirror. Faintly, the abyssal serpent detected a familiar scent. The aroma emanating from a mirror was strikingly reminiscent of the underwater ruins. Chapter 96, Equipment Wholesale. Utilizing the force of the abyssal serpent's charge, Qin Chuan successfully created a sufficient distance for safety, once again slipping into the shadows. His confidence stemmed from the shadow prism. The apocalypse felt tangible. While the shadow prism could indeed deflect impact damage, it struggled to dissipate the force. Qin Chuan's strength was insufficient to withstand the abyssal serpent head-on. Being sent flying was inevitable. Yet this was not a misfortune, at least not in this encounter. Observing the frustrated abyssal serpent in the distance, Qin Chuan felt remarkably at ease. This serpent, nearly unmatched in the water and capable of annihilating dozens of players, was about to become his prey. Ding! Upon vanquishing the level 20 golden tier black tide giant serpent, you have acquired 15,000 experience points. For every additional 5 levels defeated, an extra 7,500 experience points are awarded. The hunting moment has activated, and you have gained 1 evolution point. You have ascended to level 16. You have received 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. As the black tide giant serpent fell, Qin Chuan successfully leveled up. Coupled with the crocodile he dispatched during his swim, he has smoothly risen to level 16. This further solidifies his leading position on the level rankings. Qin Chuan opened the leaderboard. 1. Night Wanderer, 16. Richardson, 13-3. Shadow Killer, 12-4. Elizabeth, 11-5. Night Sakura, 11, from the 4th place onward. All players are uniformly at level 11, continuing in this manner until the 100th position. Among them are players from other game regions. It is evident that the top-tier players are fiercely competing, unable to create a significant gap between themselves. Upon examining the leaderboard closely, Qin Chuan recognized several familiar usernames. Observing so many acquaintances stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, igniting an even greater fighting spirit. Everyone is making progress. He cannot afford to stagnate. Calming his emotions, Qin Chuan swam forward to collect all the spoils. The black-tide giant serpent, with its massive form, dropped a bountiful reward for pieces of golden tier loot. Black-tide poison blade, golden tier, attack power 1200, agility 60, level requirement 20 special effect. Attack inflicts an additional 200 poison damage. Qin Chuan found himself in a delightful quandary. Acquiring a dagger was indeed fortunate, and its attributes were exceptional. Its panel attack power surpassed that of the bone cleaver twin blades combined. It is worth noting that even when the set effect of the bone cleaver twin blades was triggered to enhance attack power, their panel attack power only reached 800. This does not account for the attribute decay of the offhand, reducing the actual attack power to merely 710. In contrast, the black-tide poison blade boasts an attack power of 200, along with an additional 60 agility and extra damage. Its attributes overwhelmingly surpass those of the bone cleaver twin blades. However, the bone cleaver twin blades provide the unique ability of frenzied charge, which remains irreplaceable at this moment. Merely relying on blink is insufficient. Qin Chuan has been diligently gathering other mobility skills, yet progress has been slow, leaving him with no choice but to wait. While the black-tide poison blade may not be immediately usable, it is by no means without merit. For now, he can utilize the bone cleaver twin blades, as he is not lacking in damage. Once the frenzied charge is expended, he can seamlessly switch to the black-tide poison blade during its cooldown period. He hopes to gain something substantial from this expedition into the ruins Qin Chuan used. Next, he examined another piece of equipment. Black-tide gloves, golden tier, defense 200, health 2500. Agility 60, level requirement, 20 special effect, increases attack speed by 15. Another exceptional item. It is suitable for any class reliant on basic attacks. The inherent agility significantly enhances the speed attribute, while additionally increasing attack speed. When combined with the black-tide poison blade, it allows for a continuous infliction of additional poison damage, greatly amplifying overall output. These two pieces of equipment alone are sufficient to incite fierce competition among assassin players. However, for Qin Chuan, a ranged assassin, it may seem somewhat incongruous. Nonetheless, the attributes are what truly matter, so he promptly equips them, with the Sovereign's certificate reducing equipment requirements. Qin Chuan no longer needs to worry about not being able to wear them, unless he were to face opponents several levels higher. The odds of utilizing at least half of the 4 pieces of equipment are decidedly favorable. Next, he examines the third item. Black-tide pauldrons, gold grade, defense 200, health 2500. Agility 60, level requirement 20. Special effect, attack speed increased by 15. Qin Chuan exclaims in delight. The apocalypse indeed continues to favor a laid-back approach. Aside from the name and the type of equipment, these are practically identical to the black-tide gloves. The gold grade set's additional effects are undoubtedly explosive. With the black-tide pauldrons equipped, Qin Chuan's attributes receive yet another boost. With eager anticipation, he then inspects the final piece of loot. Pondering a question, should another usable item appear, particularly one with attributes akin to the black-tide gloves, what expression would he wear? Black-tide belt, gold grade, defense 200, health 2500, agility 60, level requirement 20. Special effect, attack speed increased by 15. Qin Chuan is rendered speechless. It seems his thoughts have manifested into reality. 3 pieces of equipment, differing only in name, share entirely consistent attributes. If one were unaware, they might assume these were procured from some wholesale market. It is simply absurd. However, to have procured 3 pieces from the Black-Tide series in one go, all being leather armor, undeniably attests to Qin Chuan's remarkable luck. As for the previous battle, one could only say it was unfortunate, as he encountered either magic users or strength-based opponents, stowing the Black-Tide poison blade in his backpack for later use. Qin Chuan glanced at his attributes. Strength 176205, Constitution 141120, Agility 493245, Spirit 15020, Attack 1090, Defense 1382, Health 16020, Magic Power 1900. His health is undoubtedly that of a tank. He likely surpasses even the heavily armored warriors of the Dragon's Dominion in vitality. Considering the damage reduction and the newly acquired effect of the Shadow Prism, his capacity to withstand damage is enough to make any main player envious. This also instills in him greater confidence for the upcoming relic exploration, particularly with the Shadow Prism. Having all 5 charges available equates to an additional 5 lives, enabling Qin Chuan to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Armed with his new gear, he once more delves into the depths, making his way towards the shimmering light. Before long, he arrives at his destination. Upon traversing the watery expanse, an underwater cave presents itself before Qin Chuan. Thanks to its excellent ceiling, there is an abundance of air within. Before him stood a grand black door, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Upon closer inspection, these designs seemed to coalesce into something resembling script. However, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that these were indeed characters, an ancient script used during the Epic of Revelation, commonly found in sacred spaces such as temples. His gaze flickered as he transformed the patterns in his mind into their corresponding letters. Shadows lurked everywhere. Chapter 97. Entering the relic, few could fathom that beneath the surface of Black Tide Lake, 100 meters down, lay an underwater cavern, concealing what appeared to be the remnants of a temple. The ancient inscriptions upon the door further convinced Qin Chuan that this place was undoubtedly linked to the power of shadows. If it were indeed a temple, it would imply the existence of shadow deities during the Age of Revelation. A furrow creased Qin Chuan's brow, for therein lay the crux of the matter. Yet, he had encountered no shadow deities. Moreover, in his previous life, he had never encountered shadow assassins, and his knowledge of shadow power was rather limited. The absence of shadow assassins was somewhat peculiar, but also understandable, as many top-tier experts had vanished when Revelation first descended. It was likely that the shadow assassins of his former life had fallen victim to treachery. Reflecting on his memories, Qin Chuan could vaguely identify several players who could be suspected shadow assassins. Setting aside the matter of shadow assassins for the moment, it struck him as odd that he had heard so little about shadow power in his previous life. For any deity, even if fallen for millennia, traces of their existence should linger. Yet, information on shadow power was astonishingly scarce. There was certainly more to this than met the eye. Perhaps within this temple ruin lay fragments of the truth. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan began to contemplate how to access the relic. The black door before him emanated subtle waves of energy, and recalling Edith's experience, he promptly dismissed any notion of forcing his way through. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He stepped forward and placed his palm against the black door. With a resonant thud, the door trembled, producing the sound of mechanisms being activated. Gradually it opened, the gap widening until it stood fully ajar. His intuition had proven correct. Indeed, the answer lay within the riddle itself. Since it was a door, the most logical method of opening it was to push. As the door creaked open, flames flickered to life behind it, illuminating a straight corridor adorned with magical fire, guiding his path forward. Having come this far, Qin Chuan was determined not to leave empty-handed, and he stepped into the passageway. With a thunderous boom, the black door closed behind him. Unperturbed, he continued onward, keenly observing his surroundings. After traversing approximately 100 meters, a new door materialized before him. This door, too, bore intricate patterns that could be deciphered into ancient script, which translated to two phrases. Those of a heart inclined towards the light shall not enter this door. Qin Chuan did not rush to push the door open. Instead, he pondered the meaning of these two sentences. Those of a heart inclined towards the light could be interpreted in two ways. Primarily, it referred to individuals of noble character who yearned for justice and righteousness. Yet, Qin Chuan sensed that this interpretation might not be applicable in this context. The power of shadows merely manifests as a form of strength. It does not necessitate that its wielder harbors malevolent intentions. If that were the case, how could one attain the title of shadow assassin? He is neither a paragon of virtue nor a villain. Thus, Qin Chuan leans towards the second interpretation. Here, the term light refers to the god of light, whose might surpasses all preceding deities. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan was already engaged with the god of arrows, leaving him no capacity to contend with the god of light. Yet, he harbored a premonition that if he were to confront the god of light in his current state, he would likely be unable to achieve even a one-for-one exchange. In any realm, light and shadow exist as opposing forces. If this is indeed the temple of shadow power, then it is understandable that the followers of the god of light would be barred from entry. Qin Chuan felt a 99% certainty that his conjecture was correct. Collecting his thoughts, he reached for the door, which offered no resistance, and opened effortlessly. Beyond lay a vast hall, somewhat dilapidated, yet devoid of signs of battle, save for the eternal magical flames that faithfully radiated warmth and light. Qin Chuan pondered. This temple did not appear to have been breached, but rather abandoned. What could possibly compel the devotees of shadow power to willingly retreat? Furthermore, the traces within the hall suggested that the withdrawal had not been frantic, indicating that no enemy had drawn near. This was rather perplexing, Qin Chuan mused. As he contemplated, his ears perked up at the faintest sound. He instantly activated his flickering movement, vanishing from his original position. A figure cloaked in shadows materialized where he had just stood, scanning the area with obscured features. Beneath the cloak swirled an impenetrable mist, concealing its true visage. Before Qin Chuan could utter a word, the figure slowly raised a hand, proclaiming, "Discover the heir of shadow power. Commence the trial of inheritance." Before Qin Chuan could complete his sentence, the scene before him abruptly transformed. 12 stone pillars stood erect upon the barren ground, with a fiery orb hovering above. In the next moment, a tendril of flame split off, solidifying into a sharp arrow that hurtled towards Qin Chuan. With a resounding crash, the shadow prism shattered, successfully intercepting the attack. He swiftly repositioned himself behind a stone pillar, his mind racing to devise a strategy. The absence of a countdown indicated that this so-called trial was not merely a test of endurance, but had an ulterior motive. Was an assessment of evasive skills? Qin Chuan pondered, glancing at the ground where he noticed his shadow diminishing. From a shift in light, it appeared that the flame had bifurcated, encircling him from both sides. Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards another pillar in the distance, opting for a change of refuge. Yet, as he darted out, he was engulfed by a barrage of fire arrows, causing the layers of the shadow prism to crumble instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, flame struck, shattering one layer of the shadow prism. A quick scan revealed that the charging layers of the shadow prism had decreased from 5 to 4. It had reset. Qin Chuan immediately grasped the situation. Just moments ago, he should have been consumed by the flames, yet the effigy did not activate, indicating that this demise is not death in the truest sense. However, given the circumstances, if he fails to discover a means of escape, he may find himself ensnared here, endlessly starting anew. In that case, it would be no different from death, perhaps even more dreadful. Death is merely a fleeting moment, a mere blink of the eye. In contrast, an infinite reset would gnaw away at one's will, ultimately leading to resignation and rendering him as unfeeling as stone. Qin Chuan could not help but scoff. Chapter 98. The Rules of the Trial. Hiding behind a pillar, Qin Chuan began to contemplate his strategy. The so-called trial had commenced rather abruptly. Who or what was that shadow that had appeared so quietly? Would it truly cost him to utter a few more words? While deep in thought, Qin Chuan noticed the light on either side beginning to shift. The flames, employing the same tactic, split into two and commenced their encirclement. He hesitated to leave his sanctuary behind the pillar, for he had already attempted this before, with rather dismal results. The frequency of the flames' attacks had doubled, and the shadow prism could not withstand such a barrage. He had clearly witnessed over 10 fiery arrows hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Even with his agility surpassing 700, evasion was futile. Thus, this trial did not merely test his dodging capabilities, or rather, it was not solely dependent on speed. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chuan gripped his dual-edged blades, activated his frenzied dash skill, and departed from his hiding place. The two flames swiftly adapted, dispersing their fire into arrows. In a flash, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan activated his blink skill and successfully reached the next pillar. The fiery arrows whizzed past, grazing the tips of his hair. Glancing at the shadow prism, he noticed that 3 layers had inexplicably been stripped away. Nevertheless, he had at least escaped the first pillar. As long as the flames maintained a slower pace, he could capitalize on both frenzied dash and blink to evade. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Chuan distinctly sensed that the shadows were shrinking around him. As the shadows diminished, and with both of his displacements still on cooldown, he steeled his resolve and charged forward, cursing inwardly. The flames had split once more. 3 fiery entities now hovered in the air. Unlike before, one flame had ceased its movement while the other 2 encircled him. Swish! The layers of the shadow prism remained at 5. Undoubtedly, he had been thrust back into the trial. Qin Chuan adeptly concealed himself behind the pillar, his brow furrowing slightly. He grasped the principle behind this trial, but found it challenging to unravel its solution. Solely relying on 2 displacements was insufficient to evade subsequent assaults. His gaze flickered towards the pillar behind him. Shadows. Light. A moment of clarity struck him. He understood. As the shadows continued to contract and the 2 flames approached from either side, Qin Chuan refrained from hastily activating frenzied dash or blink this time. Instead, he aimed at the adjacent pillar and hurled a shadow dagger. Boom! The pillar was abruptly severed, collapsing to the ground and casting a new shadow. At the moment the 2 shadows intersected, Qin Chuan rolled on the ground, successfully seeking refuge behind the fallen half of the pillar. The flames did not strike. Rather, they failed to make contact. At this juncture, Qin Chuan was entirely convinced that as long as he maneuvered within the shadows, he would remain unscathed by the flames. The shadows shifted. A glimmer sparked in Qin Chuan's eyes. If his deductions were accurate, this trial would bestow upon him a novel displacement ability. As he pondered, the light transformed. The flames divided once more, illuminating a broader expanse. Qin Chuan struck again, breaking the pillar. The fractured stone column tumbled down, displacing the stones beneath it. Shadows intertwined, and Qin Chuan advanced with the flow. As anticipated, the flames split again, but remained suspended in midair without moving. Qin Chuan's understanding of the trial's rules deepened. Each time he moved, the flames would divide anew. However, only 2 flames would ever shift, while the others remained stationary. Yet, this did not alleviate the pressure on Qin Chuan. On the contrary, the greater the number of flames that split, the more the area of shadows would be constricted, diminishing until there was no sanctuary left. In contemplation, Qin Chuan struck again, severing a second pillar to cast a new shadow, guiding his position change. The 5th flame emerged. Although the 3rd pillar was not far away, even breaking it would not create a continuous area of shadows. Furthermore, the distance between the shadows was too great, exceeding the limit of flickering. 5 flames would shatter all shadow prisms instantaneously, leaving Qin Chuan no time to execute a frantic dash followed by a flicker. Given this predicament, Qin Chuan resolved to stand tall and recommence the trial. He would attack the stone pillars to generate shadows and then utilize those shadows for movement, traversing past all pillars to conclude the trial. He mused that if the rules aligned with his conjectures, he would need to be meticulous during his attacks, ensuring that the landing spots of the stone pillars were within his predictions. Moreover, he would have to adjust the force and angle of his subsequent strikes according to the newly emerged flames, thereby ensuring a continuous presence of shadows. Qin Chuan began to calculate his route. Each movement would create a new flame. Ultimately, there would be at least 25 flames. Even if only 2 would shift, the rest would consistently reduce the shadow area. Previously, he had calculated that the maximum duration of the shadows was 5 seconds, implying he could utilize flicker 3 times at most, once at the start, once in the middle, and a final dash at the end. When he had previously employed a frantic dash followed by a flicker, only 1 flame had split, indicating that flickering did not trigger the flame's division mechanism. As he contemplated rapidly, Qin Chuan's gaze grew increasingly serene. Provided the trial's rules remained consistent, he had a chance to succeed. It was merely a matter of relentless attempts to discover the optimal route. After 100 attempts, Qin Chuan reached the 7th pillar. The trial's rules had not changed. Moving once still generated a new flame. 50% progress has been made without the introduction of new rules, and it is unlikely that any will be added. Qin Chuan mused inwardly. Although this temple bears the weight of trials, it is evidently not the most formidable of trial temples. To put it plainly, we are merely experiencing the initial version of the game, and it cannot excessively torment the players. However, the absence of new rules does not imply that the trials are truly simple. In an effort to ascertain the existence of any new regulations, his recent attempt was less than perfect, resulting in a severed shadow. Meanwhile, his blink ability still had a cooldown of several seconds. As for the frenzied dash, its inherent flaw of having a defined trajectory rendered it ineffective in this trial. Now, outside, there were numerous flames, and any exposure would shatter the shadow prism entirely. Yet, he could sense the dawn of victory within. Chapter 99, Success. Perfect Evaluation. On his 150th attempt, Qin Chuan reached the 9th pillar. On his 200th attempt, he reached the 10th. On the 300th attempt, he reached the 11th. On the 500th attempt, he reached the 12th. Yet, the trial was not over. It was akin to facing a 13th pillar, which undoubtedly heightened the difficulty. After all, by this stage, there were over 20 flames hovering in the air, creating effects akin to that of a shadowless lamp. Qin Chuan had to contort his body into strange positions merely to hide within shadows. On his 700th attempt, he reached the 12th pillar. On his 1000th attempt, he reached the 12th once more. Upon reaching the final pillar, Qin Chuan realized he had encountered a bottleneck. The last half-meter felt like an endless chasm, impeding his progress. With less than 3 seconds before the shadow dissipated and with Blink still on cooldown, he pondered whether he could rely solely on that singular move. He contemplated his remaining evolution points, few in number, yet sufficient to elevate Blink to silver level, enhancing both its teleportation distance and cooldown time. However, Qin Chuan sensed that while this method might allow him to pass the trial, it would likely affect his final evaluation. With no other ideas springing to mind, he was left with the option of evolving Blink. That mere half-meter felt like an insurmountable barrier, obstructing his forward momentum. Qin Chuan, never one to easily concede defeat, began to reconsider whether he had overlooked something. Light and shadow corresponded yet remained interdependent. His gaze flickered as he examined the skill list. Since this was not a combat-oriented trial, he had not previously contemplated the skill, Shadow Erosion Rain. Even if he aimed to shatter the pillars, he had solely utilized the Shadow Blade skill, primarily because Shadow Erosion Rain lacked the precise control of the Shadow Blade. Nevertheless, after attempting various methods, Qin Chuan believed this skill might yield unexpected results. With a mindset of experimentation, he directed Shadow Erosion Rain toward the flames. He harbored no expectations of extinguishing them. He merely sought to temporarily obstruct the light and create a patch of shadow for his movement. Shadow Erosion Rain manifested, only to be shattered by the flames almost instantly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he had discerned the answer he sought. An exceedingly brief shadow had indeed emerged. Shadow Erosion Rain could genuinely block light. Qin Chuan's thoughts raced with newfound possibilities. If the flames split too excessively, the attack frequency becomes so rapid that it is nearly impossible to discern. The rain of shadow erosion appears only to vanish, unable to sustain him for the final half-meter. However, if utilized in the early stages of the trial to create shadows, it could spare him one instance of flickering. This, indeed, would become the crux of his breakthrough. No, it is more than that. A glimmer of insight flashed across Qin Chuan's mind. The rain of shadow erosion has a 30-second cooldown. If employed from the onset, he could unleash it at least twice. The fewer stone pillars that shatter, the higher his evaluation for the trial would undoubtedly be. What remains now is to ascertain the duration of the second rain of shadow erosion, as well as whether he can employ it for a third or even fourth time. If that were the case, the preceding 1,000 attempts might seem somewhat futile. Yet, Qin Chuan understood that this was not the case. Through the repeated use of shadow flying knives, he had been constantly influenced by the sharpshooter's prowess, honing his skills to an extraordinary level. He could now boast that even with his eyes closed, he could strike with precision. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan commenced testing a new route. With his first attempt, he targeted the 9th stone pillar. Elation filled his heart. He had determined the limit of the rain of shadow erosion to be 3 times. After the third activation, the fourth would be instantly engulfed by a torrent of flames, rendering it ineffective in creating shadows. However, this exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. Initially, he had only calculated for 2 activations of the rain of shadow erosion. Continuously modifying and resetting, Qin Chuan could have easily passed the trial long ago. Yet, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to refine and enhance his approach for greater simplicity and efficacy. Ultimately, after the 328th attempt incorporating the rain of shadow erosion, he discovered the optimal route. Now it was time for his performance. A smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. Rain of shadow erosion. As shadows fell, Qin Chuan moved with an ease akin to a leisurely stroll, unhurriedly reaching the next location. Subsequently, the shadow flying knives struck, shattering the stone pillars. In a fleeting moment of intertwining shadows, he executed a positional shift, followed by a third and fourth movement. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any rigidity. Upon reaching the final stone pillar and gazing at the departure point just within reach, he smiled broadly. Flicker. The space surrounding Qin Chuan trembled. The scattered stone pillars disintegrating into dust, vanishing from sight. The flames that floated about began to dissipate as well. Congratulations! You have passed the trial. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. Final evaluation. Perfect. Rewards have been issued. Please check. An ancient tome, enveloped in a sphere of light, floated before Qin Chuan. With a swift glance, he grasped the book and withdrew. The figure cloaked in a hood was still present. However, this time, the entity did not initiate a new trial, but rather bowed slowly, gradually becoming transparent. Qin Chuan hastily inquired, "Who are you, and what is your connection to the power of shadows?" The voice was androgynous, age indiscernible, yet it conveyed crucial information. This entity would appear again. Qin Chuan clicked his tongue. To be honest, he hoped for a different figure next time. The individual in question is exceedingly reticent, unwilling to utter even a single additional word. Qin Chuan pays little heed to this, as he can surmise the other's identity. Likely an entity affiliated with the shadow deity faction, but not a deity in the full sense. It is probable that this individual occupies the rank of an apostle, capable of wielding the powers of shadow, yet not ascending to the divine echelon. In simpler terms, this person serves as a mouthpiece and a discreet operative for the divine beings. Due to the constraints imposed by the laws of the world, deities find it arduous to directly intervene in the realm of reality, even during cataclysmic events. Hence, a varying number of apostles are summoned to disseminate the will of the deities. In his past life, Qin Chuan had encountered numerous divine apostles and had gleaned some knowledge about them. The cloaked figure, constrained by the shadows, is unable to act against him, but remains somewhat begrudging. After all, he is merely an ordinary human at present, lacking the stature of a deity, and has yet to reach even level 100. How could he possibly command the respect of an apostle? Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. Qin Chuan firmly believes that one day he shall transcend the divine. At that moment, he shall unveil the true visage of that enigmatic figure. With a few muttered grievances, Qin Chuan turns his attention to the tome in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though the trials have tested his resolve, the rewards are indeed substantial. In light of this, he chooses to overlook the aloofness of the mysterious cloaked individual. Chapter 100, Shadow Leap. What Qin Chuan holds is a skill book. Shadow Leap, golden level active skill, dispels restrictions and leaps into the target shadow. Maximum distance of 100 meters. Consumes 50 mana. Cooldown time of 30 seconds. Trait, Traceless. Upon movement, enters a stealth state. The potency of this attribute is such that it makes Qin Chuan take notice. This skill is not merely a means of displacement. It is an exceedingly rare control dispelling ability. According to his experience, the clause regarding dispelling restrictions encompasses various control effects, including but not limited to freezing, dizziness, and slowing. Moreover, Shadow Leap additionally confers the ability to enter a state of stealth. Acquiring this skill elevates Qin Chuan's survival capabilities to an entirely new level, which is precisely what he requires. He is not lacking in damage output. After fortuitously receiving the gift of the Harbinger of Death, which enhanced his sniper talent to level 2, his damage has already surpassed the expectations of conventional players. Furthermore, Qin Chuan has long sought an opportunity to replace his bone-cleaving twin blades in pursuit of greater damage. Until now, he had not found the chance. But with the acquisition of Shadow Leap, he now possesses the necessary prerequisites. After all, the Black Tide Poison Blade lies within his inventory, readily available for exchange. With his mind focused, Qin Chuan once again studies the data in his hands, his expression one of satisfaction. It was worth the countless trials endured in that desolate place. He muses. Shadow Leap is undoubtedly a divine skill. That much is indisputable. With the ability to move up to 100 meters and a short cooldown, it utterly eclipses the blink skill. Of course, if one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that Shadow Leap requires a shadow at the landing point. However, this presents no challenge for Qin Chuan. During the trials, he had already adeptly utilized the Dark Erosion Rain to create shadows for movement. In the subsequent battles, he could effortlessly employ the same tactics once again. Moreover, seeking a location devoid of shadows proved to be a challenge comparable to acquiring legendary-grade equipment. A simple illustration of this was the shadow cast behind an enemy. Although Qin Chuan was adept at inflicting substantial long-range damage, he was equally unperturbed by the prospect of executing a close-quarters assassination. The choices in combat had always been diverse. As he absorbed the skills from his tome, a pressing question surfaced in Qin Chuan's mind. What time was it now? He had previously spent countless hours attempting to conquer the trials within that enigmatic space. He mused to himself, I must not delay the opening of my shop. Upon glancing at the time, he was taken aback. In-game, it was 12:30. Calculating, he realized that from the moment he began the trials to his emergence, a mere 2 hours had elapsed. Qin Chuan felt a sense of bewilderment and looked again, confirming that he had not misread. Those thousands of attempts felt as though they had consumed an entire day, yet only 2 hours had passed. Was it possible that the Apocalypse system was malfunctioning? Unlikely. The system was known for its precision. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the flow of time within that mysterious realm differed from the outside world. Qin Chuan speculated that it might be an accelerated temporal experience achieved through cognitive enhancement. An abandoned temple, inhabited by an unidentified mysterious figure, in a trial space with accelerated time. If he were to claim this was merely a temple, it seemed improbable. However, if it were a significant facility related to shadow power, there would be no reason for it to remain unknown to the outside realm. The enigma re-emerged. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan cast the matter aside. There was little use in overthinking. It was best to venture out and continue leveling up. With an entire day ahead, he could not afford to waste it. Upon reviewing the leaderboard, he noted little change. Aside from a few players steadily ascending to level 12, the majority remained hovering around levels 10 and 11. Closing the leaderboard, Qin Chuan contemplated another dilemma: how to exit. He had observed that the entrance through which he had arrived had vanished at some point, leaving him ensconced in a secret chamber. Please, don't tell me the only way out is through death, he muttered under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, intricate patterns began to emerge beneath his feet, traced by black threads. In an instant, shadows flickered, and Qin Chuan vanished from his location. Good heavens! A startled exclamation echoed in the air. A player, engaged in a fierce struggle with a bear-like monster, glanced upwards, only to witness a dark figure descending rapidly towards him. Expanding in size, in the blink of an eye, the figure became discernible as a human. How could a person be falling from the sky? A fleeting thought crossed the player's mind. Then he watched in astonishment as the bear monster was struck squarely, its health bar depleted in an instant. What kind of cursed temple is this, with a teleportation point positioned in mid-air? Is this the work of humans? Aren't they concerned about the demise of their precious heir? Just moments prior, Qin Chuan had been contemplating his exit from the temple, only to find himself whisked away by the teleportation array in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the unfortunate bear monster acting as a buffer, he would have been prepared to initiate a shadow leap. With a sardonic greeting to the family of the teleportation array's designer, Qin Chuan rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his attire. Glancing at the nearby player, who appeared utterly astonished, I inquired, "Excuse me, where am I?" The player, looking around in confusion, pointed to himself with a delicate finger and asked, "Are you referring to me?" His voice was melodious, yet was unmistakably not feminine. I was taken aback. Had I misjudged? The player before me possessed an exquisitely refined face, fair skin, and bright, lustrous black eyes, complemented by elegant willow-shaped eyebrows and a stylish bob. He embodied the quintessential image of a charming, neighborly girl. However, the slightly prominent Adam's apple revealed he was indeed male. I apologize for my presumption. I quickly corrected myself. "Brother, where are we?" Upon noticing his in-game name above his head, Knight Sakura Stream, I suddenly comprehended. No wonder I had misidentified him. It was this individual. In my previous life, he was quite renowned, boasting commendable skills that placed him among the top 100 players globally. While there was a disparity in our abilities, his appearance was far more memorable. To describe him succinctly, a boy with a delicate beauty, or more simply, an adorable lad. It was said that to evade unwanted attention, Knight Sakura Stream often donned a mask when venturing out. Yet even so, he captivated many players. As I pondered, Knight Sakura Stream stated, "This is the northern part of Bailey City." I exhaled in relief. Thankfully, I had not been transported to some bizarre location. With the presence of bear monsters in the Northern Territory, I immediately recognized my whereabouts. I clasped my hands and said, "Thank you, brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Just as I was about to depart, I heard Knight Sakura Stream call out, "Night Wanderer, may I add you as a friend?" Chapter 101, The Dark Gold Level Revelation. I felt as though I could be recognized wherever I went. Yet, I had deliberately concealed my character's name and donned a mask to obscure my face. What could possibly be amiss? After a moment of contemplation, I could only conclude that my exceptional nature made me as conspicuous as a firefly in the night, impossible to overlook. While I mused, Knight Sakura Stream elucidated. "My skill allows me to see through disguises." "Ah, I see now." I nodded in understanding. A thought crossed my mind. Recalling information about Knight Sakura Stream from my previous life, and I subtly asked, "Are you undertaking a class advancement quest?" He did not shy away from the inquiry and replied candidly, "Indeed, I am a hidden profession, the Radiant Knight. I have come here to slay the bear monster leader." Just as I suspected, he was indeed a Radiant Knight, just as in my past life. I had some knowledge of this class. It is a hidden profession that balances offense and defense, possessing remarkable protective capabilities alongside exceptional damage and control abilities. Furthermore, as far as I knew, this profession had a subsequent hidden ability known as demonization, which transformed its role from that of a supportive ally into a relentless killing machine. However, judging by Knight Sakura Stream's current state, he had yet to master this ability. In the later stages of the game, when reality and the virtual world fused, professions would evolve based on the player's condition. If Knight Sakura Stream wished to unlock demonization, he would likely need to undergo certain tribulations, much like in his previous life. Collecting my thoughts, I said, "So, you wish to add me as a friend? That is agreeable. By the way, do you belong to a guild?" Upon encountering the enigmatic Ji Xing, Qin Chuan was inspired to establish the most formidable guild. At this moment, he serendipitously crossed paths with the hidden class player, Yi Sakura, and could not resist mentioning his ambition. Yi Sakura, thrilled by the addition to his friend's list, beamed with joy, his eyes narrowing into delightful slits, his countenance endearingly innocent. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's inquiry, he eagerly exclaimed, "Oh, do you intend to form a guild? If so, please reserve a spot for me. I wish to join." Having expressed his thoughts in their entirety, he found himself at a loss for further words, muttering, "No problem, await my news." Yi Sakura's joy intensified. each smile and frown exuding charm. This moment prompted Qin Chuan to recall a phrase. In this lifetime, you are but a pawn of the malevolent. Yi Sakura's expression visibly dimmed, nearly compelling Qin Chuan to retract his statement and suggest that he had ample time to linger. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Yi Sakura quickly regained his composure, stating, I shall await your news, esteemed one. With unwavering determination, Qin Chuan forged ahead. Behind him, a voice tinged with grievance called out. Divine light impact. A resounding crash echoed, followed by the pitiful cries of a bear monster. After a while of journeying towards Bailey City, Qin Chuan beheld its magnificent walls. However, he did not rush to enter. Instead, he circled around the fortifications to the south, advancing along the trade route. He was also curious to discern whether the Hand of the Dead had any subsequent arrangements, particularly after the demise of the Bone Crusher, and whether new goblins would emerge. He arrived at the first goblin den he had previously discovered. Surprisingly, it was devoid of goblins and had instead been claimed by several wild beasts as their lair. Casually, Qin Chuan unleashed a shadow-throwing knife, swiftly dispatching them in a single volley. No goblins, Qin Chuan murmured to himself. Based on his understanding of the Hand of the Dead and goblins, they would not so easily concede defeat. Moreover, goblins possessed an extraordinary reproductive capacity. While finding a creature of the Bone Crusher's caliber was rare, an abundance of ordinary goblins, thousands of them, could be easily summoned. Qin Chuan sensed that the goblins were likely concocting something significant. Furthermore, the Hand of the Dead would not halt their schemes simply due to the demise of the Bone Crusher. Their declaration to obliterate Bailey City indicated that they would undoubtedly persist in their efforts, at the very least causing a stir. Only a complete dismantling of their conspiracy would compel them to temporarily abandon their plans. The current state of affairs could only be deemed a serene interlude before the storm, albeit an unusually prolonged one. Qin Chuan recalled that the first major update, marked by the Hand of the Dead's initial large-scale upheaval, had occurred approximately 10 days after the game had launched. By that time, numerous players had ventured out of the novice village, steadily leveling up, and the major cities had begun their expansion efforts. The Hand of the Dead had thrived amidst the chaos, ultimately triggering a significant storyline quest. Calculating the timeline, he deduced that there were still 7 or 8 days remaining. With this realization, Qin Chuan felt a sense of relief at the apparent inactivity of the Hand of the Dead. As he pondered, more wild creatures emerged from the shadows. Qin Chuan, invigorated, alternated between shadow, throwing knives, and the rain of dark erosion, effortlessly amassing a wealth of experience points. Though the leveling process lacked the exhilarating thrill of slaying goblins in the valley, Qin Chuan's high damage output ensured that each strike was lethal, and the spread of toxic blood plague further enhanced his efficiency. In merely an hour, he accumulated enough experience points. You have ascended to level 17. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering, and you receive an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beasts has activated, granting you yet another 5 free attribute points. After a busy hour, Master Qin paused his work, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Leveling up is truly exhausting. Were other players to hear such a statement, they would undoubtedly retaliate with their shoes. Is this even a reasonable complaint? Leveling up in just over an hour. What more could one possibly desire? Qin Chuan opened the leaderboard once again, still maintaining a lead over Richardson by 3 levels. Yet he felt it was insufficient. When would he encounter the Goblin Valley again? Qin Chuan couldn't help but feel anticipation rise within him. Having leveled up 3 times in less than half an hour, he yearned to experience it once more. Just as he prepared to surge towards level 20, he received a message from Longting Tianxia. Big Boss, the Rakshasa Hall is gathering in Lingang City. It seems they have significant plans. Lingang City is one of the 12 main cities established by the seaside. The congregation of the Rakshasa Hall surely indicates something of great importance. Soon, Longting Tianxia sent another message. It is rumored that someone has discovered a dark gold level item in Lingang City. So it is a dark gold level. Indeed, it warrants the mobilization of the Rakshasa Hall. Knowing that there is a dark gold level item at stake, Qin Chuan could not remain indifferent. Moreover, this was something that Rakshasa Yudaism was keen to farm, making an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The assassin remarked, "Is Yushin preparing to head to Lingang City?" The priest, Xiao Shua, analyzed, Yushin has ample reason to go. It is a dark gold level item. Even though Yushin has previously claimed the first kill of one, he would never be dissatisfied with an abundance of dark gold equipment and would certainly strive for it. Additionally, back in the novice village, Rakshasa Yudaism offended Yushin. Now that he wishes to farm, Yushin would not grant him such ease. This time, It seems we are in for quite a spectacle.